I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
After all this time apart, you might be wondering what it means to play a role in the world of Siege. It's more than adapting to a new world and learning new environments. It's more than overcoming every obstacle thrown your way. More than the creativity, resourcefulness, and skill you show in battle. And yes, more than your trusty gadget. We have evolved. We have changed. And we are ever questioning our purpose. So it's time. Time to team up with your squad and outmatch your opponents. Time to share with your friends and learn from your rivals. Time to come together and break down walls. It's time for the Six Invitational.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, and hello. Thank you so much for joining us live on stream. I'm Milos the Medic, your host here for the first bit of our show, and we're so happy to have you joining us at the Invitational. We're starting it all off with 10 days of competition to see who actually makes it to the big stage, the sold-out space that we have in Laval, Montreal. But yes, we're back at the home base of Rainbow Six, and as always, I'm not alone. We have so many wonderful people joining us in the talent pool, I guess, that we would have here. But on the desk to introduce it all is our friends from Down Under. Let's say hello to Mandy and James. Hello, James, nuts mustache. We did not talk about that at all, and people were definitely not happy about it.
No, well, I'm hoping that it's a winner, because some people have been highly critical and I've been deeply hurt, but I've had some great positive feedback as well. So I'm just going to rock it as best I can, and I'm looking forward to this event. It has been a hell of a long time since we've been here in Montreal for a Six Invitational. You know, we had Sweden and Paris. We're finally back in the home of Rainbow Six.
You've been here before, Mandy? It's your first time at the Invitational and directly into Canada. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling super excited. It is really cold at the moment, but I think I love it, honestly. It's like the little cold breeze in your hair. It's good for your skin. It's amazing. It's been a great time.
Don't say that to Jackie. I think she'll have things to talk about when it comes to the cold and how to deal with that. Oh, Jackie, we love you very much. You'll be seeing Jackie and, of course, all of our analysts here on the desk as the day and the week progresses until we hit those coveted finals in the playoffs in Laval. Anyways, we have some things to kind of put into perspective at the command center here on the pre-show. First of all, who are the teams that are here? Well, there's 20 of them. You'll be seeing 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, and there's 5 teams in each one of them. You might be thinking, Milosh, but usually majors are 16 and there's 4 teams per group. You're definitely right. But to get to that level, we have to eliminate one team from each one of these groups. That'll give us 4 remaining to go into the second position here in the group stage. So there's 2 phases for our group stage. And of course, from then we cut that number in half to make it to the top 8 that go into playoffs. 20 teams from all over the world. EU, I'm very happy, has massive representation at this event.
Maybe a few too many EU teams, let's be real.
How about you sit on the side of for this one? I'm being pummeled by our colleagues here from APAC South, which of course they'll have no biases whatsoever when talking about our teams. And we'd like to introduce the groups one by one for all of you at home. How about we start with Group A? James, what can you tell us about these squads?
Yeah, look, this is a super good group. I think that most people are calling Group A the group of death. You've got W7M to kick it off. They are the #1 team in the world, the highest ranked in 6 Invitational points. They went to every single major last year. And you look at the rest of the group, and it is just as stacked. Even a team like Space Station Gaming, who came in through the LCQ, they are former 6 Invitational champions. In fact, they are the reigning champions of a 6 Invitational here in Montreal. Last time it was here was in 2020, and they raised the hammer. This group is absolutely stacked.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'd have to agree with that as well. I think you've got your previous major winners as well. You've got Koi in this group, previously Rogue, now rebranded to Koi. Those guys, we didn't see them in Sweden at all. They didn't qualify through, but they looked super good in Berlin. I think there's a lot of anticipation for some of these teams in this group.
We got, what, G2 and Space Station that have won an Invitational in the past, if you're accounting for it. 2 Invitationals for G2, completely different roster and all of that. Space Station has had changes. Koi has won a major under Rogue, as you both were talking about. Elevate technically has won an Invitational back 2017 Xbox. Laxing, it was really fun to see him with that short stint as coach. And W7M, new kids on the block. Okay, Group B, on the other hand, Mandy, what are your thoughts on boys here?
Group B is the group that is out for blood, in my opinion. You've got Liquid. They were so close to winning the last major. Heartbreak for them as Nesk and Palu almost claimed their first crown, but they couldn't get it, right? Soniqs as well, they always seem to make it through to the playoffs, but they can't push through to the semis. Same thing with Wolves. They always get knocked out at the quarterfinals. So you've got 2 or 3 teams that are consistent playoffs groups and are also consistently at these last international events too. M&M and Direwolves are both those teams that have been at international events, but just miss out on the playoffs every single time. So I think every single one of these teams is just trying to make that step up, whether it's one, winning the entire 6 invite if you're Team Liquid, or the next just pushing through to semi-finals if you're Wolves, or if you're the Soniqs. Then there's just this group is out for blood.
Yeah, Group B is a group with teams that have a lot to prove. They haven't been champions before. It's not like they're former 6 Invitational or major trophy raisers. You've got teams like Liquid, who I think a lot of people are looking to be the #1 team out of this group. They were in the 6 Invitational Grand Final back in Paris 2 years ago in 2021. And while they fell short to NIP, they have been gunning for a championship ever since. And they failed once again in Jönköping to BDS. They're not looking to come second place here.
Well, along the line for this group, but everybody here, you make it in the top 20, 16 in their own regions, and then 4 in the qualifications. There's a lot to look at, and there is one team in each group that just qualified online only a few weeks ago. So look out for that story as we go and talk about each group in their own context of the matches. The Group C, back to you, James. What are your thoughts on this one?
Look, Group C has quite a variety in levels of teams, in my opinion. You've got some teams who are, you could probably put them down for the championship. And I would say there's just one team, and it is BDS. They have been on a tear at the latter half of last year. Of course, they won the Jönköping Major. Before that, they, of course, also won the Gamers 8 event and the Japan Invitational. And then they also went on to win the EUL Finals as well. So this is a team that has just won 4 championships. They're looking for a 5th. They are looking red hot. I think most people would put them in as a safe bet for the champions of this event. And I think that they should deal quite handily with their group, which, while it has some great teams, you know, Astralis were runners-up at a major last year. These are teams which have had a fall from grace. You know, Astralis, OXG, Cyclops, even Lost One to some degree, are not quite at their peak form at the moment. So it's going to be a real dogfight in the lower half to try and get it into stage 2.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with Dev. Group C is one of those groups that I just think I think there's a lot of unknowns, right? This is one of the groups that there's been like a couple roster changes as well, and so it's a little hard to follow, I think, what we can expect out of some of these teams. It's not quite as predictable as Group A and B is, in my opinion. Those two groups are the more stable groups in terms of rosters and in terms of what we can expect out of the teams. I think Group C is one of those really unknown and one of those unknown groups that we have to see what they have to prove first.
Speaking of unknowns, secrets. Oh, secret. They're indeed. They were a big surprise. Honestly, what was the post? Twister could get a gold ranked team at Invitational just because of how good he is. But yes, Group D as a whole, Mandy, what are your thoughts?
I think pretty similar to Group C. So I see Group A and B as the more like stable groups. You sort of know what's going on there. Group C, we haven't seen a lot of those teams in a while. Group D is kind of the same. We haven't seen a lot of these teams bar FaZe at the last international event. Heroic as well, but Heroic have undergone a bunch of their own changes as well. So I think just generally a lot of the Group D teams we haven't seen in a LAN format in a very long time. I think there's a lot of anticipation behind Dark Zero, who were the winners, of course, earlier this year in Stage 1 at the Stage 1 major inside of Charlotte. And so there's a lot of anticipation for that team to try and push through back into international form. I think generally Group D is still, once again, unproven roster out of the four, one of the unproven groups out of the four that are there.
On the DZ point, I gotta say, as a true blue like Continuum fan from back in 2017, I am absolutely always going to be biased to Canadian, and I would love to see him raise a third hammer. You know, no one's done that before, and while I think most people would put Dark Zero as not making it to the top 6, top 8, even for the championship, I would love the Cinderella story. I love the possibility that is there. And of course, you got teams like FaZe who have been major champions, have been major runners-ups in the past, and certainly are a shoe-in for that SI spot. Interesting thing for me about Group D is you've got the only team at the event who didn't make it to any majors this year in Team Secret. And so in a way, they are the true underdogs, I think, of this tournament. And with Team Secret as an organization making it to so many events in the past and being such a historic and prominent team within Rainbow Six, and I think about their deep run in the Raleigh Major back in, 2019. It has been a long time since we've seen them on a stage this big, and I hope they can do well.
Yep, and of course with Group D, this is the big story, just like you were mentioning, Mandy. C and D, nobody really knows who's going to get out of it, but one team for sure is going to be eliminated as we go into Group Stage 2. Now, to clarify things, everything here, all the games, including the group stage, will be best of 3s until we hit our grand final. I know for competitive integrity is a very important thing, so I'm very happy that the ref team basically put it all together for the rules. Thank you very much. Though, that means that the point system will have to be quite detailed for it, but let's break it down for you. The results can be 2-1 or 2-0, and that's about it. But you have to see it from both perspectives. If you win 2-0, awesome, you get 4 points. For those of you that are used to watching online Siege, you'll know that it's 3 points for the win. Here it's a 4th because we're playing best of 3, and you get that extra point because it's a best of 3 series, not a BO1. If you win 2-1, that's still pretty great. You get 3 points. If you lose 2-1, it's not the worst of times. You can still put up a point on the board. However, if you lose 2-0, that's no points at all. So you have to look out for that. Now, prize pool. There's guaranteed amount of money if you made it here at the Invitational, but it gets substantially larger. The deeper into the tournament you get, of course, at the top, it's 1 million smackaroos. It's quite a bit of money. After taxes, it'd be a lot of fun.
Don't mention the taxes.
It would still be a substantial amount of money. There it is. If you're at the top, that's $1 million. Quite a bit of money for the winning team. Second, 450,000. That's a small bump, you know. Not too bad. 550K between first and second. Third at 240, 170 for fourth, 135 for fifth and sixth. You guarantee 105,000 just making it to the playoffs. That will be in Laval in 10 days from now. 9th to 12th, 75, 55, 13, 16, and the guaranteed minimum of 35,000 if you're here and eliminated in the first round of a group stage. But I'm thinking, who are the teams that have made the most money in general here in Rainbow Six? James?
I've been doing some trivia. I've really been enjoying it. According to what I've found, and Wikipedia has been my friend in this, TSM is actually the team in Rainbow Six who has won the most money at just a little bit over.
I can't wait to watch them at this Invitational.
$1 million, and they didn't qualify, and then Bolo retired. Like, man, how gut-wrenching for TSM fans. They are likely to be overtaken in this event in terms of holding that trophy, but they won't be overtaken by the second team, which is NIP. But there is a real chance, Milosh, this event, that we could have the first team in Rainbow Six to break $2 million won. And I think Space Station and Team Liquid are the most likely to break that record. If that happens, that would be so cool.
All right, we'll wait on the updates from you, James, as we go on. So you're our finance minister at the Invitational. But moving on for our schedule. If you're watching us here, this is broadcasted on the 2 streams. We're going to have 2 streams through the group stage on A and B, but we're going to do the command center for the introduction, and then we're going to also have a desk for stream B after we talk about the match that is going on stream A. So just for you to see, I'm going to pull up right here in front of me because I have myopia and it's going to make my life a bit more difficult to see at distance. But you'll see first Elevate versus W7M. That is the start. 15 minutes later is just a 15-minute offset between the 2 streams. It's Koi versus G2. 2 games, quarterfinals Berlin. It's going to be hot. Wolves versus M&M. Liquid versus Soniqs just after between stream A and B. BDS versus Cyclops on A. Astralis versus OXG right after. Dark Zero versus Heroic. And finally, and I can barely see over here, it's M80, or I like to call him Matey, versus FaZe Clan. So Avast for our final matchup to close out the day. Anyways, any big games that you see in your mind, ones that you're really looking forward to today?
We're not biased at all.
No, we're definitely not. You've never heard Apex Southcasters be biased.
I gotta say, like, one of the most memorable experiences for me in Rainbow Six was casting that Berlin Major quarterfinal between W7M and Elevate, and the fact that they get a rematch here at the opening game on A stream is so exciting.
Yeah, look, you saying M80 has just sent me about M80.
A little bit too Australian.
That's absolutely sent me, but yeah, I'm exactly the same as Jeff. I'm really keen to go back into that W7M Elevate matchup as well.
You know what? Let's say hello to our casters. Who is on here? Let's see. Who's at the caster desk? They're over down the hall. Hey, there's 4 of them.
Hello.
Fluke, Hap, of course, on the A stream, and we got Dez and Ace. First of all, Fluke, you look fantastic. Hap,
Thank you.
Look beautiful. Good
Thank
morning.
you.
How are you doing?
Appreciate it. Good. I like how it's like very yin and yang. Like we're quite dark.
Yeah. So, Tim,
Yes?
it's so good to see you again. It has been a while. Hope you're
Telling me, I'm so glad he's back. It's
quite nice
He's
to
been
be
away
back.
for too long.
So I won't say hello to Des, but you know,
No.
what's
You
up?
can actually see them down there as well.
Yeah. Hello. No. Don't spit on me, please.
Everybody ready for the day? Do you have your shots of coffee ready to go?
Yeah.
No coffee, actually.
No coffee yet.
for
I'm not big into
Just the
caffeine.
joy of competition.
That's what feeds Tim. He doesn't
The energy of the SI, that's what feeds me.
Tim, who will be the real winners for this event?
Oh, God.
All of us and everybody else.
Wrong answer. You meant to
There we
say
go.
viewers.
What's this?
Let's cut it off before we go too well. Thank you very much, and we'll be seeing all of you as we go on with our day, and of course, our rest of our casting team. Thanks so much, and good luck in your casts. There we are, back again to wrap it all up. We have our own predictions that we won't show for now because we know that we're going to embarrass ourselves by the end of the day. But to wrap it all up, you have your exciting game. You got Elevate to start it off, but in general, if you put aside the APAC South, anything else you're looking at this, okay, this is the game that I really want to see. Very quickly, come on. It's just out there.
Okay, this is going to be boring, but our second game, Wolves M&M, is also going to be a really good match. Not biased, but the thing is, like, I put all my heart and soul into preparing for these games, so I get so psyched up. Like, that's a cool EU rivalry. I want to see that game.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump on that bandwagon as well. I think it's just the games that we prep for. You go, oh my god, I'm so excited, it's gonna happen. And then, yeah,
Well, for you guys at home who haven't prepped for the games, let us know what you think and what are your matches that you're really looking forward to in day 1 here of the group stage. We will take a quick break at the Command Center. Thanks so much for joining us for the pre-show. When we come back, it'll be time to set the stage for our first 2 matches. See you in a minute.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends. Hello, boys, girls, and MBs, and we are back on the Analyst Test, the Command Center, to go through our first matchup. Of course, this is on Stream A, Stream B, don't you worry, we're going to get you covered right after we finish this introduction and talk about things over there for G2 versus Koi. So you can use both of your eyes to watch two games at once. How fun will that be? And see what puns our casters will be making as we go. Hello, again, I'm Nostamatic, your host. With me are Mandy and James. Friends, this is a rematch, one of the two quarterfinal rematch from the major in Berlin. How does this feel? Because you were there and you were sitting atop and you look fantastic. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, for us, this was the game that we casted our first ever crowdcast together as well inside of Berlin. It was W7 Metal, of course, and that was super exciting. That was a really chilling moment, I think, for the two of us. And so to be back and to be analyzing this first matchup has a special place in our heart. It's very exciting.
Yeah, I think also because of the teams that we're playing as well. Like, we've been following Elevate for a long time throughout our own region, our experience casting Apex South. But on top of that, W7M was such an enticing prospect to start to get to know. And we had a great chat to them before casting their game and got to know them. And, you know, there's some lovely guys there, you know, don't lack for confidence, but neither do they lack for skill. There's a very good reason why they are the #1 ranked team in the world right now. And so I'm really keen to see how the #1 ranked team goes up against the number 15 ranked team in Elevate. You know, they only just scraped through into SI in the top 16.
So let's talk about that #1 rated team in numbers. W7M, what do they look like? W7M, our first competitor, #1 rated in SI points. Mandy, I turn to you, my friend. How do they look like coming into this?
I think W7M are one of those super hyped up teams, right? They're coming out of LATAM. They've been super consistent in VR6. They almost always come out on top of the Copa Elite 6 as well, but they've never been able to make it through to that grand final stage at every single international event that they've been at, right? And so I think for W7M, it's this team that they want to make it through. They want to break the mental barrier of crumbling when they get to that semi-final and push through to become champions and lift the trophy.
It's a pretty impressive team, and a lot of people out there are looking at the young kids on the block in Brazil to finally lift a trophy. 2022. What a year for the squad. And I think it was Demo that sat down and had interviews with all of our team. So what did you ask him, and what did W7M say? Oh, no, it's not ready yet. No. Okay, Mandy. Well, thank you very much for that. But since we have a moment, James, what do you think about W7M?
I like to describe W7M as the most hyped up team to never win a championship. And there's no better time to change that than right now in first place. On top of that, you know, they dominate BR6, they dominate the Brazilian region, except occasionally when it comes to those BO3s and those playoffs, they do struggle. They've never won an international event despite making it pretty deep. They always find themselves up against their nemesis, Team Liquid.
All right, let's take a look at that interview and see what they have to say.
My name is Julio. I am the support player for W7M. We are on Group A with Koi, G2, SSG, and Elevate. It's a really tough group, but all the groups are really hard because it's the Invitational after all. So we are really confident to face them this year. Vopes and 92 joined, and I joined later. And it was a great year, you know, like first place in all the Brazilian splits, and we did good at major, so yeah, it was a major year for us. The preparation for the event is the same as always, like we practice a lot, doing a lot of strategic things. I think the expectations are really high. We almost won the majors, we got like 3, 4 place, and it's just small things that we improved, and I think now we are ready to get the title. E aí, galera, estamos chegando agora, pegamos toda a XP no passado, estamos preparados para pegar essa marreta, vamos embora.
And that was W7M, and how excited they are to be here. Julio has been at quite a few invitationals at this point. Actually won one of them in Paris only, 1.5 years ago. So not bad, not too shabby. But I want to talk about their opponents, I guess, for a moment here. Elevate.
I've heard of these guys.
Have you?
Yeah.
I heard that Onigiri does not like you at all.
Yeah, we've got some beef, but some people call this team APAC's last hope, and I'd probably agree with them. This is looking like the best team in APAC right now. That said, they had a really difficult Stage 3. They shocked us all at SI last year, and they failed to deliver on those expectations, so let's see if they can deliver now.
Well, hero shots, we got them for W7M. What about their opponents? Elevate. Well, good thing we have our two APAC Southcasters to help us out with Elevate. James, you were talking about the squad and what they have to bring. Past year, there's been some turbulent times for them still.
Yeah, there certainly has been. But 1 year ago, they got top 12 at 6 Invitational. Since then, they qualified for Charlotte, but failed to get the visas. They made it to Berlin and got eliminated by, here, W7M. And then they stumbled in Stage 3, and now they're looking to redeem themselves.
Well, you sat down only a few days ago to talk to Elevate, so let's see what they had to say.
My name is Onigiri. I'm from Team Elevate. My role is Flex. And everyone might know me as the kill record holder from the SI 2022. Elevate is in Group A, which everyone keeps saying that it's a group update and Elevate will be group. I feel confident with my team, with our preparation, and this is going to be a great SI. So our team expectation for this SI is, of course, to win the SI, but if we made it to the semifinal in this SI, then I'll take it. The preparation for this SI, we learned our mistake from the last SI, and we learned our mistake for the whole year. Like, we fixed our mistake, we prepare for this SI, and we're gonna make it to the playoff. The team that I'm looking forward to play the most is W7M, because they knocked us out of the Berlin major, and I'm here for revenge. My message for every team in Group A, let's have some fun, and I'm gonna wreck you all.
Let's have some fun, and I'm gonna wreck you all. That's some bold statements coming out from Elevate. Mandy, is there anything to support such massive claims?
I actually think there is quite a lot going for Elevate. So Elevate, they're a very long-standing roster, right? The other two APAC teams, they've just recently made changes. Elevate are a roster that have actually been together for a very long time. Not only that, but because we haven't seen their hand since Stage 3, they have a lot hidden from us. Not only that, but in their Stage 3, they actually didn't even reveal that many maps either. And so for the most part, they're in a pretty strategically advantageous spot at the moment because there's just a lot that is unrevealed for them.
And since you mentioned the maps, let's talk about their map veto. You see W7M with Julio here at the center that are getting ready, and of course their opponents on the opposite end of the wall. Here are our map bans. It's 4 bans, by the way. Ban, 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 pick, pick, ban, ban, and then our decider, all best of 3s here at the Invitational. And just to give you a point on, hey, who's starting on what side on the map? You see Cafe between attack and defense logos. The arrow is pointing at attack, which means Elevate picked Cafe. However, their opponents, W7M, picked defense, which means Elevate will start on the attacking side. Of course, it will go the same way for W7M in Clubhouse, which is their second pick, where they start on attack. And finally, our decider is basically Elevate, who had that last ban, or at least W7M that had the last ban and took us to Oregon. Overall thoughts, because you're going in blind into this, Mandy, but James, you've had your own preparation for this. Does it align?
Yeah, look, there are some things that make a lot of sense, and there are some things that are some curveballs, which I'm super keen to see. So just right off the bat, oh, it's gone now. But the first 2 bans were Border by Elevate and Bank by W7M. Now, these are maps that they won against each other the last time they played in Berlin, and also maps where the team that didn't ban it is on a massive winning streak on. So I think great decision to ban out those maps. When it comes to the picks, that's where we start to see things a little bit unusual. For me, Elevate not banning out Clubhouse is really strange. Clubhouse is Elevate's most banned map of all time, and they haven't played it since they got smashed by Cyclops on it 10 months ago. W7M have picked it, and Elevate is going to have to do their best to try and beat them on that map.
Yeah, I think for Elevate and for W7M, particularly for Elevate, like I said, reiterating, we haven't seen them in a very long time. Both these teams are going to have expanded their map pool quite significantly since we last saw W7M in November and since we last saw Elevate in Stage 3. I think for anything, even though we haven't seen Elevate on Clubhouse in forever, I anticipate that there must be a reason they've done this. They must have prepped this. This must be in the workshop for a long time. And I think W7M are going to be surprised.
Okay, so how do you see this going? I got
me under the bus. Look, that's really hard because, for example,
you're gonna have to say it and say it quick.
All right, okay. I am gonna say 3 mapper, and I'm just gonna let my bias go through and say Elevate.
I'm going to say that recency bias would say that W7M should come out on top of this. They look informed. They've been around internationally. But Elevate, they must have something up their sleeve. We haven't seen them in forever, and I'm excited to see what they can show us in the server.
All right, but you still haven't answered the question. Who wins it?
Who wins it?
Yeah, I'm really going to...
Recency bias, W7M, I think, will win this one out.
All right, there you go. We got a tight matchup no matter how our analysts are looking at it. Thank you very much, James and Mandy. We're going to toss it to our casters to get things started for you at Stream B. We're going to come to you in just a second. But to get it all started, it's Happen Fluke. Enjoy.
It's for people all around the world. It's the one event that everyone gets together for. It's just the biggest gathering for Rainbow Six fans.
It was a very incredible experience to get to watch Siege in a venue with a crowd. It's very different compared to an online experience.
Watching the pro players just kind of inspires future content for yourself. You are watching the elites play.
Through this event, we can really bring people from all around the world together. All these people that really are core to this community. It's really that moment where we can all celebrate.
I've attended all the SIs, all 4 for now. But the first one, for me, it was like a very personal event because I still felt like a nobody, but that was like the first time I felt like people actually knew me.
Probably one of the most humbling things is to be able to be recognized from it. You know, if somebody comes up to me and they're like stoked and excited to meet me, like I'm excited to meet them too. To me, I'm that same person. You know, we all just have that thing in common and a huge passion for Siege.
I remember having a signing session where I got to meet some fans. Part of me knew that I was recognized a little bit more, and I wasn't sure how that was going to play out, because I had never experienced that before.
I think that's the best. You actually put a face to a name. It's such good vibes, such positive vibes. It's infectious. I'm always happy to hang out and talk to people.
To make videos, to make content about a game that you love, and then to be in a room with the people who actually work on it and create it, and them to recognize you as somebody they want there is so rewarding.
2020 was kind of the biggest one for me, playing the show match at the Invitationals. It was something that I really wanted to do. The feeling of playing on stage is unmatched.
The feeling of the crowd roaring when you get a clutch play or when you get this like sneaky kill is something that is so cool and so rad.
To go there and actually see some of the people, shake their hand, give hugs, and establish a real connection with the people that you interact with over the internet is priceless.
I always say that there's nothing like seeing Rainbow Six Siege played live, and sharing it with other people is just something that is so incredible.
There's just nothing like that feeling of being part of something bigger, and I think that this event is all about it. It's really what gives the word community its full meaning.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're having fun on the Stream B, which I have to say is underrated, but we're going to have some incredible matches for you today. To kick it all off, a European bout, Koi versus G2. For those that haven't been watching for a while, Koi, the old Rogue, are major champions from Berlin. And to set it all up, it's not just me, but I have two wonderful analysts, our EUL analysts here in Anne and Fresh. Friends, it's a rematch of the quarterfinals of Berlin. General thoughts on the game?
Exciting game, you know, an EU game. I think both of us are pretty happy to be doing that game today.
And I think the last time that we saw both of these teams was that absolute barn burner classic in Berlin. So, you know, we are expecting big things from this opening game.
And G2 could have made it further, but of course Rogue, now Koi, stood in the way, and we'll introduce them first for all those out there. Koi join us as our first European team here in this competition. Anne, what can you talk to us about this squad?
Well, if you look at their last year in EU World, they've had a bit of an up and down here. Stage 1 didn't qualify to the major. Stage 2 qualified to the major, went to win it all. And Stage 3 was a bit of a disappointing one for them. If the players mention it themselves, they haven't been giving it them all. They weren't there 100% mentally. I mean, we could see it on their player cameras, for example. They were in fist bumping. The mentality wasn't there, and I really hope for them that it is here today and they had some time to regain themselves.
Oh, sat down, had a few questions with Koi. Let's see what they have to say.
I'm Leon Gids, I play for Team Koi, and I'm IGL. We are in Group A. We play against G2, W7M, SSG, and Elevate. I think people are saying we've got the group of death, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think we're definitely going to finish top 2. The past year for Koi, we came 6th in Stage 1, not too good, but in Stage 2, we came 2nd in the EWEL and also finished 1st in Berlin, so that was great. And then we kind of took a little tumble in Stage 3, came 6th again, but I'm sure we're going to bounce back. The preparation for Invitational has been pretty basic. We've just been going over our fundamentals as a team, working with the coaches as well, and also just getting a little boot camp in before the event and just making sure we're ready to play. There's 2 teams I'm looking forward to playing against. In our group, I'd want to play against W7M. I think they're the closest team to us in terms of playstyle and overall gun skill, and it's the team we haven't played before. And I'd also like to play Soniqs, because we've not played them before, and I'd like to play Citizen again and beat them again. My expectations for the team at SI is that we're going to at least make it to the grand finals day, show everyone what we're capable of, and win that whole event. This is a message to everyone at Invite. Make sure you're ready for us, because we're definitely going to take this trophy home.
They took 1 trophy in Berlin. They're looking for the 2nd one. Jack, how do you feel about this squad?
I think the Koi boys know that they didn't do too well in Stage 3, right? They obviously finished 6th. But since then, they've had 3 months to prepare. And that's the one thing for Koi. They will have changed the map pool. They will have changed the stratch. They will have changed how they play. And they play to the meta. So I would expect to see them come out firing today.
The Koi boys.
The Koi boys.
I really like it. Between Matey and Koi boys, we got something to work with here. But that is our first team. There's a 2nd one on the other side. G2. How are they going into SI? And that's G2. You would have seen a bit of a change in the roster, and Fabian was not in the background there for you to see, of course, our old colleague here in the league. But what do we think about G2?
Well, we've had the first super team, the second super team, the third, the fourth. I'm running out of fingers to count the super teams. But G2, they've gone minus Citizen, they've picked up Benja, they've brought in Titan as an analyst, and honestly, it's all leading to the right signs. The noise is coming out of G2, with Alamau now being the sole IGL. There's no Prano as an IGL caller, there's no Citizen as a caller. It's completely Alamau's team in terms of the IGLing. G2 should be absolutely reformed.
All right, there's a lot to look forward to for the team that, to be honest, didn't have a terrible year when we're looking at things from the macro point of view. But you sat down and had a few questions for G2. What did they have to say?
My name is Jack Robertson, also known as Doki. I play for G2 Esports, and I'm an IGL and entry fragger. So we are in Group A, alongside Koi, W7M, Elevate, and SSG. It's a good group. It's a tough group on paper, but yet again, every game is going to be really tough when you're in a tournament of the best 20 teams in the world. Great teams in the group, so super excited. Preparation for the event has been great. We've just came back from LA boot camping with the Herman Miller facility, so I think for once we're fully prepared. Fingers crossed. Expectations for the team are to play as well as we can, obviously. First of all, get some good synergy and experience with the new roster. And we are ready for our group, we're ready for all 20 teams in the competition. I know we can go far, it's just about trying to prove it, so that's what we're going to do. So what team am I looking forward to playing the most would probably be Koi from in our group, because just European rivalry, I guess. I just want to prove that we are better than them, that's it. So I've got a message for the community, guys. Conquer your own lands before crossing seas on flimsy boats.
Of course, the Scots are very well known for being the brightest seafarers out there, and we got Doki to prove it all. He made it all the way to Canada and swam the way to get here. No need for a boat from them. That's pretty impressive, I gotta say. But your thoughts on G2, Anne?
Well, you mentioned how G2 had a pretty good year as well. If that was pretty right, except for the last stage, that wasn't the greatest either, similar to Koi actually. And if the players mentioned it themselves, it was also kind of a mentality problem there. They weren't all facing the same way. They had maybe issues with a little bit of a burnout. They obviously had a new coach coming in, not really an analyst working together with them, but that is solved right now. They have this whole support team behind them, and hopefully that will fix some issues for them going into this event too.
Now we see our teams. Look at Meepy. He's so dapper. This is the LEC influence. I want to say shout out to our colleagues at the LEC, by the way, which you know Koi is a part of, and Meepy with the influence sitting behind the squad, getting them all together, ready, warmed up for this game. And to warm it all up even more, we have our map Veto ready to go on the screen. I'm gonna get to see it in just a second. As I said, it's ban, 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 pick, pick, ban, ban, and our decider, the arrow between the attack and defense logos. That's what shows where the team logo that is showed there, Koi, on there for Villa, will be starting to go attack on Villa. G2 defense start for Clubhouse. Jack, general thoughts on this ban?
The bans make sense. The first 4 bans make sense. G2 banning away Koi's best maps, Koi themselves banning away their worst maps. Now, the picks is where it starts to go a little bit, I would say a little bit funky. I would have expected Koi to have picked Bank. They're literally one of the best bank teams in the world. And then for G2 to pick Clubhouse, there's some very recency bias there where they've won it a couple of times in EUL. But if we take a long-term view at G2, they also don't really like this map. So we've got teams going for some quite low preference maps. And this would make sense, right, Milos, in that we haven't seen these teams for 3 months. We haven't seen banning strategy for 3 months from them. They've definitely gone away and worked on it.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at all these 3 maps, they're quite low preference for both teams. If you look at Clubhouse, for example, Koi didn't even play it in the last 3 months, but then we did mention, hey, we haven't seen them since EUL Stage 3. They might have been cooking a few things that we are supposed to be seeing today then. And we have Villa coming in as well. Also a map that Koi bans more often and kind of loses it. If we look at who wins this map ban phase, we would kind of say that it leans in towards the favor of G2, but my main concern with that is if you look at how teams have been playing best of 3s, best of 1s, right, best of 1s in EUL, the few best of 3s that G2 played in the last year at those majors, they lost them. Whereas Koi usually performed a little bit better during those best of 3s. It's a completely different mindset than when you play a best of 1.
And last time they played was the quarterfinal in Berlin. To be honest, any one of the 2 squads, very different squad than what we had before. Well, G2 could have made it forward. So a lot on the line, a lot in the air. And of course, with the Fighting Words from Doki, that makes it even more exciting. But my friends, thank you very much, Fresh and Anne. Our game is ready. And you know what? Sorry, production. I'm going to annoy you for just a second here. Who do you think is going to win? Just give me score. Who? Go.
G2 2-1.
All right.
That's risky. I think with the best of 3 mentality, I would say Koi win it, despite maybe not having won the map ban phase.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Thank you, former analyst of G2, not officially Fresh. That was the last time you were here. Thank you guys very much, and thank you, production. I'm going to annoy you for just one more second. Let's toss it to our casters. It's Des and Ace. It's good to hear them again together.
Thank you very much, Milos. It feels like it's a long time since I've stood here and said those words. I'm Des, this is Tim. And Tim, last time we saw these 2 teams coming together, as they said, was back in Berlin. And that was the last time that you and I actually stood together.
Very nearly. Yeah, exactly that. I mean, I'm very glad to be back, Des. You know, there's been a lot of jokes, a lot of said, you know, about, but I'm really glad to be stood back next to you.
Come on, mate. I'm really glad to have you back, mate, genuinely. Now,
there's just one more thing, though, Des, that we've not done.
You or me?
Maybe both of us, for old time's sake.
It's Siege time! Let's go! And that's how SI starts every single time. And what a game, as we said, to kick things off as well. Rogue, G2, Koi, G2. I will do that many times today and all of this week, I guarantee you. It's a classic matchup, right?
It is.
A little bit, I don't want to say I'm sad about it, because I'm not, but like, the whole rivalry, we heard it out of Leon as well. Him versus Citizen was always a big thing. But by the sounds of it, Doki's saying, look, rivals, we still want to be beating them. The undercurrents are still there.
The thing is, like, we come into SI and we always look forward to the international matchups. You know, we always love to see the cross-region play, but there is a lot to be said for these games as well, because these two teams, they know each other inside out. They've played each other a ton of times, and there is that I won't call it beef, but there's that will to
call it beef.
There's that will to win. You know, there's that desire to get one over on your regional rivals as well. So this is going to be big. Like we say, you know, there's the motivation for G2 getting knocked out at Berlin in the quarterfinals. Koi obviously went on to have a fantastic tournament. You know, the last live game that you and I cast together was Koi. It was this roster, and I think we all remember how that went for the Berlin final. It was, I think, fair to describe, Des, I'm going to use this one, seeing as I'm back, a humdinger. And I'm hoping for a bit more of it today.
For those who missed it, yeah, when Koi won, back then known as Rogue, won the Berlin final, we had 69 of 75 rounds played in that best-of-5 grand final. It was an absolute screamer. The quarterfinal between these two teams, a bit less so, with Koi stomping G2 2-0. But G2 are a team very much in transition, making changes, revising how they do things, and maybe here that tale will have a very different conclusion. We're into the map bans, and G2 are going to take away Flores to kick things off.
We'll get those operator bands running through. Koi will be taking our second attacker. Not too much of a surprise on the Flores. You know, very powerful at removing that utility. A lot of utility that's likely to be used here on Villa. You know, we've seen from G2 things like Alamai holding onto Master Bedroom with Zami. You know, if you've got the Flores able to just keep sending those Roteros in, it makes it much more difficult to do something like that. So, you know, maybe that's a little bit of an indicator of the style of play we're going to be seeing from G2. Maybe, you know, a little bit reliant on the utility, but no surprise to see, as I've mentioned it, as Army goes.
So we haven't seen too much filler from these two teams over the last year or so, but for Koi, Azami has been the most banned operator they've had. Banned three times by themselves and 2 against. Valkyrie, interestingly, normally the one that teams take away. But for those of you who have missed it, of course, Solus has come in. Very, very good defender at being able to inhibit the power of drones, for example. Just really oppressive as a defender to be able to bring along and disrupt the attacker's plans. So not at all surprised to see that one taken away. And I think Flores also makes a ton of sense, Tim. We can think of the number of times we've seen teams rolling through 4 of those drones to take out Shields, Malusi Banshees, ADSs that have been stacked up, especially on this site, so not all that surprised to see it. But one thing I am very surprised by, Tim, is looking in the bottom right corner of your screen. Benja, the new player, bringing out the cab. You know what that is, Tim? That's not an operator pick for the game itself, that's for the mental.
It really is. What a bit of spice to get thrown into round 1, and that's what I was hoping for, not just here at SI, but in this game. You know, as I say, two teams know each other very well, and just having to think outside of the box, having to bring something a little bit different, maybe feeling that risk is needed to get that great reward that they're going to be looking for pushing forward. So we are well and truly underway now, Des, here in Montreal for SI 2023. Here on the B stream, G2 versus Koi, and round 1 it is. Keep your eyes fixed firmly on Benja throughout this round is all I will say, and I hope that Koi have got their eyes on him as well, because otherwise it's gonna be a problem.
Well, Crying got close with his drones, but he was rolling around inside a kitchen rather than down in the basement, because the joke about basement on Villa is it's a black hole. No one goes down there. No one knows a call out for down there. That's pretty much guaranteed. So he could really do some damage. And sure enough, there he is. The little rat has already struck. I love it.
And it is going to be Crying that gets picked up now. Crying was on the knock. We know how powerful Crying can be on that operator, and was trying to work across that ground floor clearance. That gives a little bit of a problem now, potentially, for Koi. Not only have they got a Caveira somewhere on their flank, but they've no real way of shutting it down, especially when Doki comes in and doubles down with a kill onto Spoy. That leaves Koi on the back foot as he manages to find Kanto as well. Doki, one of those players, says, we've said it time after time, it can be a little bit famine or a feast, but he is tucking in round 1.
I love the mobility out of Doki as well, because often teams on defense here will hold hard, where Leon is now actually inside a trophy and statuary. But instead, he's playing in the hallway and netted himself a 3K in round 1. Doki's looking transformed so far. But again, the smart play of holding around 90, not looking to go too aggressive, just letting Koi step into him one after after another. Those have been 3 separate 1v1s he's taken. He's lost half his HP. This is about as good as it gets for G2 in round 1.
It's a fantastic start. If you're a Koi fan, do not fear. You know, we quite often see this, especially at the start of best of 3s. There is a long way to go and a lot of siege to be played yet. Deepak's going to pick himself up. A little cheap one off the balcony, finding the kill onto Doki, who thought he'd just go and have a look. In a 5v1, not the end of the world. And we know that Deepak's got that clutch ability. He's got that, you know, he's got that in his locker. But yeah. He's going to have to go a long way here. 1 minute and 4 kills to find. It's not looking likely. But to finish the point I was saying, you know, if you're a Koi supporter looking at this, we often see teams come in and have a little bit of a slow start map 1, and I don't think it's going to be the end of the world.
Absolutely not. I mean, looking at how things have gone, okay, you've been picked apart by Doki, who's had 3 separate 1v1s. It's the first round of the competition. There's a little bit of warming into it to do as well. So I don't fault them for this, but equally for G2, it's a promising sign where historically, they've looked a little bit scared, to be honest, against Koi. I think back to when they played on Bank in Stage 2 and even back in Stage 1, which was the last time the G2 beat Koi, all the way back in April of last year. I look back at it and just think G2 was scared. They were pulling back to site super early, but here they've held aggressive. They've ran the clock down as well. They've left Koi with 0 options, and it's going to be a nice, clean first round for G2.
Nice little pick-up for Alamau at the end there. Just has a little peek around the corner and finds his man, and that is a strong opening statement from G2 in Aviator Games. The irony there being that they were not playing any games with Koi, absolutely ripping them asunder in the first half of the round. Now, I don't think we're going to see any more Caveira picks coming out of Benja. He got his job done. It's one of those picks that you get away with it once, you don't get away with it twice. He's going to move on to the Warden. No surprise there. I think it's a smart pickup, you know, playing against that utility. Again, we don't have a Ying on board, for example, but your smokes, your flashes, you know, they can always be a big problem. Warden's just going to give that opportunity to avoid those issues. Nitro in hand as well, especially for a site that's downstairs. He's going to potentially play in combination with Alamau here. You're going to have Alamau on that heartbeat scanner, and the more Nitros you can have underneath, it just gives you that second, it's not the case here, but sometimes that third opportunity to find those vertical kills. But Alamau and Benja, I would expect to see them working together, at least in the first half of the round, to try and pick up 1 or 2 freebies with those explosives.
I just love this site. Living in Library, we don't get to see all that often, to be honest. Dining Kitchen and then normally Trophy Statue, the sites that teams head to. But a couple of teams over the last 18 months or so have tried some really cool stuff. Normally involving a vault hold here that you can see in the middle of your screen, but you will notice, as Easy is very kindly pointing out, there are no vertical holes in that floor at the moment, which means G2 aren't playing how most teams normally would. Instead, what they've gone for is a very open defense on the top floor with some angles coming through in towards Study. They've got Red Hallway exposed as well through the opening on site itself. So it looks more like they're looking to try and challenge the side of Koi as they come a little bit closer to site and play behind things like that C4. This mainly on the top floor is to waste time more than anything else.
Koi making reasonable progress here. They've got themselves into the top floor. Spoit is going to be just looking to support Kanto there. As I said, Alamau, he's underneath. He's feeding that information into them, and it's honestly not going to take much for him to take an opportunity onto the Nitro, and then all he'll do is move that information and try and get Benja involved as well. He needs to be careful here, though, Des, because Spoit's on the hunt, and they do not want to lose that heartbeat scanner so early in the round. It's gone, and a Nitro with it. Doki, he is there for the trade, leaving us in a 4v4. He gets himself a second, and Doki is going big on Villa. Is it going to be a third? Can he cook up a surprise? No, he's going to move himself away and live to fight another day.
This is what I mean, though. It's the small, isolated 1v1s. First and foremost, great trade play coming out from Doki to trade out Alamau. Now the problem is Koi keep on taking separate 1v1s, and that's 2 rounds in a row that Doki's found himself 3. This is looking unbelievable so far. Absolutely decimating Koi. But again, Tim, it feels self-inflicted. They keep on taking 1v1 after 1v1, and that is where Doki is in his elements. Can't even find the last, and it turns into an ace for Doki, the demon of the kitchen.
What a start for G2. Like you said,
Doki, 8 kills!
Exactly that. You know, you've got Koi, like you say, it's not really characteristic of them. You know, we usually see, for example, Deepak drawn in for...
1v1. There's a drone that is cautious.
This is what I mean.
Ryan comes in, another 1v1 breaks out, another 1v1 breaks out, and of course the final one versus Deepak is also a 1v1, but
it's not what we expect from Koi. You know, usually, I know it's generally on the defense, the example that I'm going to use, but the way that Deepak and Spite will work together, for example, Deepak will have the Echo drones ahead of him, he'll be feeding him the information. You know, they're usually working in tandem and as a team fantastically well. Somebody else will be out on the roam as well, you know, getting that information back. But on the clearance, there's just been absolutely nothing that Koi can do. They've been separated, they've been picked apart, and just, you know, it's been as easy as that for G2, and it's not a huge surprise to see that tactical pause coming in almost immediately for Koi.
I was just about to say, most teams you'll see, at the very minimum, they give it 3 rounds, 1 of each site, and then they'll have a conversation to sort things out. If they're taking a tactical timeout early on, that more suggests to me there's some real big strategical problem here or some communication issue in the team. And maybe I'm overlooking into things here, but I saw the Koi boys, I love that name from Fresh, by the way. I saw the Koi boys at breakfast and was like, I don't want to say they felt flat, but it was definitely very composed. They were listening to music. Normally, they're the jokers of the room, right? They're having a laugh with each other, poking a bit of fun at people. We saw that on Twitter when they were creating loads of content in the week leading up to this. But today felt a little more calm. And I almost want to see more of that energy coming out. That is when Koi are at their best, and I'm really hoping we're not going to see them defeated by some internal communication issues today, and that they do start bringing the fight out to G2.
Going to be heading into round 3, and Koi need to find something soon, I would suggest. They don't want this map to run away from them. You know, this could be a flip reverse of that quarter-final in Berlin. I don't want to get carried away too soon. You know, we've got plenty of Siege yet to play. But we've got to remember that Koi, as we said, pretty much ran over them in Berlin, beating G2 2-0. And right now, G2 are looking extremely good.
I love what Benja's done here. I think they shot the drone out because there were 3 that got killed during the drone phase there for Rogue. They had the one in the plant pot that saw him place the 2 Capcan traps on that study door. Once the round starts, he immediately removes both and rotates them off. So now it means Koi are going to have to likely re-drone that as well, realize they've been moved. And the one thing I always say about Capcan is he's not so much strong in the early round, if people are being unaware, of course, but it's more as the round goes by. You're just constantly having to check every door that you walk through. Alamau, the first one to go down in this round, same as the last. My only nervous point though, Tim, is Doki is still alive, and we've already seen what he can do across those first 2 rounds.
Spite managing to pick up that opener once again. It's good to see him going in there with confidence, information ahead of him, and getting those opening kills. That's exactly what Koi need from him. You know, we saw how talismanic his performances can be back in Germany, and they're going to need to repeat that sort of form, not just from Spite. The pressure's not all on him, but as a team as well. Now then, setting up nice crossfire here. I think Koi just thinking that they've got somebody caught in the middle here, but that's not the case at the minute, and Kanto needs to be careful here. He's going to get himself found, and by guess who? It's Doki once again.
It's just one of those again where for Koi, I don't know, the drones were starting to run low for a couple of seconds. No one was on them, and they had the wrong idea that someone was still trapped around mud. But they've moved away a long time ago, and Doki with a beautiful side swipe. Again, just feels like Koi are boxing shadows at this point. They might have found themselves a kill early on into Alamau, but outside of that, it feels a little bit fragmented.
I mean, at the moment, they've got Deepak elsewhere in the map. He's on the drones. He's trying to give the information, but he's not really part of it, Des. And I think there's a fine line. You know, we've complimented Deepak's drone play so much, but the way things are going for Koi at the minute, it's maybe not the place they need him. They need him inside of the map, able to pick up those trades, able to impact the deaths or the, you know, the movements of his team members around him. And it's just not happening for Koi at the minute.
No, it's not looking so good. I mean, Doki again, and the blind side.
Just free for Doki at the minute.
Kanto and Kryne have done that too in this round again. Well, not just 1v1s, but this time coming in blind, and Deepak is left trying to find whatever he can to pad out the KD, but it's not going to be the case as Doki yet again is now on 12 kills with a 4K in that round, Tim.
I don't necessarily want to be the one to say it, Des, but it's worth mentioning that Onigiri is playing over on Stream A and holds the map kill record for SI, 27 on Oregon. Doki's had, I think that's 12 now.
That's 12
in 3 rounds. I mean, you know, you extrapolate, he's not going to go at the same pace. It's not going to continue, but it's certainly doable. A bit of a comeback for Rogue. A few extra, sorry, for Koi, a few extra rounds thrown on there.
You've got to see the rounds drag out a bit more than this, because at the minute, Koi is walking in and the like fish in a barrel, quite ironically, according to the name. It's looking flat. And that last round, despite the tactical timeout after round 2, I haven't yet really seen a net improvement. Again, it was more 1v1s, if nothing else. Things went backwards because they were going in blind, even with 5 drones still on the field. And I guarantee you, Fresh is probably sat outside now, shaking his head, because when we saw the map bans come through, we predicted that actually the 2 maps they banned away after this one will be the ones that we saw, Bank and Oregon. Instead, they were banned away, and these 2 maps got picked. These are maps that G2 are pretty comfortable on, and Villa being one of them, neither team's particularly strong on it. I just feel it's a bit of a risk coming here when you know you've slapped them on Bank twice last year already.
As a fellow stat man, I can guarantee that Fresh is sat there thinking about those records just as much as I am at the minute and watching Doki closely. It's, as we say, that pace is unlikely to continue. There's been 3 kills across the rest of G2, and it's not for the want of trying. It's just because Doki's hoovering them all up at the minute. And look at the confidence that he's building into now.
I like Leon coming along, though, here on the Sens. I think if you're struggling to really get yourself through safely some areas of the map, if you don't have a drone, roll out a light screen. Let that be what blocks the vision for you. For those who aren't aware of what that gadget does, you roll out a nice little disc-shaped gadget, and it puts up a light screen behind it as it goes, bouncing off walls and surfaces along its merry way. So really good for either executing where you want to cut off certain angles, or for just trying to safely move through certain parts of the map. And the only thing I'm worried about is it feels a little bit desperate, like they're out of ideas and they've got to think of something different, and their go-to answer is that light screen.
Benja just looking to make a little challenge. I'm not going to say that he's been quiet. As I said, the entire G2 has been quiet apart from Doki, really, but it's because Doki's hoovering everything up. Benja, there we go, putting that vector to work. Manages to find the opener onto Spite, who has done well in the entry so far, but unable to there. Cryin does manage to find one for himself, leaving us in a 4v4. But my concerns remain about Koi getting themselves in and established in the building. It just seems to be a real difficulty for them so far.
Looking better, though, so far, as they have managed to hoover up a couple of kills on their way through. Leon is down low, but far from out. And Doki yet to have an impact in the round. I'm not saying it's really his fault at all, but we've yet to see him strike. And he has been the main barrier to the side of Koi and success in these rounds. For now, they're holding down, though. I'm watching that drone count slowly ticking down, but look at that cross angle being held. Alamau a little too confident. And truthfully, Tim, he's been picked off really early on in quite a few of these rounds now.
I'll repeat what I said at the beginning of round 1, and that is, if you're a Koi supporter, don't be too concerned. You know, quite often we see teams come in and just have a slightly slow start, and then round 4, round 5, they start waking up, and it feels like that's what we're getting from this roster now. They're managing to get themselves into this one, although Benja finds another. Doki on low health, though, as Bullets manage to find their target. 2v2, 45 seconds left to go. Koi have got all the time they need here. They just need to keep calm.
But it's Benja and Doki. These are the 2 that you want left in a 2 versus 2 situation, because they're both absolute gunners. Benja, of course, coming in as the new pickup from Heroic, one of the top fraggers that we had in EUL, 2 kills short of the kill 100 kill club. There's one for Doki going down, can't find the second, but they get the finish off anyway. It's a 1v1, experience versus youth. Who wins out between Cryin and Benja?
18 seconds left to go. Cryin thinking about getting that diffuser down. He's not going to stick it. He comes off. He knows that the push was there, and Cryin manages to find his man. Pops around the corner, and Koi take their first round to bring it back to 1-3.
Playing it brilliantly as well. Benja there trying to go real slow and not find himself caught out, but Koi just about ready. And no matter which way you paint it, Tim, it came down to a 1v1. It was super tight. Koi have finally got themselves on the board.
Doki, you've been fantastic so far, and it sounds hypercritical to pick up on anything he's done there. Going back for the confirm on the kill with the pistol, I'm not sure it was the play. It's easy to say now, he wants to get it done. And I've said this before, a lot of people often overlook the value of a down but not out teammate inside of the site in that situation, for example. You've got a free camera. It's a free camera whilst they're alive. So I completely understand why Doki's tried to finish that. I don't know if there's maybe a bit of a rush of blood to the head with 12 kills already, wanting more. It's one of them. If Doki keeps himself alive there is absolutely zero opportunity for Cryin to pick Alamau up realistically, because he knows if he goes for it, he's going to get taken out. Maybe Alamau can, the man can crawl back out into Study and can, you know, maybe be in a position to be picked up. But the time that wastes would have just been far too valuable for Koi in that situation. So That'd be my only criticism there. I think the round was actually probably winnable for G2 from that situation when Doki gets the down. But hey-ho, Koi take their first, and it's game on.
That's it, and I imagine a big sigh of relief coming out the Koi players after that round as well. Just knowing that, okay, we have got on the board now, boys, clearly it can work, and I say that as Benja comes out with a freebie C4 onto Kanso, who's 0-5, not found his way onto the kill feed just yet. The only player in the game alongside Blur that has the same, I suppose, accolade. I don't want to call it an accolade, because it's not really a good thing, but it's what they both currently hold. Benja yet again holding in the same position as well. If you remember last time round, he was playing on the Goyo, had a few Vector blasts and then backed away. Here, I imagine we would have seen the same, but instead rotates across in towards Arc Studio here, waiting on the window and sees Spoit, but can't quite finish off the other young gunner that recently joined the top level play.
It's difficult for Benja when he's being pushed like this. Don't, underestimate that. He's on the Roni. He's got 16 bullets in his mag each time. Taking multiple fights like that is not easy. He's really got to sort of hit and run, hit and run, hit and run. He's got to keep himself moving. He can't take fights against two or three players. Doki, he comes back and manages to get himself a great kill onto Leon. Nice headshot, leaving us in a 5 versus 3 and looking good for G2.
Tim, it's been half a round and we're only just poking around the south side of the map here for Koi. They still look,
I've said, they're struggling to get in the map.
Yeah, we are talking a lot about Koi, but I've got to give it to G2. Their map control has been excellent. Sure, they lose a couple of players early on. Sometimes Alamau mainly being the target of that statement, and you can see it reflected in the scoreboard. 4 deaths, almost the same as the rest of his team combined. But outside of that, just the pressure being exerted, Koi looks scared, and that's not a thing we often say about this roster.
No, like I say, particularly Deepek's been very, very quiet, and I know he does a lot of the intel work, and I'm not suggesting, that they can go without that, but they have to start putting a priority on getting into the map, getting some control, and starting to bully and push into sight. At the minute, there's not really been any difficulty for G2 in the majority of these rounds when it comes to the site-based players. Now then, Spoit, he's looking to push himself through Master Bedroom. He's got support of Deepek on the Wolf window as well. Is he going to find his man? The Mozzie is just inside of there, but Benja, he knows where Spoit's going to come from, and he doesn't need to peek this. He can just wait for his moment.
And that feels like what he's trying to do. Flash maybe coming in here as Spoit. They know that there's a player here, but they run into the one. There we go, a trade. That's the kind of thing you're looking for. You've still lost a man, mind you, and it still works out as a net win for G2. They can keep on playing this trade game and have zero concerns. And as the Goyo burns through, it's another C4 kill in the round. Doki's up to 15 and 2. Spoit should be able to get the trade back onto the other side at the very least. As he sprints in through the fire, will finish off one, but with 10 seconds on the clock, this is looking like another G2 round. Koi, quivering in their boots, unable to get themselves inside the map too quickly, are going to find themselves down 4 and 1.
No opportunity and no point. Spoit trying to run himself in through fire, smoke, everything else that was going on there. All he was likely to do was give Doki another kill from beyond the grave if he died out to that fire. So another strong round for G2. Going fantastically well so far. 4-1, a 5-1 half. Whilst it is on the defensive Villa, and we do expect defenders to, at least come away with an advantage on Villa, generally speaking. That has levelled out a lot over the last 12-18 months. But still, it's not wildly unusual, but 5-1 for G2 would be a fantastic start here. Just take a second in between rounds as well, because I don't think it's been mentioned yet. It's a real throwback for me, like visually and mentally, to see a G2 jersey on Fabian at an SI.
It's weird.
It really is, isn't it?
I saw him in the headset and I thought to myself, this would be the first time for Fabian stood there with the headset on talking to people.
It's great to see him back.
I tell you what, if Doki was like 0 and 7, he'd be like, get out that chair, kick him out there, sit down himself, pick up the mouse and keyboard, and he'd be blasting away, I'm sure. But at 15 and 3, what a start it's been for Doki.
And I feel like it's maybe what G2 needed. G2 didn't, and it didn't have to be Doki, it could have been anybody, but G2, what they didn't want here against Koi was to start getting embroiled in this, tight back and forth team play, coming down to 1v1s. I feel like, G2 and the stage 3 that they had coming in here, and that previous result against Koi at the Berlin Major in a, in a LAN environment, I feel like they needed somebody to just get it by the scruff of the neck. Benja, he's looking to get this round by the scruff of the neck. and he gets himself one, and away he goes again.
Why have they not learned from this? Benja has been hanging around the bottom of Red Corridor or around Art Studio every single round to slow down their entry to the building. And most teams, normally you catch them out once and then they slow things down. They get back on the drones. They start playing as a team. But here they've been a bit too keen to follow that drone in. I don't even know if it saw the player in time, but it's just a freebie onto Spoit. And so far, the youth player on the side of G2 is looking far stronger than the one on the other. Alamau yet again going down early. I don't know, like, I'm not trying to bash Alamau here because the team are doing great, but he has been the one that you've seen getting caught out in these kind of little weird solo peaks too early in the round, and it is biting. Maybe he's just desperate to keep up with Doki, but he's got some way to go.
I think that's maybe exactly what it is. He's just trying to sort of, you know, inject himself into the round in some way, you know, try and get himself into the game. Virtue managing to get himself one as well. That's Leon going down. Kanto does manage to push in here on the Finker LMG though. No, sorry, it's the Spear he's going to be pushing in with. Obviously the LMG dropping off in popularity after those nerfs. Kills coming back and forth though, but ultimately it's that man again. Doki steps around the corner, kills onto Deepak, and that is going to be another round for G2.
17 kills for Doki. He's got 10 to go, Tim. 10 to go.
Onagiri's sweating on the other stream and he doesn't know why.
The only thing is, that was obviously the defensive side for G2. I'm not going to write off and say, oh, they've only won 5-1 because it's defense. Absolutely not. They have bullied Koi.
Oh, no, two ways about
that first half. Sure, there's a couple of rounds that came a little bit closer, but... And again, I hate isolating individual players. I feel like I'm picking on people. But Kanto in that half, outside of the one kill, his whole role most rounds was pull down the EE1D scan, push in, hold an angle, die for it. Just had very, very little impact. I know Deepak's also in a similar position, but he was playing the hard support most rounds. He was the one left in the 1v4, so you somewhat forgive him there because everything else has already gone wrong for him to be left in that 1v4. Kanto, though, we have to see better. And I'm looking at him on the Jaeger here. I'm thinking back to old school Lanto Richetti. We've got to see him fly. He has to deliver for this team.
I think you're right. I think it's not just about Kanto. You know, they need everybody on the team to step up at this point because Koi have been quiet. There's no two ways about that. And the thing is, this could run away from them quickly here. This could be a 7-1. You know, if G2 come in and get this first attacking round, if somebody on Koi doesn't step up and take this by the scruff of the neck and start saying, no, you know, this is not how it's going down, it's going to be big trouble for them, and they need that answer to Doki. You know, they need that player to step up. I'm just not sure it's going to be Kanto this time around, I'll be honest.
It's part of the concern, and again, looking back to say like Berlin, in the final, he was unbelievable. Big game player.
Yep.
But when you look at him throughout the rest of the competition, it was mainly on the back of players like Spoit that we really saw flying up. We can't really afford to have that, not when the competition is as hot. There's so many big names that people are speaking about being potential winners. You can't have these off days or even off stages of the whole competition. We've got to see him fly.
Koi have now got their big weapon in play. They've got Deepak on the Echo. He's feeding the information on the defensive side into those players. So this is where the opportunities are going to need to come from. Crying, looking to push on towards main stairs there. Benja just working his way up on the knock. Manages to get himself established up at the top. That's good play from G2 because he can start moving in and hassle inside. He's got Doki on the cover as well. That's fantastic.
Look at the difference here, though. 1 minute 30 previously. Koi were barely inside the building. Here, they've shepherded most of Koi back in towards site, bar 1 or 2 players, and have got themselves inside a study. The pressure, the pace, everything is looking so much better for G2 until Leon hits a bit of a zinger all the way through onto Benja, takes out that study control, and now things may slow down ever so slightly. Deepak, uncharacteristically, losing one of those yokais that have been lurking around those main stairs for a bit too long.
G2 just stalling a little bit. They got themselves established at the top of main stairs, got into study, but that kill on to the second man, Benja, at the top of main stairs has really not helped them, but Spoit gives himself away there, moving through 90 elbow, and Alamau on that window does not have to think twice. Kanto working around map store, just trying to get something going, but the heat's going to come onto him soon. He manages to get his kill though, Des. Very important, just stopping that push coming in from the rear side. Kanto can probably play out the rest of the round from map store here, which shuts down that study push, and this could be the round for Koi unless they can move that Jaeger.
Yeah, I mean, G2 did a great job inside, what, 60, 70 seconds getting into position, but from there have been a little bit pushed back. They've lost a couple of players on their way through after Benja died in study. Virtue off on the flank, as you commented, also falling down. So in a 3 versus 3 and 30 seconds on the clock, you start to favour the side of Koi here on this defence, especially knowing that you've got big clutch players like Deepak still on the field.
This battle with Cantor that's going to happen in a minute could be the big one, and it could be a decisive factor. He's not been winning a lot of gunfights so far, so this is the point, but it looks like actually they're going to push him through games though here. But we've got Leon. He's just let down Prone. He gets himself one with the SMG. Barely fires more than a bullet, but Doki got him. Gets one, gets two. 9 seconds left to go, Des. They need to think about getting this case down, and Blur, he's there. He's ready. Deepak, he's going to have to do something. I don't think he's got a drone available to him, because otherwise surely he would be having a look and using it. The diffuser goes down, and it's now a 2v1, and the advantage was all there for G2. Des, where did they dig that round out from?
From Doki's backside, Tim. From Doki's backside. Pushes in and gets 2 kills, gets the man on site himself, but also the one that was sat on Map's door. Just, again, taking control of the site. And I think if you dial back even 20 seconds before that, I was saying it's a 3 versus 3. There's 30 seconds. They've got a C4 on side. They've got Deepak playing with the Yokais. Like, it looked lost to G2. But in games like this, you need that big player, the big game player that's going to step up. This game, it's been Doki, and on the other side, no one is anywhere to be seen for Koi. The highest number of kills we've got is 4. Doki, I believe, quick count, 4, 8, 10, 14. He has more kills than the entirety of Koi combined, with 2 left to spare. Unbelievable.
Absolutely flying at the minute. We're going to see Koi go back to Aviator Games once again. They obviously felt that it was close, and to be fair to them, it was reasonably. There was a real opportunity there with 25 seconds left to go for them to put this map on the board, but they just couldn't get it locked out. A couple of players unable to win their gunfights. Leon was a little bit unfortunate. He was in such a power position, and they didn't know that he was there. You know, if he wins out that second fight as Doki pushes in, then that is the round done, really. But Leon just unable to hit those shots, and you're going up against somebody who is red hot at the minute in the shape of Doki. So round number 8 we move into. This could be our final one on Villa, and what an explosive start it's been from G2.
Hasn't it? I mean, I'm glad as well, being honest. For G2, they've gone through, obviously, a number of iterations and changes where they had Prano, for example, didn't really work as an IGL. Post-Prano IGLing was a bit of a mess, so Citizen kind of became the IGL, but they didn't really have a complete team as he was often the lurk player. Now I was really excited coming into this because Benja is much more of a team player. Although he's playing on the Nook here, ironically being very by himself, he's being droned in. The teamwork is there, and that's what I've been excited to see. I didn't know if it was going to click in time for SI, but at least in game 1, it has. Doki, though, the true juggernaut of this game, has been taken out by Leon, and that should at least give Koi a little bit of renewed confidence.
Yeah, certainly a good start for them. It's obviously a kill that they could have done with last round, Leon onto Doki, but he makes amends and gets his revenge here. Now then, Benja's working through on the Not going to be picked up by Spoy. As easy as that. Beautiful long-range headshot there with the Ronin. Going to leave us in a 5v2 in favour of Koi, and you can see why they've come back to Aviator Games, playing with much more confidence this round and really controlling G2 a bit more.
Yeah, doing the very best to, I think, but my concern still, I know they're down to 3 versus 5, but you just know someone else has been chomping at the bit to get involved in these gunfights that Doki has been so selfishly stealing away. Time will tell to see if someone is going to be one of these last 3 players, or if Koi have got it about themselves to keep things going. We've got half the round still to play. And right now, at least 3 sat on site, 2 playing off site. Koi can start pulling things back together here and playing more for the trades. As with these numbers, that is absolutely the go-to game plan.
Leon very low health up at the top of main stairs, but Koi just sort of symboling that, you know, signifying that they don't want to be losing that position at the top of main stairs as the second man moves in and sort of almost relieves Leon of his position. He pushes round into 90 corridor instead, just playing around the bookshelves, and there's plenty of manpower there from Koi to prevent this push coming up. Alamau just chasing shadows at the minute. He's no idea what is going on around him. There's obviously not a lot of information feeding in there that's going to help him push up those main stairs.
The thing is, Tim, he's the one who's got 2 of the team's 3 drones still left alive as well. He should be the one really looking to try and move Virtue and Blur in. I know they're playing on the supportive roles, but this is probably the best time to change things around, especially now all your EE1Ds have gone down too, but it's been a little bit static. Alamau taken down, as does Blur. It's Virtue left all alive, and this feels very, very reminiscent of what we saw earlier when Deepak was left in a 1vx. He'll get nothing. It's a flawless round for Koi, but is it enough, Tim, knowing they've got to get 4 more rounds like this on the board?
I'm not sure it is, to be honest with you, Des. I think at this point, you know, if I'm Koi, I've used my tactical timeout. There's nothing that I can do really to impact on this map other than just play round to round and do the best you can. I think you know, I've got one eye on that second map, realistically, at this point. And the best thing that they can do here to help themselves with Clubhouse is to make sure that they get as many rounds as possible. You know, to try and get themselves back into it. The last thing they want to do is go mentally beaten up into that second map, you know, with the way that G2 are playing. So for me, if Koi can take this to overtime, then fantastic, brilliant for them. But do I think it's likely? Probably not. This is just about getting 4 or 5 rounds on the board and at least making G2 work for it.
Maybe I'm being a little bit cynical here as well, but that last round kind of told me this isn't going to be a clean, easy 2-0 stomp for G2. It might well be a real scrappy Clubhouse or a win to Koi, and we go all the way through to Theme Park for that last map. I only say that because look at the difference in G2 when Doki wasn't online. They were getting picked off here, there, and everywhere. They couldn't really win their gunfights. Everything just completely fell apart when he wasn't on the field. And I don't want to say it's all been just Doki. He's had drones, he's had support, for example. But looking back in those first 3 rounds, when you're walking away with 12 kills after 3 rounds, pretty fair to say you could chalk those off as one player doing all the heavy lifting, because that's exactly what it was. So I'm not trying to say that, you know, G2 are done for if Doki dies or there's no way back in. I just want to stress, let's not get too excited and say this is definitely over and done. If Doki has a quiet second map, it could be a very different conversation we're having.
The thing is as well, it's not, you know, we see this from support players a lot. It's not about just, you know, it's not looking and saying, oh, well, the other guys on G2 haven't been getting kills. They haven't been getting them because Doki's got 19 of them. But the problem is, it's not that they haven't been hitting their shots, it's that they've not been having the opportunity to keep themselves warm almost. And it happens to support players a lot, you know, and that's why I've got so much
experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've got so much respect for support players that win clutches, especially at late stages of games. Because, you know, at this level of play, a support player can go 4 or 5 rounds without ever seeing a gunfight. And then all of a sudden find themselves in a 1v3.
Against the hottest entry in the game.
And go and win it. And so I've got a lot of respect for it, and that's the position that G2 might find themselves in, that some of the players are actually a little bit cool because they're not really getting into those fights. But Alabama, he's going to find and win one. Manages to get himself an opening pick headshot onto Leon, but Deepak's there to get one of his own, taking Virtue down. That's the Ash off the board, and it leaves us in a 4v4.
Bit of an early C4 coming out there as well. No one actually inside the building. Doki and Blur both taking some chip damage, but here comes Benja with the backstab. Almost gets into a second, but no! Cryan shuts him down. Not quite the same as how round 1 went when it was Benja playing off on the Kavira, and it's Spoit to bring another one down. Looking much better here for Koi, but it's Doki. At this point, it's KD padding before the round comes to an end. And I say comes to an end, Tim. Only thing I'm unsure of is which way it goes. It's a 1 versus 2, but Doki is the player you want in this kind of position.
Well, he's got an age of time on the board as well. You know, a 1v3 definitely possible for him. No, he's going to have to overextend. I think he gets challenged from Master. That was my concern. No, Doki, you just went too soon. He dumps the Candela in, goes to the immediate peak, I think hoping that the defender might have turned into a corner, might have tried to move away from that gadget, but had he just left it to flash potentially, he might have got a different outcome. It was a great effort from Doki though, nonetheless, but we find ourselves 3-6 now.
Tim, I've realised it. Doki is actually Gigantobrain. We just didn't see it in the moment. What he's done there is collected every kill possible till there's 1 man left and then through the round. Because otherwise you can't keep him padding out his
Needs
KD.
more rounds.
That's it. Because now he's at 21, for example. He's like, guys, if I won that last round, I end up 21 and Oranigiri is safe in first place.
One thing I will say as a word of caution is, before coming into SI, our wonderful colleague and friend, Fresh. The confusion I had was whether to say his full name with it or not. I wasn't trying to remember who I was talking about. I'm not that.
No, you were. You looked lost to me, Tim. I saw that confusion on your face.
I was just wondering whether to put his name in there or not. But Fresh did a bingo card before he came in, and there was one square on it particularly that stood out to me. Straight away, top right corner, I believe it is. You'll have to go and check. But it's Ace and Des. Map 3 goes to overtime. I don't think we're going to get to map 3. I don't know if it specifies map 3 or not.
I think we will. I think we'll see a big bounce back.
If it's just Ace and Des map goes to overtime,
it's map 3, because I suggested it.
How hilarious would it be that it's the very first one that we...
No, because I think what he had for us was, originally he had in the middle of his board, so I remember I was in his stream, because I'm a good supporter like that. He had something like Ace and Des do a funny intro, and I was like, well, that's a given. So let's do something that isn't guaranteed, but is kind of likely. Map 3 overtime felt about right.
Yeah. And I think we may well see map 1 overtime at this rate. It wouldn't surprise me to see it from all 3 maps. However, Alamau manages to come in, get himself another opener. You know, we did question Alamau and some of his peaks earlier in the game, but certainly seems to be finding those entries now, managing to get Kanto taken down. That's the Oryx gone as well. Super mobile operator can obviously get up and down those hatches, always dangerous on the flank. Spoit takes a lot of damage, but along with Cryer manages to get a kill, and that leaves us now with a little swingaroo in terms of manpower, and it's going to be Koi with the advantage, 4 versus 3.
And you're seeing the confidence build because they've challenged so aggressively here, Koi. It's like watching G2 back in the first half. A couple of round wins has got that built up now, and yes, they're starting to unpick G2 kill after kill. Spoit, what a play coming out as well. Impacts the wall, goes for Doki, who sat on the other side and gets himself a kill. Turning into a bit of a Doki of himself now, moving up to 9 and 7, about to break double digits. And now for Virtue and Blur, it's a long way to the top in a 2v4.
Spoit's quietly doing some work here. If you have a look at his numbers, he's up to 9 kills and getting himself on the roam really has done him the world of good, starting to pick those up. And, you know, he's fighting through the pain, taking damage along the way, but doesn't mind whatsoever getting the job done. It's going to be a reasonably easy finish you would expect here for Koi, 4 versus 2. There's plenty of time on the clock for G2, but they're going to have to find themselves a couple of kills, and Blur and Virtue both been quiet so far this game, so it's certainly asking a task of them.
I love it, because Spoit here said, well, guys, look, we can afford to lose a man. I'm low health anyway. I can waste a bit of time by playing up on the top floor, and G2 have to hunt him down. They've probably burned about 30 seconds here, droning him out, seeing what's going on. He's burnt through a couple of drones as well. They've got, what, 3 still left available to use, with Virtue and Blur still having 1 in back pocket. It's looking pretty good. They've burnt through some time, but if G2 do lose this round, they'll be kicking themselves. They've got 2 C4s on side. They've got the Pulse. They should not be losing this round.
No, they shouldn't. And the thing there is, that's fantastic play from Spoit. He lost his fight, but it doesn't matter. He's just burnt 30 seconds of a minute 10 and left G2 really scratching for time here to get themselves in. And it's all going to come down to a little bit of a Hail Mary push at the end, I would imagine. Blur does have a look. He knows there's potentially somebody in Memo, but it's not going to matter because the crossfire's in place. Cryan manages to hit him from piano. And he likes the sound of that as Deepak manages to get that final kill. Koi bring us back to 4-6, and honestly, I can't believe that we're facing an overtime in our very first map of SI 2023.
Were we 6-1 or was it? No, it was 5-1. Was it 6-1? Yeah, it was 6-1. So it's a real hill to climb for Koi as well, but step by step, they are indeed climbing. Just a look there at some of the stats as well, in case you've been missing that on the side of the screen. Doki at 21-6, definitely slowed down the second half, kind of expected on the attack inside, and we clocked in that round. Spoit, I know his numbers aren't anywhere near as high as Doki, less than half where he currently is at, but you're seeing the impact starting to be felt by him as he builds confidence into the game.
Attack timeout going to be taken by G2. We can see Fabian very active behind the players there, you know, just trying to deliver his message, what he's seen, feed that in. Doki's just having some input as well there. G2, you know, they really need to, for me, get this 1-1 in this round. They don't want it going to 6-5 because then I just feel like we're testing their mental very, very early in, you know, in proceedings at that point. If you're going all the way to 6-5 and there's the opportunity for Koi to get it back to overtime after the start that G2 had, it's going to have a big impact on them.
Absolutely. Well, quick pause, and I think as we have a technical issue that Doki was resolving, in case you may have indeed seen on at the screen. So a little bit more of a breather for G2, who, yes, need to do a little bit of figuring out here. It's not like it's an impossible game to recover, but you are now seeing Koi building back up to that point that we said back in the first half. We were really surprised to see them not playing for trades, not really playing as a team, a little bit too quick off the mark sometimes as well, scared of G2. They have got back into things. Is it going to be enough? We'll find out.
We'll get this technical issue resolved as quickly as possible, of course, and I don't feel like this timing sort of suits Koi here. You know, they've just had some real momentum. They've just had the wind under the wings, so to speak, and been really pushing forward and got themselves back into it, and now all of a sudden you've got to sit and wait for 5 minutes whilst we get this issue resolved, and maybe it just gives G2 that time as well to, you know, steady the ship, so to speak, and get themselves prepared for what they need to do in this next round. Quite often when we see these extended pauses, if you just need that one round, the team will come back and get it because they've just had that little bit of time that they needed.
That's exactly it. A bit of a breather probably is good for both sides here, I think, as well. G2 feeling the pressure a little bit in the second half. Koi were building momentum. A chance just to make sure they maintain that moving forwards, keep the communication high, the energy high, like I mentioned earlier on. And we'll be able to get back into it in just a couple of minutes, I'm hearing.
Well, what a start. What a start that we have witnessed here. I was honestly a little bit concerned coming into the second half of Villa that it was just going to be a bit of a G2 run over, and that's never what we want to see, particularly not in our very first map on the B stream.
No.
SI 2023. We want to see this one going, all the way, as many rounds as we can get. Don't feel that we have to do as many as we did in that Berlin final, Kai, but plenty of them would be appreciated.
When you were saying like to go all the way, I was like, I and the fans do, just to hear you go, we're going all the way, Des, as you do.
Well, we'll have to see if it happens.
Best imitation of your accent I've ever done, by the way.
Terrible. Absolutely awful. Just like every other one.
You know what I've enjoyed over the last few days? I've had a few tweets, people being like, #LaserGates. The sad thing is, Rooney's not really a meta, so we're not going to hear it all that.
We don't get to see too much. We have seen Rooney. I'm pretty sure we've seen Rooney played in one round today. I think when
we had Mozzie and they had the Rooney.
No, I'm pretty sure I saw. I seem to recall seeing LaserGates on a window, study window, to be precise.
He said the thing, guys. He said LaserGates.
Well, we've got to get it in there somehow. If they're not going to play a Rooney, we're going to have a conversation about them not playing a Rooney. It's the only way we can do it.
I thought you were about to say about what? Sorry, Tim. But you said a Rooney. I was like, no, you meant to say LaserGates there.
I didn't.
You let me down a little bit.
We'll see. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of opportunities for our silly little lines to find their way onto the broadcasts.
It does tend to happen pretty regularly.
It does.
It's always something that comes through. We had a quick update there that Doki does need to reconnect. Don't worry, he is indeed still sat in the room itself. It does mean we're going to have to re-host the game, so give us a couple of minutes and then we should be able to get things back underway. The score was 6-4 in case you're tuning in, because one nice thing about this SI, Tim, is that we've slightly staggered our streams in case you missed it earlier on. So what we had was Stream A started at 10, we started at 10:15. The idea being, I imagine, I can't say I'm inside the heads of all our wonderful producers and the staff at Ubisoft who have put this together, but the idea is that when Map 1 finishes on the other stream, we're still playing. So you can come and watch the end of our match and then tune back in for Map 1 and keep on jumping back and forth, and it is beautiful.
Well, it gives a nice opportunity for our wonderful command centre as well to break everything down.
Very true.
Because obviously they've got to do the Stream A pre-game, then they've got to do the Stream B pre-game.
Everyone's a winner.
Game, and so this is it. No matter what you come to SI looking for, Des, we are delivering.
Like the postman, Tim, who didn't deliver my post this morning.
Always deliver.
It's been really fun. While I've been out here, I've been trying to negotiate delivery of 2 items. I feel like, I can't really describe it. Like, bless him, Ian Chambers is bringing in fact, the jacket, I might even think might be basically that, but as a jacket. Your shirt.
What, my shirt?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, I've seen, you did show me. It is very...
So can I borrow your shirt and wear that underneath the jacket?
Yeah, we did have a slight jacket issue, a slight wardrobe issue. I had a jacket that was delivered to my home yesterday. Obviously, I'm in Canada, so that's...
So it's not being brought out for this event?
Somewhat of an issue. Keep your eyes open, maybe see that one in future. But it will not be seen at SI, but don't you worry. I've got some wonderful choices as we get a little bit
where did you order it from, Tim?
Tournament. It was just... I think it was something that Fresh recommended.
Oh, was it? What did he recommend?
I don't recall. So we're just getting towards the end of the technical timeout. I think I can see in front of us that we are loading back in. We'll usually give it a second before we throw you back over there, because we just want to make sure that everything goes smoothly before we get too carried away. But don't worry, you won't miss a second of the action. So to remind anybody or to bring anybody up to speed who has come into the stream during that technical pause, we are currently 6-4 in favour of G2. G2 came out super strong. Doki's on an Doki's on a life game at the minute. He's absolutely flying. We'll get a reminder just how many kills, obviously, with loading back.
He was on 21.
That down. He was on 21. Kill record 27, of course, on Aguirre, on Oregon at a previous SI, setting that record. So 7 more kills from Doki. That's the magic number that you're looking for on his player card up there. Will get him the 1 map kill record. But more important than that, G2 were 6-1 up, and Koi have managed to win 3 on the bounce. Now they've got themselves onto the defense, going fantastically well, and it's going to be interesting to see what that little pause we've had just does to the momentum that they were carrying through this game.
Absolutely that. And for Koi, again, they're going back towards a comp that we saw them running. I think it was back in the very first round of their defensive half, where they have the Yokais on side from Deepet, they have the Valkyrie cams. I think it was Crying on it last time round. round, not Leon. But either way, just kind of like choosing who plays what there doesn't really matter. But also the Mozzie on side. So lots of potential information coming out of Koi. Didn't really see that too much from G2 when they were on the defensive side, but what I do like from that is they brought along the Jackal and the Nomad here. So really looking to try and lock down any cheekiness coming out of Koi. Clearly the conversation has been right. We are getting sideswiped here by players that we don't even know are in certain positions. I think back to Benja walking blind, for example, through Trophy and Statuary, and Spoit taking him out for free. So here it screams to me, we want more control, we want to play a little bit slower, a little bit better as a team, and that they believe is their path to win this one round they need to close things out.
Nade goes in, and it's just going to force the player out of concrete there, give a little bit of access potentially into Master Bedroom for G2 to get themselves inside of the map. Kantor's taken a ton of damage there as well, and has to fall back to Red Stairs, just going to keep him out of the fight a little bit. Deepek, as always, being cheeky with the Yokais. Doki manages to find Spoit, and that is not an ideal player to lose when you've got Kantor on low health as well. Deepak, with a little bit of fancy footwork, just manages to unknowingly move himself out of danger there. Doki unable to find anything from underneath, but it is looking good for G2. Great start.
What makes me a little bit nervous there is, as we said before, we had the technical timeout, was that Spoit was the one really starting to ramp into the game. He was only at 9-7. It was the highest for the team, but he was starting to have a really big impact in some of these rounds. And with him off the board, it's the same as when G2 lost Doki. As they have now, who is going to step in to fill the void? And with those two players offline, I'm really curious to see who comes up big for the Ida Tide here.
Leon just getting a little bit loosey-goosey at the top of main stairs there, drops himself down underneath, manages to find a Nitro kill onto Doki. And that is good for Koi. It just allows them to dig their heels in a little bit and just prevent G2 at least taking that south-sided map control. Deepak's going to be feeding the information in for the push that's currently coming through 90. Kantor with a beautiful kill from behind the shield, just using those little visual aids in the shield there to maximise his opportunity to get the kills, and it just takes him down to a 4 versus 3.
This is where that Flores ban from Koi is going to come in big as well. This is one of the most, common setups that we see for this site. You have to try and nade it, which means peeking in blind, which means Kanto can get freebies. Gets blasted out from below by the ITA! What a response from Alamau. Beautiful stuff.
I'm going to go so far as to say that's the only ITA kill that we see at SI 2023.
Very possibly. Cryin steps out and brings down Alamau, leaving Blur in a 1v3 who, like Deepek back in the first half, has been really quiet so far because his team have been the ones getting involved in everything. Should see himself finding himself getting taken down here as he steps in for the plants. Koi will hear that one from an absolute mile away, as out comes Deepek now looking to try and take the fight, and Blur has really sold himself short here. Surely sees the barrel of the gun, and Deepek's right in there with that supernova. Bam, bam, pop, and down goes Blur.
Smart play from Koi at the end of the round there, not giving anything for free to Blur. With 6-7 seconds left, you've got to be careful in those situations. It looks like they are all but won, but it can get difficult towards the end. So just managing to close that one out there. Well played from Koi, and that is going to take us potentially into overtime.
Well, just one more round. Yeah, Trophy and Statuary going to be the final battleground for regulation rounds in the game. I can't believe they've fought it back as well as they have. Like, I know we were saying early in the game, look, they're not playing for trades. It doesn't look like Koi. They look low energy. I said the same about them over breakfast as well. It feels a little bit more awake. Still calm and composed, but a little more like the Koi that we all know and love. For G2, even with that long timeout, they did try something different in the last round, bringing the Jackal and the Nomad forward. Still couldn't close things out, so now it's their turn to be the ones who fall into a little bit of despair, because I imagine going into overtime, Koi will be the ones starting on defense. As the ones who pick the map, they get to pick what side they start on in overtime, and no one, bar maybe a couple of APAC teams I can imagine, would choose to start attack on Villa.
10 seconds remaining.
Well then, here we go. Let's find out whether this is the end of things, if G2 can close this out and get themselves the win to begin with in map 1, or whether we're going to see a little bit more of Villa. Koi have been looking fantastic in the last couple of rounds. G2 just unable to crack the shell of their defense, unable to really get themselves established in there, and working towards those rounds win, or the 1 round win that they need. Okay, just open up the windows underneath, aware that there could be that roam presence. It's something that Koi have utilised so far, and they're going to be looking for a bit more joy from it.
You're hoping so. And joy is surely what they need. Kanto holding the cheeky little rat angle, hoping someone walks underneath the doorway, but not to be the case. It's crying on the Warden, holding off really far away from sight, which can often be risky, but the reason here you're playing the Warden out as slow as he is, of course, is you can negate all the flashes that come flying your way. There are only 3 in the back pockets of Alamar, and that's all that G2 have got, but it's Leon running out onto a Claymore, I think almost taken down there as well by Leon, but collects the kill before Leon can complete.
Big start for G2. They have to double down on this. We've seen them have the opener a couple of times in the last rounds. Round 11, round 10, both G2 opening kills. Round 9 as well, actually, stringing them together, but unable to secure rounds with the man advantage. And once again, they've got that opportunity now. Leon's been a tricky player for them to be against in the last few rounds, so getting him off the board is not a terrible start. Deepek gone as well, leaving us now 4 versus 3. G2 really trying to get the map control and use it here.
Here we go, stepping in there. And so the 4 versus 3, this should be all they need. And sure enough, Virtue's going to find Spoit as he steps out a little bit blind there. And it's Kanto and Crying to clutch up big. One comes out on the C4. The thing is, of Crying in these spots, I know he's the kind of player that can pull these big plays out. But against the 3 players, one of them being Benja, it might be too tall an order.
So
there it is.
Alamar is going to be holding that angle. Kanto manages to find Benja on the red stairs, though, shuts him down with a headshot. Leaves us now in a 2 versus 1, fighting his way back. 2 more kills for him to find. 1 minute left. Oh, but Alamar, it's going to be from the window, finds his man, closes it down, and G2, they take map 1.
It's one of those that we look at and say, what could have been for Koi, but G2 with a good, decisive last round. Keep things going. We'll throw to a quick break. When we come back, Clubhouse awaits.
But I think like we just first map, pressure a little bit.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back to the 6th Invitational. G2 versus Rogue. Koi, again, I'm going to keep on doing this. That was a bit of a slamming on the first map, it felt like, Tim. We were really sure at one point it was going to be 7-1 to G2. Koi did battle their way back in, but it's not prime time Koi that we're seeing today. So
no, it's not. I think there's certainly been a lot for them to take away from that. It's not all negative. They had a very good spell in the second half there. Really did push G2 to the limit. I said it before it happened. I wasn't sure that G2 would get that final round if it went 6-5, but they showed a bit of character, dug deep, and got it done. I think I maybe heard a snippet of when G2 were just finishing up at the end of the map there. I think somebody said, you know, a bit of first map pressure, and I think there was, yeah, there was a little bit of that going on for them. But no, overall looking pretty good. Obviously, Dorky having a fantastic game as well. We've got
well, you know, 21 kills. We came back in on, so he'd been 22. I don't know if he got a second or not.
No,
but
I'm not sure. He was
in the 20s.
Up there in the numbers. It was.
We did check. Single map kill record is 27. Best 3 kill record is 49.
Okay.
So he's approximately halfway there. He's got to have a stormer of a clubhouse without the game being over in 2 maps, and then get us through to theme park as the final one. But we spoke about this at the start. The map's a little bit unsure. I really thought we'd be going to bank here for Koi's pick, but it was Villa. Going into clubhouse, I expected Oregon, but no, it is going to be club. A map that old Rogue, current Koi don't know, but old Rogue, they liked playing it a lot, but it was good as a best of one kind of, it meets in the middle for both teams. It's a map that every team realistically should know how to play, as you always like saying, Tim.
Exactly that.
It's far from one of the golden maps for either team, but it is a classic. It's going to be interesting.
This is it. We should see very even performances out of both of them, at least. You know, we shouldn't see anybody struggling with what they're doing on this map, you know. Dorky's potentially going to be a factor here. You know, can he continue that?
You think?
I've said at the beginning, it can be feast or famine for Dorky. Can he continue that through into
14-0 or 0-14?
Or is it a struggle? If he doesn't come out with 20+ kills, is somebody else going to get them in his place? That's certainly a big thing to be watching for here on Clubhouse. By contrast, what do we need to see from Koi? We need to see better teamwork on attack. It has to happen. They need to be going in there, you know, as pairs, working together, not getting picked up in 1v1s as they were throughout their attacks on Villa.
I think personally, because Club is a little bit of a smaller map, it's a little bit more, I don't want to say linear, but it's more kind of like one-directional. This should be a little bit more simple for Koi to manage. They'll have more chance and execute, for example, which is where they can really shine, and hopefully shouldn't have too many nasty surprises waiting for them round each and every corner. So we are underway. Map number 2 here on the B stream of the very first day, the very first game at the 6th Invitational 2023. Most of you backing Koi here to win everything overall, but G2 so far giving themselves that wonderful 1-0 head start. Will that continue into a 2-0? We're about to find out, Tim.
Oh, I do love a bit of Clubhouse, I've got to say. It is one of the maps that I enjoy watching.
Love a club.
Love a bit of club. It's just one of those. I really, like I say, you know, you don't get, you know what you're going to get. It just comes down to, you know, a lot of the time, who's just better on the day, who's winning the gunfights. You know, we're unlikely to see anything too wild. Maybe we'll push it to a bar and stage. We know that G2, you know, like to bring the bar and stage occasionally. So that'll be about as crazy as it gets. But I think this is going to be a good second map. And in honesty, I'm leaning towards Koi for it, I think.
Oh, I'm hoping so. I'd love to see Theme Park as the third map, a map that we barely see these two teams really get a chance to play. In case you are wondering, no, things aren't broken. You aren't just staring at poll results for the sake of it. I think Spoit had a quick disconnect. He's getting himself back into the game before we get underway with the ban phase. In fact, I can see the lobby in front of me. The players are rejoining, so we're back underway momentarily. So for now, enjoy the wonderful little fly-through of Clubhouse and poll results on your screen.
Yeah, that's it. We get to see. It just
do you like Koi's logo, by the way? We haven't seen Koi, obviously, in Siege before. Do you like that logo?
Very nice, very nice.
When I first saw it, I thought it was like a grapefruit that's on fire. It looked like a bunch of grapes that's on fire.
Okay.
But I can't really tell what it's supposed to be.
I don't think it. I don't think it's
a bunch of grapes on fire, Tim.
I mean, I'd be leaning towards the like some sort of fish scales.
Yeah, I thought that as well, because Koi, but you know, they really could have gone for a big time like fish vibe, but obviously opted not to.
It's subtle fish vibe.
Is it? Well, like, kind of looks a little bit like scales. What fish do you know that's like bright purple?
I can't say as I do know a bright purple fish does.
That's exactly what
I can't say as my...
I've really rolled you there.
I can't say as my...
you thought you had me as well.
I can't say as my aquatic knowledge is necessarily where it needs to be.
Who do we know here that fishes? Does XR Troika fish?
Oh, yeah.
He looks like a fisherman.
Yeah, yeah, I think he does do.
He might know a purple fish.
He dabbles.
He dabbles. I know a pink one, salmon, but purple, no. Saying that, food yesterday.
Salmon's not really pink until you're eating it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Silver.
But yesterday, yeah, true. But when we were at dinner yesterday, we had like a tray of vegetables, and there was like purple broccoli.
There was.
And I was like, why?
I noticed that.
Someone, I think it was Rampy, who was like, this morning we had purple something. Why did we have something else was purple this morning? And he's like, how did they even get it purple? And we were like, food dye, bro. It's like, come on, mate, think about it. It really tickled me how he was like, how did you get purple carrots and purple broccoli? I was like, come on, man. Right, bans have rifled on through. Maverick, one of the hard breaches taken away. Not too surprising, given electrification of the walls is quite a big deal on this map, which is why the Kaid has also come through. We saw the Mirror also come out there alongside the Ying, something that we saw Koi trying to employ on that last map. G2 at points as well, so quite a popular pick for both teams removed off the table, Tim.
Yep, G2 going to be starting on the defense again. It certainly worked well for them on Villa. They had a 5-1 half. I will say, I will preface this by saying I'm talking about G2 historically here, and not obviously the current iteration of the roster. But if the current roster is going to see, you know, more success than the old one on Clubhouse, G2 need to be attacking well on Clubhouse. That was the big problem for G2 on Clubhouse, was the attacks. So first half, I would expect G2 to be able to settle in, and that might be perfect for them. They've already got map 1. If they can settle into this well and get themselves, you know, an advantage coming into that second half, they're then staring down the barrel of taking a 2-0 win. And let's not forget, we've got our updated point system at SR23. So anybody who maybe missed the pre-show earlier, you know, the confirmation of that is that 2-0 win in maps will get you 4 points. You know, that is a big start on day 1 if you can come in and take those full 4. A 2-1 win will get you 3 points. A 1-2 loss will get you 1 point, and a 0-2 loss will get you nothing. Nothing at all, Des.
Absolutely nothing at all. Here we go, though. G2 out on the roam early on. A couple of players hanging around this top floor. Doki and Virtue palling up here to hold down that second floor away from the members of Koi, who no doubt will be looking to try and force them away. They've also got those vertical holes that we've seen open up from Logi down in towards Kitchen. So if you do get a Habana, normally obviously Leon here, will be the one looking to get inside a kitchen or on the window and opening up that hatch. Now, that's where the game is forced on Koi to have to go and clear out the top floor, which is exactly why you've got spearheading this attack on the way forwards. Kanto as well, trying to open up a couple of angles, but they need to be dealing with these Kiba barriers that have been set up as well. I already think Azami on this map is going to be so oppressive, as when she first came out, we saw her use an awful lot on this map. And here we go. G2, they've got their kill, they're happy, they're back to site.
Yep, Doka is the man to get that opener, so it was a question that I asked before we came into this, was how is Doka going to fare? You know, is he going to continue on that hot streak, or is somebody else going to have to step up and find those kills? It's certainly not to say that he has continued just yet. He's only got 1, I'm not getting carried away, but he certainly does get himself an entry, and it's a big one. It leaves 1 minute 40 left for Koi, and as you quite rightly say, they are now going to be playing completely into a turtle defense downstairs. G2 happy to just keep themselves down here. They're going to be playing behind the information of Alamau. Didn't see too much success on the Pulse previously, but a slightly more sheltered position for him than last time he was playing it. Nitro going to be unsuccessful and not going to find the kill onto Kanto.
It was a nice attempt as well, as they managed to weave it up through the metal bars and then also through in towards bar, and 9 times out of 10 that will kill the sledge or the buck that's hanging around in that area. But Kanto, quite wise to it, stepped across to the side and was more than safe. So it's taken a couple of minutes, but finally Koi have got that first floor control and second floor control and can start thinking about the execute, because this is where I think they could be doing pretty well. They got picked apart on Villa by Doki out on the roam, causing them hassle in 1v1s. Here it's much more about the team game, and that is where Koi have really shone previously.
Alamau still feeding that information, got himself safely in behind the triple wall now, knows that there's one playing on the motor hatch, nothing doing on main stairs in terms of his scanner, but I think there may be one down there for Koi. But he's going to try and work his way in from blue stairs. He's going to play in behind a nade there, but look at all the utility that Koi are facing up to here. There's an absolute ton of it. There's Goyo canisters being detonated, there's smoke canisters going off left and right. Spike does manage to find a kill with his second nade. The kills rain in backwards and forwards, and all of a sudden we're in a 2v2 1v2 with 15 seconds. There's.
It looks a little bit ropey as well. 10 seconds left, but what a great kill out of Deepek. Blur's left all alone against the two moving in for the play, but he runs into the angle. We've seen that a few times across these two maps. Round one going the way of Koi.
I like what Koi did there. You know, it's something that I talk about when attacking Church and Arsenal quite often, and that was the multifaceted attack that they brought. They had pressure from Moto. They had pressure a little bit from Mainstairs. They had pressure coming in from Blue. It was difficult for G2 to actually be able to face the threat. They were just spinning round in circles, trying to challenge and fight fires wherever it was coming in from. So it was really well played from Koi there in those final 30 seconds, really using that time well to push forward and get themselves that opening rounds. That's going to lead us into the second round, which is going to be G2 defending once again down in Church and Arsenal. You're waving a fish at me, Des.
Yeah, our resident lumberjack.
Very multicoloured fish.
Yes. So Ollie, Mr. XR Troika, messaged me saying rats are purple. And I was like, oh, what's a rat? And I found a rose-veiled fairy rat fish, which is beautiful. It's like, it's yellow, it's green, purple, blue, a bit of red. It's like a rainbow fish. There you go. It's beautiful. So there you go.
5 seconds left before insertion.
There was something else that Easy just said to me that I missed the entire last half of because they sounded like words I didn't understand. But there's also apparently another purple
It's another
fish
purple
somewhere. We're learning a lot today. It's Aquatics with Des and Tim as we tell you about what fish
Who'd have thought it?
I love it.
Shall we go back to SI23?
Let's go back to SI23 and see how things are going in round two. All right then. Already dropping back down to site here. At least a couple of them are from G2. Doki still lurking around on this top floor, just forcing Koi to have to commit not just drones but also players up on that top floor. For now at least, no one is really looking to push in, but I guarantee you very soon they will be.
Going to get that jacuzzi wall opened with the Selma device, and that's just going to make Doki play a little bit deeper up on the top floor, gets himself into CCTV. Now then, nearly gets his man on garage door, but Doki not going to be blessed with an entry kill again just yet, but there's certainly going to be an opportunity for him as he continues the top floor roam with the Legion.
He got saw by a drone at the very last second as he stepped over as well. Classic siege timing moment there, really. But with that visibility they gained from it, it just told them all they need to know. Do not push into garage at this time. Now Doki's trying to get real cheeky, but Deepek was there ready and waiting with a little peeky on him, and Doki's going to be asking, why were you holding that angle? What were you really expecting? Well, Doki, the answer, my friend, was you.
Honestly, that's the sort of death that I take repeat. Every time I look at an angle like that, there's somebody just stood watching it.
The thing is, you know, if you're Deepek in that situation, you look away for half a second, you get peeked.
Yeah, I'm never getting that. You know, I could watch that angle for 3 minutes and nobody's going to poke the face into it. But Doki, unfortunately for him, did. And that leaves G2 in a 4 versus 5. And the problem that they've got there, Des, is last time around, if you remember, they got the entry kill. They were able to get themselves back to site and play 5 versus 4 from site. And they were unable to close out the round. This time, they've got the flip reverse, the 4 versus 5, they're back on site, 1 minute 10 left on the clock. Koi have shown us that they're more than capable of using that sort of time wisely, and I'd be concerned as a G2 fan here.
They're playing the denial game here as well onto this hatch, which means impacts come out, 2 more Excaros go on. Impacts come out, 2 more Excaros go on. And I think at this point G2 have realised it is a little bit of a futile endeavour. They didn't commit 6, just kept on rotating on 2, and they managed to get themselves control. A C4 coming out as well as Kanto steps through, managing to dodge these explosives pretty well so far across the first 2 rounds, but it feels like Koi once again have got themselves a bit of a squash coming in the last 30 seconds, and if last round's anything to go by, it's going to be explosive, Tim.
Once again, we see Spike raining the nades in. That's exactly the angle that he was using last time around, and G2 didn't have an answer to being encircled as they are once again. Spike looking to get aggressive, overly so though as he peeks with nade in hand, but manages to get one. G2, they can't let him get away with that. There's Deepek, manages to find Benja, and it's all going Koi's direction at the minute, but Virtue manages to shut Spike down, and that gives them a little bit of comfort that there's no push coming from Blue, but it's all up to Alamo. He's 1 versus 4, the diffuser's down, this round is done.
And they know it as well. That was just brilliant how Virtue got trapped inside of dirt by his own, well not his own, but his team's own Goyo canister, because it was either that having to stream through an open door where Spoit had the cross angle. So again, Koi coming out strong, at least here on Clubhouse in the first 2 rounds, and G2 still yet to find themselves on the board. That is so honestly frustrating. That's the kind of thing in ranked I'd be screaming, why the hell is he there? Why is he there?
And I'd be saying, to kill you.
Literally.
And that is exactly what Deepek did. Beautiful play from Koi. G2 there, just, I think, yeah, definitely move away from that side. I just don't feel like G2 were really very close on either of those rounds to holding on to it, to be honest. Koi showing really good mastery of attacking that side. As I say, you know, a full understanding of multiple angles, able to win gunfights, clearing the top floor up. Just all-round great play from Koi there on those attacks. Map control, it had everything. Let's see if they can bring the same facets to the attack here on CCTV and Cash. Interesting choice from G2. Obviously, we've seen a lot of the sort of pro play popularity for top floor site move over to gym and bedroom, but it is going to be CCTV Cash as the first choice for G2 this time.
Absolutely. This is normally a site that many would look at and say, teams are stepping away from this more and more, because it is very easy to direct execute onto this site. Commonly, you'll see them plant someone on West Window, for example, on site itself. They open up Beast Breach, they look for some smoke, some flashes, whatever kind of pressure they need, and they go in for a big push.
It's just so easy to open that wall now. We've got a bandit playing on there. He's going to try and trick it, but honestly, this shouldn't take more than a minute, really, for Koi to get this wall open, regardless of who's playing where. You know, they should be able to get it done. You've got the option of pocket EMPs now. They haven't brought any of them along, granted, but they do have the Thatcher. So, you know, it's... As the operator pool grows and we see those bans coming in elsewhere, we're going to see operators like Thatcher just more utilised. And this isn't really about what's going on behind the wall. This is Koi just waiting for the right moment to open it. They're trying to get in position elsewhere.
That's it.
They could have done it 30 seconds ago.
They're just waiting for the lineup here for Spoit to be in spot. They want to make sure there's nothing too crazy that's going to go on once they get started on this execute, because sure enough, they're thinking about it, but it's Spoit on the blind spray through. He's going to pick off Alamau. Got to be careful about the player that looked like he was in bedroom or gym to me that might try and go for a jump out. But here we go. Walls opened inside about 70 seconds, and now the round can proceed as normal, even without the Maverick.
So what Koi are going to try and achieve here is the next thing they need to do is clear off that player on catwalk. Once they do that, they've got a crossfire established from the breach across to Cash door, which basically prevents anybody moving beyond into the CCTV site. And then if they place somebody on the garage window, they can watch down towards red, and it creates a nice safe space to get that diffuser down. That's what they're going to be looking to create. And as soon as they've got that done, down goes the plant. And they are well on their way. The one thing stopping them at the minute, realistically, beautifully timed pre-placed nitro pull there from the Warden. But I was going to say the one thing stopping them was the man on catwalk. As that has been removed, it's all up to Blur, but very unlikely that he managed to find this. Gets one onto Cryan, but a lot of work to be done. Deepek's going to be getting that plant down, and I love this from Koi. Only 2 minutes in and the plant's going down. They have not messed around here, Des.
There's a chat list to be finished and completed. They almost have. There's one man left standing, and Blur's life is the last thing on their agenda in the post plant. Just making sure they're lined up here for a couple of crossfires. One on catwalk, one out on towards the platform, and one set on the diffuser itself. As you say, Tim, 2 minutes in, plant is going down. They know what needed to be done, and they absolutely did it. Just waiting here to try and go for the firefight, but they all explode at once. It's another great round from Koi. Wouldn't be shocked to see a G2 tactical timeout coming in here, as they failed to defend downstairs twice, and also the same on Cash. And sure enough, there's that timeout request coming through from G2.
The problem that G2 have got now, the really big problem that they've got is, or my concern for them at least, is, as I said previously, G2 historically have not been fantastic at attacking on Clubhouse this year. You know, yes, roster change, coach change, many things have happened, maybe that's different, but they need to prove that it's different. So all I can go on at the minute is saying I'm a little bit worried about G2 on the attack of Clubhouse, and they're taking an absolute beating at the minute on the defence.
Yep.
So it's not looking great for them. Koi have been fantastic. Koi have just shown us they're an absolute textbook attack onto CCTV and Cash, and the reason that a lot of teams have stopped playing there. You know, even with the Azami in garage, even with the ability to put up the Kiba barricades, it wasn't enough. As soon as that player was removed, that was it, round over. You know, normally you might plant in behind the server stack. That didn't happen. Deepek was able to plant on the breach. And the reason that he planted on the breach was the fact that they knew that they had red stairs clear. So as soon as you've got that, you don't even need to risk transferring across, you know, because they'd already burnt the pre-placed nitro of the Warden, you know, but in that situation, could there be somebody downstairs? You just don't need to risk the default spot. Just go in through breach, beautifully played. You know, I love what I'm seeing from Koi here on Clubhouse.
It's really good. Again, it's what I kind of theorised coming in, was because we're more focused on the executes here, and it is more of a checklist. You know, look, as a team, you have to achieve A, B, C, D, E, F, and then you can worry about executing. It keeps things a little more simple, whereas Villa, they've really kind of like recoiled away from the pressure the G2 are putting on and couldn't seem to rally things together to clear them out. Now, with that veil of Doki dropping, you know, again, 20+ kills on a map peeled away, you're seeing some of those difficulties for G2 where they're really struggling to get on the board here. Across them all, 6 kills. Virtue with the most of those, sat at 2. It has been a really slow start. And equally on the other side, you know, Kanto and Deepek, 2 of the quieter players on the last map, are also waking into it. That's the beauty of best of 3s, because if we came out away from this as a best of 1, we'd say, G2 look way better, Koi really flat. Here you're seeing a very different team and a very different occurrence taking place between the 2 teams on Clubhouse, which really draws that question. If we get to Theme Park, who wins?
Who wins indeed?
It's got to be an overtime, though, to decide, surely.
You know, in a best of 3, that I'd love it. I'd absolutely love it if we tick that box off on Fresh's bingo card on the absolute.
Very first possible game.
I'd love that. As I often say, Des, you know my theory when it comes to best of 3s. I think whoever takes the second map, if it goes to a third, takes a huge advantage into it, especially with the way that Koi are winning this at the minute. You know, G2 did come into things strong on Villa, but Koi absolutely answering back in fantastic fashion here. And honestly, the way this is going at the minute, it wouldn't surprise me to see 6-0 to Koi in this first half.
Yeah, with the way it is.
It really wouldn't.
Either you see a transformation now, because they've had the tactical timeout, they're back again on the most defensive-sided site, or it all crumbles.
You might also remember that I did say at the beginning of this, if Doki doesn't continue in the same vein that he did on Villa, who's going to pick the kills up? If nobody does, it could be a problem for G2. And that's exactly the position that we're in.
It's why I said I didn't want to undermine Doki's achievements on Villa, because it was absolutely incredible, but ironically, actually, it's very reminiscent of what happened between these 2 teams on Stage 1 last year. When I think back to Bank, for example, Citizen and Doki were picking up 3Ks and 4Ks for fun, though I personally felt Koi were the stronger team when it came to strategy, tactics, pace, for example. They just looked like the stronger team. Please. Please get out of my way. They managed to clear out a couple of bits of utility here as well. But again, it's just one of those where it looks very reminiscent from before. Are the old issues of G2 relying on hero plays going to be the same story here at SI? I'm really hoping not. If we do get to Theme Park, I hope it's a different team, and equally, when the sides swap, we see a very different G2 on attack.
I like the shield placement from the Ursa of Deepek there, just outside of Oil Pit, making it very difficult. He's going to be holding a long line of sight all the way to boxes inside of Arsenal, and it's just going to make it very difficult for anybody to try and push out or get aggressive onto Blue, and it'll support Spite in moving down those stairs if that's where Spite goes again. But Blur, he's going to manage to take the head off Leon there, and that's going to be a great start for G2. But Deepek once again, as I said, that line of sight there, this is why I loved it.
The thing is that he knew as well, surely the call must have come out, okay, Osler's sat on Oil, be careful, but then Blur's full sprinting his way back down. I'm not sure what he was expecting, but slowly, the slow crawl of death of Deepek moves forward, steps out past his shield here. I don't think anyone's expecting him as well to be trying to get aggressive like this. If he can get in and get a couple of kills, that's massive. Sees the head of a player, but doesn't quite finish him off. That's so unfortunate. As Spoit drops to the floor lifeless, it's an all-in 3v3, Tim.
Kanto manages to step in, finds himself a headshot, and this is all going in Koi's direction. 3 versus 2, Crying managing to get in the diffuser down as well. Doki, he's just running around trying to find anything, but all he's going to find is the pistol of Deepek, and that leaves us now with Alamo. He's fighting. It's 1v3. It's 1v2. It's 1v1. Alamo, surely not. He knows where his last man is. Switches to the pistol, but no Crying. Once again in the 1v1. We saw it on Villa. Now we see it on Clubhouse. He locks it out, and that is another round for Koi.
Was that?
I think. I don't know this.
What was he saying? He didn't say anything naughty. Surely not, Leon. No.
I wouldn't have thought.
I tell you what, though, Crying's collecting dog tags. 2 1v1 so far found in the series, and with absolute confidence as well. Looking incredible. Goes to show again, it ain't all about the youth. Sometimes it's about the experience. And Crying is showing it in absolute spades. 4-0 to Koi. Not the kind of scoreline you'd expect to walk into after that performance on Villa from G2.
Not at all, not at all. This has been a ridiculous swing of momentum at this point. G2, I'm going to go to gym and bedroom for the first time here. It's no surprise. It's basically, you know, where can we go? We haven't won anywhere else. It wouldn't surprise me if Koi get the win here. In round 5, it wouldn't surprise me to see a bar stage getting thrown in all honesty, because at this point it feels like G2 are just sort of rolling the dice a little bit of, you know, what can we try and get to work with. What we've done so far hasn't worked, so
They're throwing the naughty word that Leon said at the wall and realizing that nothing is actually sticking is the issue. I want to say there's work to do, but even I'm a bit stumped here as to what they can do because they've already had the tactical timeout. It hasn't worked for them by quite some mile. No, it came down to a 1v1, but Koi were in control there throughout the vast majority of that round. So Fabian can no longer have his input, can offer no more words of sage wisdom that I'm sure he has. It's on the boys to figure their way out of this one by themselves, something that they have struggled with historically.
Leon on the thermite is going to be heading over to the far side of the map, likely going to be opening Jacuzzi wall, but look at this angle, just playing through the bars onto the main stairs there, and that's something that G2 have been caught out with a couple of times so far here on Clubhouse, has been getting hit in rotations, so needing to be careful there. Spoit knows that there's a man at the main door, he's continuing the challenge, he sees the long angle, absolutely beautiful, he had Benja on the run with his tail between his legs, and he finds a beautiful shot to get himself an opener.
I mean, some might say, why aren't you tucking in to challenge that angle? The thing is, you know, if you hold still, Koi are getting a drone on you, you are going nowhere. There's a drone coming your way, there's flashes, you're guaranteed to die. So I don't blame Benja for trying to run. The problem is there were just so many walls opened up, and Spoit had the smarts on that situation to realize where he was going to run to pick up a freebie. A bit of a mistake on their side, and also the second time I can think of in this series where Benja has been caught completely blindsided by Spoit.
The round continues as we've got Blur just trying to hover around the main stairs door inside of sight, but you just feel again like G2, they just don't have, for me as here on Clubhouse, G2 have never had any command of any of the rounds.
No presence, really.
They've just been sat waiting. They've just been sat waiting for where are Koi going to bring the gunfights from? Where do we need to challenge? And that's been part of the problem. And I know it can be difficult to take that sort of onus on defence to, you know, be the one that's sort of dictating things. But it's your setup, it's your play, and you've got to find a way to make the attackers play your game.
Okay, so holding still, holding fire, just waiting to see what the next game plan is coming out of Koi's. But down towards that last 45 seconds, the one thing I will say, Tim, is outside of the Cash CC round, the first one that we saw in round 3, it has come down to the wire in the last 30 seconds, and Blur just blast crying off the roof. That's the kind of kill that you want into a 4v4 in the last 35 seconds of the round stepping into play. It's all going to come down to Koi and what fights they can take.
Leon, he's searching, he's seeking, he sees the Frost, Smart manages to shoot it out, but it's Deepak and Spoit that are doing the work, and that leaves us now in a 2 versus 4, and things are going from bad to worse for G2 right now. Doki's going to hold his angle on the logistics hatch. I think he knows that the drop might be coming, but no, they move away, and it's as easy as that for Spoit as he swings around the corner and finds his man, and it's all up to Alamau in the spot that we see so often populated by Shaiko, and he's managing to get his kills raining in as well, but this is great from Koi, just forcing him to move into sight. Spoit, he knows where he's coming from. Beautiful headshot. He's up out of his seat. And this is a different Koi to the one that we saw in the first few rounds of Villa. Their confidence is back. They are up and fighting. And they are 5-0 against G2.
So, you guys can't see this because the replays are on screen, but Spoit was just in chat. All like one line per word. How do you lose that? There it is. Beautiful. Wonderful question to ask, as Spoit is starting to again rev it up here into 4th gear, really starting to fly in the game at 8-3. Sure, it might have taken him a bit of a half of Villa to really find his feet, but now that he's there, he's swinging.
Look at that rip bar on stage. Imagine that. It's almost as if I've watched this before.
It's a bit of a panic. I think they've tried the 2 primary sites they wanted to play. They've tried downstairs, they've tried Cash and CC, they've tried upstairs in gym and bedroom. Now the only thing left to do is bar on stage. And the thing is, Tim, we've seen really intricate defenses of this fight. I think back to when Doki was playing on Na'Vi, for example. They had some really cool defense at this site involving Doki playing downstairs in basement and chucking C4s up through the hatch. But I can't ignore that this was the site where Koi won the Berlin Major. When they played against FaZe, this was the exact site where everything ended. Sure, Koi were on the defensive side, but they are going to be no slouches when it comes to this site. They know what's got to go down. This should be, like you said, Tim, that 6-0 half they're looking for.
Certainly should be. I can't see any way at the minute that G2 snatch around here, if I'm honest. They're going to be trying to hold on to the top floor, of course, but we've seen Koi attack both CCTV and Cash and Gym and Bedroom very well both times, able to get the wins there. So really, I just don't see G2 holding on to this, and neither does Spoit as he manages to continue his reign of terror that he ended the last round with. He opens it up and and gets the kill onto Doki, leaving us in a 5 versus 4 within 30 seconds. G2, they've got to be hitting panic buttons at the minute.
Ever since Doki played back in the ESL Prem for M&M, back when they first joined Siege, I always said about him, he's either 14-0 or 0-14. We've had 14-0 Doki, not quite those exact numbers, but loosely associated. This map we're seeing the other Doki. In fact, we're seeing the whole other side of G2, where again, without him showing up, they're crumbling a little bit at the seams. And the thing is, it's the first game of SI. Don't write them off. You'll see a very different G2 coming across in potentially the next map or even the coming days. But it is a bit concerning that without Doki shining, they're really seeing some of the weak points about them.
Certainly are. I think part of the interesting thing to remember is obviously with the new point system, you know, it doesn't look like anybody's going to be getting a 2-0. So that keeps the group a bit tighter. You know, we're going to be on those reduced points. Now then, Leon managed to get himself another. That's his second kill in the round. Kanto manages to find Alamau, and this is 6-0 all day long. There is no way for me that Blur manages to overcome this. You know, we know he's got that clutch factor. I remember it back in EUL.
Oh, Consulate? Oh, mate, what a
absolutely
game.
Beautiful, but he just hasn't shown that sort of ability recently. And in a 1v4, this is a matter of time until Koi track him down and get this kill.
There we go. Easy peasy for Spoit again. It was just hunter, killer across that half. 6-0 for Koi. The teams so far dominating each other on their opponent's map pick, which does suggest that Theme Park is the one to come through. And that in itself is really exciting because I thought Koi would insta-ban that map. They haven't played it. It's completely off their record. For them to then bring it out against G2, who are a team that do play it, it's, I'm not going to say nerve-wracking, but exciting.
Might be time for Koi to get the bathrobes back out, Des. Certainly get their feet up and have a little bit of a relax. You know, with the way things are going here on Clubhouse at the minute, you've got to say, are G2 going to come back with a 6-0 attacking half? I've already raised questions of G2's prior attacks on this map historically. You know, there's no reason why that should carry true into this one, you know, with the changes to the roster, but I just don't see G2 coming back with a 6-0 half. Koi are going to pick one of these rounds up, whether it's the first or the last. It won't really matter to them. But Solis coming along and being the first time that we've seen her. I'm not sure about the other stream. I won't say unilaterally that it's
they saw Grim, and Grim got their first kill.
Grim, I believe, yes. I won't say unilaterally it's the first time we've seen Solis at SI 2023.
Look at this.
It certainly is the first time on the B stream, and I'll be honest, I don't think it will be the last. We're going to be seeing plenty of this operator.
No, and what I love is it plays so well into Koi's style. Again, looking back at Villa, what they were playing was things like they had the Valkyrie, they had the Echo, they had the Mozzie. Two main primary intel gathering operators and then a more supporting one. That's exactly what Solus is looking to do here. You saw it then for a second. Beautiful capture by Easy as well, our observer. Seeing them spotting out the drone, instantly getting the Mozzie in, it being captured out. And this is why Solus is so oppressive. You cannot have drones inside the building. It's impossible for the attackers to get anything without losing those drones, and you don't want to sacrifice too many. They're already down 3, for example, and I only expect that count to go up as the round goes by.
You've got to be pressuring Solus. You know, that's 100%. The reality, so that she can't be playing that role. Now, also worth noting, Solus very powerful for the plant denial as well. Can't use a weapon whilst the scanner is equipped, but can use the impact nade, so can play from underneath and do damage and disrupt that plant as well. Now then, a good start for G2. 2 quick kills coming in and leaving them in a 5 versus 3. Alamau doesn't want to overcommit here. It's something that we've picked up on a couple of times in Villa. A few peaks that maybe he stayed a second or two to
look at the aggression.
Leon. He manages to get one onto Benja. Alamau's low health, and Koi have managed to get themselves a little toehold.
So cheeky there. They must have known that they were chasing after the player that was being a little bit disruptive on the upstairs, and Leon just bites. Manages to find Benja. Doesn't finish off Alamau, mind you, but Alamau is down to a slither of HP. You can blow on him and he'd fall over at this point. He's not too long for this world, but what he can do with a headshot, though, that's what you've got to be terrified of.
Deepak going to take a lot of damage down inside a site, and you've still got to say that this is a round that should be going to G2 as the kills come in. It will do. Doki manages to find one. Alamau with a double, and that is going to be a big round for G2. It gets them on the path at least. I'm not even going to start saying that they may well come back into this. I still think that Koi will find a defensive round somewhere and fairly quickly, but we said that about Villa, if we remember. It was 6-1 on Villa, and Koi fought their way all the way back to 6-5. So there is the opportunity for G2.
Bar and Stage going to be the next site that we head into. I mentioned just a couple of rounds ago, Tim, That is where the Berlin Major was won, all the way through to the very last round of the very last map of that best-of-5 grand final. It's where they claimed their first title. So here, it feels like a pretty good site going into. You're going to have fond memories here if you're a player on the side of Koi. We'll see if G2 can crack that egg wide open. Again, players like Doki got a lot of experience with defensive setups on this site, and no doubt they'll have studied back quite intensively exactly how Koi play it. The Yokais once again coming out from Deepek.
And we know how powerful a combination this can be.
Terrifying.
We're going to be put straight out into the strip side of the map. So again, just going to prevent any push coming in there. There is the option sometimes for the attackers to get themselves established in strip and get the wall opened up through into sort of pool table area, and then move through into site, get those long angles, and do everything they can to pressure site directly. But more often than not, the attackers will take the alternative, which is upstairs, get themselves established in cache CCTV. Construction particularly being the important part, because they need to lock down that hatch. Once they've got control of the hatch, they can start then thinking about getting a plant onto the stage.
Benji putting a little bit of pressure in upstairs. That phantom pressure I always speak about. Just blowing out one of those barricades makes you think, okay, maybe there's someone that can peek in through those spots, and you have to be so careful. That's exactly why Kanto's got a shield up on the bed here as well, looking to play behind the mattress too, just to keep himself less exposed to those certain angles. One Yokai gone, by the way.
One Yokai down can be very valuable. Doki's just going to wait for the effects of that stun to wear off before he continues pushing through. We're going to see Koi actually really dipping back here. Benja manages to get the kill onto Leon, and that leaves everybody from Koi upstairs at the moment. It's not the end of the world. They can defend the site from up there, but they've been pushed out of construction as well. So this is good from G2.
Another one coming in as well. Yeah, I mean, poor Leon painted the whole picture of Benja, but not actually the man himself. Drew his outline into the sky and found himself taken out pretty quick. G2 though taking a lot of chip damage, but they're the ones still collecting the kills until two more come back through. Deepet looking big so far, gets shut down by Benja on the outside on a slither of HP. Spoit, the last one left alive against three. Is this the moment where he really shines to wins the map for his team? We're about to find out.
He had those moments in Berlin, and they're going to need a few more from him here if they want to get this done here and now. Unlikely, as G2 know exactly where he is. Benja stood waiting, says thank you very much for taking the barricade down for me. We'll get that final kill, and it's good to see that G2, you know, I'm looking at them as a team there, and I don't feel like this, you know, Alamo's still laughing in the middle, and it doesn't feel like they're too beaten up by it. It feels like they're at least sort of positive about what's going on at the minute. 2-6, Koi now on, I won't say on the ropes, but certainly, you know, they've got to a point where they've thought, we need to have a little pause here, because all we need is one round, but they've seen already how difficult that one round can be to get.
Massively. I mean, look at G2 as well on the previous map when they made use of it too. Look, got a little bit sweaty at points, but that little pause in the action, the break of momentum was good. And I imagine for Koi, it's very much the same. Okay, what's going wrong? Where are we losing these gunfights? Where's the miscommunication and teamwork not coming together? But by the same token, it's two birds with one stone. You're kind of slowing G2 down. You're killing off that momentum, breaking them out of the headspace for 45 to 60 seconds before you get back into things. Koi know it's just one round. There are 4 to go. They'll find a way through, whether by hook or by crook. But it does start to build in the back of your mind, Tim. What if?
That's it. That's the one question. What if? What if this is the start of it? What if this is, you know, us going to overtime on Clubhouse and having to, you know, go through that process and think about exactly how that works out? Gym is going to be the site of choice for Koi as they try to get this one locked down. And the problem for them is that it is the mental game, and it's every round that they don't win, the next one becomes more difficult because, you know, they start feeling that lead slipping away, and 6-4, 6-5, you know, it really starts to grind you down. We'll see whether they can hold on to the top floor. We've seen Church and Arsenal, we've seen Bar and Stage so far. We haven't seen any attempt at the top floor. They're going to need to do very similar to what they tried to do last time around. They're going to need to try and keep hold of CCTV and cache for as long as possible, for example. Top of red stairs. They just weren't able to do it. G2 went in, just bullied them away. We saw, you know, the move on mast out through construction. The kills came in. So G2, just more of the same, really.
If you are, by the way, excited about Stream A, but you want to watch the game back later, then cover your ears now, as that game has just concluded. W7M 2-0 over Elevate. Bit of a speed run, dare I say, Tim, to get things started over on the A stream.
Yeah, I think, you know, I won't say that it was expected. We know that Elevate have...
Let's be honest, it was.
It was,
every single man and his dog is saying this is W7M's event. Everyone believes they're the ones to win the whole thing.
Very much seems like it's theirs to lose.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, Elevate, you know, they've got international pedigree. We know that they're capable of upsets, but there isn't going to be one in that first game. But what I will promise you is keep watching. There will be upsets today. First day of group stage at Six Invitational always ends up with somebody going wild, and you get those, you know, those shock results, and you get groups that just get thrown on the heads a little bit.
That's exactly it. We love the groups though, Tim, because that's exactly why they're so exciting. It's just upset after upset. Now, this is a bit of an upset for Spoiters. He's been dived straight in on Doki's brought him down already. Bit of a 1-for-1 early on as Kanto gets tagged down. Deepek's down too. They're falling like flies, Tim. Leon is the last one left standing. What on earth has happened there? We'll be able to get Deepek back on his feet. It brings us into a 2 versus 3, but it's still advantage G2.
Kanto not in a position to be collected, so it does leave us cemented at 3v2, and the advantage is all with G2, not just in terms of manpower, but in terms of time as well. They've got half of the round left to go. Ben just stood on the windows. He knows he can play there for the entire round. Nobody now is going to push on a flank into CCTV, you know, to make it risky for him to stay in that position, and so he can just play it out there and command the balcony all day long.
No C4, of course, available for Deepek here, so going to be very much relying on their own gun skill. The Flourish is doing a little bit of work to clear out one of those frost mats as yet another one comes in. And what I like from G2 here is it's all composure. They've got no drones left, that's worth noting, but they have made sure the utility has been expended. They've got themselves set up in the right spot because they had a good 90 seconds left on the clock when this whole passage of play started. Still so much time on the clock for them to make work of. No need to rush or panic.
Leon just moving around inside of sight at the minute, trying to basically burn time at this point, keep himself safe for as long as possible. Deepek with a nice nitro kill. They might just be able to fight this back here. They're in a 2v2 and they know where they're both pushing from now. Leon's just going to hold his position. He manages to get the down. It's 2v1. Surely Koi don't fight this back from a 2v4, Des. He's just now in a 1v1. It's Blur. He's low health. He's going to take the opportunity to pick his man up, and that could be the play. It's Alamau who finds the kill, and that hard swings back and forward.
Down on the deck, freshly revived, pistol out. I am. Too easy, a bit of last stand action going on there for Alimau, who keeps this rolling over for G2. So, at 6 and 3, no more timeouts available. Koi have already had their opportunity. This suddenly feels like it might not be as easy and a fair for Koi as they expected, Tim.
I might have to eat my words. I came in saying, you know, do I see G2 taking a 6-0 half? And I did not. And honestly, I still don't. I think there's still going to be an opportunity for Koi to close this out. But G2 certainly have found themselves a resurgence. For me, this is the round, Des. This is the one. Number 10. It's 6-3. Koi are back down to Church and Arsenal. We know that it's one of the strongest sites on the map. If they're going to hold it down anywhere, you feel like it should be that downstairs. G2 are going well so far. If they get this round and it goes 6-4, then it's game on. In Koi's mind, then, the lead has been lost at that point. You know, you're only 2 points away from overtime. So for me, this is the round.
The round.
It is. This is the big one.
It's the turning point. Time will tell. Once again, Roam coming out here for Koi. I think it's Spoit and Kanto that we've got playing out on the top floor. That Solo's returning in once again. Very useful previously to help them catch things out with the Mozzie to get those pests down for free on towards certain drones and picked off. But it's been a pretty quiet start. As you can see, only one drone gone for the side of G2. Forced to keep them outside of the map because of the presence of that Solo. Just again showing how impactful that operator can be.
Virtue going to try and play on a real long angle here, see if he can catch anybody out, just moving through the cash door. At the minute, he's not going to be able to find his target. He's still going to hold on to that for a little while. Spike getting aggressive onto the gym window there. Koi certainly trying to play with a heavy top floor presence here. He's likely going to know that Blur's going to be taking the wall out. He did see him move past through the drone hole, and Blur straight onto the drones to get that information. It's too easy. It is too easy for Doki. He goes in with the pistol. It's all pistols for G2 at the minute. And the last kill of the last round, the first kill of this one. Doki, he knows there's a second on his side. He's trying to challenge, and he's sticking with it. Alamau manages to get canted. Doki with a second on the pistol onto Spite.
He's just starting on kids at this point, isn't he? Quite literally as well. Moving himself up to 6 kills on the map. It's not quite as bigger performances we saw back on Villa, but it's getting the results. And this time around, it's a reverse blind fire. It was Cryin who was caught out blind earlier on, but they've managed to get themselves one. They've put down Blur as well, finished off. Leon being pushed here has got to be ready for the swing. And in it comes. 2 quick kills for G2. Up to 6 and 4 we go.
As I said, to me now, the lead has been lost. 6-0, you know, only 2 rounds away. You know, you're talking about a completely normal scoreline here. Not only that, but if you're Koi, you've tried Church, you've tried Bar, you've tried Jim, where do you go? You know, they're obviously not keen for CCTV cash because they didn't go there last round. They went back down to Church and Arsenal. So right now, I just feel like they're really beaten up and on the ropes, particularly mentally. You know, I said that it was very unlikely that we were looking at a 2-0 win, but that's looking like a real possibility for G2 now.
It's looking a bit ropey. And the thing is, Tim, it's almost reminiscent of Villa. It's like we've gone kind of full circle back to the first half of Villa, where Bakoy, they're getting caught out a lot. That's what's kind of frustrating at the moment, is again, not being aware of where they're being pushed from, not respecting potential angles, or just being in the right spot that they have to sprint through those angles, knowing full well they could lose their life. It was Cryin in the previous round, now at 2 and 8. Hasn't been a great map for him, but they're struggling to really make anything happen. And this must be where you really start to feel nervous as Koi. If you haven't already been, you lost the last map. It looks like we might be here. Also, I hear A streamer with us, Tim. So hello, those of you who have just tuned in with us. We had a 6-0 half for Koi, in case you missed those lines a few moments ago. They were 6-0 up after their attack in half. G2, we thought, had no way of being able to bring things back, but they've got 4 rounds on the bounce. Koi have barely come close, so it feels like overtime could be on the way.
As if you would expect anything less from Des and I. Welcome everybody on the Airstream. Pleasure to have you with us, of course. Now then, let's see how we go in round 11. I said that I thought that round 10 was particularly important for G2, and it's one even more so in a position of being game on. Blur's going to open that construction wall. They're attacking onto Gym and Bedroom, and again, the thing is, for me, G2 feel like they're moving faster and faster here, Des, and you know, hopefully for G2 at least, that doesn't create a situation where they're getting ahead of themselves, but they're certainly not messing about. The confidence is back.
I mean, it feels like they're really growing into the game, right? Alamau had a real soft start, so Villa is now finding himself at 13 and 7. It's looking good. Leon now being the one who's kind of off and roaming on this Capcan. Spoke about this a little bit back on Villa. More so the fear of once you know there's a single Capcan trap, there's 4 more out there that you still need to find. So it can really impact teams in the last 30 seconds. And what we've seen quite repeated, what's the word we're looking for? Quite often, I'll go for, because I can't think of the word that begins with R. What we've seen quite often is that teams are leaving it until the last 30 seconds to go for their execute. And there we go. This time around, Alamau's far too in his ADS and gets himself caught out. 2 men down for the side of G2. No one lost for Koi. Feels like this might just be that round, Tim, unless we see some real big hero plays. One of those coming out of Benja.
Looks like it could be the time for Koi. 4 versus 2, just starting to fall away. They're controlling the map well. It's sort of forcing G2 to chase them around, really. They know there's no opportunity to be putting the diffuser down. The only thing put down is Benja as Deepak finds his kill, and that leaves us now all up to Blur. 1 versus 4. He's just got to find some kills. It's the only thing he can do, but the only thing he can't do as Deepak shuts him down, and that leaves us with Koi taking map 2, and we are going to go all the way to 3, Des.
All the way to 3, maybe even all the way to overtime there, Tim. It's so hard because both teams have been so good across different maps here, winning each other's map. I can't tell who's going to take Theme Park, but I'm sure you want to find out, so let's go to a quick break. And when we come back, the wild ride of Theme Park awaits.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back to the epic conclusion of this best of 3 between Koi and G2. And on any map it could possibly go to, Tim, we're going to Theme Park, a map that Koi have played once in the last year. That was at the Berlin Major, and they lost.
I was going to say, I think it does sort of lean into G2's favour. We know that G2 are pretty good on Theme Park. Koi not with the best record for it. It got through the bans, but I'm just not sure it's where they want that decider playing. However, they have just won map 2, which I always feel leans you into that third map.
For sure, and I've got zero doubt as well, there's been a good bit of prep work going on. You wouldn't just blindly let this be the map that you go to. You would have banned it out because, truthfully, when I was doing predictions yesterday, I thought this was the map they'd ban, but they chose to ban Cafe instead.
Gotta remember, though, we are in a long tournament here, and through the group stages, teams will let maps through that they don't really want to play because they want to keep hold of some maps for those important playoff games, and they don't want to show everything. So at this point, it is not necessarily about picking all of your best maps, but it can come to bite you. It's a dangerous game. It is, you know, it's a tricky line to tread.
And we should also stress as well exactly how the point system works. It's a little bit different than SI than previously. If you win 2-0, you get 4 points. You win 2-1, you get 3. If you lose 2-1, you get 1 point. If you win no maps, you get 0. So both teams at least are walking away with something when it comes to points from this series. I don't know about you, Tim. I'd much prefer the 3 over the 1.
Absolutely, and I'm sure both of these two teams will as well, Koi and G2. The thing is, in the group stages, you know, there's plenty of teams qualifying, but it's still important to get off to a good start. A good start on day 1, day 2 can pretty much cement you going forward from there, you know, in towards those playoff places.
Should take a look at how that last game went in case you did tune in on from Stream A and didn't have a chance to catch up on exactly what happened. Deepek, the demon of Clubhouse, going 13-5 with a 91% cast, had an absolute screamer of a game. Doki, our hero from map 1, who was, what, 23-6 or something crazy? 6-10, a much quieter game. You can't hold it over him as it's a team effort to win these games. But when he fell quiet, there was no one really on G2 to step up, unfortunately.
No, and this is what we said. You know, coming in, that was the big problem for G2. They needed somebody to be putting those numbers up. Alamau went some way towards that. You know, with his 13 kills, not a bad game from him at all. But then looking across the rest, there's just not enough going on there. And that's been the big difference, really. You look at Spike, you look at Leon, 11-9. There was nobody stepping up to quite those numbers for G2 to support Alamau.
Absolutely that. And this is maybe what we're going to see coming into Theme Park. A map they are a little bit more comfortable on. One that they're coming in saying, well, we know this map. Koi haven't played it in officials for a long time. It could be a really shaky start for them. The only thing I'm most worried about is, well, are we going to see another Villa where we just see Koi struggle to get started, where it's not the kind of performance we know they're capable of having because it's a map they're relatively unfamiliar with.
That's going to be the big concern. You know, Koi showing that they have an ability to play from behind, absolutely. But do they want to on a map they don't play very often? I would say almost absolutely not. So yeah, I think for me, that first half, it needs to be at least 3-3 for Koi. They've got to have themselves in the game at least, if not ahead. Otherwise, it could run away from them.
I think we have one more graphic for you in just a moment as well, looking at who was, of course, the MVP on that last map. But then we should be ready to get into Theme Park. As far as I'm aware, the players are all about ready. They're pretty good to go. So when that gets underway, I'm keen to see who kind of puts the stake in the ground as being the top EU team, at least temporarily.
Well, you know, that's the opportunity you get by being first to play. You do get to go top of the pops to begin with. But yeah,
although technically never really top of the pops because W7M winning 2-0 get 4 points.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite looking forward to a bit of Theme Park because we don't get to see it too often either.
No. What map do you enjoy casting the most?
I used to love Consulate, and then obviously it went out of the map pool, and I love playing Consulate, and I just wanted the opportunity to mention Consulate. In terms of casting, Chalet is my current favourite.
Yeah, I enjoy Chalet a lot.
Really like Chalet.
One of my favourites.
But I do also enjoy Theme Park, which is handy.
I also enjoy Theme Park, which is ideal, Tim, because that's where we're going. In we go to our third and final map in this best of 3 between Koi and G2. One apiece so far. Winner takes 3 points. Loser walks away with just 1.
Here we go then. Coming into the third map. There's a bit of me that's just really hoping for overtime.
just a freshest bingo card. Is that the only reason?
Not because of that. I mean,
also partly that.
The fun of us coming in and having map 3 overtime on the very first game of SR 2023 would certainly not be lost on me. But it's just the entertainment factor that I want. Give us every bit of this that we can, because it's been a great game to watch so far. We've had big individual moments. We've had great team play from Koi on Clubhouse there through the first half particularly. And I just want to see as much of this as I can now.
Interesting ban coming out here with the Monty and the Flores being taken out. Not a ban that either team have opted for in previous games on this map. More towards target bans, I'd imagine here. G2, back in the old days for sure, when Pingu was on side, obviously a big Monty team, maybe a bit less so these days, but Koi just not wanting to deal with it. The interesting thing about maps like, well, and specifically looking at Theme Park, is I remember for a while when it first came out, barely any teams would touch it. G2 are one of the first ones, because what they'd do is they'd get someone on the Monty, they'd march through the areas of the map that were really difficult to take and just get into really unsettling positions for the defenders that force them to move back out of fear of that shield being dropped, a pistol coming out, and you losing your life. So I think Koi is looking to slow G2 down by not giving them that option, and equally the Flores comes through, suggests you're going to see a few maybe muteless rounds, but some really dense utility setups, shields, ADSs, for example, that kind of thing. So we'll keep a close eye out on exactly what lineups G2 bring in this first half.
G2 going to be kicking things off on the defense again. It's been the same every single map so far. G2 have started on the defensive side. We saw them work that out for themselves on Villa. It was perfect, but on Clubhouse it was an absolute disaster, which we're going to get out of them on Theme Park. We're going to see right here and right now. Don't go anywhere. We are starting round 1, and it's going to be down in Armory and Throne Room to begin with.
Classic site as well. I think when anyone thinks of Theme Park, this is the site they tend to think of, though many teams opt more for the upstairs sites as well, playing towards Initiation and off towards Bunk and Daycare. Though that's what you'll probably see in the second and third round. Some teams over the last year as well have started employing lab and storage as well. Hasn't really been the go-to for a number of teams, but where teams have started employing it, it has grown in popularity. The thing about this site that I'm always a bit uneasy about is for many teams, they'll get a wall open, and then the defending team is like, well, that's it. Site's exposed. We can't really play in there very comfortably. We've got to go and play deep up towards yellow, for example. Doki, they're looking to get cheeky on the rip, looking for a little bit of a spawn peek. Only thing is, no one there to be found for Koi. They keep all 5 alive.
Not as of yet. One of the reasons that this site is particularly strong is there is very limited vertical play above it. So whilst G2 are sort of having a presence up there at the minute, they won't probably fight too hard to keep hold of that top floor. There is a little bit of work you can do out towards the yellow wall, but nothing around the throne really, which is where a lot of this sort of site-based defense will be mounted. Now, I'd like to see as attackers, Koi maybe you need to open a couple of the walls. For me, it's not enough. It was a criticism that I had of Team Liquid for the longest time, was we would see them struggle to attack this site every single time, and they'd open the maintenance wall and just try to push in through that one breach, and it just never really works. For me, I want to see that yellow stairs wall opened, or maybe the barrels wall, try and get 2 points of ingress into the site, much like you do on Church and Arsenal of Clubhouse, just to try and force those defenders to work on multiple angles.
Bit of time to figure this one out, but Spoit has been droned in, taking over large parts of the maps. Got to be careful of that sloth wall off towards yellow. It did have a hole in it, and there was a player on yellow stairs, but for now at least has avoided death. That drone's still at his feet, and I'm sure G2, they see that drone coming forward. They know exactly what it means. One of the entries are not going to be far behind, and that's exactly what Blur is waiting for.
Yep, Kanto's on the book. He can start opening up what limited vertical angles are available. Crying's going to take Blur down, so that's a good start from Koi, and not what G2 wanted to see. They've got control of yellow stairs, so they could think about the potential breach onto yellow wall, maybe just one of those Selma charges, just to give a line of sight through there at least, and then think about the actual ingress point into sight, which at that point I would imagine would be maintenance wall.
My only real complaint from Koi so far in this round, because they're playing it brilliantly, is it was about 40 seconds in. I think 1 minute 52 we got down to. Everyone's in the building, for example. It wasn't until 1:52 that the drone started leading Spoit into the building. That's really 40 seconds of time they could have been getting top floor control that has been somewhat given away. Now with only 45 seconds left, they're just starting to get themselves set up on the ground floor. My main point being they left everything very, very last minute to worry about what's actually happening downstairs. And as you may well have just seen in the top left corner of your screen, there is a G2 player lurking inside a lab and storage. Could be the backstab that wins G2 the round.
Deepak manages to get the kill onto Benja, leaving us now 5 versus 3 in favour of Koi. They need something big from Virtue, and he manages to get one. That is a big, big start, taking down Deepak. But the trade immediately there, and that team player that I referenced from Clubhouse is just really starting to pull forward. It's transferring onto Theme Park, but Doki, he goes big, gets himself a double, and all of a sudden there's we're in a 2v2. Leon's putting the diffuser down. He's going to have to stick this or the clock will run out.
Oh, he pulled off out of fear as well. Now Crying's left in for a second there. It looked like Doki was going to go for the swing and could have cost him the round, but no, time runs out. And G2 do just about hold on.
G2 have got away with one there.
They have.
In reality, it was 4v2. A couple of big kills from Doki. It was a big play. We didn't catch it. I'd like to see where that came from. But ultimately, as you say, Leon just pulling off that diffuser. Maybe he didn't have a choice. I don't know exactly what the situation was. But what I will say is, you were going to lose the round either way, so you might as well have kept hold of it.
Pros don't fake, Tim. It's a classic saying, and it's there for a reason. I think if it stuck that, it'd have had time before Doki managed to round the corner onto yellow and come for the firefight as well. So one of those that you look at and just say, yeah, I should have stayed on it. It's going to happen. No one's perfect.
Of course it does.
Let's not worry about it all that much. But for G2, a good start after what was a pretty bruising performance back on Clubhouse. They get the first one on the board.
It was a pretty bruising start to round 1, to be fair.
Yeah.
You know, they've had to fight their way back into it. Now, I know you'll be excited, Des. We did mention the pick rate of Aruni.
Yes, we did.
And we do have some Aruni player here. I think, as I say, I think we did have a little bit on Villa, but we definitely do now with Virtue bringing along those laser gates.
Yay. That's all I really wanted to hear.
Say the line!
Say the line, Tim! Okay. It's very much a moment for you when people start tagging me and reference that in hashtags. It's beautiful stuff. But yep, we've also got the mirror on side as well, so G2 very much looking to waste a lot of time here. Burn through utility to slow down Koi once again.
This is horrible.
It's classic Ratty Doki. Just why are we surprised by this?
Horrible.
I'm not surprised at all.
It's just the sort of peak you hate. You go up on rappel and somebody's on the threshold of the door and they just haven't quite gone far enough to be like,
you know it's entirely your fault and that you had the tool at your disposal to deal with it in terms of drones. You know you did.
Absolutely that. It's completely your fault, but it's still one of the most frustrating things. Doki's going to be playing around the top of Dragon Stairs then. Actually, as I say that, he dips himself away, deciding that the heat is getting just a little bit too hot, and he's going to get himself back towards site.
But again, the speed that we've seen from Koi in this round is a lot better. Not forgetting it was 152 last time until we had drones at Spoit's feet. This time around, they've already been in the building. They've already sniffed Doki out. They've already forced him back, so they've gained an extra 20-25 seconds there or so when looking to make their push forward happen.
Kanto going to be just getting back onto the drones, checking control ahead of him. He's on the flank watch at the moment. Doesn't want anybody popping up on this side of them. The majority of the push is going to continue through Cash, Bathroom and into Office, but they're going to be playing into a mirror window, so definitely need to be careful there. There is a real opportunity for G2. You can't give those away though, Benja. Just standing a little bit too close to that window, giving an angle, but does largely get away with it.
Only lost one of his arms. Timmy's all right.
He's not a problem. He'll fight on.
Now we'll see it at a long distance here as well. If he looks correctly, there is someone looking to push their way through. Leon has got himself inside, looking to do some damage, but no! Virtue's got the long angle. All too easy to get that shut down. And again, that's only the first one in the round, but for G2, it feels calm, it feels composed. Koi still trying to assemble answers even as we get towards the last 60 seconds.
Going to be a time factor for Koi here, I think, more than anything. As you said, they're going to have to start rushing because they're just not really in a position. They don't have any control over the map necessarily. Certainly don't have any, real access into site other than that position in break room. But that's been dealt with. Deepak's playing on the windows. You know, they're not established in there anymore. The kill onto Leon saw to that. So it's going to be very difficult for them, I feel, at this point in the round to start really mounting that final execute.
I mean, at least bouncing a second one back here as well. Koi slowly starting to see their ranks thinned out as Blur lets his man pass. That's the mirror taken out, and now Spoit's at least inside of the room itself, but can he really go much further? Given all the utility sat around and the angles no doubt being watched too, into a final 3 versus 3 with 20 seconds to go, it feels like Villa all over again, Tim, when it comes down to these last second executes.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a little bit of a rush here. Cryin trying to get himself in and get the diffuser down, but Blur, he's going to take out Spoit. Doki finds Cryin, diffuser down, round over, as it's Benja that manages to find that final kill, and that is G2 2-0.
It does feel a lot like Villa again. It feels very slow from Koi. And I don't even like blame teams that like to take it slow and make sure things are properly checked. They've got a plan that they're formulating on the go, but it's lacking that last little bit of oomph in the final few moments, right? We're getting to the last 30 seconds. They haven't got all the control they need. They aren't ready, and things are falling apart from there. G2, for the most part, outside of Doki, have just sat saying, okay, come at us when you're ready. Like, we're ready for you, but you're taking a long time to get here.
Going to be heading into round 3 then, and this time it's going to be initiation and office. Not too much of a surprise, and it's becoming a real theme within this game. It's becoming a real trend.
Real theme, did you say, Tim?
A real theme. It's almost as if we're on theme park. It's becoming a real trend where teams are just coming in and absolutely dominating the first half of the game, and then, you know, leaving it up to the other to have to fight back. Again, a 5-1, 6-0. At the minute for G2 wouldn't massively surprise me because, you know, as much as the numbers might say otherwise, Koi haven't really been, you know, consistently in the 2 rounds in a position to put a defuse down, to execute on site. You know, they've not been getting in those positions. They didn't even challenge into site in the last round, realistically. So definitely a little bit more attention to that needed from Koi.
Really only Cryin so far, getting himself involved as well. Set at 4-on-1. The other members, Deepak somewhat aside, yet to get themselves on the board. So it has been a slow start for Koi. They don't write them off. I imagine if we lose this round, there will be that tactical.
Oh, it's too easy.
This bothers me more than it should. Because this is the 3rd round now where Doki's been poking his nose around Cash. Koi know what he's trying to do. Last round he built in confidence. He smashed out a couple of panels and looked to get aggressive but couldn't. Yet here they've just kind of gone very nonchalantly. Oh, you know what, should we drone it first to make sure he's not trying it again? Now let's just step up and see what happens. And he's got himself a big freebie.
That is...
I'm sure there's a good few clips on Sports channel of him doing exactly the same.
Spike taken down then, and that is the opener for G2, an advantage to them once again in the 3rd round here. Kanto's working across that bottom floor, just maybe again looking to play what limited verticals there are on the book.
Absolutely. And this again that's going to take all the wind out of the sails for Koi. Again, I expect probably a tactical timeout after this round because it feels very reminiscent of Villa. Think again when Doki was holding them back around Art Studio on Villa on the downstairs defense. Time and time again, he was just keeping them at bay, pushing them back, running the clock down to 1 minute 30 until we saw Koi getting inside the building. Although it's not as bad here, Doki is still getting away with absolute daylight robbery, and you're letting him do it time and time again. He's 4-0. Not once have you traded him out for a kill like this.
That's it, and you really don't want to see the Doki that you saw back in map 1 of Villa, where he really ran away with things. Scoreline overall tells you that it was closer than you know it possibly was, and it was a huge fight back required from Koi. Now we're going to hear EMPs going off, I think, somewhere. We're not going to have... Oh no, the breach is going to be triggered, but we've got kills raining in, and they're all going in favour of G2. It is now 5 versus 3, and another round that Koi have almost certainly lost here. Beautiful little shot taking the Nitro out of flight from Deepak, but he's all alone and he's all dead as Doki manages to find that final kill. G2 take the round. It's 3-0. And quite excited.
Alamal's very excited. Do we have the timeout coming in here? I didn't actually see it get pulled up on the screens or not. In fact, there it is. There we go. There is the timeout coming in for Koi. As said back in the first map, you tend to see this quite a lot after 3 rounds. You've tried a few different sites, you've given it a good run, you've figured out what's going wrong, or hopefully someone has. Otherwise, it's just a chance to break a little bit of momentum. Meepy there, some commands coming across the team, some ideas being put forth because they are being torn asunder by G2. Very largely by Doki in the early round, even when he isn't having an impact. It's the damage he's doing to the clock as well, Tim. It isn't just in the form of kills.
Absolutely. Doki's been a nightmare for Koi today. They've not been able to handle him. Particularly in the 1st and 3rd map, a little bit quiet in between. But right now, The concern for Koi is coming into this, we said Theme Park is not a great map for them. We've seen them play it once recently, they've lost it once. G2, by contrast, we know are pretty good here, as they're showing us. A great mastery, a great command of the defensive sites shown so far from G2. And Koi, I think the longer this goes on, the more difficult it gets to break that down, because G2 know that the 3 points are awaiting them for a 2-1 win. You know, what a great start to SI for a team that, let's be honest, has struggled throughout the year. You know, they've gone through a lot of ups and downs. The performances haven't been at where they would want them to be throughout that time. So to turn up here and get a solid win against a team that they know is going to go, at least you would expect, to the playoffs. I would, you know, have thought Koi would make it out of the groups. It's a great start for G2.
It is, and for me, the real big thing I was excited to see for G2 this event is this still a work in progress, or are we starting to see the finishing touches being put on this art piece? And I think with the addition of Benja, it does change a lot about the team. Citizen and G2 have been synonymous for years now, since what, 2019, when we had Citizen move over from Na'Vi? Him moving on is a big change to this team, not just in terms of how they play, but also culturally inside the team, inside the camp of G2 itself. So far, it's looking okay. I don't want to get too excited when we're only 3 rounds into their third map of playing, but it is looking like this team is starting to find its fit and its form.
Doki once again getting aggressive on that side of the map. This time certainly a lot more caution being applied from Koi. Leon was vehemently watching that window and waiting for his opportunity. Spike round the opposite side of the map. Going to be looking to push into Cafe when the opportunity presents and start to get that that vertical superiority gained. But Benja can't quite find. He knows that the drone's in behind the box, but there's just nothing that he can do to take it out.
For now, it's just trying to burn through the...
I mean, he could use a nitro on it.
I mean, he could.
I guess.
It might be a case of excessive overkill, but why not? A drone onto Doki, and there he goes. That's what they want, because inside 60 seconds here, you've cleared out the man that has given you so much trouble across these first few rounds.
Amari going to be going in through the window to support Leon, both of them inside of break now. Crying, again, steadily away. You know, he's getting his kills, but it doesn't feel like he's had those big moments that we know that he's capable of as well. Plenty of time yet to come. Benja, he's just marking out a nitro there. I think there's maybe a little bit of intel on that floor above him, and he's just asking Doki, who is sat, as we can see, on a black eye camera. So what's happening there is Benja's just marking the position of that nitro, and he's waiting for Doki to call it. And as soon as Doki, watching that camera, tells him that there's somebody above him, he will pull the trigger. Now then, Kanto, I think that drone was underneath, and Benja was, I was just going to say, the drone... Oh, this is dangerous, Benja! No, he was far too committed to the nitro, and that is beautiful play from Kanto. What has happened there is Kanto has sent the drone underneath, he's seen the pre-placed nitro, and then when Benja's attention was taken trying to get that nitro back in hand, Kanto goes in with the information and gets a kill. Beautiful play.
Trying to catch out Alamar here. He's just dancing away on site itself. It's a big 2K for Virtue, though. Spoit and Kanto deleted as Cryan finally steps up for the trade. A 3v2. Koi, they have the chance to get this round on the board as we get into that last 40 or so, and they've got what they need to get it done.
Blur's just going to hold his angle out through lab there. Just try and again watch for anybody pushing from barrels. Cryan manages to find Alamo. It's all up to Blur 1v3. Deepak, opportunity to put the diffuser down, but he doesn't need to. He's going to pop up and get himself a kill instead.
Easy peasy. All right, it's a start. Is it going to be the big transformer for them? It still remains to be seen. And I think even in their camp, you can see on the screens there, it's still quite calm and composed. They know there is still a lot of work to do.
If you recall, coming into this, I said that I felt that Koi really needed a 3-3 first half, or better. You know,
It's a big ask on Theme Park.
It is a big ask on Theme Park. You know, I just didn't really like their chances if G2 get too much of an advantage going into the second half of this map. So another couple of rounds coming up that are particularly important now for Koi to try and just get themselves further back into this. And, you know, it's going to start here and now with this attack that they're going to be bringing onto Bunk and Daycare. Just again, it was a good round for them. They were in control of the site towards the end, but you got to remember it was the 4th choice site for G2, which is a question mark that I will raise. You know, they've already had a very clean rotation of those first 3 sites. Do you really need to go to lab and storage, or can you just rinse and repeat and go back through Armory Throne and on you go?
That's it. I mean, for here, this feels very similar to what we saw out of G2. I think it was in round 2, I want to say, when we had these setups of the mirror protecting inside of office, sorry. Last I recall, it was actually when Benja basically let Spoit slip past him and get control of study and then command the whole area around waiting room 2. This time around, it should be a little more aggressive, a little more composed in their defense, I think. Again, you've got Doki trying to go quite aggressive and hold them at bay. This will be a big test of character for Koi. They've had their tactical timeout. They've had a discussion about how to deal with Doki. They should have an answer.
Doki, he was only a couple of seconds behind the pace there, and he might have been finding himself another, but it's actually Virtue who's going to kick things off. DMR kill onto Spoit, leaving us 5 versus 4. Doki can't quite find the angle, and he's going to force Leon up onto the roof. He's going to maybe just spray through the hatch there. He's not going to find his man. He knows it's unlikely, but it's always worth just throwing a couple of bullets in that direction. You never know what luck you might get, but great start for G2 in round 5.
I'll never forget, I want to say it was in the, I think it was in the UK league that we have in the Nationals, where we had the blind fire and clubhouse from construction spawn through the single construction wall that killed a Clash that was standing on bedroom door. And it was literally just a random couple of bullets being fired, and I was like, that is all the justification you will ever need to see why spraying through soft walls and soft floors is always a great idea. You just don't know what you're going to find.
No, you really don't. Kanto, just again, using those drones. We saw, you know, the ability to not only use the drones, but to directly impact the round from them last time out from Kanto. So he's going to just be trying to do a little bit more of that work and potentially work vertically underneath. Cryin knows that there's one out there on arcade stairs, but he doesn't manage to land any shots. He's going to take a little bit of damage himself, and G2 are going to back off from there. He can throw his nade in all he wants, but it's unlikely to find him a kill. Doki manages to get Leon. 5 versus 3, 1 minute 10 left to go.
Oh, the timing on this. I really thought we were going to see Doki step forward straight into the nade path. And again, it would have been another classic Siege timing moment. But as much as these nades are raining in from below, Koi have found no one on the side of G2. All 5 still alive, and they're down 2 members with only 55 seconds on the clock as well. Tim, it feels like this round is going to go against them.
Yeah, Koi are a little bit scattered at the minute. We've got Cryin out towards Cafe. We've got Kanto currently working on the opposite side of the map. You know, they are very, very solo as it stands, just working, you know, 1-for-1 pushes, and it's just going to give G2 an opportunity to win those fights quite easily, potentially.
Okay, well, as it heals that fragmented Tim, it does feel like it's going only one way. We get into that last 30, and Koi are trying to kind of step forward here, see what they can find, but it's looking completely the wrong way. Alamar gets himself a freebie, and the second one rifles on through. Kanto is left alone against 5. G2 will go up to 4-1, and that 3-3 half that he said they so sorely need on the side of Koi, Tim, it's now no longer a possibility.
It's not, and as you say, if you're a Koi supporter, I think at this point you start getting a little bit concerned. Now, let's not forget, G2 have still got to do it on the attack. You know, not always the easiest.
We saw Clubhouse. It's
not always the easiest of tasks, but like I said, I just feel like G2 have an edge on this map, and I feel like it's not something that's going to worry them. A 5-1 half, I won't quite call it disastrous for Koi, but it is certainly going to be a very difficult mountain to climb.
But it's not good.
It's not ideal.
It's not ideal. It's a slight inconvenience, you might say.
Certainly is. It's not going to be easy, is the reality. It's going to be a very difficult mountain for them to climb, to come back from that. They've shown us that they can. They took it nearly all the way on Villa, so there is still the possibility. But for me, they really want to be winning this round. It's an attack onto Initiation and Office. Last time around, we saw the spawn peak from Doki, and they didn't really get themselves established in any sort of position to be able to execute Koi. So for me, you know, what do Koi need to be looking to do here? And I think first and foremost, get themselves established with some map control in numbers, not spread out and playing solo, which has been a common theme a little bit for Koi here so far today. Get themselves established in an area of the map as a beachhead to start building from. Just do that, and then worry about the rest.
And they are doing that, right? So I'm seeing Cryin coming along here in the Amaru. I'm straight away going back to what they did last time, which was zip their way up inside a kitchen, take over with 2 men together at the same time, and sort of start your push from there, which I like, because the go-to expectation on this map is that you push inside a cache, you push inside a cafe, and those are your 2 points of entry where the team really starts to base their assault from. So if you've got a slightly different idea, I'm all for it. That is, of course, assuming they go for that path, because Cryin may not even need to make use of the Amaru Gara hooks here, instead just walk in, rocking the gun instead.
Okay, he sees his opportunity. Can't quite find the shots onto Leon. Does do a little tickle of damage, but that's
crying.
All that Dorky really wants. The kill would have been perfect, but he's got himself away into the map. No damage taken, more time wasted, and that is the first minute. Looking pretty good for G2.
And Crying still vibing up on the roof then for now then, so I think trying to get themselves some hatch control, which is no doubt open right underneath him. And here comes the push in through Cafe, one of those more normal pushes that I spoke about for this map, so that is their beachhead to get things started and underway. Alamar, the one looking to try and challenge that angle, is slightly wary of the hatch that sits above his head as well, but it's Benja to be taken down. Good start for Koi.
It's better from Koi. It's what I wanted to see. Push in numbers, get yourself established somewhere and start working from there. Another nade is going to come in that will get the final kill. No, it doesn't. It takes a little bounce, doesn't quite find its target. Might be an opportunity for Virtue to be collected here. Alamai just being cautious for the time being, making sure that the push isn't coming. But I would imagine before that bar ticks down, he will take the opportunity. Dorky manages to take what little health Leon had left. Not that it would matter as he found himself a headshot. Blur just holding the reverse angle on that mirror for the time being. And that's going to leave us now in a 4 versus 2 effectively. This is a round that Koi can win.
I was going to say, surely there's just no way Alamar can get his man back up there because it's so risky. They had no control over the arcade balcony, and you can see that from Alamar almost losing his life on the exit, but now he's a little bit penned in. Koi know exactly where he is. If he comes out of this one alive, he's a miracle worker. Finds one, wrapping around for the second, and finds his miracle. Man. How has Alamar find 2? He's the miracle worker himself. It's a 2v1. Crying being taken down, and Alamar with a massive 2K gives G2 the 5-1 half.
That is absolutely huge for G2, I'll be honest, and I think, you know, a lot of other people coming in here, I don't think that there was a clear favourite, if I'm honest, coming in today. You know, I said I thought it was going to be a good game, a close game, but I think, you know, many people would have probably swung towards Kai a little bit, given that they had the win major, you know, everything else. The roster disruption for G2, you'd have given an edge to Kai. But G2 are looking, and I said in my notes that I wrote about G2, I don't always understand the expectation that falls on G2 anymore. You know,
it's the name. It's like TSM.
It is the name. You know, but the last major title that they won was SI 2019. You know, that's the reality. Beyond that, yep, they've won, you know, EU League finals, couple of bits like that, but they've not been to that point. And, you know, at major LAN events like that, I look at it and I think I don't always understand where this, you know, we need to sort of curb our expectation of G2. And I've done that myself coming into this tournament. And this G2 is a team that I'm looking at now and I'm thinking, yes, this is something that we can get excited about.
Yeah.
This looks good. It looks entertaining.
It's like I said, are we putting the finishing touches on the final picture, or are we still in like a builder phase is what this event was going to show? And I didn't want to get too excited by, as I said in round 4, by the third map in their first series played. We'll have a much better judgment of them by the end of the week. But what we're seeing so far looks good. The only thing I'll reflect on is a lot of this has come down to Doki today.
Yeah.
Map 1 was him popping off big time. Here on map 2, it has been him being a massive disruptor hanging around Cash. And truthfully, Koi are the kind of team that should know how to deal with that sort of play. Given they've won a major, they've dealt with this sort of thing before, but have looked a bit scared almost, a little bit unaware, less sharp than normal. I'm not going to say G2's success is all down to Koi not playing well. It's definitely a factor, but I need to see them against other real high-level competition to get an assessment. I can't wait to see them play against W7M, for example.
Oh, very, very fair, I think. But yeah, absolutely. You know, for G2 fans out there, there's certainly room to be excited. Koi manages to get an opener on to Dorky. Going to be a big start there. Now then, Koi, they need to start winning defenses immediately here. They want to be getting numbers back on the board. It's going to be 4 versus 3 as Alamai manages to get the trade against Leon there. Benja just pushing in here on the knock. This could be a bit cheeky. There's a couple ahead of him. There's real opportunities for kills to be found.
They've just dropped away, yeah. Otherwise it could have been mega. Oh, Blur! He's in such a great position on the side swipe, but can't connect. And now Benja's left alone on the upstairs, hoping to catch more on the way through, but they know that he's there. They know exactly what's going down. He's going to find absolutely nothing. Koi, a much better round coming out, as you come to expect. They switch over to the defensive side. Crying especially is having an absolute field day. Finishes off a couple for himself in the round, and no doubt about to find the third if Benja keeps on missing shots like this.
Benja going to be pushing in behind that nade more than likely. No,
as the Yokais
dip himself away, as you say. There's everything that Crying needs here. There's no way that he loses that fight. Manages to find his kill. It's going to be a headshot, and that's going to be Koi taking their first defensive round. As I said, they needed to be winning those immediately, but there won't be too much panic in the G2 camp just yet. Obviously, first choice site coming out for Koi there. You know, so you don't expect them to win a defense or two. The thing is here, look at it like this. G2 need 2 rounds.
Yep.
All they need to do is win the third choice site.
Yep.
For Koi.
Yep.
That's all they need to do. So they can lose Armory Throne, they can lose Bunk and Daycare, or Initiation, depending which Koi choose to go to. It's going to be Bunk and Daycare. So they can lose Bunk and Daycare, and they can just win Initiation Office both times. You know, so long as they can show that they can win one of these sites, this should be good. It's a big should, though.
It's a big should. Capital S, Tim.
Big should. Maybe even a capital H.
I was just about to say, if you're really pushing the boat out, capital H. Not a capital O, but we're halfway there.
We're getting there.
Still, I think from Koi, yes, good first solid round, especially out of Crying. Big 3K, as mentioned. That third choice, when we get to it, these two sites on the top floor, I think, are actually relatively similar. They don't really play out all that differently. It's just different sides of the map, really. Different sides of the same coin, if you want to look at it like that. It's going to be a very similar setup to what G2 employ with this mirror window at the top of yellow, looking in towards study side, or in towards, what are you calling it, study? In towards office side, sorry, and looking out towards cash. Now, what's going to be a real teller is we've got Spoit, who has been, yes, watching some of his own videos, it turns out, Alamau. Maybe in a spot here where, unless G2 are prepared, could get a big catch out, but it's not unforgivable if you have a team make use of plays like that and then get caught by exactly the same thing.
Spoit's just going to dip back into bathroom, keeping pressure on that cash side. Doesn't want to be letting G2 have any ground for free.
Oh, look at this, Tim. A drone comes in first.
Imagine.
What is that all about?
So weird. You know, we've seen that 90 corridor area underneath the default cam, exactly where Kanto is playing right now. We've seen this become, you know, such an important spot over the last couple of months. Thinking about ripping the nitro
Good
there.
see for him there.
Let's go back out again. If he throws it just right, catches it underneath the door for him, then yeah, he might just be able to reach far enough, but the angle is being held. As soon as he pops his head up, if he does, it will be trouble. Nitro not far enough out, doesn't manage to get the throw there, and Benja, he's just going to continue holding this one to see if he can pick himself up a nice opener.
Patience of a Saint, and realises as well that it's the Sledge pushing in to get some support, but it was Loki pushing tight, but no! Loses his life. G2 though have shut Koi down. They've found themselves 3 kills so far already, and sure, Crying gives them a little bit of breathing room with a kill onto Blur, but it's still a 3v2. They've still got so much utility, Tim. 3 flashes, 2 nades, drones out on the field. Really, there should be no excuse for G2 to be losing this one out as the plant is going down.
Absolutely, this is the moment for Koi now. 2 versus 3, there are moments in games that you just feel you have to win, and this is one of them, and they're going to have to come out big with a clutch. Benja does manage to get the kill onto Spoit. It's all up to Crying. 1v3, Diffuser down about 30 seconds to do something about this if he wants any opportunity to be able to disable that activated Diffuser. Now then, he's moving around the corner. There is a man there, but G2 know exactly where he's coming from, and they are not going to move a muscle, Des. They're just going to hold their angles now and wait for him to move into the crossfire they've established. There's one to his right, there's one inside his sight. There's the flank. Crying does a great job though, manages to find his kill, but on low health there's nothing else he can do, and Alamau is going to push G2 onto map and series point.
Big round from G2. That's starting to break that deadlock a little bit here, where it looks like defenders will be running away with the game. Here, they're the ones about to run away with it. Sat at 6-2. One more round will get them those 3 points and send Koi scurrying away with just 1. Now, obviously worth noting, Tim, we have 5 teams per group. On a different day, each team gets a bye. So the 2 games we've had so far, you will see a standing where we'll have W7M on 4 points, Elevate will still be on 0, we'll have one of these teams on 3, the other on 1, and of course the team that hasn't played also has a break, I believe that's SSG. So with how things are starting to square up already, although it's still only the first day, you can see things starting to warm up and get a feel for what might happen. I can very much see a bit of a scrap between teams like, well, to be fair, all 4 of them except for W7M, I could see fighting out for 2nd or 3rd place.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a hard-fought group, is this one. To be honest, you look across all of the groups and it's the same. There's, you know, it's going to be very close in a lot of them. It's very difficult to call exactly how those groups will shape up at the end of things. And it's just the world of Siege that we live in at the minute, Des. You know, we've seen that bar raise year after year after year, you know, for more and more teams. And, you know, the days, we've said it countless times, the days of dynasties, the days of teams just taking over, they feel long gone.
Oh, it's regions now, Tim. We've won the last 2 majors in Europe. What are you on about?
They feel long gone.
We won Berlin. We won Yonchping.
In reality.
Both majors based in Europe, though. I'll give you that.
Yeah, exactly that. But yeah, for individual teams, you know, winning an SI and winning a major is pretty much dominating the year now. You know, and that is, I think, a trend that we'll see continue. And it seems like, you know, Koi might struggle with those expectations.
Backs away here for a second as well as his gadget was timing out. Has managed to avoid that camera that was hanging around Catch, actually. So if it recharges back up, you go on a little crawl down that waiting room hallway and may find himself a kill or 2 on the way through if the side of Koi aren't careful. Here he goes on the march forward. A couple of pings coming out with the EE1D as well. I don't know if he knows. Oh, yes, he does. There was one towards the right. Does he know about Spoit? Because Spoit was still hanging inside of showers. But with that brief moment of panic, Benja could go big. Spoit brings down Doki. Clearly G2 making a small error there in not realizing that Spoit was still lurking around.
They will certainly know now, and they need to adjust and make sure they deal with it. And that's exactly what Benja's going to start doing. But no, still haven't dealt with Spoit. He manages to get one onto Crying, but it's going to be Leon who manages to find the kill onto Virtue, swinging the manpower in favour of Koi for the briefest time. It's going to be 3 versus 2 with 1 minute 40 left to go. G2 feel like just need to take the foot off the gas here. They're looking at pushing directly into sight here. Alamau sees his man to the left, but he just can't find the shots.
He won't find. Oh, timing
so
again. So close to finding his man, but not able to collect it. One walks into. Of course they do. It's Alamau charging straight into those Capcan traps, as juicy as they come. Nice blur left in a 1v2. Again, a player that's been pretty quiet throughout the series, Tim. But we know what his clutch potential is like from back in the old days on Na'Vi.
100%, but definitely one of the things when you come away saying, right, what can G2, even if they win here, you know, what are the next steps for G2? How do they improve on that performance? You know, one thing you've got to say is they need to be getting a little bit more out of Blur. There's nothing wrong with, you know, he's in that support position. You know, you don't necessarily need to be getting tons of kills, but we haven't seen the diffuser going down a lot either. So if G2 aren't going to play that site game, if they're not going to play that execute game, they've got to get a bit more out of Blur.
I know there's quite a bit of conversation around when Blur got picked up. Like, why would you pick up Blur? You need a support player. You picked up another fragger. Well, interestingly, back before he joined Na'Vi, Blur was quite the supportive player. Turns out pretty damn good at it as well. But what the main reason why they picked him up was, not the only reason, of course, one of the main reasons was he's a pretty quiet guy. If you've ever seen Blur, he's a man of very few words. But I remember Doki, I was chatting to Doki about it at the time, and he said, we've already got a lot of really loud voices. You know, there's me, there's Alamau, for example, we had Citizen. We don't need a 4th voice in the count. We need someone that's actually quite quiet, who can kind of play well and do their thing, whilst the rest of us worry about kind of IGLing and making the calls. And as we heard earlier on, I know Doki declared that he was the IGL. Alamau is the IGL of this team right now, so it gives a little bit more composure knowing there are a couple of quiet players, because Benja equally is quite a quiet guy too, that they're starting to get some semblance of control in the back room as well.
10 seconds to insertion.
It's going to be 6-3. It's going to be 6-3 to G2. They've got another 3 opportunities to close this out and take 3 points, not the full 4 that are available for a 2-0 win. We have come to map 3, so 1 point at least will be dropped for whichever of these 2 teams wins. But I think in the grand scheme of things, that's not really going to matter too much. You know, in these groups, I think a couple of 3-point wins will almost certainly be enough to see you through into the playoff stages. Virtue is going to be taking a bit of damage there, just conscious of the potential peak. Koi just deciding that they need to have a little bit of confidence in the play, step up and maybe start getting a bit aggressive. Deepek just taking the drone outside, needs to be careful he doesn't get blocked out of the way. Benja, he's going to be taking a nice opener onto Kanto with the nade, and that is advantage G2 once again. But can they make it pay this time?
Can they just? I mean, I think finding the opener onto Kanto is a big one, but the issue again the last round, everything was going G2's way except for Spoit. They just ignored him. They worried about getting control. They played all the right play, you know, forcing Benja on the nut, for example, up towards waiting room. Just waiting room would be an interesting name. Just forgetting about the one player that was still lurking off towards their right-hand side. Now, once they dealt with him, sure, things change, and sure enough, that's exactly what they're looking for. Benja this time round almost finding their man, but Spoit gets away in about half HP.
Spoit's done this a couple of times where he'll take a bit of damage, but he manages to wriggle away and continue to cause a problem, but absolutely not this time, as it's Doki to step in and shut down the Oryx. 5 versus 2, and surely this is the moment. Surely this is the moment that G2 are going to open their SI 2023 account with a win. It's certainly looking for all the odds like that will be the case. Attacking onto Armory and Throne. I don't believe they've breached a wall yet, but it is down to Leon and Deepek to hold on.
they've got 90 seconds, Tim. They can take
Plenty of
all the time in the world here. And the thing is, G2 have been really good at this. Where maybe historically I wouldn't have said that about them. They have got the option to take their time here, communicate as a team, and get set up. It's 5 versus 2. There is no excuse to be losing this round.
Going to have Doki just working from above with the IQ scanner, trying to take out the mute jammers. Just needs to find the right angle to get through the metal joists in the floor there. And once he does, we're going to have that wall opening up. Just looking to work the yellow stairs now. Then that could be a nice nitro, but no, doesn't find its mark. They're going to find themselves another man down as Benja crawled into a difficult position and leaving us now in a 1 versus 5 for Deepek. We've seen him clutch time after time, Des, but I think this might just be too much to ask, and that is going to be the opening win for G2.
Wow, a rivalry that for the last year, Koi have dominated, but G2 finally get themselves on the board and show that again, this might start to be the formation of the final picture for this G2 squad.
What a great performance. You know, I think we've got to give plaudits to both teams there. I think that's important. You know, Koi had a great performance on Clubhouse. Yep. We saw good resilience on Villa. I think ultimately, as we suggested coming in, the map choice won the day for G2. Koi Theme Park, not a great map for them, and we see that that continues to be the case.
Just one of those that I'm looking at and just thinking, would this have been any different on day 3, day 4, day 5? Yes. All that really matters is G2 have looked fantastic. Good trade play, good team play, clearly very good communication, so a massive shout out to all of them. I believe though, Tim, we are ready to throw over to the desk where Milosh, Fresh and Anne are waiting. And we're back again, apparently, for Stream B.
There we go.
Stream A, we've got rid of.
We've passed Stream A back to the desk, but Stream B, you get to...
So it wasn't Fresh now. We would have thrown back to them as a prep for their next game over on A Stream, but here on B Stream, still with us for now. I tell you, the wonderful timing on that, actually, throw it away whilst we're having all the camera pans and the players walking away. But just as a quick final few thoughts on that one, Tim, again, for G2, I'm excited by what I'm seeing. Yeah. It doesn't feel scrappy. It doesn't feel, air quotes, bad. Yeah, I don't want to say that Citizen was wrong for this team, but one thing we did observe a lot was he was an alert player. He'd play by himself, off from the rest of the team, trying to make magic happen, which would lead to a lot of 1v4s and 1v3s with him alone or by himself. Benja in that game, you've seen him working around drones, pushing with the team, for example, being a spearhead entry for them. It must be really quite exciting to see Doki and Benja working together on those entry battles, and clearly, it works.
It must be terrifying to play against, in reality. You know, they've done
Don't
very
catch me
well.
in ranked against them.
They've done very well on the entry. As I say, I think, you know, a lot of it did come down to the map. I think G2, you know, have not necessarily won that in the map ban phase, but if it was going to 3, they always had the edge going to Theme Park for me.
Absolutely that. And I think, again, we spoke a lot about the map bans, and I'm sure on the desk they'll have loads to say about this map ban phase as well. I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got to say about it, to be fair as well. I believe we're ready to throw to them, in which case we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll stay put. We're going to commercial instead. There we go. Bit of confusion in the first game. Commercial, then to the desk. Catch you guys later.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Last man alive is Necrox as MVK is on the floor. It's looking. Oh my God! They did it! They've done it! A double Apex semis.
I remember I looked like this to Cancel and Book. I'm like, what is going on? And it's just one of those like, this should not be happening, especially not against such a strong team as EG, and it did.
Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0. Dizzle takes it.
There's rare coaches that have been able to achieve what he has. That's immensely unusual.
It is Evil Geniuses against Fnatic, a match that any esport would want to have.
Yeah, two big organizations with a ton of history in esports behind them, but one has a bit of a Himalayan mountain, a Herculean task ahead of them.
The night before we were supposed to fly out to Brazil, I get a bit of a stomachache. I try and, take pain medication or something. Nothing works. They run a couple tests on me, and I finally get the news that I have appendicitis and I need to get surgery right away.
He was not able to fly to Rio de Janeiro for the Pro League Finals at the time. This is your in-game leader. It's your captain. It's a big, big problem.
The unofficial ruling was to be that we could find a substitute as long as they weren't contracted to an organization and hadn't competed in any of the Pro League circuits around the globe. Yeah, basically we had to make the call, and it's like, look, there's nobody else. I guess I'm just going to have to play.
Normally when a coach has to become a player, we're always thinking that's going to go terribly wrong. And to make things worse, Dizzle came from Xbox or console, so he didn't play with mouse and keyboard before.
It is interesting, though, when you have the coach playing, because he's potentially coaching in real time, especially as they've lost their IGL.
It had been almost 2 years since I played competitively, but that having been said, I generally always had a competitive spirit and I have nerves of steel.
And Dizzle will clutch it! Fnatic to take the third round!
Dizzle, in that event, was called Diz God from that moment on.
Round 4 for Fnatic, and APAC 2 rounds away!
I knew he was a good player on Xbox, but I knew he knew how to play the game. I just didn't know if he was mechanically up there, and obviously he was apparently.
We knew if we're going to win, it has to be on Oregon, and the call came out and just said, guys, we need to get out there, need to give them pressure, just don't let them get comfortable, don't let them execute.
I'll never forget Aces bringing FO12 Ella and jumping out the window on Oregon from Armory, and then, getting 3 kills and finishing up the game practically for his team.
Last man alive is Necrox. It's looking, oh my God, they did it! They've done it! They've done it! Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0.
Look at that, they can't believe it. We can't believe it. The crowd can't believe it. And they just got destroyed by APAC.
It definitely sucked not being there, but I just thought it was great that the guys won without me and they won with Diz.
I just couldn't believe it. The crowd went up, and I'm just sort of sitting there going, is this real? And then to have all the thousands and thousands of Brazilian fans chanting and stuff. We've never had so much support before. It was absolutely incredible.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Endless Desk, the command center here on the B Stream. I'm Nostalgic, your host, and with me are the wonderful Anne and Fresh. Friends from the EUL, we've just launched our A-Stream game. Of course, again, it's in EU v EU, but for those that didn't notice, we had a really cool EU v EU game happening in G2 versus Koi. Now, don't have a lot of time because we're going into a game right after, but I really want to be succinct about all of the details we've had. Jack, can you fill me in on the 2-1 result?
I think our initial reaction, certainly, because we were sat behind the players, we actually sat and watched it with the observers, is that G2 feel like much more of a complete team than I think anybody was predicting coming into this event. It looks like they've got a lot of balance. Alamal's calling was particularly good. They were hyping each other up. They feel like a team, and they've not felt like a team for the last year.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was after that third round or second round where Doki got an ace, and Alamal looked at him and says like, look at me, Doki, this is your tournament. Yeah. It was really good vibes in general from that team. And for Koi, it kind of felt like we didn't really hear them up until that second map. That's when we started to hear Leon make calls, work his team together, which we really saw from G2 from map 1 on. And if you have that longer mentality where you can win those best of 3s due to performing in every single map, then you'll win your games.
And it is worth saying, this is G2's first best of 3 win on LAN since I was on the team all the way back in 2020.
Were you technically on the team?
Technically not, but, you know.
Did you tweet that out, Anne, also?
Yes, I did. We looked up, yes.
So it is officially the first BO3 That's actually incredible.
Yeah.
So team should be very proud of that. I have to say, though, even looking at map 1 on Villa, it seemed like obviously Doki was going absolutely mental.
Yeah.
But Koi did not let that shake them up. They almost came back.
Yeah, and I think if you know Koi, if you supported Koi during the Berlin Major, for example, they started slowly in that LAN as well.
True.
So I think we saw a very slow start from them on Villa. Like Anne said, we couldn't hear the Koi boys talking to each other at all. But then it came back to club, and I said, we haven't seen Koi on club in a long time. It's not really a map that stylistically works for them. And then they nearly go out in 7-0 G2. So fair play to them, but they're going to be disappointed with that performance. I think particularly with the way the front 3 players kind of synergize, talk to each other and make those plays together. There was only really Clubhouse where they were actually doing that. They didn't do it on Theme, they didn't do it on Villa.
You can say they looked like fish out of water.
Yep, fish on the dry, making weird moves. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
You really missed us, Jack, did you not?
I've missed you so much, Mr. Wash.
This is a vibe check, but
yeah,
I'm not sure if he's passing it right now.
No, I'm not.
Oh.
Let's make you one.
Did my joke pass the vibe check?
Yes.
Hey!
Yeah.
We're all winners here, except for Jack. Anyways, continuing on then from this, we got to our final map. G2 keep it rolling. What happens here? What broke Koi going into the third one?
If you look at how they were playing those first 3 rounds, it was them throwing away round or man advantages that they had. And we talk about Theme Park, where you need to have those man advantages, and they just threw them away. They were a bit slow on attack as well. And it was also just a constant mental warfare between these 2 teams. If something happened from G2, they would be screaming at Koi like, oh, you're not hitting your shots today. That does impact some players, I would reckon.
And I think the reason that you don't see Theme Park in best of 1s a lot, for example, is the fact that it is so defend-decided.
Sure.
So to see it as a decider map for a best of 3, I thought at the time was very brave from both teams, because obviously one team gets to start on the defense. That was G2, and they kept the ball rolling.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, did the defense start play that big of a role for G2 because they got 5 rounds on it? That's a pretty comfortable. This is like the perfect scenario outside of winning 6-0.
Yeah, it literally is. And as soon as you 5-1 up, you know that you've got full control, because you just need to win the 2 tertiary sites that you get to attack. As soon as you win those, you've won the fixture. And that's why, like I say, that's why we don't see Theme Park so much in best of 1s or as a decider in best of 3s.
Final thoughts on this. We talked about G2 and how effective they've been. Keep it going, right?
Yeah.
Koi, if you had a few things to say about it to improve for their next game, what would you say?
I feel like the only really time I saw Koi as what I think of, what I remember of Koi, is during that second map, when there were calls from Leon, and then that first map and third map, I barely heard him make calls or work together with his team or do those like 3-2-1 pushes together, and I want to see more of that, because if you're playing a best of 3, you'll have to do that over all 3 maps.
I think, yeah, for Koi, there's seriously some improvement that needs to go in. They'll know that. They'll be going back. They'll be, you know, they've beaten G2 pretty much all year in terms of the head-to-head. They've been all over them. So to lose, that's going to hurt. But they'll go back, start again. And I think for G2, there was a lot of people that was writing them off. As soon as they saw this was a group death, oh, G2 have had an awful 2022, they'll be out. And I think G2 came out today and made a massive statement.
All right, and of course for the G2 fans out there, they're playing W7M in around 24 hours. But on the other side for Koi, we're playing the day after against Elevate, so look forward to that. Again, continuing all best of 3s here in the groups. And Jack, we're going to be back in just a bit, in just a few seconds, because we have to get you started for our next matchup on the B stream. See you in a sec. Hello again and welcome, friends. We continue over on the B stream with game number 2, Liquid versus Soniqs. And I'm personally very much looking forward to this game. I'm very glad that you joined us here, and I have some analysts to fill me in on the details, because we want to make sure all equipped for our second game. Most medic with me are Anne and Fresh. Now let's focus on our 2 squads. Overarching story, Team Liquid, they want to win it all. It's been a long time coming. They got so close, and Soniqs finally have the mindset of, we are going to get a W. We want the big trophy. Finally, it's not enough to just win in the NAL. We want to keep it rolling. So, how about we talk about our teams individually? Soniqs are up first. Welcome back, friends. Those are the Susquehanna Soniqs. Very much looking forward to them in the server. But before that, we have to talk about how they performed so far. Great performance in this year, right? Another invitational that you got to go to. Yep. But Jack, a lot of changes also going into this.
And there's one big one, Milosh. It's got to be. We've got to talk about it. Citizen. He's been signed from G2 in what I think is probably the biggest transfer in the last couple of years. I know Soniqs have brought over EU talent before, but they've never brought over a top 5 player in my world. In my view, Citizen on his day is probably the top 5 player in the world, maybe even top 3. Soniqs are strengthening, and they're strengthening hard because they really want to change the goalposts. They don't just want to be a team that's attending these events and doing well. They want to be a team that's going towards looking at winning these events.
Finally, the mentality has shifted. Maybe Citizen is the player that'll push them to the edge. They'll have to get through our group stage, of course, not just here in, well, one team out of the 5 is eliminated, but also in the second phase of the groups later on. But we sat down and had a chat with the Soniqs. Let's see what they had to say.
My name's Ben, also known as Citizen. I play for Soniqs, and I'm a flex for him. We are in Group B, has Eminem, Direwolves, Wolves, and Liquid, and us. Yeah, it looks like a really tough group from the outside, I think. First game is against Liquid. I think we'll do really well as long as we follow our game plan and what we want to do, and make sure we go in there, good vibes, keep the energy high, and hopefully we'll do well. But the preparation for the event has been really good. We boot camped in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. We've been putting a lot of practice in behind the scenes, making sure they're working hard, keeping the energy up, making sure the vibes are good, making sure there's no problems, and going into this event we look really comfortable. The team I'm looking forward to playing most honestly is Liquid. We have them first game, and I think it's just, you know, I haven't actually had the chance of properly beating them yet. So I think going into this game, I have high hopes that we will beat them. Message to my opponents. Palu, I'm coming for you. I know you're a little beta. 20 seconds left of the round and you finally push. I'll be waiting for you. Be ready.
Well, I gotta say, Palu can. I mean, he can. He's definitely a baiter on the team, but let's just say it like that. But anyways, that's some strong words coming out from Citizen. Let's see what he'll be doing. Who will he be baiting come the server? Your thoughts on this, Anne?
Well, shots were fired for sure from Citizen just now.
Yeah, after your teammate died. That's
Yeah, kind of, yeah, it's a brief record to me. Yes, but if we talk about this team, right, Grixer has said, if you told me a year ago that this would be our lineup, I would have bet a lot of money against you. And this is a similar story where we've heard it from G2 as well. Doki said, oh, I'm in such like the best team I've ever been in. So if you hear this coming from Grixer about him being so happy with the team, it might have really good prospect.
All right, then let's see what their opponents had to say. It's Team Liquid. So that is Team Liquid, and this team has had a pretty decent run in this year, but still so close to lifting a trophy.
Yes.
Too close.
Yes, they got really, really close last time at the Jönköping Major, and it was a heartbreaking loss. You could see it on the faces of the players, and even the players themselves. Lagonis said he is so done with people saying they can't win an S-tier tournament. So they really have a lot of things to prove here. And what's quite funny about Liquid is that most teams come out of best of ones, best of threes, playing now into these best of threes. The last two games that Liquid played were actual best of fives. So to go from the best of five mindset to your best of three mindset, that's going to be a little difficult maybe.
All right, so let's see what Liquid had to say in their interview.
My name is Paulo. I play 5 Liquid. I'm a role as a flex. Most of the teams in our group did a great run last year. Like, I think they didn't win like an event, but they really were playing really well. But like, we are better than them, and we will finish first place for sure. The preparation was like really good. We went to boot camp, but we weren't able. But in Brazil, we have like amazing teams, and we could do like a lot of things. We are looking for like playing probably Soniqs. They did a roster exchange, and they look stronger right now. They are probably the team that we want to beat because a lot of guys are talking about them, and we want our revenge against BDS for sure. Our expectation is like, of course, lift the hammer. We haven't made so close to it other times, and we even lost the last event in the finals, so we really want to lift a trophy that we were desiring for so much time. Aí, Checão, da última vez você escapou, mas eu vou te pegar, hein?
And there it is from Paulo and Team Liquid. It's a good thing that both of these teams are really excited to play one another because we're setting up for it. Now, your thoughts on Liquid, Jack, before we go to our veto?
I think Liquid were already one of the top teams in the world, right? And then another 3 months with that, you know, the star IGL they brought in. He doesn't put up numbers, but Lagonis improves teams so much. We've seen him already win a major. Another 3 months of no competition, just improving internally. Again, it's another team where I'm expecting huge things from Liquid this event.
All right, our map veto is up and ready here. You see the players already seated, and Lagonis, of course, right ahead. As you see the man who, I guess, what was it described? Who said it? Was it you, Anne, that makes the team 10 times better? You said in Jönköping? I think it was you.
Could have been. I have a really bad memory, I'm sorry.
Fair enough. Well, you know what? We don't need got it memorized here. Yeah. That's one thing for all the Kingdom Hearts fans out there that would know exactly what I just said. Team Liquid going up on Villa first. They start on the attack. Soniqs on Chalet, of course, on the attack also. And then finally, that's Theme Park, our decider. General thoughts on the map, Anzan?
Well, I'm really not surprised by the Villa pick coming from Liquid. They've won 4 out of 6 games in recent history. They do ban it a little bit more often, then it usually gets banned against them, and this map is a quite low preference map for Soniqs, and it's also not one of their better maps. They do have a loss versus TSM in recent history, and it also had their worst attack and win rate.
I feel that Liquid will have, they have a big enough map pool. They have a 9 map pool where they play basically every map. And therefore that means that it's very hard to ban against them. So I think Soniqs have done a good thing. Pick a map that you like. It's the decider again that I'm looking at on Theme Park, where you're thinking, it's a best of what, it's not, you know, it's not a map that you usually see as a decider. We just saw it in G2 against Koi. But also it's a map that Liquid are very comfortable playing. They've shown across, you know, across the year that they're very comfortable, whereas for Soniqs it is quite a low preference. So I would say the map veto, because Liquid play 9 maps, the map veto therefore has to favor Liquid.
Despite the fact that the Soniqs come in with a substantial change. It's only one player, but Citizen, what role do we expect to see him in? Because the man, from what we've seen on G2 in the past, he can pull it all off.
I think the noise coming out of Soniqs is that this is more of a like for like in terms of the player swap. The Citizen coming in shouldn't really disrupt their processes too much.
Who wins this? We got 20 seconds to go.
Ooh.
Name and score.
Liquid 2-1.
I'd like to agree on that. Yeah, I'm gonna be a bit boring now.
All right, Liquid 2-1 is what our analysts are saying. What about you watching at home? And for those later, they'll be joining us at the arena in 10 days. Very much excited to see you in Laval. Anyways, friends, thank you very much. Our lobby and our game is ready, and it's Liquid versus Soniqs. Off to our casters.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be back once again for this year's SI. It's going to be Blue and Stokes bringing you the action on this game. And what a game to start us off, isn't it, Stokes? Liquid going up against the Soniqs. A lot of hype behind both of these teams. Liquid, of course, trying to get revenge for what just happened back in Jönköping at the very last major. And the Soniqs building up a whole bunch of momentum for that very same tournament. And now a shocker of a roster change to come here to SI.
Absolutely. A chip on the shoulder of Liquid. But the same could be said for the Soniqs. They really want to get another big win under their belt, and they might have picked up the player just to do it. Citizen coming off of G2, who we really didn't get to see too much of last year on an international stage. Only got to see him during Charlotte, where they lost 0-2 to, you guessed it, Liquid inside of their quarters. So, I mean, with all that said and done, I mean, if there's a way to get back into the international stage, it has to be up against a team that you lost to the last time that you were here.
Yep, absolutely the case, and it's going to be very fun to see how these two teams play it out. Obviously, we're at the very beginning of SI here, and I think the maps are going to be very interesting for this one. Looking at the on-paper stats, at least for our first map here as we get into it right now, this doesn't necessarily look like an amazing map for either team, and the same can be said going over to the second one. Things definitely looking a little bit better for Team Liquid here on Villa, however, and you guys at home seem to be favoring that as well. 56% of you believe Team Liquid is going to be topping this one out, so let's see if it ends up being true. Back to my point, though, it's very much a new year, a new start to the year. Some of us were talking about this yesterday at dinner, so the preconceptions we have about teams may not entirely be true, so we have to wait and see just how prominent these two teams are going to end up being on this map. Let's take a peek, because we're already into the bans here with Dokkaebi and Flores being our two attackers to be knocked out.
Yeah, die down those guesses and everything else you're holding dear and close to all of these teams, because all of it, for the most part, really doesn't mean that much unless you're looking over to the likes of Team Liquid. But even given the fact that we've had this amount of time, things could have changed. I mean, they were terrible at Skyscraper. That's what ended up losing them the Jönköping Major, when they ended up getting stomped not only in the semifinals by W7M, but also by BDS in the same map in the finals. That could be something that they worked on. You know, we could see that later on down the line, just have that in the back pocket and worked on that the last couple of months. But that's the beauty of SI. Not only is it our biggest tournament of the year, but it's where we get to see all the new bread and butter, all the new toys, see what everybody is getting up to with their rosters. And what better way to do it than this matchup that we have on our hands. We already had the new form G2 earlier today, which Fabian got his first big dub as a coach on international stage, so pretty cool stuff. But now we have to see if Citizen and the Soniqs can get it done with his new addition.
Talking about seeing those new toys, unfortunately, the newest toy not coming out to play on this map specifically. Solus already banned out, which is something that we kind of expected to see, especially coming from the Sonic side. There's been a lot of talk at NA about specifically about how this operator was really going to be kind of taking over the defensive side of meta, and how teams, I saw at least one coach tweeting, like when she first came out, for instance, that like you need to run her on a roster, like you're doing something wrong if you're not picking her up. Curious to see if that's still going to be the philosophy for quite a few of these squads now that we've made it a few months later here to SI. But getting started with our first map, not going to see her in play. Alongside that, Malusi also getting banned out there by by Team Liquid.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised if she's not the most banned operator on defense of the entire tournament, and that's just because of how volatile she is to the drone game of the offense. That's the most important thing to do on offense, get that information for your team so you can try and coordinate things and make sure you're successful by the end of the round. Sola, she counteracts, thwarts quite a bit of that, actually, especially in the initial prep phase. A lot of people forced to have their drones outside rather than inside, someone that could be cutting off a rotation or find you some solid information on what the reinforcement setup would look like. She's going to get rid of all of that due to her scanner being able to see all of those electronics. And that's even past drones as well. If somebody's on a camera, if there's an electronic outside that happens to be something that isn't a drone, she sees all of that. So definitely quite a potent operator that has been put in quite recently.
So Liquid already on the board here and starting to prowl throughout the map. Interesting initial site choice coming in from the Soniqs as well as they go downstairs for the kitchen hold instead of our usual expected choice of going towards either AVG or, of course, the area which they are starting to breach into now up here by Statuary, as well as Trophy across the hallway here. A bit of work needing to be done, of course, just to get access to Trophy and start establishing those top-down angles onto the actual site down below. And Rexon stands in the way of this prominently with quite the setup to assist him here. You can see the wall's been double reinforced with the electric batteries coming out from Citizen there. And a few other teammates in the area able to potentially swing around and support him if things get a bit too hot, too. Speaking of which, might be approaching that part of the game here as now we see Resets working his way in and immediately pinching out Rexon, preventing any effective play coming out from his position there.
Soniqs pretty stretched on this top floor. They still have Gunnar over inside of Vault, but he's quickly getting gunned down by Ask. A big explosion there. I believe that was a Nitro cell out of the Defender, and it will be from Gunnar trying to make some new angles to assist in this gunfight. But it's going to be Resets that actually has the assist for Ask. They'll take out the man inside of AVG, make their life a little bit easier for this top clear. Remember, it is Kitchen, so this is all going to be on Palu trying to break up this flooring and making it difficult on these anchors.
Very effective top clear overall from Liquid, though Soniqs just did not seem to have the right read on that, either from Rexon or Gunnar's POV. Just getting flanked out there, only having the half HP returned onto Nesk in the process, and that might be unrelated as well. Citizen going to take the next bit of damage here as he tries to scurry back to the depths of the actual site here, approaching the final minute of play. Soniqs going to have to hope that the setup inside of the site and across the hall into living room is going to be enough to hold off the full brunt of the force from Team Liquid, but I'm not sure if it will end up being the case. Liquid's been very calm, very calculated with this round so far, and has made very few mistakes as a result of that. So all the pressure right now is on the Soniqs.
Liquid measured in their approach. And as you said, you can tell just by their cadence, the way they're carrying themselves. This drone game initially, finding the gaps in the defense that they so desperately needed. But now the Soniqs, they're able to step up to the plate. And Citizen's going to make good on his promise when he joined this team. Not dead just yet. He's going to start off strong with one frag. Grixer will go down to Ask, though. That's going to make this a 2 versus 4. They've got full accordance, full capability to try and put this plant down. But Geo will go down as well. Lagona's now stepping up. Citizen all alone. He'll get one, but can't try and seal the deal from the Tetris position. Way too many Liquid bodies, and they use that to their advantage. First round, Liquid.
Fortunately, that all calls back to what happened earlier on in the round. If Citizen had a few more bodies to potentially trade out from on his teammates' side of things, might have been able to make that situation work, but just not enough connecting outside of the site there, and especially when it came to the early roam game. So Liquid has a massive advantage built up just within that first minute or two of play, and it's just following through the motions from that point forward in order to lock in the round. So they will lead 1-0 after the first one closes down.
We're going to have a tech timeout here, so that will also give, the Soniqs a moment to try and talk things out, see exactly what they want to do. This is a very interesting roster now. Not that it wasn't before. Kansan's still an amazing player, but now you have arguably the #1 fragger in the world on your team. I mean, it's kind of up in the air, right? We go back with Palu and Citizen and Nesk. That's kind of the three we kind of rotate around. Everybody else's name is kind of tossed in there every once in a while. You got your Spoits, your Bolos, whatever you want to go with, right? But that man sitting right there on the camera is definitely one of the baddest men alive when it comes to Siege. The Soniqs wanting him quite badly, getting him, but now they have 4 mainstay fraggers. Amazing gun potential when it comes to this team. How does Geo in this squad coordinate that, though? That's the thing that I'm going to be focusing on throughout this tournament. It's been done in the past. We've seen quite a few squads with some very serious gun skill at their disposal. I mean, take it to rocket highs. I mean, that's what we saw in Mexico all the way back, and I believe believe, 2021, 2020, end of 2020, something like that, where we saw Alamau actually end up winning things there with Team 1. So it's not that it can't be done, but it is going to take a little bit of tweaking, but I do think they have it pretty flushed out, especially with Gio at the helm. I think that is absolutely perfect. He's got so much time under his belt with this game, and to have just another fragger that you can be like, hey, Citizen, go kill this guy. I mean, why wouldn't you want that?
Absolutely the case. There is still probably going to be, like you said, though, just a few awkward rounds here and there as they try to sync things in an actual match for the first time here. Kind of like we saw with the upstairs room, there things just not really connecting, I think, in the way that they would have liked it to. They're already going to go for a pretty much immediate pseudo fix on this, at least for the next round, by switching the site back over to what looks like it's going to be AVG once we get out of this pause here. That'll allow them to play things much closer together. A lot more lockdown. Set up for more trades and things like that, especially if an exterior or an extended roam ends up getting pressured. There's still a possibility you can maybe catch the player from Liquid and keep things a bit more even-keeled.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that in the lineup as well. I know y'all can't see it, so we'll talk about it for you here, but we've got Echo, Smoke, Wamai, Warden, and Valkyrie. We're going to AVG right now. What's that tell us, John? It tells us that the anchors are going to step up to the plate here. We're going to see a lot more people trying to fight off of site and trying to fight around that main hallway area. We might still see some roamers. It is Villa. I mean, you guys probably heard it earlier when Ace and Dev were on this map. This place is just a black hole when it comes to the basement. People just go downstairs and just get lost. No one knows that they're there. No one really drones it out all that often. So we could still see a couple of things come through on that end of things. But really, I think that the big benefit right now is that they did end up losing that first round, yes, but the tactical timeout is going to help them to be able to exactly figure out how they want to play the remainder of this game out for themselves. Because like you were saying, it's going to be growing pains. All of these players are used to playing in a certain way. And now you have Citizen there that is a fantastic player. And you, in a certain way, have to carve out space for him to be able to do his job, whilst also finding new tasks that you have to do that Kansan might have been doing before, or something along those lines.
Talked about the anchors wanting to take control in this upcoming round as well, and in all honesty, the side hold wasn't terrible from what we saw. They're able to push it back for a few seconds. Citizen able to set himself up properly for quite a few of those return frags. I think it ends up picking up like 4 from that first round right there, so nearly gets the whole set right from the very first round there, and now hopefully being able to keep the players alive for longer periods of time, bring those players deeper into the round as well, and hopefully keep the full 5-man roster alive for that final fight is going to give Citizen, and of course some of these other players as well, the room that they need to clutch out those remaining 2 or 3 kills they need to pick up to win it.
Yeah, and I think even going into that further with that first round and the way that Liquid played it out, once they got their advantage, they used the timer to its fullest advantage. They used it all the way down to the wire. So if the Soniqs can keep people alive and they're able to help Citizen out in those dying moments, we now have a pretty serious ball game that Liquid is going to have to try and rectify. It's going to be a big problem for them if they start getting some serious frags off the site.
Just a bit of an update, folks. We are working on fixing that audio issue from the first round where, well, couldn't really hear.
Well, there was no audio,
yes.
so.
We are in the process of fixing that right now. It should just be another moment or two. We, of course, apologize for the delay. We're getting back into the game as soon as it is technically possible. As you can see, we're in that technical timeout right now. But this is the new Soniqs roster, the premiere, of course, of Citizen joining up for them, and, of course, the start of Liquid's Revenge Tour after they unfortunately just missed that chip back over in Jönköping a few months ago.
Yeah, the Soniqs are popping the champagne whilst right across the pond there, you just see Liquid kind of head in hands, just getting ready for the game. Just like, you know, I'm here for a reason, right? Like, it's like that the workout right after a breakup, right? Everyone's just looking at that guy like, oh, it's demon time, huh?
It's important to note too, the Soniqs have a little bit of a revenge tour of their own. They came very close to getting to the very same point Liquid was at the last major, but dropped out 1 step earlier, I believe.
And so awkward. It was super awkward for them as well because of the maps that they had inside of that best of 3. You definitely think it would benefit them. One of the maps that they actually lost, the second map inside of that best of 3, Clubhouse. What, doesn't that shock you a little bit?
For them and their performance last year, absolutely.
Yeah, it's very, very shocking. So I think that was definitely the time for people to kind of step up and be like, all right, we might need to make a change here. And good on Super for going out and getting the top of the line. No, he went to the supercar lot and he wasn't like, I want the Ferrari, I want the Lamborghini. No, I want the Bugatti. That's what I want. Give me the Chiron. That's what we're taking home. And he bagged himself a Citizen. So we'll see if it can continue assisting them with these further rounds. No, he's not. He is not French. He is not even close to French. I mean, British supercars minus the McLarens.
Could have called him a McLaren like 720. You know,
I mean, dude, he is
around the track.
Dude, he is a P1. I could see that. A McLaren P1 because Citizen is cleaner than some shirt shoes. There you go. We got a good little fly or Starboy reference there. Flyboy, my goodness gracious. Everyone's going to hate me for my weekend references this week. But either way, guys, we have delayed long enough. We're back into the game. We actually have some quality content to talk about, minus everything else we've been delaying. For Liquid up 1-0 for those that are just joining us, and Liquid having a pretty straightforward round as they attack Kitchen on that first offense, taking it to the Soniqs, dwindling down their numbers quite handedly on the top floor, and then finally able to take down Citizen as he was a lone member inside around Tetris.
All right, let's get into it here, see what exactly the Soniqs will be trying to trip up Liquid with at the beginning of this round. We saw it previously when they were holding downstairs, of course, in Kitchen, trying to deploy up into the other side of the map over here on the inside of Trophy and Stature, just unable to play around the very coordinated initial take from Team Liquid, where two of the members of the Soniqs were immediately caught, really without a proper chance to respond to it, as well as both of them were caught in the middle of a transition. So going to be trying to avoid that same fate this time here on the second round. As we get back into it here, and Soniqs play things a little bit closer towards the chest, and as well, a lot more utility coming out for them to use, such as these drones here from Gunnar as well, try and spot some of these pushes a bit earlier on.
A little DPEC page there coming out. Some people looking over at the Koi book and going, huh, well, yokais are pretty cool, aren't they? And you can drone on defense and assist your roamers. That could be pretty useful, especially with the fact that if I do keep a yokai alive the entire time, I can probably stop the plant. So yokais working their way back in. Echo could be something that we see come to fruition a little bit more often here at SI. We saw him a handful of times in Yongchiping and definitely had some impact, but could be one that we see benefiting quite a few squads, especially if used correctly. Remember, DPEC, one of the best in the business when it comes to that. At this point, I'd say it's him and Redeemer for the all-time best Echo players when it comes to Siege, so we'll see if anybody else can try and throw their name in that hat.
Play continuing to evolve here, but quite slowly, as Liquid not finding that early pick or two as easily as they would have been able to on the previous round here. The Soniqs as well choosing to not play directly into that type of clear. Liquid, of course, trying to take priority downstairs first and is able to get full control down there without too much of an issue. Soniqs not trying to play into that too heavily this round anyway. Now it's about the transition, of course, into Study, as you were seeing one player on Repel from Liquid a second ago get access to the door, as well as transitioning up that main stair that becomes the next hard point here for Liquid to breach.
And here's that big issue, like we were talking about. Liquid, they love to take their time on this offensive end, but if the Soniqs don't get in front of them too early and they're able to slowly let Liquid into the map, then Liquid now has a problem. We need some serious entries, and this is where it starts, but Citizen's going to immediately fire back. Some nice cannon fodder there on to Ask. He'll keep things equal as he's holding it down in Library. Remember, this site is upstairs. This is a full roam here for Citizen, just trying to make sure that the Soniqs are able to stave off Liquid long enough to make this round pretty complicated. You can see Nesk now trying to look for another kill down low. Grixer's going to reposition here. I love the timing play. Wants trying to lay things out. Has the angle here. Nesk could be in some hot water, and that's the big issue. That gun model, when you're ADS like that, so hard to try and see anyone on those downward angles. So now with 20 seconds remaining, Liquid has to try and hop too.
Nicely done by the Soniqs on this round, immediately flipping the script against Team Liquid here and making that slow play work into Soniqs' own advantage instead here. Palu will finally get at least one down against Grixer. Gunnar also being taken out too, but Rexon's already traded that back out against Resets. Lagonis, of course, as you've probably noticed, already down here. So Palu, the last player remaining, and is not going to be able to stay in it for that much longer. The immediate traded round comes out from the Soniqs, and we are now tied up 1-1.
And actually a little interesting tidbit there as well. If you guys remember, Citizen giving Palu a little crap at the very beginning, going like, hey, I'll see you at the very end of the round. And
to be fair,
and there you go.
He's popped off 2 rounds in a row now, so he has not been wrong about that at any degree.
It's very true. It's very true. Citizen and Palu both meeting each other at the end of the round. It seems to be that those two might be the ones gatekeeping each other for these rounds throughout the rest of the map and the rest of this series, depending on how it goes. But Citizen definitely not missing his mark when it comes to changing teams. Gets another kill under his belt on top of the other 2 that he had from the first round. Just remember, folks, we had a rehost, so all of those kill numbers from the first round gone. So just be aware that the stats afterwards from CGG will look a little bit different than what you're seeing on your screens.
Sonic will not try to directly defend over on the other side of their previous site. We're going to be over here inside of Trophy Stature. Of course, they tried to defend below this back on round number 1, so they already have some experience playing an extended game in here, and they have seen how Liquid wants to approach this when there's not a heavy defense setup on it. Of course, much more resources are going to be expended decided by the Soniqs this time to reinforce this site, so we're going to see a bit more of a creative approach from Team Liquid this time. We can already see that by some of their repicks here. The Ying being busted out so they can take hot control over and more than likely bedroom side and the eventual site play as well. We've also got that Gara hook coming out for resets also to maybe give us some fun action. Oftentimes though, just to prep everyone, more than likely could just end up being for the comfort pick of the gun if we don't see the Gara hook find any place to really be used on this route.
Also, just past that, kind of a scary noise as well. Even if it's just used on a random window, when you hear a Gara hook, it's like PTSD. You're immediately just sent into shock and really don't know what to do until you find where she is. So it could be a little bit of a, side move there from Liquid, something that's just to distract. But the more and more that we're getting this offense put together, the more and more it looks like resets might be flying in via Astro here. Might be trying to take some fights over inside of bathroom. You can see this fantastic camera placement. And that's one you normally don't get when it comes to this site, just because you have so many people rolling around. The only way to get up there is, well, via two ways, the flag or the boxes. And, well, this time it's going to be the rope, and it's going to be in for resets. He's got a frag. Rexon will take down Ask, but resets, he's got a lot more to do. The stuns will stun him out. The Soniqs, they fought back. They've taken down Nesk. This top floor hold, it's going well. Resets will finally be able to gun back, though, and it'll be a 2 versus 2 somehow after all of that action.
The Gara hook play paying out in huge dividends right now, as it is the only advanced position that Liquid can seemingly hold on to here. Resets still in the fight as he takes on another challenger and is brought down to just a sliver of HP. Now the only active defender as Lagonis has to go down for the plant. Should be able to get it out without too much of an issue. And there we go, the plant now down. The timer ticks in the other direction. And now the pressure's on for the Soniqs instead. But here comes Citizen. Citizen's had the pressure on him twice. Hasn't seemed to balk at it yet, but this time goes down with no damage returned for it. Everything falls to Geo in the clutch now for the 1v2. Can't even get the first target as the assist comes in from Lagonis at just the right timing to lock it in for Liquid instead.
All right, Liquid, they're bearing some teeth here, able to get inside on a pretty action-packed round there. Look at the timer, 2 minutes left on the clock. Reset's already gunning down people with the SMG-11. What a masterclass on how to use that pocket sniper. Such a good gun when it comes down to it. And well, looks like Liquid will be able to take another round here on the offense. Soniqs, they're starting to get some legs under themselves, though, keeping the numbers very, very close. Although that did get down to a 2 versus 2, though, Liquid still able to take it just by the skin of their teeth.
This is very quickly turning into a game of which team can adapt around the other better. Liquid realizes their mistake from round 2. They were playing things too slowly, giving Soniqs far too much time to read their setup and counteract it actively with their roam game. So instead, they take a bit of a risk. They still play heavily into their own drone game on the third round here for Liquid, but they emphasize getting in, especially for resets there with that Gara hook and making sure they find impact early on in the round. And resets does that in a huge way, giving Team Liquid so much control, which they're eventually able to utilize to take control, get that plant down, and deny the retake from below that Soniqs tried to go for.
Yeah, I mean, that round does not happen without the drone placement and the way that Soniqs position themselves as well. That drone placement inside of Astro was astronomical.
The only reason why resets has the confidence to go for a play like that, otherwise that's suicide.
It is.
10 out of 10 if you don't have intel there.
Yeah, because then you don't know if anybody's playing behind Astro Desk or not. And that's the key thing there. If he flies in that window, that's the first person that's going to fight him. So he was able to recognize that no one's there. And the other player, well, they're inside a bathroom. So you throw some stuns, and a Gara hook all of a sudden isn't that loud in comparison.
I think they masked it by throwing one of the Ying grenades at the same exact time.
I think they threw it in the master window.
That's why the bathroom player didn't even notice that it happened, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
so that was really well played by the Liquid roster as well.
Yeah, I love that kind of play when it's kind of those, those throw-off things, those little feints with noise or whatever. That's my favorite play style when it comes to Siege. Being able to fake somebody out, get him thinking that you're going to peek a different angle or make a different move, and then all of a sudden you're right on top of them and they have no idea. You get that big kill, you get the round. That's what we see out of Liquid, especially from that Gara hook play. We don't get to see them all that often, but man, when they pop off, it is surely some fun. A minute down on this, and Liquid, as to be expected, have slowed things down quite a bit. Ask, well, he's traveled into a black hole, which happens to be the basement, and he's looking to come up the red stairs right now. Nice little angle being held there from Grixer, just a 6th sense, though. They have no idea that this guy is here. Just seeing if anybody would potentially roll on up that stairwell and give him a kill.
Both teams slowing it down to a pretty tremendous degree for this round. Liquid with good reason to, given what happened on the previous one. Yeah, they put the right foot forward, but they lost a lot of players in the early take aside from resets. Oh, wasn't the most effective round. Ask, though, gives us a very effective headshot here. Slams Grixer out of this round here. He will go down. The Azami along with it here. And Liquid once again take the early advantage as a result of it.
Well, Grixer Highest rating at Yangshiping when it came to playoff players. Second highest for the entire event at a 1.23. Top was a 1.33. But so far, not so good for him. 1-3. Don't believe he benefited all that much in round one either. So Soniqs, they're reeling now. The good news is, though, they've wasted so much time when it comes down to it. 50 seconds remain for Liquid to hop to. They have all access to every portion of the map that is important to them, though. Not going to have the sledge here to really try and create any verticality. That's why we do have the breaching charges on Palu, trying to break up some of the electronics down low with that scanner as well. And IQ, a little stronger, trying to dodge out some of those C4s as well. Gio, he'll be able to trade himself out. It'll go down to a 3 versus 4, and it's going to be onto the utility game here. 2 nitros in the pockets now make it 1 after Citizen uses his, but it'll fall on deaf ears.
Explosive timing just way off there for Ask as the screen gets shook to heck and back as he tries to work his way in there. Not able to read into it appropriately, and the rest of the execute as well just falls to pieces right before our very eyes here. The Soniqs finally getting a shutdown on the defense now to swing things back in the other direction and tie us up once more, 2-2.
That round right there from the Soniqs was extremely, extremely well done. And it's really just up to the way that they were able to delay time past the death. Team Liquid really didn't have it in the cards to be able to go back through the site and figure out everybody's position. So they had to try and send it and see what they could do. And that gave, well, the benefit over to the Soniqs. They were able to try and position into some more risky situations, kind of like what we saw over there in China right next to the door there for what I thought was Grixer, but I do believe it was Gunner actually sitting in there. But yeah, that makes it to where Liquid doesn't exactly know where the positions are from the Soniqs. They know they're somewhere in the site, but that's really where the buck stops, and that's what punishes them as well. So it's going to be 2-2 here as Soniqs able to stay neck and neck with our runners-up from Yangshiping.
2 rounds left to go, so let's find out as the Soniqs once again bring a nice adaptive play to the table. And they're now going to be able to return to a site which they have already closed out on as well over here on the inside of AVG. This is where they adjusted in round 2, pulled things back, played a lot closer to the chest. Very similar to what we saw in the previous round as well. So no reason why they wouldn't play it differently. They also had this great pinch in the first floor stairs entranceway, mainly employed by Citizen as well as Gio playing it from the staircase, blocking off access from the main entryway with the smoke grenades as well. So expect something very, very similar to be deployed here. However, Team Liquid are bringing something very, very different, potentially to counter this one out.
Yes, indeed. This might be a rare occasion for where you actually see Glaz with frag grenades, because usually you're trying to be self-efficient with smokes, but this is team play here. This is high coordination. We're not paying these people to have fun, all right? We're paying these people to win video games, and that's what this lineup is designed to do, but via Glaz and, well, Capitao and Monty. That's why you see all of those smokes on them, minus obviously Capitao. He's got the smoke bolts, which are even cooler, because Wamai is the only person that can try and deal with those, so look to Rexen to try and thwart that game plan. But the key thing here for Liquid is going to be keeping that veil up, keeping the shroud there until Glaz can capitalize. If you use that rifle too early, they're going to know exactly what's going on, and well, the round's practically over. I wouldn't say it's just done just yet, but that right there. Yeah, Ask going down initially, not the biggest of deals. I mean, it's definitely a problem, but my goodness, Soniqs, they are taking it to Liquid. They didn't even get a chance to really get in the building. The first footstep right here into this door is an immediate nitro cell to the feet of Liquid.
Obviously, the setup is impressive from the Soniqs, but just the raw aggression and how well it works from the Soniqs is the more impressive part for me. Some of these players just swinging the angles and absolutely slamming the heads off of Team Liquid players here. But once again, a lot of mastery built up to that point, too. You saw the Nitro cell from Citizen, and he's going to come in one more time for the final kill as well. Away from that as well, more players just setting themselves up with proper utility. While it may not have guaranteed a kill outright, it does set them up for it. And indeed, we saw Team Liquid just get set up for failure time after time again on this round, playing directly into the hands of the Soniqs, now giving them the lead here at 3-2, heading into the final round of the first half.
Yeah, the Soniqs just ravished them right there. That was really ridiculous.
That's 2 rounds now that's been happening.
Disgusting stuff, especially with what Liquid was going for right there, right? It was heavily coordinated. You got 2 ops that interact with Glaz there, Glaz with the frag grenades, but you're also trying to make sure that they don't hear that rifle so you don't run into any problems when it comes to actually using those smokes, right? So with that being said, Liquid are trying to get a foothold kind of easily around, right? They're going downstairs, trying to work their way up the main stairs, do all of these fairly straightforward, fairly default things. And that's what the Soniqs had planned. They wanted to take the fight to them on every entry point. That was some of the more ease of access locations, like the bottom of that stairwell or study balcony. We didn't even get to see a single thing go down that was an important utility piece to their overall strategy because the Soniqs were so quick to deliver that death blow.
And no attempt from Liquid there as well to potentially change up the attacking strategy, go for a north clear and work themselves in from Trophy Statuary side instead. Just fully affirmed in the fact that they could beat the setup from Citizen and Geo down there at the bottom of the first floor. And unfortunately, that choice ends up setting them up for failure 2 times in a row inside of this half now, as the Soniqs look to try and claim an ultimate lead if they can get one more round on the board here for a 4-2 scoreline. However, they are going to move back to a bit of a shakier territory, as they'll be inside of that Trophy and Statuary site to try and finish off that final round.
All right, well, looks like we're back to basics when it comes to Liquid. Palu, we on the Lion, Ask on the IQ this time. That's been thrown around to a different set of people here. The offensive lineup of Liquid, trying to get access back to the basement via the wine cellars. So get that popped open and then start working their way into the building. We are going to be on a trophy stat defense, and I mean everything else making quite a bit of sense, especially for the Soniqs camp. We've got double denial when it comes to drones with the Mozzie Mute combo that we're also very accustomed to. Castle working his way in as well, which, I mean, he's a huge benefactor of this particular site. There's so many different ways you can try and break all this up with those castle barricades. We can see a couple of those around like the closet and things along those lines, just making Liquid's life a little bit harder, especially because they don't have any range soft breach. So if they want to get rid of something, it's going to have to be a frag grenade or Ask going to get it himself.
They don't have that direct insertion method that they used the last time they attacked this site. That's where Resets had his big moment with the Gara hook play, working itself into Astro there. Nothing like that going to be in play this time. It's a much more normal take going to be coming out from Liquid, but they don't necessarily seem to be losing any momentum with regards to the timing they need to use to get onto the site here. Still proceeding as you might expect, given we're about halfway through the round now, and you can already see them starting to move towards that Astro control. Great lineup here from Ask as well. Just snipes the head right off of Gunnar and starts the real take.
Oh, Ask. Oh, that was an important gunfight right there. Citizen able to get the flank. Nitro Cell out. He's in hot water, and I don't know if he knows it, but he gets Lagonis. Citizen? Oh, so very close to the triple. Liquid, though, they still might have the round, even though Citizen was doing his damnedest to shut it down. It's a 2 versus 3. Geo works in via Wolf. Has a drone on him. Case not down just yet, but it is down on the ground. It's going to be inside of Astro. A quick kill there by Resets. And now Geo going to get it down to the 1 versus 2, but it's covered by Liquid. I believe a flank route coming in potentially. No, that was just a shot over from Astro. Just got the shoulder. A slight little pixel of the Soniqs player, and Liquid pull ahead yet again.
Good adjustments there from Team Liquid. Still a little bit shaky with regards to the flank watch for that overall push there, but they do a much better job than we saw on the previous attempt, where it was mainly Resets' entries that allowed them to win it, and their flank watch just kind of fall to pieces in the middle of that third round attempt there. Able to batten down the hatches a little bit better this time. Just take a stand in Astro essentially and win the round out on a gunfight from that point forward. Nicely played by Liquid to even it back up here at 3-0 at halftime.
Yeah, well, Liquid didn't exactly pull ahead, but they have tied things up. I mean, I'll kind of jump ahead there in the script. That's on me. My bad, my bad. Yeah, that's this round. See, it's right here, John. Round 7. My bad. So we'll see if they can get that done, or if maybe Liquid has a different fate in mind for themselves. Could say the same for the Soniqs, but speaking of FaZe, Citizen, I mean, it really looks like he's going for a statement game here, John. Currently 7-2-2. You can slap 2 more kills and a death on top of that, so technically he's 9-3 right now.
I would say the investment's paying off based on this first game.
Nah, Superstat is pissed, I can tell you. Like, he's just so mad with this investment and what Seth has done with this org. No, he's definitely killing it. You know, especially with trying to switch out Kansan, which for your squad at that moment in time was one of your big clutch factors, right? And he's kind of died off a bit, and that tends to happen with players in any esport, in any sport at all. You know, it can be a million different things. Mental, burnout, whatever it is, right? But, I mean, if you're going to go and try and replace a player that has that much talent, you're going to have to try and go and find somebody that is the best at what they're doing, and that's what they've done. So it's obviously working out up until this point, but the shoe is now on the other foot. We're on offense now for the Soniqs, and what can they do with a heavy amount of coordination?
Let's see here. Citizen's still going to be a big piece of the puzzle here, obviously. On the Nook, seeing what exactly he can potentially sneak up towards against Team Liquid in the opening minute or 2 of play. More than likely going to be trying to mess with the northern hold from these guys. Grixer, of course, getting some decent intel to play off of here. Not anything that's immediately actionable, but it does force a relocation of the Warden Anchor playing behind the map table there. They actually catch the relocation position too, but Grixer still doing some good work as well, sniping out a few good pieces of utility, such as those Volcon canisters that Ask placed down a little bit earlier on in the round. We'll have to try and snipe those out around the 1 minute mark and wait out the timer now. And already seeing some of the toxic bays being deployed too. Sonic so far doing a great job of baiting out this utility, and we're only a minute deep into the round here.
Well, to be expected from Liquid when it comes to their offensive sides is a pretty slow delivery. But for the Soniqs, it usually ends up being just that level of coordination coming through and an immediate execution. Doesn't matter what the clock has in store for them. When they're ready, they're going. So, looking to see what they can do. You can see Liquid with their setup right now is definitely throwing a spanner in the works of the Soniqs game plan, especially with this position around red. This is one that you don't really work out all that often as a unit, so they're going to have to try and mental math their way out of this, but Nesk made it pretty easy. 1 + 1 equals the guy dead on red stairs, doesn't it? So Citizen going to be able to at least try and assist. Liquid now reeling, trying to get back to site. Geo's found a foothold and potentially a plant spot, but they have to try and deal with Lagonis. He's back and forth on this door, trying to play the vault to the best of his advantage. Don't believe he has any more smokes in his pocket either. He's completely out after he guns down Geo here. Ask will pick up one, and there's no plant being forced from the Soniqs. They're practically just waiting to die.
They don't have enough nades here. They need to try and get Citizen in position to dunk another one there into side of Gunvault. Already had the 2 from Rexen get used before he had gone down there as well. It's just no capability to force Lagonis out of this position right now. I assume he has either an ADS or something else sitting in there to support his position even further too, so that's another issue that they'd have to deal with. They've been great at clearing out the utility, but they didn't bring enough, it seems, to clear out the hard points deeper into the site, like the Gunvault position that Lagonis is using to haunt the rest of the Soniqs roster right now. 20 seconds remain here for them to get onto the board, get the plant down onto the ground. Grixer maybe in a valid position to at least attempt for a plant here, but they don't seem confident to go for it. They're going to try to lurk in. Ask sneaks off another snipe against Citizen here, and Lagonis one more swing to win out the round. Very well won by Liquid to bring it back after initially struggling to hold back the tide.
Yeah, I think those are the rounds that we're going to see later on in the tournament, Soniqs picking up as well, because you can see how much work they got done inside of that, first minute and a half, and then the wheels just came off the wagon. Everyone kind of slowed down, no one really pointing them in a direction where the plant would be successful. Liquid was completely drained of utility. The only utility that they had in those dying moments was a singular impact on the Valkyrie. That doesn't kill anybody. If they were able to try and secure the vault position, that round was more than likely going the Soniqs' way, but instead it was kind of just lackadaisical, kind of, those side movements where they really weren't propelling themselves forward that get them punished, and Liquid able to take full breadth of that round. And like I said with the script, man, Team Liquid, take the lead.
Liquid indeed going to flip themselves right back into a winning position here, but Soniqs still very much keeping the pressure on, only messing up that round towards the very tail end of it when they had to push in against the anchor hold from Team Liquid. Like I said, great adjustment from them to make sure that they still held on. A lot of patience from Lagonis specifically there to make sure that things did not go awry, but he holds strong, and now Soniqs unfortunately have fallen back a little bit here. Some free picks going to end up coming in specifically for Grixer there. We're going to bring the Lion back into the fold to try and lock down the more mobile members of Team Liquid in the more heated moments of this round, but they're also out on the board. Let's see how they go for the initial approach against this hold from TL.
Round 8. This is where things could get interesting. We've been seeing a lot of Citizen when it comes to this Soniqs game plan so far. Geo kind of picking up some of the pieces when it comes to the tail end of the rounds, and the remaining fraggers and flex players all trying to make the most of it at the current moment, but not as much as we are used to. Some nice shots there from Ask. He's going to tag up Gunner. Won't find the kill, but it'll be enough to send him back to the roof.
Big player the past few rounds. Ask has been instrumental in finding the big turning point kills here for Team Liquid and making sure that they are quick and efficient, and more importantly that Ask doesn't immediately get traded in the process as well, just not going for these aggressive one-for-ones that you oftentimes see in the early round, keeping himself alive into the late round as well. There's some great effectiveness coming out from him over the past few rounds to try and slow the tide from the Soniqs. Speaking of which, we are going to see Citizen make his first mark into the building here, taking that tiny bit of pantry control. Doesn't want to push it forward just yet, but you have the double X Kairos pellet down there to potentially give him a little peephole into the kitchen itself. He's probably waiting for that to pop open before he ventures a bit further. Indeed, has it open now, but not confident in the play, so he'll back out from the window, more than likely rejoin his teammates or go for a basement push.
Nothing really there for him unless he wanted to give a frag nade up to the gods. Definitely been a thorn trap right on the other side of that, and that would have made for a very awkward gunfight up against Palu. Do you want to die to a Razor Bloom, or do you want to die to somebody with an Uzi? It's really your only two options right there. Resets, though, he's found a different one, and it's going to be die to Gunner instead. Soniqs, they have the lead off kill, and plenty of time to continue this engine, and they will indeed. Geo, potentially with the first Soniqs plant here, it's looking good. They're looking spry, and they're going to get it down. It's a 5 versus 2. Palu and Ass now forced to pick up the pieces. It won't be a flawless round as Palu takes down Citizen, but Grixer guns back quite quickly. Ask very low on HP now. 50 HP in a dream, but Grixer quick to thwart all of those plans. High hopes, but they're going to die out as the Soniqs tie us up again.
Positions get locked down much earlier on this time from the Soniqs, and overall you just have a lighter amount of resistance in the actual site itself due to the way you have to play that one. So Soniqs do not run into that same issue that befell them back on the first round of this half, and have a much easier time holding on to the site as well here. It's going to be a change up from Team Liquid, though, back downstairs into dining and kitchen to go for the next one, as we still are tied up here 4-all. Overtime is looking incredibly likely if we continue to seesaw like this.
Well, I mean, we are potentially, we're about halfway through. We do go to OT, you know, so we've a little eclipsed that just a little bit, rather, you know, because we are technically maxing out at 15 rounds.
Like 55%.
Yeah. It's always fun when you end on an odd number, right? Because it's like, well, what part is half? Either way, though, looking over at Liquid's camp, this is really what we wanted to talk about. Nesk just not really getting things done initially here today. 1-7. The initial round also just not really doing too much, so you can slap another death on top of that as well. He's gotten a singular kill for the starting map of the tournament. Not exactly something that we're used to seeing. He didn't have the greatest start to Yongshipping either, but by the tail end, it was indeed him and Palu at the top of Liquid again. I know, very, very surprising.
Double soft breach going to come out for the Soniqs this time as well, bringing the Buck into the fold for...
Oh, and the Sledge, our relative big boy now, as he's the 3 armor.
So that's going to be interesting to see, just considering the fact that it's not really one or the other. Very rare that we get both in the same exact rounds. Let's see how Soniqs are going to try and use this double-edged soft breach combo to try and get better access to the sites here. Obviously, could just be an insurance policy in the event that Gunner goes down. Rexon can still fulfill the same job from upstairs, but there's probably something a bit more advanced than that in the cards. Citizen wasting no time, by the way, immediately jumping into the action. Oh, and what a play from Geo to come up on his flank there. Geo will go down, but Citizen can now bring him back from the grave. Rexon has also already made impact. Screw the soft breach. He just wanted the gun, apparently, as he pushes directly in through Laundry or Red Hall. The rest of the team is scrambling to try and get back into the site, but no! Grixer just goes huge with a triple kill on the spray instead to end the round outright. I don't even know if we got a minute deep into that one.
Pure, unadulterated aggression from the Soniqs. Extremely punishing. Extremely well done. Yeah, I mean, everything, at least operator lineup-wise, was building up to be something that, you know, you could expect on the top floor. Then kind of take that top floor over, get Sledge breaking up the floor, get Buck making the side angles via Ivy, you know, that drop down into Memorial where you can break open the top of the reinforcements and look in. That's what it was kind of building up to. And, I mean, even for Liquid, if they got drones out or any information on any of those ops, they're probably thinking the same thing. This is probably going to be something, you know, relative to the top floor. We might see some stuff around Pantry, right? They still have the Ace, they still have the Nook, but we're really worried about what's going on in these portions of the map. And that was not it at all. The Soniqs quickly get into the map, not only that, but on the base floor and get into sight. They gun down everyone that's distracted by what's going on with Pantry. Geo's on top of the play as well. He's not just sitting there waiting for a breach to open up. I mean, it was fantastic across the board from the Soniqs. An extremely high level of coordination is what took to win that round.
Much needed tack timeout going to come in on this round from Liquid as well. They are unfortunately getting shut down just due to the pure variety of takes we're now seeing from the Soniqs as well. Definitely not expecting anywhere near the aggression we got out of that previous one, but there is hope on the horizon specifically for this upcoming round on number 10 here. Obviously, the anchors came in huge the last time Liquid played this back at the beginning of the half. They were able to outlast the utility dump from the Soniqs to clear out the defensive utility and eventually win things out in a 2v3 on the actual site here. Soniqs seem to have a very different player for this one, though.
Please lock it, Geo.
Currently has the Blitz soft locked on a repick, so we will wait and see if that stays the same position for the next 10 seconds or so. We've also got the Gara hook coming back out once again, this time for the Soniqs, of course, on Gunner, and the Candelas for Citizen, so this could be a fun one.
Oh, Poppy Geo, man. Our Mexican menace. He's in, and he's on the German operator, Blitz. We're ready for a freak show, John, and we have one lined up for you on the offense. You ever been to the circus? We got people that can clone each other, ones that flashes with shields, and people that can go on, you guessed it, zip lines that they make themselves out of a gun. So we'll see if the Soniqs can get things done. Hey, we even made it rhyme here for this round. Round 10 on the docket. It could be Soniqs pushing this to match point.
Gunnar already has the Gara hook out and primed, so we'll see what he potentially tries to do with this. Could just be getting himself up onto a balcony, of course, so
Is Gio going to rush down the guy on main?
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Gunner's ready. Gunner's like, Gunner is set for something. We just got to wait and see. Here we go. Wait for a second.
Flash the top.
We're going to go in, and they're immediately going to try to take control of this one. And so far, it's worked. Resets, though, with the trade. Back onto Gunnar. Stops the play from working out with the guard hook. Rest of the team's going to slow down as a result of that. But at the very minimum, they have been able to work their way in a top stairs less than a minute into the round here. And I don't believe without too much further delay, they should be able to also get study control as well here.
I mean, if I'm being honest, I'll trade an Amaru for a smoke any day of the week. I'm sorry, Gunnar. I'm sorry. Your life just doesn't matter that much in comparison to Lagonis's here in main stairs control.
He was basically the dice roll operator here anyway.
Yeah, really. He really was. I mean, like, you know, every good play in Siege needs a martyr. He just happened to be the one for this case. So
it does put a bit of a sour on the rest of this push as they don't have the alternate angle to push from on north side now. They don't have that extra pinch. That does mean Liquid has a lot more extra security of playthrough on the back of the site, but still, Soniqs have this staging ground, and they have plenty of extra time to suss out the intel too, so there's still plenty of ways they can figure out how to work past this.
Yeah, the worrisome thing is now is how do you play around the mirrors? You have this foothold, but more than likely all those mirrors are played in towards your position and know what you're going to be, rudimentarily going for, right? They already know where those lines are looking towards, so really Liquid's probably already thinking ahead and going, okay, when are Soniqs going to try and adjust and get somebody over here to this red stairs? Because like you said, it's pretty one-fronted right now, which is not exactly what you want when it comes to Siege. If you have a one-front assault, that probably means you lose the round, unless you just outgun literally everyone, which doesn't tend to happen all that often at a professional level. People usually tend to have very comparable gun skills. Obviously, some are not built like others, like Citizen and what we've been talking about here today, but doesn't mean that these rounds couldn't still be close. Looks like Gio's going to have a soft wall here, and I mean, if he just took that little pop shot through the wall, be able to kill him, but obviously has no idea that Nesk is actually in this location. Resets with a fantastic kill. Nesk actually might have one here. If we do see Citizen swinging through, I don't think he's actually going to end up challenging that. Citizen still staying on the window. Where's Rexen at? He's actually going to be helping out Grixer here inside of Study, but with 15 seconds remaining, they have got to hop to.
Just this deeper site setup seems to be plaguing the Soniqs. This is 2 rounds in a row now where they've really struggled to take it apart. Maybe I spoke too soon, though, as it's suddenly down to 1 for Team Liquid. Resets, a hero moment potentially to be deployed here. He'll go for it, but no! The case planter instead denies it, and another round goes up on the board for the Soniqs.
We just trust each other. Come on! You guys fucking suck.
Oh, sorry, I didn't laugh at anything. I don't know what you're talking about. So, yeah, I mean, amazing round there from the Soniqs, 6-4. And yes, extremely well done across the board. There was really no other way for them to try and fight that off, especially because of the way we were talking about the mirror windows, right? They know what their moves are more than likely going to be, so the Soniqs' only case that they win is if they're able to wrap around, either get up red stairs, kill the guy 90, and try and get in through the top red door. Get in through bust, try and get a plant on the vault. That's always going to be your safest bet when it comes to that site, and it works out in spades for the Soniqs. Extremely well done, and they're looking to take this first map up against Liquid.
Let's see if they can get it done. 2 opportunities here between this round and the next, otherwise we still end up in overtime. Important to note as well here, the Soniqs looking to close this series out in clean fashion. If they're able to do so, that's more points going up on the board for themselves in a 2-0 victory. So we'll have to wait and see how this all ends up playing out. And how many points they'll be able to claim here by winning it inside of regulation instead, should that come to pass. For Team Liquid, though, it's looking very similar to how we've played these sites in the past. Not going to be able to go, of course, for AVG directly, but they can go across the hall over to Trophy and Statuary. Or maybe, just maybe, they can hold on for at least one more round coming up here.
I can tell you this right now, if we don't see anything out of Nesk for the remainder of this series is done. You can just wrap it up with a bow. He's 1-10. Remember, there's an extra death on that from the first round where the stats did not get calculated because we had a rehost. So Nesk just not playing extremely well right now. Would love to see him start warming up. One of my favorite players of all time, my personal GOAT, as one of the players I used to watch all of the time to try and learn how to play Rainbow Six Siege back when I was absolutely terrible. Now I just suck, so that's a little bit different, right? But either way, for the Soniqs, they're looking to take it to them. 40 seconds in here, not too much to say about it, minus the drone game. This is something that's been very beneficial from the Soniqs early on inside of these rounds, and they've made it very good on their promise throughout this entire game. That's the key thing that I've noticed, is even though they've worked Citizen in, the drone game, the coordination, it is not lacking.
Certainly not the case. Now it's more of a question of how will it continue to hold its strength against some of the other teams in this tournament as well when they get deeper and deeper into it? Will it continue to be as effective on other maps? That's another question. Clearly, the Soniqs have prepared things a bit more than we had seen at the last event. This was a topic we talked about last night quite a bit as well, that the map pools for teams are going to be a little bit of a red herring if you're just looking at the stats, since we had like a full 3-month break between the last event and this one. So teams have had plenty of time to theorize not only new strategies, but of course develop their play on new maps here. Getting deeper into the round though, Esk nearly getting caught from a grenade down below, but it looks like it goes away from just at the last second here. Ask ready for the challenge in the meanwhile, coming in over towards Study. He shuts down one, Nesk finds another one. Geo will be able to trade out onto Lagonis, but it's so detached from all the action. Nesk is down on the ground in the meanwhile, but Palu still defending things quite nicely. He finds Citizen, brings it down to only Gunnar as well as Geo now for the rest of this round in a 2v4.
Well, Geo's found a foothold on the site. Just have one at the back of Trophy, but so much cannon fodder sent back and forth. Finally, somebody will land the shots. Gunnar will take down Palu. And this opens up the Vel just enough for them. Especially with the time remaining, Soniqs have enough to be able to try and get something positive going for themselves. I love that play there from Geo. Sits the Selma down. It's such a loud piece of utility. Gets that drone going as well. Repositions it for the dead players. You can see Rex on the drone right now. He's going to be in the calls for this situation. Now the plan's going to go down, and that's why Geo repositioned that cam. They need comms to be able to watch that other angle. A nice kill there from Gunnar. Nobody can stop the plan. It's a 2 versus 2. Ask has to win this gunfight, and he will. Gunnar now has to try and pick up the pieces in the 1 versus 2. He's got a perfect gun for this. The RX, all he has to do is tag these people, more than likely down them in a bullet or two, depending on if it's Nesk or Ask. And through the rotation hole, man, it feels like a grand final, and we're only in the group stage here. Gunnar back and forth, and they line up. The Soniqs get the first map. Citizen 1-0 with the Soniqs to start with the squad.
And looking to pop it off as well. Beautifully played by the Soniqs. A bumpy first round for the team, but they immediately rebound and continue to do so throughout the rest of this map. As we get towards the tail end of it as well, it is seemingly shutdown after shutdown, with the members of the Soniqs taking control and making a statement here against the second place finish from the previous major.
Absolutely insane stat line past that. Grixer, 10 kills, passed up Citizen at the very last moment. So Grixer still playing fantastic. Super excited to see how this series ends up playing out. So we're going to send you guys to a quick break. We'll be right back with map 2.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the 6 Invitational. It is time to get ready for our second map of our second matchup here on the Bravo stream between Team Liquid and the Soniqs. What a very riveting first match we just had there to really debut the new Soniqs roster, of course, starring Citizen, as he's been swapped in. And I think he put quite a good performance on the table there to really prove any question as to whether he was going to be performing up to snuff here to bed immediately.
Yeah, it was not a bare bones kind of game at all. There was quite a bit of meat when it came to those chicken wings. I mean, dude, Citizen just playing lights out. And again, this is somebody that just came across the pond like a month ago. You know, truly, truly incredible that he's able to just plug and play so very well with a completely different squad. So, I mean, big ups to him. But past that, the Soniqs able to carve out a spot for him to feel successful whilst also still playing up to their own pedigree. That's what I personally love. I mean, we saw Grixer playing fantastic inside of that game as well, had the most kills. I mean, the Soniqs look like they're firing on all cylinders, and they just started.
We really saw it come to light for me personally on the attacking side as well. Team just looked electric in quite a few of those rounds. I mean, we were seeing outright rush plays being deployed as well. There's such as the one play we saw on the inside of Kitchen the first time it was attempted there. Tell me which guy.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about this real quick because now these are the complete totaled stats. Because remember, round 1 we didn't get to see anything that happened. So Citizen and Gunner actually tied for kills. Citizen on our scoreboard only had 8 because he got 2 kills in the first round. He has 10 total. Resets was actually the one with the most kills in the game at 12. But still, I mean, just looking at that board and looking at the mainstay fraggers that you're used to seeing pop off for the Soniqs, nobody slowed down at all. If anything, it's just been Citizen that has benefited them and propelling them forward. Kansan would usually be somebody ended up right there in the middle, right where you usually expect your flex players, especially when they're playing more of those soft supports on defense. You know, just staying alive a little bit longer, looking for more of those clutch moments. He's providing that firepower, and it's just so beneficial for them because you have all of those other players that can also get away with so very much when you give them those moments, and it's just made it to where their playbook is wide open. It really seems like they can pull anything off with these players.
And for Liquid, it was very much all or nothing, at least from an individual basis. We were
Feast or famine, really.
There. Yeah, very much the case. Resets had that one great round played out on Amaro where he made that excellent entry, built off of some great intel from his teammates into Astro that would eventually lead to him pretty much single-handedly taking control of the site. A few picks coming from his teammates there, but it was really all on him. Aside from that, though, that was really it. Nesk, of course, you mentioned a few times, just not really in the game that much. I think he had like 3 or 4 kills total that matchup there, so we need to see some improvements on the usual mainstays here from Team Liquid. Strategy-wise, things look fine, in my opinion, from Team Liquid, just the individuals not hitting their shots when the pressure is on right now, and that's allowing the Soniqs to just flood in, especially on the attacking side. It does appear, though, ladies and gentlemen, that it is time for map number 2, so let us get into it. It's going to be on Chalet, and let's see here now if the Soniqs can get it done 2-0, or if Liquid has a little bit more fight left in them here, and what should be a bit of a better map for them compared to the Soniqs.
Now, this could be very scary for Liquid, depending on how Soniqs are out the box here on Chalet. Remember, with Citizen in the lineup, you're probably going to see a few things that are similar to Sonic's game plan, but now you have access to an entirely different and new player that has a different set of skills, right? He wants to play things a certain way, so we could still see some things moved around a little bit for what we're used to seeing for these operator lineups. For Team Liquid, though, they're going to start us out on the offensive side with these bans. We're getting rid of Flores. Always love a good Flores ban. He's just so useful when it comes to getting rid of utility.
Not only that, too, but specifically on these maps, we have a boatload of like very interior rooms that you have to clear utility on, where you're not going to have access to like a window or otherwise repelled angle that you could easily use to knock out some of that utility by chucking a nade in from the exterior, something like that. That's where he comes in hugely, and this is one of those maps, unfortunately, where you do have quite a few of those rooms, so he is quite often banned out here. Ying was very prevalent specifically for Team Liquid in the last map, so she's going to get banned out here because she also has quite a bit of play specifically on this map. Soniqs just echoing the ban from map number 1 there as well. With Solus, probably going to see that be a constant thing for a lot of our matches here, at least early on in the tournament, and then Liquid has the final ban.
Azami? Nope, it's going to be Malusi. Okay.
Defender bans are exactly the same.
Yeah, defender bans are just going to continue to go back and forth for probably like a list of 4 ops. It'll probably be like Solus, Malusi, Azami, and Mira. We'll probably have a couple of other things work their way in, like if somebody bans like a Thatcher, then Kaid will probably get banned out, you know, the usual respect bans, but I mean, there's just so many volatile operators right now on defense that it's like, all right, pick your poison. Like, what don't you want to play against? Because you're going to have to play against something that you don't necessarily like.
All right, well, it's going to be a master hold upstairs first for our initial defenders, which in this case is going to be Team Liquid. Soniqs are on the attack yet again, but they're not going to be too fearful of that, I imagine, given the performance they just gave us on Villa. Curious to see if it's going to be as strong, if potentially stronger here on map number 2, as of course this is their own map pick. We just saw Team Liquid's pick over on Villa go very handily into the Soniqs corner just a few moments prior, so now they're looking for the 2-0 shutdown.
Oh, very cool. Liquid's going to be playing downstairs with these mirror windows. They do have to worry a little bit about some of the cross sections that you have to deal with from the bar hallway downstairs there, but could definitely be a beneficial position for Liquid going into this. It's going to force Soniqs to try and bunker bust 2 different locations. Obviously, they could still go direct, and they found quite a bit of success at doing so on the last map, but Chalet plays a little bit differently, and honestly, it's more beneficial to the offensive side of the coin than anything. So we could also see them just take their time, try and dice up this defense from Liquid and hold some of those extremely strong angles that we're used to seeing on this map.
Starting his run here, kind of a different operator role this time to what we were seeing previously. He's going to one of the Nomad instead, pull off a flank watch role this time. That does make sense considering, especially as you heard in that little interview with him, though, he is taking on a flex role, so we can expect that to happen quite a few times. I would imagine specifically on the attacking side more than anything, as this is a bit of a trickier map to deploy into here. And the rest of the team definitely trying to prioritize on that upstairs control first, and still a little bit of setting up apparently going on for Nesk here. Missed the opportunity, but that mirror window is still going to be in the way. Nesk, of course, with all the intel to play out from that window now.
Nice little setup here on the main window for Master as well for Citizen. Soniqs have wrapped themselves around the top floor here, busting open all of these windows, and this is where it becomes problematic for the defense. You can see all of the different angles that specifically Lagonis has to try and deal with here. You have the bathroom player. If you back up too far, Citizen will shoot you from the master window, and then you're also going to have pressure from the Soniqs across the board in other locations as well. Palu doing his best to try and get this open, looking for any Claymore lasers, doesn't find anything. He's going to wait for the comm to see if anybody's on these windows so he can try and take the gunfight. Hops out, some serious damage onto Gunner, but it's not going to be enough to actually down him.
Citizen us taking a small amount of heat from a separate fight there. He'll lose about a quarter of his overall HP. Turn movement has gone in. Rex spotting out at least one player. Ask and Gunnar trading blows against completely separate players as well. Finally brings us down to the 40. Oh, Rexon with the slam and headshot against Nest just steals control of the office away. Important to note, though, look like Case is actually down right now for the Soniqs. They do need to find a way to pick that back up and quickly, as they have interior site control, but no way to move the objective forward currently. Ask as well, still with full control of the top Solarium stairs, which is going to continue to hold back any more aggressive play from the rest of the Soniqs.
Yeah, Liquid definitely worse for wear here. Still capable. Still have some Nitro cells as well as an impact to be able to try and thwart this game plan, but the Nitro's gone. Reset's very low HP. They know exactly where he is, and he's reeling right now, just trying to find an angle that could possibly try and help him. Rexon's going to take down Resets. Ask will at least be able to get one from that situation, but now he has an angle that's over the top of him inside of Solarium. That's actually going to be Citizen with that AK. You're sitting there waiting for him to try and rotate out of the stairwell. They have a pretty successful spot to try and go for this plant as well, but they don't have a Nitro cell. They're going to have to try and do this with impacts via Palu, and then try and take some angles through that verticality. Looks like they might just try and go for a rotation here as well. Pick and choose as you will, but it's going to be trying and find a pin inside of a lot of hay. Doesn't really work out for him. And now for Liquid, they're going to have to try and get back on this top floor and try and recruit from this plant.
Soniqs definitely losing a little bit of momentum there due to the earlier downing of Geo, and the case that was lost with that ended up going down for those who didn't catch it there, just over by the the bedroom and Solarium doorway. What was causing so much delay, of course, is Ask had a direct angle to contend against anyone who would have gone for the pickup on that. Soniqs, of course, now working their way past that obstacle and putting it into a 3v2 post plant. It's up to Palu and Ask here to retake the game, to retake this round as well. Not going too swimmingly, unfortunately. Grixer as well as Rex quickly shut things out, and the Soniqs claim the opening round.
Absolutely ridiculous. And Rexon's talking about shooting Nesk in the face, in case you guys were wondering what he was talking about. He was talking about how he just sprinted into office and shot Nesk immediately. Like this. Look. Yeah, you know, France has something for that. It's called the guillotine. Decapitation is what we call that right there. That was ridiculous from him. Very well done from Rexon, as the Soniqs once again starting things off extremely strong up against Liquid here on Chalet. This offensive side is where we're going to see Soniqs probably taking the majority of their rounds, but I mean, if they deal enough of a death blow to the ego of Liquid, they might just take this pretty cleanly. You know, if we're talking like a 5-1 split on offense, that's going to be pretty difficult for Liquid to try and work back from.
We already saw how well Citizen can deploy deploy himself into those like extended roaming hard points too, and there's so many of those.
Oh yeah.
Like the one outside the library and beyond that as well. We can talk about them all day long here, but that's the most obvious one. And we're almost certainly going to see Citizen play into those positions and almost certainly see him be effective from those positions when we get on the defensive side. So expect that to be a lot of the prowess for Soniqs' defense when that time comes in about 5 rounds.
Yeah, when it comes to maps like Chalet where the offense has an inherent advantage, there's 2 options on defense. You either play a crapload of utility or you get pretty aggressive and try and get some important kills early on inside of the round. And so far, the Soniqs have done very, very good at quite a bit of that. Liquid, not so much. The last map, obviously, a little bit different when it comes to Villa and strategy, but for this one, they're just getting picked to pieces, not really stepping up to the plate and going for these swings. The Soniqs are able to capitalize on quite a few of their different plays that they've had going on so far just through that first round. They're going to try and go for things yet again here. It's going to be on the library side here, and the coordination working out quite swimmingly for Soniqs. You can see how easily things are going on that library balcony as they begin opening up the garage down low as well. Soniqs looking so very good for this first best of 3 here at SI.
Getting a bit deeper into this round now.
Perfect. Oh my God.
Man, the Soniqs continue to surprise with the amount of aggression they successfully bring out. Palu and Nesk both down again inside of the first minute of the round. And again, the Soniqs just set up for success over these next 2 minutes.
That was absolutely perfect. If you have to tell anybody, if anybody needs to show their friends how you clear library,
that's it.
You just show them that clip right there. That's all you do. You play the window, you throw the stun over, and you have your player hop in double. That's it. That's all you need. As long as you have somebody else able to manage that library balcony just for a split second so Rexon can cross across and get away from that angle, you're more than likely going to be successful. Unless, I mean, you are Rexon, then you just kill them both yourself. I mean, come on. Soniqs looking to try and get their second round here. In Liquid, I would say worse for wear, but they're looking like a shell of their former selves right now.
Well, let's see if they could potentially bring themselves out of that shell, either on this round or a deeper one. So far, though, it looks like the Soniqs are, like we said at the end of the first map, to make a statement, and a statement they are making here. 2 rounds in a row against one of the best rosters, not only in Latin America, but in my opinion, one of the best rosters in the world.
Liquid discombobulated, flustered after these first 2 rounds. And I mean, you can see why. It's not that they're not doing the things that they know work. It's that it's simply not working. The Soniqs are there every single time to cross the T's and dot the I's and take the round. Liquid have not a single thing inside of their handbasket to assist them at the current moment. And in fact, after that last round, I'm really surprised that we already haven't seen a Liquid timeout, because these defenses are going to matter quite a bit. It seems like they want to try and go for a full site rotation, but they're not even going to use that to their own benefit either, John. They were main stairs first, went garage second, and then back up to the top master yet again here to see what they can get done. Is it going to be Soniqs 3-0? What do you think?
Well, if it is 3-0, which personally, yes, I do think it'll go 3-0 on this round. I think that's when we're going to see the pause from the members of Team Liquid. This one I think is around is like, okay, they made some mistakes on this attack back in round number 1, so I think Liquid is thinking they can maybe make some smaller adjustments here, fix it. If that doesn't happen, that's probably when the pause is going to come in. It's like, okay, now we need the coach's help because we are lost.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the strategy, you can see how much different it is from Team Liquid's first defense on this top floor.
They've got an idea of how to counter this one, it seems.
Yeah, well, honestly, I think it's even past that. I think it's Liquid recognizing that it's now or never for the Soniqs. Yeah. Remember, this is round robin in a single best of 3, so this is the only time that they get to play the Soniqs. If they don't beat the Soniqs here, the Soniqs have beaten them for the entire group stage. So, and Soniqs no longer have to worry about it until they get to main stage, where they could potentially, obviously, play Liquid in the semis. So, past that, though, Soniqs definitely at the helm of this one and taking their time. I mean, they've looked so solid as an entire unit here, and I cannot say that enough. I am so very impressed with what we have seen throughout these first 2 maps here, and extremely excited for the entire group stage that we have.
Away from that, things will continue to evolve a little bit here for the Soniqs. They're going to take their time with this one, and good reason too. Liquid, like we said before, seems to have a pretty good idea in terms of how to counter out the strategy from the Soniqs that worked out previously. But it's all about whether they can follow it through in the execute itself. Continuing to see them take their own time with their drone game here, looking for potential pain points that they could abuse against Team Liquid, but not necessarily finding any of those early on just as of yet. Grixer, though, still forcing himself in, but does not realize the cross from Lagonis is there. He shuts him out instead, takes Grixer down, but a trade is found from Geo to keep us even at 4-all.
Love the call from the Soniqs and the play there from Grixer, but sadly, nobody else from the Soniqs exactly prepared for that. No one really hopping to and trying to assist him with that push. He was just on an island instead of office once he got there, and really wasn't, willing to risk too much with his movement either. Just kind of stayed stalwart until he was gunned down from Piano. And now with a minute and 20 seconds left, this has looked like Liquid's best chance of getting around thus far. Still plenty of map control across the board, especially over on the library side. Still have some people rotating around down low as well. But after that good shot there from Rexen, this might have opened the board up. Rexen, he's getting so much done. Palu can't win the fight. All he had to do was hit Rexen a singular time. But the Soniqs, they're getting it done. Rexen, like the Matrix, he's dodging every bullet that's sent at him until finally resets will cut him down to size. He's got the case at his disposal, but he has to try and hold it down in Solarium away from two deadly Soniqs members.
Let's see here if Resets can bring out his own hero moment after we saw one from the Soniqs just a few moments ago. Unfortunately, not going to happen. The Soniqs just seem like they're unstoppable, at least here in their first match against Team Liquid. Like we were talking about before, the pause, we have to hope it's coming, and indeed, I do believe it is. Liquid finally calls for that tack timeout here as the Soniqs are running away with the lead so far on Chalet.
I mean, it better, because I don't think you could slap the smile off Rexen right now.
9-1.
Disgusting, man. Absolutely disgusting. He's literally pulling the exact same thing that we saw from Doki earlier in the day. I think Doki had 12 through 4 or 12 through 3, one of the two. Just ridiculous gameplay out of the individuals here today.
Very much the case. So immediately we're going to see the insight come in from Team Liquid's coach in terms of how they need to try and get into the way of this. What is going to be the way to try and win this one out? That is now the big question, Stokes. How do they come back from this where it just seems like Soniqs' attack refuses to die?
It's hard for me to say, Mr. Dr. Blue. My diagnosis is that Liquid is not really playing their own team game. We need to see them find it in and of themselves to play their own version of Siege, but at that high rate. We need to see them free-flowing, moving quickly, making those decisive moments, those decisions that we always see in those microsecond times that we want to see out of Liquid. We really need to see them try and get back on their own page and play their own game, just to that high level. If we can see them set a proper pace and actually play off of each other, I think that we have a heck of a game here. That's the biggest problem I've seen. Liquid has been picked off time and time again, not only from the individuals of Soniqs, but also by the overarching strategy that they're playing, the ISO plays, the different ways that they're using their drones to try and find out where some of these players are, the way that they're abusing site setups. That's a key thing. A lot of teams, at least in within recent history, we haven't seen really going for that poke and prod on site when it's still 5v5, right? That's something we've been seeing out of the Soniqs. They find that ISO'd anchor on site, and they're like, all right, well, I'm gonna dip in the door for 2 seconds, kill that guy, and leave. And it's working. It is working so very swimmingly for them. So for Liquid, we'll see if they can try and switch up some gears. They want to go back downstairs here and see if they can benefit from that. It's going to be inside of Games and Bar. And this site, pretty finicky when it comes down to it, has a lot of library play involved. So what will the Soniqs say in their defense?
Let's find out. Because of course they're now locked in as well. Nothing really too surprising with regards to their operator lineup they brought to the table. Citizen, of course, going to be sneaky as ever. That's really been the trademark play from him throughout this game so far here. So he'll continue to deploy onto that Nook. First time I think we'll see him on inside of this specific map, though. He's bringing it out a few times on the previous one. Away from that, though, of course, we've got plenty of utility coming out from Grixer there on the Lion, and the usual execute utility that you would often find for this specific site here. Not necessarily the most respect going to be played to the downstairs hold here. Soniqs initially breach open Snowmobile, opening up a path not only for Citizen, but potentially a few other players to try and swing around against that, too. It's actually minimal pressure onto that library clear, where you normally are going to see the attacking team start out against this site play here. Now, however, we are starting to see the Soniqs start to loop over towards that, as well as other areas like Ego to try and take some more of that second floor control, which they eventually are going to need more than likely to get themselves into the site.
Well, minus the strategical points that we've seen here inside of the opening minute, not too much to say about this round. The Soniqs are going to work their way in. This is going to be our first beneficial gunfight. Citizen will knock down one, and once again, John, they poke and prod in the site, they find it's open, and they're going to go for a plant. Citizen has the most pivotal position in the entire building for this site, John. You can't kill this guy here. There's no verticality. They already have the reinforcement panel there, so unless he dies on a door peek or the mirror swing, this round's more than likely over. Oh my God, Team Liquid, decimated by the North Americans after coming runner-up in Yongshiping. There's no way that they start off the 6th Invitational like this, but it looks like they will. The Soniqs, 4 rounds in a row, and not easy rounds. I mean, they are straight up bullying Liquid.
I am hoping, for Liquid's sake, more than anything at this point, this is just them having a rocky first series to start out the tournament, travel woes, whatever it is, because at the moment, if this is the type of play that we can expect from the Soniqs against a fully loaded Team Liquid, that's very, very scary, in my opinion, for literally every other team in this tournament.
Brother, look me in the eyes right now. Look at me when I say this, okay? This isn't Team Liquid playing bad. This is the Soniqs playing astronomically well, and the fact that no one knows what they're going to be fully doing because they just got Citizen. You can't go back to the Soniqs from Yongchiping and be like, oh yeah, they're going to play the maps the same way. No, the hell they're not. Why would you? There's no point in doing it. You had a 3-month break. You picked up one of the best players in the world. Switch things up. It's working out so very well from them. You can see the amount of work that was put in from the staff here for the Soniqs as well, from Goddess as well as Joe Bro. I mean, it's just going so very well from them. I am honestly very, very impressed. And that's something that feels really good to say about the Soniqs, man. They've been at this for a very long time. Super has been at this for a very, very long time, trying to find a roster that could bring North America a chip that wasn't just SSG with Canadian or EG with Canadian, you know? Trying to find somebody else that can benefit here that, well, also happens to be TSM or something like that. So Soniqs could be the next up for North America. We'll just have to see. Maybe it just took us a Brit to get across the line.
Well, as you said before, too, the really impressive part about how well these strategies are working is it's not just dumb, blind luck on the aggression side of things. It may appear that way, but as Stokes has broken down a few times, this is super coordinated drone and other forms of intel play where they are waiting for the exact, perfect moment. We jinxed it a bit there, to be fair, but yeah, finally it doesn't play out into their favor. But those types of plays, like we were just talking about, which normally fail in any other game, have been working tremendously well for the Soniqs inside of this series. Now we get to see how they adapt, though, and things start out a little bit more bumpy, as of course that entry will fall flat on its face this time.
It's actually perfect that happened, because that even plays more handedly into what we were talking about, because the last time that went so well, because the Soniqs had somebody on the corresponding window to throw a flash over. Rexon just took that straight up coin flip gunfight and lost it. That happens sometimes, man, whatever. Gunner's going to go down as well. It's a 3 versus 5 here. Soniqs more than likely just going to take some time out of this round to talk things out past just trying to get some of these big picks here. Round's not over, but definitely going to take their time and see if there's something they can do to try and get themselves back in it.
This is the other unfortunate side of the play style from the Soniqs right now, is if those opening entries don't go their way, it leads to a situation like this where it's very tough for them to get back into the round, for them to make any form of effective play past that point, really just relying on individual gun skill to try and make something happen. But as you said, realistically, they're probably not expecting to win this one at this point.
Oh my.
Back, trying to see if maybe one of their players gets lucky, and like you said, again, more than likely just focusing on the strat for the next round at this point.
Yeah, you know, when it comes to what the setup is downstairs for Liquid, you're more than likely not going to bunker bust that with what you have. You know, it's just going to be really, really hard fought. So, I mean, Geo's still trying to make the most of it, but with a minute remaining, as long as Liquid plays, you know, on their morals, make sure that they don't get too ahead of themselves and try and take these disjointed one-on-ones, and should be a round for Liquid here on Chalet, and one that they desperately need. Soniqs already at the split count that we're used to. 4 rounds for the offense. Anything past that is extremely beneficial. This is more than likely looking to be a 5-1, but Liquid definitely could have something to say about that. The only problem now is they don't have the basement site to do it.
Yeah, which site do you go to is the problem for Liquid now, moving on to the next round, because essentially every other site has been null and void in terms of their defensive prowess. You're only just now finding that success the very first round, just picked up by Team Liquid due to the early denial of the aggression from the Soniqs, as well as just a good follow-through on their basement play.
Rexon a pixel away from changing that round, by the way. He is a pixel off of Nesk's head right there. Incredible from both of these squads, and I mean, you got to give the benefit of the doubt to Liquid there. They are definitely in a hole, but they're still willing to fight, and that's what we were talking about previously to that round. It's not the fact that Liquid is playing poorly, it's the fact that the Soniqs are playing so well that is really just throwing a spanner in the works of Liquid. They really don't know how to process everything that's going on around them right now. Fortunately enough, they found some saving grace, a lifeline here in round 5, but round 6 would definitely sweeten the pot.
Let's see here now if the Soniqs can go for that pivotal 5-1 scoreline, basically setting themselves up for near success already, just with the 2 follow-up rounds needed out of the 6 overall in the second half to close things down and close out in this series in 2-0 fashion. It's the second place finisher from Jönköping. It's back upstairs, it looks like here, for one more go at it for the Team Liquid roster. Still going to see that downstairs dining room defense prepped up as well, supported by the mirrors, as well as more than likely a few of these electric claws from Ass to try and stem the tide, prevent the Soniqs from just flowing in as they have done on the 4 rounds they've already picked up for themselves. But they are out and about, spawned in yet again. Bringing a few different operators this time. Rexen feeling the full confidence. He's gone all the way over onto the Twitch for this one as well, so he'll pick that one up. Obviously, again, we've seen those couple of nerfs come in on the Twitch recently, but still going to see a pretty proficient amount of play out of her. And he's actually got the carbine right now with the Twitch as well, so let's see what he can do with this.
Yeah, actually, everyone's gotten rid of the F2, John. The F2's dead and gone. Rip and chat for the F2, in case you guys didn't know what happened.
Still seeing the play with her, though.
Yeah, I mean, well, you get 3 drones, so, I mean, you better play her. I mean, come on. But yeah, the F2 lost its grip, folks, for those of you that just simply watch the game nowadays and don't get to play all that often. Twitch, F2-wise, kind of dead and gone. I figure we'll still see it every once in a while. It's just that the recoil definitely is not that fun anymore. So people using the 417 just because it's an amazing DMR. DMR's got a buff some time ago, some solid damage on that gun, good ammo capacity, as well as the ability to create some pretty good soft destruction. So why the heck not? Twitch still a great op, and if the 417's a good gun, well, you might as well run it. So Nitrocell going to be out here for Ask, but very well met by a Harbana on Repel Geo.
I want to welcome everybody from the A stream as well. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a very interesting series. Some would say a surprising one, but for the Soniqs fans, they're feeling very well-oriented right now as they're up 4-1 against Team Liquid here after just shutting down Team Liquid's own map pick back on the first one. Looking to try and win it 2-0, and with just 3 rounds needed to be able to do it. Gunnar tries to make a play from down below in the basement, but it is read like a book by Ask, immediately shuts him down and stops that play potential from evolving.
Well, minute and 10 seconds left for the Soniqs now. They've lost Gunnar, so no sneaky things going on about the map any longer. Might have a potential issue here for Rexen as Palu is directly behind him coming up the stairwell, going for the gunfight, but Palu will gun him down. No other positioning beneficial for the Soniqs, especially after Citizen goes down. It's going to be all left up to Grixer, who's downstairs inside of the kitchen. Ass is going to be on the receiving end of this push. He has a very, very minimal HP as he is on Solarium, but can he hit this flick? No, it's going to be Grixer first. EE1D out, and this would be probably one of the craziest rounds ever if I see him get this. 2 big kills out of Grixer here, and oh my goodness, almost a third as he pre-fires through the floor. That EE1D almost bagging that 3rd big kill that could have really opened the gates for him.
Grixer still trying to make this play work. Running out of time, though, and the Toxic Babe still standing in his way is the other big problem here. Finally, Palu gets the jump on him by swinging out from deeper in Solarium. Shuts down the round. Nice attempt at bringing the clutch down to a closer point, but just not realistic to be able to win that one out. So Liquid rebound a little bit here, at least. Bring it back to a palatable 2-4 scoreline at the end of the half. They've got some serious work to do right from the jump on the second half if they want to stay in this.
And the Soniqs are not letting off of that accelerator, immediately going to kitchen and dining room, not even defaulting out. No master play, no basement, straight to what they want most. And it looks like it's going to be quite the strategy as well. We've got some laser gates working their way in here, the Warden as well, on top of, well, the usual criminals that we see here. Azami definitely working her way in, whether it be via bans or just in the operator lineup. She's usually there, and then the Frost as well, which we see on any site that has to do with Windows. And this one most definitely does.
So let's see if it'll deploy as effectively for the Soniqs as we were seeing from Team Liquid. No direct trip-ups, of course, happening over the course of the half with it, but still slows things down quite a bit. It prevents those immediate window hop-ins from happening. We'll often see here, Grixer already deploying all 3. Quite a few repicks ending up coming out for Liquid as well, just to make sure they are properly oriented for this site take. For the most part, it's just going to be people swapping around to different operators. You can see Lagonis and Ask switching out there. Putting the hard breach onto another one of their players, and then adding a second one behind Lagonis. Also, no huge surprises, though, when it comes to the overall lineup for Team Liquid.
Nope, not at all. All of the mainstay fraggers here nowadays, especially after Sledge got his little nerf, huh? Nobody really trying to use him as a hardcore entry, even though they will tend to take the gunfight still, just given the fact that, well, I mean, if you're playing the op, you still got to do something, right? But yeah, Ashe as well as things like Yana are definitely a heck of a lot higher on the importance list now, which is interesting for Ashe because she really hasn't had a buff. It's just been everybody else getting nerfed around her that has made her come back to such a prominent position.
Gunnar sets up a nice little one-way for himself on the top of the stairs. Probably not really a one-way by definition, but more so in the fact that his opponents probably aren't going to catch that one before he gets the shot off. So
it's a Rainbow Six one-way.
Yeah.
It's as close as we're going to get.
Closest you're going to get, realistically, in this game. So it'll work out for the definition.
Been working on my Mirage one-ways. They're coming along.
Well, we've got Liquid trying to work on the floorboards here, see if they can knock out anyone from the Soniqs down below. It does appear Soniqs have completely vacated the area, so no surprises to be found waiting in the depths of that master bathroom right there, just holding into pretty straightforward anchor and extended positions here. Well, they wait to see where the first bit of real, actual player-focused aggression is going to come in from Team Liquid.
Yeah, and this is the waiting game for the Soniqs right now. Remember, Liquid really like using that opening minute and a half for drones and angle work from the majority of the outside of the building. Unless there's like a super easy room for them to get a hold of where they can do relatively the same thing, you're not really going to see them try and pressure all that much. They want to keep all of their utility up and abound to try and get some angles open or anything else of the sort to try and benefit their offensive assault. Already lost a handful of drones here, but nothing to really call back on. Still have 6 available to them, but this is where the problem's going to start bubbling to the surface. Gunnar will get one. Palu immediately refrag onto Geo, but Palu does not look down to his right. A very well-placed Frostmat will pick up one, but Nesk will take down Citizen. Somebody has to get resets. Nesk, he's on an absolute tear. 2 people are actually down by Frostmats. Nesk will finally go down. Palu's still down. Resets low HP. It's a 2 versus 2 here for the Soniqs.
Soniqs not necessarily realized they had the opportunity to crunch in on this one, though. Palu going to get finished off regardless. Just Lagonis and Resets now. Resets no longer down for the count, of course, but soon is just going to be him in play. 1-to-1 exchange brings it down to a 1v1 outright. Resets has retrieved the case, but immediately Rexon has his angle when he tries to rotate through Kitchen. Another one for the Soniqs up on the board, just 2 to go.
All of that droning for no recognition for a hatch and Rexon being upstairs. That's the key thing there for Liquid. Like, if you're going to do all of that heavy lifting in your info work to try and figure out where everybody is and what's going on with the site, you can't have little mistakes like that where it's simply, oh, it's a 1 versus 1. Yeah, I have no idea where that person's playing. No clue. So it's just very unfortunate there for Liquid. But Soniqs having the redundancy throughout the entire map, that was the key thing for me. The Frostmats really playing quite heavily into that. And just the positioning of those Frostmats. I know it's very nitpicky for me to point this out, but him simply putting those off to the side of the window instead of putting them directly under is what killed both of them.
Yeah, Palu did a double take.
Palu,
his POV.
He shot directly down, and that's why he messed up, because his right leg is the one that hit the Frostmat. And all you have to do, you have to breathe on it, John. If a pixel of your ankle hits a Frostmat, you are in the Frostmat. So it's just very smart play there.
The second he moved his crosshair back up again, he was like, ah.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, I didn't shoot it, did I?
He's like, oh wow.
I'm going to die in half a second.
Is this the cause of my own actions? This is, oh no.
A real life freeze frame moment.
You're probably wondering how I got here. Yeah, that's literally what Polly was going through there for a moment.
Took a flight.
Yeah, I took a flight from Brazil to Montreal to get my ass kicked by the Soniqs, apparently. So the Soniqs playing extremely well, looking to seal the deal here on round 8. And I mean, it would basically be a shot heard around the world if they were able to pick up both of these rounds back-to-back going forward, close this out 7-2, and just be like, hey, everyone's on notice now. The Soniqs are here to play.
Absolutely the case. It's going to be curious. It's going to be interesting to see how their second game goes more than anything, just because now they've been revealed. They've shown their hand, so to speak, in terms of the play style other teams can expect. So I would expect their next opponent to be a little bit more prepared as well for the kind of crazy shenanigans we've been seeing out of these direct entries from players like Grix or Citizen's own shenanigans that he's pulled out on quite a few rounds as well. We have seen Liquid adapt pretty well to this and start to counter it out a lot more directly, especially at the tail end of the first half on this map, where they're fending off the direct entry play. But now we've got Nesk catching at least one member of the Soniqs, but can't get a grasp on him. Citizen wins out another 1v1 and shuts out Nesk.
Well, he is going to take the fight up against Palu, but it would be quickly refrag the suppressed G36C, tagging him. I'll take him down, but a pretty beneficial kill, especially on Yana. Not only extremely scary, but that Yana clone, so beneficial to the offense. You can find so many positions from these defenders and practically unlimited uses, minus the cooldown. So Liquid now reeling a tidbit, as Palu will get that refrag, but he's right back outside the building. This is what we've seen from Liquid quite often. A minute 30, and now you're starting to see some play around the outskirts of the actual site, but this is exactly what we expect out of them. Palu might run into some trouble here. Doesn't look like we have anybody over in the library space, but we do have Grixer here on the blue stairwell. If he peeks out, has to take the fight up against Ask, or he might get pitched out by the top floor. Oh, they've got info now. This is where the hot water ensues. Rexon, though, he's got it covered. Fantastic comms here from the Soniqs. They have got everything on lockdown. Liquid thinks it's so easy. Just walk in here and get themselves a Rexon, but obviously not the case. But for Ask, it might be. Gunner, downrange, gets taken out by a singular shot out of that EBR.
Smooth shot from Ask as well there. Just locks in onto it. No hesitation. Immediately pops off the head of one of the players on the Soniqs. Evens us back out. This is a relatively calm battlefield for how little time we have left on the clock, but I'm very quickly going to make mincemeat of those words here. Flashbangs prompt the entry to work themselves in from Solarium's side and partially into the master bathroom as well, but they don't have the intel confidence to move forward yet. They don't seem to have the drone play to try and push this one forward. Going to try to play it off their hard breach instead. The patient play is working, but now out comes Geo. Finds at least one, tries to go swinging into the other two. Way too long range with a shotgun in hand. Everything falls to Grixer here now with the plant starting to go down onto it. Is he ready to try and counter this back out? Does he read the Solarium player? He does! Gets one on the ground as well, but can't get the planter. He'll finish it off and Liquid stay alive.
You have to feel for Grixer there. Didn't know exactly where that plant was going to be going down, but we have that ability to look through walls, so he probably will never know until he goes back in this game just how close he was to being able to just pick off that case and win the round for them. Very well done from Liquid, staving off map point and match point here. Able to stay alive on that offense, but Soniqs definitely making things quite difficult. I really do appreciate, though, how Liquid went for the initial play that we saw more, you know, downstairs, clearing out the roamers around kitchen and things along those lines over in like the dining area, and then immediately circumnavigating back over to library and trying to set things up all over again, get that crunch over on the library stairwell and start breaking down the Soniqs play from a different perspective. It was very, very well met, and now Liquid able to at least lose one more round without losing the map.
Into the basement here now after a teeter-totter start to the half, going 1-1 for both teams here. No clear winner has been presented just yet as of the first two rounds that have played out. But this could be the one that starts to define it here, especially if the Soniqs come back in with a statement to set up their 6th out of 7 rounds. They need to close out this game. Quite a few repicks there once again for Team Liquid as well. Not going to lead to any crazy picks. We're going to see the Dokkaebi come back into play for Ask. We've already seen that in quite a few previous rounds. Palu, of course, going over to the Buck is the only real outlier here currently.
Yes, indeed. Can have the Dokkaebi working her way back in. This thing has been pretty strong for Liquid so far here, using that to be able to clear out some of these hard-to-reach positions from the Soniqs, get that info game going, just make it a little bit easier on themselves. Grixer's going to be the one downstairs in kitchen, and wouldn't you know it, it's going to be a good old-fashioned bandit trick here on the garage panels. And Liquid, I don't think I have an answer to this at all. The only thing they could potentially do is try and pitch in a couple of Nesk's frag grenades through that drone hole, but that would also more than likely require a little bit of burn, as Rexon's ADSs are probably placed around there as well. So Liquid quickly recognizing, hey, we can't try and take from the garage side. We're going to have to try and rotate around to big garage and go via trench.
Phone call has gone out to allow Nesk and more likely one or two other players in the squad to clear things out here on the 2nd floor and begin the process of working their way down. That Stokes was just mentioning a few moments prior. You can see it once again on the inside of the dining room as well. Citizen as well as Grixer still holding this position, as of course they also realize that Liquid were going to have to rotate into a top-down clear eventually, so they want to get in the way of that in the most proactive fashion possible, and it seems to be setting up on the inside of the kitchen is how they've chosen to do that.
Team Liquid, how far can you think forward, Soniqs? Yes, that's how far
there
forward.
We go.
Exactly. That's how far forward we can think. We can think pretty damn far forward, and now able to at least break things down into a 4 versus 4.
Again, big point here is that Liquid has slowly been catching on to the shenanigans being presented by the Soniqs, but they never really truly been able to get ahead of it has become the issue, as we just saw there with Grixer picking up another kill. Once again, tying it up. Palu finds the trade, very much so on to Grixer as well here. So it goes back to my point here about how the Liquid seems to be able to contain the situation. They just can't seem to predict it in advance is their main problem now. Cam Hack coming up here as well. We'll see if that presents anything for our attackers on the inside of the building. Shouldn't really give away too much here as you don't have any cam-based operators. Those defaults should be long gone by this point, but we have bulletproofs indeed that our attackers are still going to be able to see quite a bit from. Not giving over the most amount of intel in terms of what's going on the inside of Wine, though, is going to be the big issue from that, though.
Was that a bulletproof above the door for Blue?
I think it was, yeah.
How the hell did they get that thing up there? What? I know they got the other one, but my gosh, that is crazy. And, well, Luckily enough, that didn't really take too much communication, did it? Liquid just try and force it immediately into Wine, and wouldn't you know it, since nobody is trying to deal with the garage panels or anything over in garage, all three players are focused on Wine. Kind of weird how that works.
Pretty much the case. No presence coming down main stairs or anything like that either. And while, yes, like I was talking about before, Liquid does counter out the aggression that's coming out from the kind of star roaming players right now, like Grixer, and of course what we were seeing from Citizen as well. It's always happening after the fact, and that's the big problem here, is they're always kind of chasing their own tail, trying to catch up to things while still also worrying about their own execute. Soniqs, as a result of that, now up on map and match point here to try and shut this one down 2-0.
This is not something that you can say all that often, and definitely not something that walking into today I thought that I was going to be saying so early on for the Soniqs, but they've basically outskilled Liquid. They have more gunfight potential than Liquid does. And that's not something, again, that you get to say all that often, but it's true. I mean, just look at the two boards. Look at how Soniqs is playing this map. And, I mean, even past that, all of the benefit that they're getting out of all of these roamers and everything else in between, right? Especially from, like, Citizen and Grixer. But then you get down to the side play like we got in the last round, and then you still have Rexen, who's 13-5 right now after you picked up another 2 kills the last round. It just seems like no matter what well Liquid goes to, it's dry.
Let's see if they can find a bit of an oasis here, as now they need 3 rounds back to back to back, a feat that they have yet to accomplish on the inside of this series. Most they've picked up consecutively has been 2 so far, so they're going to bring a gargantuan feat to the forefront, and arguably the worst position they have been at so far in this series now. So this is going to be, like you said, a big ask from Team Liquid to try and bring this back from the brink. Soniqs are sitting nice and cozy, I would imagine, right now in their current position here, trying to close down one final round, I believe over in Kitchen as things currently stand.
Yeah, Soniqs doing their best chuckle all the way to the bank with this. Liquid gonna try and keep things at least somewhat relative to what their overall strategy has been for these rounds so far on offense. A slow rolling move here, trying to get the Selmas up on the window. I didn't think it was muted out or anything, obviously, since we don't have access to any of that. So it looks like the first one ended up just going to the side, sadly. And they will eventually get the window open, though. G is going to take some heat, been via a drone hole or something of the sort, but either way, Gunner's actually going to be the first person to get a kill, and it's going to be on to Nesk, somebody that we really needed to see step up inside of this round.
Gunner here, setting up that bit of an awkward zombie barricade as well, making it difficult for Ass to swing around to this one. Citizen with the cutoff just when the pressure comes in as well. Team coordination at the forefront of the play yet again from the Soniqs, and paying off in huge dividends, this time preventing the trades outright. Still all 5 alive right now for the Soniqs, and Lagonis being forced outside of the building to try and reposition, I believe, towards Trophy for a last-ditched attempt to work their way in.
Ask even saw the bullets coming out from Citizen on the cross, and he still chose to try and get up the stairwell. That entire strategy was set up for Soniqs to be able to benefit each other inside of that main hallway, and it works out so very swimmingly. Now Liquid, they have to try and get not only 2 kills, but a plant down, and a minute remaining here. Palu, as well as Lagonis, 2 of the top frags right now, but now Lagonis dead and gone via the angles upstairs that Grixer has through the floorboards. It looks like this might be all she wrote. Some big kills here, and it's going to be the collapse for Palu, actually, as he'll open things up. And somehow, some way, Soniqs have botched this to a point where in a 1 versus 2, and Gunner does not have the power position. 40 seconds remaining. He's been tagged by the DMR. These things do so much damage nowadays, and it's going to make it so easy for Palu to take him out. What a round that the Soniqs went back.
Huge comeback there from Team Liquid as well. A massive steal with the player pushing into Slayer, just getting away with a double kill Colat, and 2 more players falling down directly after that as well. Huge mistake, and we're going to see it here. It was Palu picking up that double. Of course, you can see Resets finding a 3rd kill elsewhere also. Beautifully done there, and a massive mistake from the Soniqs to allow that push to go through.
I mean, Soniqs had everything going in their direction, everything going in their favor, and yet still not able to get it done. And that's why every time that we talk about Liquid, we always talk about these mainstay players, because you never know what's going to happen when they're alive. Sometimes Palu all of a sudden kills 2 people, Resets gets a frag, and now Liquid have a round that was a 2 versus 4, 2 versus 5. Just absolutely disgusting stuff. And you can see there's still that fight in Liquid. They want this game, but can Soniqs push them that much closer into the graveyard? We'll have to see. Liquid already has 1 foot in. Soniqs just needs to give them a proper push.
Definitely an important point there is that last round, really only a singular black mark we have so far for this team on a very clean sheet of otherwise clean paper here. The members of Team Liquid, though. That last round has very much rebounded them. He said, giving them the confidence to fight for at least one more round. We'll have to see if it's going to be enough to bring them back from the brink entirely and give us that full three-peat that they need to trigger overtime here, potentially a third map along with that, if they can go the full distance. Soniqs, of course, out and about yet again. I believe they are going to reattempt the same exact site. Does look like it here, as they'll call that last second play from Team Liquid a bit of a fluke. Let's see if they can quickly correct upon that one to still shut things down here, 7-4.
Yep, it's at the Soniqs' fingertips. It's tantalizing, well within their reach. We'll see if Liquid can try and thwart that game plan. So we have switched things up, obviously. It's going to be a kitchen defense here. Some strategy going on the top floor, but that's exactly what you would expect. I have a panel missing out of one of the office walls here, but that's more than likely just for crosses, either playing out or in, depending on where the Soniqs members will be at the time of arrival from Liquid, which looks to be not too far off. I do believe we have a Gon 6 in the secondary pocket of reset, so yes, he's looking to do what we saw, I believe, from Rexen earlier on. Is either him or Grixer that did something of the sort when it came to this strategy, and he's going to work his way in, but he's not going to stop at the door. Oh no, he's going to propel himself forward. Piano will actually be the home to the gunfight. Nesk will take down one. Rexen fires back, and oh my gosh, a swath of trades back and forth, including a Claymore from Palu, as it'll be a 3 versus 3 going into a minute and 50.
Neither team getting a huge advantage out of that one. As you can see, Sonic still has some upstairs control to play with as well, so Liquid not even getting that piece that they really wanted to try and attain from the trades. Because of the fact that Sonic still had a bit of upstairs presence, you arguably could say that they're in the winning position from that previous fight here, but we have to see how the next 30 or 40 seconds to go to really get a much better judge of how that is all going to follow through into the execute itself here. Geo, as well as Citizen, now positioned downstairs. Rex in the lone hold upstairs, looking to try and prevent disaster if Team Liquid can set up and collapse upon the other two teammates here. It's actually looking like Geo may rotate into assist with this one as well, but great rotation, more importantly, great patience from Liquid. They catch Rexen right next to a soft barricade there and are able to take him down as a result of it.
Yeah, Paulu's been on that angle for an entire minute, just waiting for somebody to try and rotate up the stairwell, but sometimes that's what it takes in Siege. You know, you let the defense sit there and kind of rest on their thoughts, rest on their minds, and potentially someone might try and go for a rotation and try and get in behind the offense that could be doing something, but as we saw, Liquid was just waiting for that to happen. Geo's going to take a lot of hits, but oh my, Geo walks him right into the corner and takes him down via the Nitro cell. Lugonos will pick up Citizen, and now it's down to the clutch for Geo. Can he get it done with the SMG-11? Such low HP walking into the situation as well. Palu, aware that he could potentially come from down low. Oh, Palu's going to get down via a frost mat over in the corner. Lugonos, he has to win this. Big problems. Oh my, low HP for both of them. A singular shot back and forth. It's going to be the shot heard around the group stage for Soniqs, if they can get it done, and Geo will! He seals the deal for the Soniqs, 2-0 up against a runner-up from Jönköping.
We talked about the potential clutch factor that was going to be coming out from this new roster, and specifically from Geo as well, and he brings it out just when it's needed in the very last round of the game. It's Soniqs' victory, 7-4 on the map, 2-0 on the series against the second place finisher from the last major. That's a statement and a half right there being made with just one player swap. The Soniqs are looking better than ever, and very much so, at least for me, are looking like potential contenders for the Hammer if they can continue that performance throughout the rest of this group stage.
I mean, wow. Just so very impressed by what the Soniqs were capable of inside of this best of 3 up against Liquid. I mean, Liquid passed everything, right? They still played their game. It's just that the Soniqs were better here today. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board and try and get this figured out. I mean, past that, just that last round, I know every single person on that board was like, the goddamn frost mat. Why did it have to be a frost mat? Just randomly in a corner that takes out one of your players in a 1 versus 2. Lugonos doesn't have a chance to try and pick up a player in a situation like that. Has to try and get it done himself. And Geo once again showing his prowess when it comes to those clutch moments.
Not the only time we ended up seeing that happen as well. There was a previous round where 2 different players from Liquid had gone down to frost mats. Just seems like things were overwhelming this team and they need to go back to the drawing board, recenter themselves, go for a nice reset to focus up on the next game. They unfortunately weren't that well put together compared to the Soniqs. That'll do it for myself and Stokes on this. We'll go back a little bit later on in the day. We're going to go to a break right now, and soon we'll have your analysis desk ready to break this one down.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
friendos, and welcome back to the stream. It's SI 2023, and we've just gone through our first half of today's broadcast, and our winners are set and done. I can't believe it that it's gone so fast, but Soniqs are able to take up points in our first series, 2-0ing Liquid. That's 4 points that Soniqs put up on the board in Group B. They're tied with M&M 4 points each. We're back. Hello, I'm Milosh. What's up? We got Ann and Jack back on the desk. Friends, let's talk about our winners here. Soniqs, I want to tie it back to when we started in our pre-match. Citizen, I know it's only one game, one best of three. Yay or nay?
Yay.
Yay.
Absolutely.
Hey!
Big thumbs up, yay. I think, you know, it was the ambition that we talked about with Soniqs in terms of them going for a top, you know, I said I believe he's a top 5 player in the world. Them going for that player shows their ambition and intent. They're at this tournament to win it, and they've just put out an absolute statement by beating the Unchipin Major runners-up, Liquid, 2-0.
I mean, yeah, if you look at it this way, it's a great adding to the team. It adds a lot more fragging power, in my opinion, and you really create or solidify that nice front line that you have together with Grixer and Rexon that can really set up, well, guns blazing into the building, and that's exactly what we saw today. Really good teamwork coming out from Soniqs as well. I had the opportunity to listen into some of their comms, and they're really trusting each other. And that's special if you think about it, for the fact that this team has only been together for such a short time with their newest addition. They're really trusting each other, and they're making that vocal as well.
And Citizen said that in the team interview that they got some time to practice in Pennsylvania. So, but it wasn't, you know, weeks and weeks like with other teams. But from you both listening, I guess, to Soniqs and their calls, are they calls that are good enough to go into the fresh stack for, you know, the anti-VP stack? Or
do you know what? I think so. I think genuinely is what you want to see when you've got a team is you want somebody bring in an idea, and then you want everybody on that team bring in further ideas about how can I improve this plan. And we saw that a few times with the, you know, with the Soniqs, where they call, oh, we're going to do this. And then Citizens saying, right, well, if I'm going to do this, I need you to do this for me. It's a lot of primary information and a lot of making plays together. I think when you see teams that are looking to go deep in the tournaments, it's all about making plays and making them together and having those multiple voices. It looks, and I will say, it is only the first day of groups, but it looks like Soniqs have got that.
I mean, yeah, they really helped each other out. They were sending each other in certain directions that they really needed them to be, but also they were very disciplined. I mean, there was a round 1-4 on Chalet where the team was planning to do an all-together take-off bar, and Gunnar literally after that round said, well, I was just making smiley faces on the rocks outside the building because that's how disciplined I am. He did not rush in. He did not go for any kills. He just trusted the team to do what they would do best.
He has impressed me so much. I said this in Jönköping, is that the progression of a player for Gunnar to go into not a frontline role. He's playing more of a, I'll say a supportive role. He's not necessarily always playing supportive operators, but he's enabling his teammates a lot more. And how vocal he was for such a young player. He's the second youngest player at this tournament. How vocal he was and leading, it sounded from the comms again, like he was a leader on this team. And he was constantly bringing ideas, being very vocal. I was really impressed with, you know, just listening to him. And he is also the hype man for the team. Even if you're outside a different building, you are hearing him.
The Canadian, I guess, on the squad, the scream that I cannot wait to hear when Dark Zero get playing here in the group stage.
Exactly, yeah. Another thing I really wanted to point out was the amount of attacks coming out from Soniqs. They did win 3 of them on Villa and 4 of them on Chalet, and they really, in my opinion, were prioritizing the right things. Was there a roam? They made sure they cleared that roam together, not just picking people one by one. And when they needed to go for such like a rush side execute, they were all together in that plan as well, really prioritizing the things that do matter.
To be honest, I will give another pumpkin spice latte take, which is a very mild one.
Go ahead.
I just started drinking coffee 3 days ago. You can blame Parker for that. But it seems like for SI in general, whichever team is just good on attacks and could put as many attacks on the board as possible is the one that'll probably win the entire tournament.
Yes, and if we may mention some attacks from Liquid, I think they were a bit sloppy from time to time. I'm mentioning a few Chalet attacks where I think I've counted a minimum of 3 Frostmats that were activated by the Liquid players, especially in that last round as well. Geo got that clutch because one of the 2 players on the side of Liquid was in a Frostmat, and the other player was on low HP. You have the man advantage post-planned, and you give it away by walking into your Frostmat.
Oops.
Yep, oops.
Either that or a Nitro to end, you know, the last round.
I genuinely think that it was quite a bad day at the office for Liquid. I think we were looking for, from them, particularly reaction after Jönköping. What was going to happen? How were they going to react? Because, you know, are they going to be this team that can just get themselves going again, have the motivation to go again in this tournament? And they've come in and they've put in, you know, let's be fair, a pretty mediocre performance on both maps so far that you're kind of wondering where do they go from here.
And that's why we always preface things that this is only game 1 of the entire tournament. Teams have been scrimming for the past, 4 days? So don't worry. If you're a fan of any team so far that's played or any ones that are upcoming, day one is one that you can always scratch away. It'll come back to bite you if it didn't perform well because you want to make it. But because 4 out of the 5 teams can make it out, it actually won't be super bad. You know, taking an L here and there. It's all fine. We all take an L every now and then. Right, Jack?
Yes.
All right.
Actually, I took a lot of draws rather than L's, Milosh.
That's true.
That's the self-burn. Before you got me, that was the self-burn.
That's true. You know, look at us now, though. We all look fantastic. You have a great shirt on. We both have great nails. Look at that. Hey.
Oh, I'm not.
I'm doing nails with Parker.
I need to paint my nails, so I'm matching with you all. Is that what it is?
Sounds like it. I'm thinking
Maybe.
bright pink, yeah?
Parker also has like pink and blue or green or something like that.
Really?
Shout out to our makeup artists here. They're fantastic, by the way. So yeah, always make it. It's been a long time since we've seen everybody here at Invitational in Canada specifically. So yeah, it's really fun to be in a second home here in Montreal. But we want to wrap things up. We want to update you on how things have gone so far in groups A and B. We got graphics for it. Group A is up first because we're just kind of tie it up because our shift is over. Like between Mandy, Dev, of course, Fresh, and myself, our shift is over for today. You'll have 4 more analysts or 2 sets, and of course Jackie, that'll be in my spot for the rest of the day. There it is for the standings. Up at the top, 4 points for W7M because they won 2-0. That's how you get 4 points. But G2 defeated Koi, but it was a 2-1, so they get 3 points, and Koi gets 1 for getting 1 map on the board. Elevate is at none. Of course, Space Station has not yet played today. We'll be seeing them later on, specifically tomorrow, where they play Elevate. So look forward to that. On to Group B for that standings update. And it's actually even simpler because both M&M and Soniqs were able to win 2-0. So that's 4 points. They're tied at the top there for those 4 points. Wolves and Team Liquid unable to score a map in the series. And of course, they're left with no points. And Dire Wolves, much like Space Station, will not be playing today. They'll be playing tomorrow. That'll be a game against M&M Gaming. So very exciting to see. And very excited to see how Dire Wolves actually play in here because, you know, it's a big stage to be on. They've had, you know, big stage position, at least in the groups over 2022. But it was more of a surprise. Well, I'm very curious to see how they've learned or what they've learned over the past year in preparation for Invitational. And because we still have time, our schedule is fixed and we won't have our next game for another just under 40 minutes. I want to ask your general opinions because I love to hear my friends' opinions on matches, especially W7M and Elevate. 2-0 for W7M. What are your general thoughts just on the score? Are you surprised? Is it...
No. I think
you could have said that to the Apex Southcasters.
Yeah, I did, to be fair. I think for W7M, I think they're coming into this probably as tournament favourites.
One of, yeah.
I think if you had to say most people pick a team to win it, they're saying W7M, given the performance across the year. They've started out strong, you know, against an Apex South opponent. And they play every map as well. It's not a surprise to see a LATAM team that plays 9 maps be able to win out 2-0.
Yeah, I'm not surprised either. I mean, there's 2 teams this entire year that have attended all majors. W7M is one of them. So I was not expecting a loss from them today. However, last time they played against Elevate, Elevate was able to take 1 map from them. So it's a bit of a worse scenario for Elevate looking right now. But then the other team that has also participated at all majors, Wolves.
Yeah.
They take a loss today. And that's in my box of things that I probably didn't expect today.
Tails between their legs, Jack.
I think, you know, there's a few criticisms that get leveled at Wolves. Just best of 3s in international events. What are we at? We're at an international event with best of 3s. And I think particularly the map bans there for me was the fact that they let M&M go to Chalet when Chalet is like M&M's favourite map by far. They've only lost it once in the existence of that roster. I think it shows the shallow map pool that people are worried about with Wolves. And M&M, they went, you know, after Chalet, they went and played Club, which is a low preference map for M&M, and they played it remarkably well. Shows they've worked on a lot, and I think Nave's bringing a lot to that roster as well.
All right, thank you very much for your input. If we could just annoy production for a second and put up the schedule again, just to remind everybody of what's coming up. There'll be a bit of a break, so you can take the next half hour to kind of chill, get yourself some snacks and maybe something to eat. But you'll see, when you come back, there are 2 matches that I'll be running practically simultaneously on the A and B streams. And the graphic should be on the other side. Hey, here it is. Thank you very much. We've already gone through the first 2 matches on Stream A and B. It goes as so now. Stream A, BDS versus Cyclops. Look, These are the most two explosive teams of their regions of APAC North and France, but really EUL in general. And then on the other side is Stream B, Astralis versus OXG, all NAL. There's a lot on the line for this game, not just in points, but this is pride also. Dark Zero versus Heroic, and I'm really curious about the, I guess, wounded Dark Heroic going into this tournament, and it's M80, which I am still calling Matey, to start things off here in our tournament, and they'll be going up against FaZe Clan. You mentioned W7M as one of the teams that people will think, oh, they're just going to win it all. FaZe is definitely up there, pretty close to them, maybe a tiny bit higher also.
Yeah.
Excited?
Every Latam team is dangerous. Yeah, I'm excited. Sure. I'm also excited, actually, to see how Astralis OXG plays out. Because we've not seen either of these two teams since NAL Stage 3, where both of them had horrific stages. So they're now on a big event. They're against familiar opponents. So I'm expecting that to actually be a really good game.
Yeah? Anything you're excited for?
I'm excited to see some of the rookies play later today. You know, first, international event like that might be bringing some shakes, might be bringing some unexpected performances. That is something I'm looking forward to.
All right. Thank you very much, Anne and Jack. That was it for us here on the desk, at least the 5 people that were the morning shift. The afternoon and evening shift is coming up in just a bit. Jackie will be on here. I can't wait to see Jackie on camera again. Of course, all our analyst crews that will be coming up for it. Thank you very much. For those at home, take a quick break. We'll be back in around half an hour or so to continue with the second half of day 1 matches at the Invitational. Can you believe it? We made it in one piece.
Last man alive is Necrox as MVK is on the floor. It's looking. Oh my God! They did it! They've done it! A double APAC semis.
I remember I looked like this to Kanto and Brook. I'm like, what is going on? And it's just one of those like, this should not be happening, especially not against such a strong team as EG, and it did.
Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0. Dizzle takes it.
There's rare coaches that have been able to achieve what he has. That's immensely unusual.
It is Evil Geniuses against Fnatic, a match that any esport would want to have.
Yeah, two big organizations with a ton of history in esports behind them, but one has a bit of a Himalayan mountain, a Herculean task ahead of them.
The night before we were supposed to fly out to Brazil, I get a bit of a stomachache. I try and, take pain medication or something. Nothing works. They run a couple tests on me, and I finally get the news that I have appendicitis and I need to get surgery right away.
He was not able to fly to Rio de Janeiro for the Pro League Finals at the time. This is your in-game leader. It's your captain. It's a big, big problem.
The unofficial ruling was to be that we could find a substitute as long as they weren't contracted to an organization and hadn't competed in any of the Pro League circuits around the globe. Yeah, basically we had to make the call, and it's like, look, there's nobody else. I guess I'm just going to have to play.
Normally when a coach has to become a player, we're always thinking that's gonna go terribly wrong. And to make things worse, Dizzle came from Xbox or console, so he didn't play with mouse and keyboard before.
It is interesting, though, when you have the coach playing, because he's potentially coaching in real time, especially as they've lost their IGL.
It had been almost 2 years since I played competitively, but that having been said, like, I generally always had a competitive spirit and I have nerves of steel.
And Dizzle will clinch it! Fnatic to take the third round!
Dizzle, in that event, was called Diz God from that moment on.
Round 4 for Fnatic, and APAC 2 rounds away!
I knew he was a good player on Xbox, but I mean, I knew he knew how to play the game. I just didn't know if he was like mechanically up there, and obviously he was apparently.
We knew, like, if we're going to win, it has to be on Oregon. And the call came out and just said, guys, we need to get out there, need to give them pressure. Like, just don't let them get comfortable, don't let them execute.
I'll never forget Aces bringing FO12 Ella and jumping out the window on Oregon from Armory, and then, you know, getting 3 kills and finishing up the game practically for his team.
Last man alive is Necrox. It's looking, oh my God, they did it! They've done it! They've done it! Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0.
Look at that, they can't believe it. We can't believe it. The crowd can't believe it. And they just got destroyed by APAC.
It definitely sucked not being there, but I just thought it was great that the guys won without me and they won with Diz.
I just couldn't believe it. Like the crowd went up, and I'm just sort of sitting there going, like, is this real? And then to have like all the thousands and thousands of Brazilian fans like chanting and stuff. We've never had so much support before. It was absolutely incredible.
My name is J90, and I play Lurk/Flex for Astralis R6. First got introduced to Rainbow Six Siege in, I think, Season 3 on Xbox, and I thought it was a really cool game, and yeah, I started grinding it, so it was really fun. I got hooked on Rainbow Six Siege just by like the mechanics of the game and like kind of how unique the game was. Like, it's not like any other FPS. Before my first ever official game, I was very nervous, but once I got on stage, like, the nerves kind of went away and like, I was just feeling good. The Six Invitational means like a lot to me just because like, I've been watching them ever since like, I don't know, like 2017 or 2018. It's like the biggest tournament, so I'm excited to be playing in it for the first time.
Ooh, hair looking fly. Hello. Embracing the middle part.
Jackie, we're on.
Jackie, we're live.
We're live?
Yeah.
You guys don't do that to me.
We are. We're live.
We're not live right now.
We are live, yes. Jackie, we are live right now.
Please tell me you're joking. We are live right now? Oh my goodness. Okay, well, welcome back to the Six Invitational. Was I on camera seriously being like, oh, I look good, my hair, everything like that? Okay, well, apparently my IFB isn't working, but that's totally fine. But super excited to be back. It's been a while, and I was gonna say, you know what, I missed y'all, and you all have my heart, but you know who else has my heart? Demo and Ollie! And thanks for having my back.
We got you back, John.
No, you did. Y'all were like, you're live right now. I was like, okay.
Right, we're all back. He said you were live, Jackie. She doesn't trust us.
Well, that's
okay, I'm not gonna lie. I 100% thought y'all were joking. No.
Well, we do like to play a little practical joke from now and then, don't we, though?
Yeah, we are practical pranksters of the set.
You know what's funny? I was like, you two, I trust you so much. I think that was on camera, me too. And I was like, I love y'all. You make me feel so comfortable. But okay, anyway, let's get things rolling here. We do have a matchup to talk about. And y'all are excited for this one, right? Okay, BDS versus Cyclops. Show me some enthusiasm, Demo.
Woo! No, sorry, that's
really off-brand for you, Demo.
Troy. What do you mean?
That's quite off-brand for you, Demo.
What, me going whoa?
A little whoop or a holler?
I mean, I'm a bit of a psycho sometimes when it comes to Siege, am I not?
I think you can be, yeah.
You're not psycho.
I mean, I am.
Speak positively, good vibes. Remember we talked about this. I'm just keeping your heart open.
I'm just fan. That's me. I'm Twitch chat. That's me.
Your Twitch chat?
I am Twitch chat.
What does that mean?
And whatever Twitch chat is thinking, I'm also thinking it. And then I'll say it. I'm for the people.
Ollie, moving on.
Yeah,
okay.
I hope that's not always true.
We do have a lot to talk about, though, but before we get into that, let's start off with our first team, and we're going to introduce you to BDS. Take a look. I think. Maybe? Maybe not. I'm still not quite sure why I can't hear anything, but I believe that we're not going to be going to that video of BDS. So, do you want to chat about BDS?
I'd love to.
All right,
BDS.
let's talk about BDS. Okay. So, I wrote down, let's get down to BDS. Get it? Like business?
Long week.
Could be a long week.
Okay, all right. Well, they won the Stage 3 Major, and I believe they haven't lost in 6 months, and they're easily a favorite here. A lot of people looking at them, but the pressure is on when you're on top.
It is, and one thing I think for me, for BDS in this competition, is I think this has probably been the best opportunity that we have probably had of a team who could maybe do the back-to-back. And remember, we haven't had a back-to-back champion since 2019. That has not happened. If you're at the top, you don't stay there very long.
Yeah, BDS, one of the things that I wrote in my notes for this is one of their maybe weaknesses could be the pressure. It could be that expectation that
Everyone
they
else
are
has suffered from
on
it.
top, you know, and we've seen so many times where a team that does really well at a major, does really well at an event or in a stage, then there is that pressure and there is that expectation.
Yeah.
Are BDS going to be that difference maker? Are they going to break that chain?
Yeah, and Ollie, frankly, last SI was kind of a mess for BDS. That rhymed. I didn't intend for that, but I feel like they're going to be so fired up for this SI. They've had such tremendous growth, but do you think that this is going to be the year for them, especially with Liquifac?
Quite possibly. Obviously, the Liquifac change is getting on a little bit now in the grand scheme of roster changes and moves. It's been on BDS for about 6 months, so it isn't the newest thing, but if you haven't been keeping up with the EU or you've not really been keeping up with Siege up until Invite, then, yeah, guess what? Liquifac is now on the roster. And BDS has sort of morphed into this sort of new age of team where we'll talk of frontline, backline, and you'll hear a lot of the analysts mentioning things like that, as opposed to the more traditional style of talking where we'll talk about supports, fraggers, and flexes. BDS really sort of put themselves into that newer bracket, don't they, Demo?
Yeah, I think BDS, I feel they made the move that I think maybe Wolves should have made a few months ago. And I think you need to bring someone in new who can really change your play style. BDS, I think, for the longest time, were a rigid, very stale team, did the same thing over and over again, similar to what we kind of have with the Russian scene, I think, inside of Siege. And it's kind of evolved with that, with EFAC. Him coming in has been able to give them a playmaker, someone who, if something isn't there for them, they can go straight in and say, okay, let's go for this. And we've seen the plays EFAC makes. He can change an unwinnable position into, oh, they've won the round. That's what he can do. And I think that's been a massive stepping stone for that side. Obviously, mixing Shaiko, who... You always, I know we mentioned EFAC. Shaiko's been with him the whole step of the way. You can't doubt this team.
Yeah, well, how does BDS feel about this SI? Take a listen.
My name is Brian Elems-Tebesi. I'm playing for Team BDS as a flex player. So we are in Group C with Cyclops, Lost One, Astralis and Oxygen. I think it's a pretty good group for us, to be honest. I think we are the favorite. It's a trap group. Like every team can be like surprising, so we have to watch out. So for this SI, the preparation was pretty good. We practiced a lot. We work on solidarity, on the love we have for each other. Since we picked up Liquifac, he brings some new way to attack, new way to defense, aggressivity. He brings everything. I want to play the most Oxygen to get my revenge from Charlotte Major. In the quarters, we lost against them. I just want to beat them in the best of 3. This is a message to all the team here. We know that you underestimate us a lot since those years, but we just won a major, so now you have to respect us. So good luck and have fun, guys.
Well, BDS has always seemed to be so close, but the hammer just out of their grasp, Ollie. They had a great year, strong team, but what needs to happen for them here at SI for them to be successful?
I think they just need to have a good tournament, Jackie. And I know that sounds really straightforward and is almost a bit of a cop-out answer, but BDS, we know that they are a team of quality. You could hear Alems talking about it there in the interview. He was mentioning how there's been a good, refreshing change since bringing Leakfak into the roster. And, you know, we could sit here and talk about Shaika and Leakfak all day, but let's talk about Renshi.
Left-handed god.
Let's talk about Alems. These are two players that have really come into their own with that change as well, and it seems to have enabled them as a team to be able to do more and more. And they've got one of the best supports in the world.
Don't forget about Briz, because I think for a long time, I think probably during stage 1 and stage 2, he was off the game. He wasn't at his best. I think obviously SI as well, he wasn't at his best. But stage 3, he's back to where he needs to be. I think he himself has found his character again, being able to clutch, being able to do all that. I know that you mentioned saying you just want a good tournament from BDS. I don't think with the group from BDS, I don't think it's not a real big challenge for them. I think their group, you would expect them to go in and win every game because they have that caliber, they have that standard. I think everyone else in their group, it's not as if I'm discrediting everyone else, but BDS are on a different level. It's not as if they're in there with W7Ms or your Kois, the teams who have went on and done really good things at majors. I think that we'll see BDS really get challenged whenever we get into our next stage.
Yeah, and we've talked about BDS at length now, so let's talk about their opponent, Cyclops. Take a look. Looking sharp. Okay, so Ollie, let's get right to it. Cyclops, they have been the top team in Japan for a couple years now, but going into this event, they made their first major roster change in a while, bringing in Arcali. So let's talk about what his impact will be like.
I think a lot of people will sit there and think that this is a roster change that was probably due, Jackie. I think that we were looking at Cyclops and we were thinking, you know, they need to make a change. They need to do something. There's only so many times that they can place mid in international tournaments and do very well domestically before they're going to have to bring something new. So unfortunately for Gatorada, he was out and Arcali was in. A relatively unknown player as well. He hasn't really got a whole host of competitive or tier 1 experience behind him, but he could be that little thing that Cyclops need to just give themselves a new lease of life.
Yeah, and Dem, a lot of people have written off this 16th seeded team, but they play a strange, unpredictable Siege. And what's your saying? What do you like to say?
I have a lot of sayings these days, Jack.
Okay, come on. You know what you say.
Doesn't matter how.
Don't you do that to me.
It doesn't matter how you've played in the past. It all depends on how you play on the day.
Come on, Demo. Was the show not rough enough for me? We were live and I was fixing my hair. Now you're going to play with me like that?
I'm not playing.
Okay. Continue, though. Okay.
Yeah, how it is. No fencing for me. Just straight in.
No
I would love to come here and say that KAG are going to go and beat BDS and go on to top the group and then move on and win the hammer. I'd love to say that, but I'm not an idiot.
You have said that in the past, though.
Yes.
You have said that in the past.
I know, but then BDS went and did what they did.
Last year, talking about this SI.
I would say if you put the KAG, this year KAG, against the BDS we've seen last year at SI, I'd go for KAG all day of the week.
I think anyone would.
But BDS was a hot mess last
Yeah,
SI,
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Now.
But not now, because BDS are just at the top of their game.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned before, I think that BDS aren't really going to get pushed. I would say, though, if any team's going to push BDS, I think it's going to be KAG. Mostly because the playstyle you mentioned about KAG, they are just
mercurial.
You don't know what you're going to get with KAG.
Yeah.
You know, it's in for a penny. It's the lucky dip. You don't know what you're going to come out with it. I think for KAG, a big tournament for them. I think they have a good group. I think a really good chance of them getting out of this group if they can play the way that we expect them to. And if they get off to a start today and they go and beat BDS, which again, I don't think they will, they could honestly get a bit of momentum behind them, because we know if that team takes off, who knows where they're going to end up.
Well, let's see how KAG is feeling about this SI. Take a listen to this interview.
My name is Arcali, and I play for Cyclops Athlete Gaming, and my role is entry fragger. I joined Cyclops a month ago. I was in a local league, in a local team, and Cyclops needed a player, so I took the opportunity, and I got recruited. I just really wanted to go to Cyclops because, you know, they're like an international level team. Our expectation on this SI is to go to playoffs for first. Cyclops haven't made the playoffs for like all the international events, I heard. Just try to win. You know, I want to lift that hammer. Team BDS is looking really good, so
yeah, we're looking out for them. My message to my opponents is let's just have fun.
Yeah, certainly interesting to see how this team comes together with Arkali. And Anatun has also been an X factor for this team before, Ollie.
He really has. And I think that one of the things that Arkali said there in the interview was that they just want to have fun is probably one of the most dangerous things about this team.
Yeah.
They're a real hype team. And you'll see that when the game's going and when everything gets underway. They're quite a vocal team. They're quite an energetic team. If things are going their way, they're going to be up and out of the seat. They're going to be shouting. They're going to be cheering because they do have a lot of fun when they play the game. And that's a big part of things. And then you know, you look at who you're going up against, and you're going up to BDS, who, while they've got emotion, they are seen as quite a staunch team sometimes, Demo, and they can be quite straight-faced. I really feel like this is a beautiful clash of play styles, energies, all of that sort of stuff. On one hand, you've got BDS, quite structured, quite known. You really, you know what you're going to expect with the BDS side. Then you throw on CAG and you think, who knows?
I think today, BDS, you have to say the pressure's on them. The team at the top, that's what it's all about, staying at the top, because it's not about what BDS have done in the past. Sure, BDS have went and won Japan Invitational, they've obviously won the Major, won the EUL Finals, but let's be honest, does anyone really care about that? All we care about is what they do next. That is it for BDS, and what they do next is they're going to have to lift the hammer. That's it for me.
Yeah, I think the big thing is CAG is going to play with nothing to lose, right? And like you said, BDS, there's a lot of pressure on them right now. Ollie, talk to me about the mindsets of both of these teams. How do you think they're going into this matchup right now?
I think
What's going through their heads?
I think that CAG will be excited to get out there and to play because they like to give a show. I think they are quite a showy team.
Fun team.
In that sort of a way. They like to put on a good performance.
Little wave.
That's great. However, is that going to be enough to get them through? You know, we've got this new player brought into the roster. We need to see how that fits in. Are they still going to be bringing out those same sort of pocket strats that they like to kind of play? Are we going to see a bit of a reliance on shields, you know, some more strange, unusual things creeping in there that we don't always see with other regions? And then on BDS on the flip side, how are they prepared to deal with that? Are they going to directly try to remove that? So mindset-wise, I think the BDS will have quite a solid plan of how they want to approach this.
Monty ban has to be you're
going to be looking at some sort of shield ban.
I'm looking forward to see Anatun. I think he's probably been one of the best shield players we've had in the past 2 years. I think, you know, he's kind of taken the mantle from Pingu, who was that for a long time. So they've got some really strong characteristics. You know, I think they've got some really good high world-class qualities, but it's just the consistency of doing that against the bigger sides. They can go and do it against, you know, teams in APAC North, but that's a completely different caliber to what they're dealing with now, and that is BDS.
Okay, well, I believe that we're ready to move into the map ban phase, so let's see if we can get that information up on your screen right now. What are y'all anticipating here? Anything that's like popping out to you that you're like, ooh, I'm gonna see this, or?
Ban your clubs, CAG, ban your clubs.
Yeah, Clubhouse is a map that, whilst both teams do preference it, it's definitely one that, as CAG, you're going to want to remove. No surprise to see them remove that second. Chalet getting thrown out there as well. Isn't necessarily a map that BDS like to play all too often. It is their lowest preference map, so it makes a lot of sense to see that removed. Although, just because it's the lowest preference doesn't mean that they won't play it at all. We've already mentioned BDS are in a fortunate position in this group where they are pitted as favourites to take it, so they can do a little bit of funny business with these map bans, and they can try to keep things back a little bit, and I think that's probably what we're seeing a little bit more here. Bank getting removed as well by BDS. Bank has always, for me, been a classic CAG map. It just screams their playstyle all over the place.
That's where Monty comes into the swing of things. We know that with CAG. I look at this map pick, Ollie, and I think BDS just have the depth. I generally don't think BDS have like a bad map in them. I think they're, again, probably Chalet. You'll see the Chalet ban a lot from BDS because everyone in EU plays Chalet. Because I think, you know, you look at our M&Ms, you look at our Navis as well inside of EUL. That's always a map that they're really good at. So you never really see BDS taking teams to that map. So that makes sense. But I'm sure they can still play it. Skyscraper was really good performance that they had against Heroic at the EUL finals. Heroic really didn't have a look in at all during that Skyscraper. BDS, I think their defense on that side has been phenomenal. I think they know exactly the way that they should be playing Skyscraper. Those long extensions across, try and defend the Dragon, try and defend in towards Drum. So they have their finger on the pulse whenever it comes to Skyscraper.
Okay. I just got word that our teams are ready to go. So let's send it over to Faluke and Hap for BDS versus Cyclops. And yes, y'all are live. I got fooled earlier, but y'all are live, Faluke and Hap, so take it away. It's coming. Are we live? Are we live, y'all? I'm totally joking. That is a big joke.
We're good. We're good.
That is a big joke.
You did not do something that raises my blood pressure this early.
Your blood pressure's raised. I was like, I don't have audio. What's going on? And okay, y'all know Demo and Ollie. They say everything so straight faced. So I thought they were legit pranking me.
That's maybe the first time Demo said anything serious.
Serious.
Agreed.
Yeah. This is
Knowing
wild.
his reputation, that's a problem.
Anyway, we are live and super excited for the 6th Invitational. We are getting into some Group C action, and it's time for the Triple J desk. There's my hand. Hi. Oh, hi. But yeah, oh, Jesse, I missed you, Jacob. My NA squad here.
We're almost a quad J, right?
I
Jackie,
know.
Jing, Jesse, Jacob.
We don't need to make this
the
more
quad
complex.
J. Okay, yeah, let's keep it simple. I think I learned that today. But how y'all feeling? Jesse, you excited?
I am. SI is finally back in Canada, so that's very exciting for me. I've not worked SI in Canada before. I've worked SI, I've worked in Canada, but this will be a first to combine the two. So I'm hyped to be back here for 6th Invitational, and yeah, beautiful city of Montreal. What's not to love?
I was going to say, it's been said before, last time I was here was screaming my actual face-off in the very front row, waving a scarf around.
I remember that.
That was my
Didn't
entire
you
life from 3
drink
years ago.
something out of a shoe?
That wasn't me. There were other people doing shoeies in 2020.
Oh, okay. I digress. Anyway, let's get to the matchup today. It is on your screen. We got Astralis versus OXG. Are you excited about this?
I am. This is a good old-fashioned North American rundown. Two teams that have been all right throughout the year. Both have had their ups and downs. I think both have kind of recently had some struggles in stage 3. Neither were really having the best moments of their stages, but I think both are due for a good comeback.
Yeah, for sure. Well, before we dive into all that, let's take a closer look at Astralis. Roll the video. Okay, squad looking good there. Jacob, we are obviously paying close attention to this whole team, but to Spiff in particular for sure. The 18-year-old has seen some success playing in underage leagues, but SI is definitely a different ballgame. Am I wrong?
I mean, we're looking at a situation where somebody who hasn't played Tier 1, hasn't played Tier 2, is coming into his very first professional team, and he's expected to do it at the same level as plenty of the other guys on a world-class stage, and he hasn't had to worry about that in the past. He's got not only that level of pressure on his shoulders, but we don't have much historical data to really back up what he is or isn't going to be able to do. When he's played in Tier 1 competition before, it was with an Astralis team that is still attempting to figure the ropes out. They want to find a way to incorporate somebody new into the roster and really work at it from there. There's a lot of question marks surrounding his overall performance level, and this is especially important. He's one of 5 guys who is playing his very first game of Tier 1 Siege at this Invitational, with the exception of Noodle, who did play in the Mexican League. It's really important for Spiff to have a good first impression here, because whatever he does in this game is probably going to give people that same expectation as we move on with him in the future.
Yeah, I think it's especially important because he is coming into Astralis. Like, look at some of these rookies, like Gaveni's coming into Dark Zero, a team that, you know, kind of have their things together. Vita King coming into FaZe Clan, a team that really is a top team in the world right now. Astralis have had those struggles, especially recently. So for Spiff coming in, filling in for DP Fire, he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders to perform.
Biggest thing in SCS, when he played in the first 2 splits, it was mostly Sledge Jaeger. That's a role that you're never going to pull Shuttle off of. This is Shuttle's 3rd Invitational. I think he's kind of earned the right to play what he wants, especially on a team like Astralis that already has most of their roles locked down. So then when he played with Astralis in SCS Season 7, it was mostly Yana and a lot of roaming operators. So the impression is that he won't be playing the thing that he was mostly advertised for, and he'll be able to move on to something a lot more frag heavy. And a big reason for why Callout wanted to pick him up is they thought he was a lot more teachable and a lot more coachable. But that's still a lot of pressure to put on somebody who literally turned 18 4 months ago.
Yeah, and I think it's important to remember as well, like when they played in SCS, that was the first time that anybody got to see Spiff with Astralis, the first time that we saw Astralis since Stage 3 ended, and they played Oxygen in that match, right? It was the quarterfinals of the SCS playoffs. They played OXG, and they got kind of demolished. So this is a bit of a rematch for them as well. They're going to be coming back into this, hoping to get some revenge against Oxygen, maybe a bit of a rivalry form between these two teams now, but we're definitely hoping to see a bit of a better performance from Spiff. Not that he played super poorly in the first time that they met OXG, but we need something really extreme for them to, take down Auction, who they already have struggled against.
Okay, Jesse, I kind of want a history lesson here. Sure. So Astralis had quite a year. They had an impressive stage 1 and 2. Stage 3, not so much. I want to be nice.
Yeah, I think it all kind of came crashing down in Berlin, right?
Okay, yeah.
Great stage 1, top of North America. Finals in Charlotte, great performance at the major. First place again in stage 2, make it all the way to the major once again. Group stage of Berlin, they fall flat. Dead last in their group. They never really recovered from that. Ended up getting not all the way to the major for stage number 3. Of course, struggled in SCS. And so I think they're in a bit of a rebuilding phase. I think Call Out and the boys trying to put this team back together after the struggles that they faced in Berlin, and they're still on that road.
I want them to get out of it sooner rather than later, because Call Out specifically said we got to the grand finals of the Charlotte Major. What did we do? Our egos got the better of us and we became complacent, which is a really big problem for a team that came in with a lot of momentum, super young talent. They also won stage 2, but it was mostly by the skin of their teeth because of a couple of other results that happened to fall their way. So even if you can say they won 2 straight NAL stages last year, there are a couple of caveats to look at. And not only are they bringing a new guy in, but they're shifting roles around, because DP Fire is no longer on this team. J9O is going to come in to fill that spot, and Spiff, this 18-year-old, is about to come in and play the primary entry role, which, again, is a big reason for why you want to bring young guys in. A lot of people think that as soon as you turn 18, if you demonstrate that kind of skill, most people have been picked up at that age, specifically for that role. But again, it's SI, it's your very first event, and you've just come on to a Tier 1 team for the very first time. His head has to be a whirlwind right now.
Yeah, youth and nerves for sure. But we've talked a lot about Astralis, but how does Astralis feel coming into SI? Take a listen.
My name is David Iconic Ifidon. I play for Team Astralis, and my role is an entry flex. We're in Group C, and our group is BDS, Lost One, Cyclops, and then OXG. Very excited, just to play new styles of Siege. So, I'm just looking forward to playing the competition, and wherever we land, we land. The year for Astralis started off hot. We placed well at Charlotte, and then we kind of struggled a bit at the start of stage 2 with COVID in the house. We bounced back to get first that stage, but we had a kind of burnout at Berlin, and then we just really couldn't get back on our feet stage 3, so we decided to make a roster move. And then since then, we've just been working hard to improve and just get ready for SI. The preparation for this event has been very internal focused. We've been focusing on our actual decision-making in round basis and more player decision-making too, just so we're improving on the player basis. I'm looking forward to playing everyone, to be honest. I'm not really too into the revenge thing anymore. I'm just kind of going out there and just playing some Siege and just having some fun. That's all we want to do, really. To my opponents, talk is cheap, so we'll see you in the server.
Okay. Iconic serving looks.
Yeah.
That was a whole vibe right there. I do want to pick both your brains, though, about the Siege GG article that was recently released about Astralis. It sounds like Astralis did suffer from burnout, complacency. You were talking about Spiff giving them some new life. So, Jesse, I'll start with you.
Sure.
Do you think that this team is in a healthy place to do well here at SI?
I'd like to hope so. I think it's always tough to know exactly when you're coming in to a team that we just haven't seen play in a couple of months. It's been 7 weeks since they lost that game against Oxygen. Haven't seen them since. But it seems like they're feeling good. I saw them at breakfast earlier today, and they said the exact same thing that Iconic ended that interview with. Talk is cheap. So maybe calling out some of their opponents in the group. Maybe they just want to show that, hey, listen, regardless of their previous performance, regardless of how things have gone for them in the past, they're ready to showcase here at SI the improvements that they've made, and that they're a potential team to make it all the way to the grand finals.
I just especially appreciate how he also mentioned that whatever they did in the past is something that they can't dwell on, and it's not about revenge. It's about trying to figure out what your path forward is, and that's the exact mentality you have to have when you do have that kind of a harsh fall off. It might be the same with a couple of teams that when they were in stage 3, they're like, well, we might have had some success, but then we fell down to a level that we haven't been to for a while, and now it's about finding our way back in. If Iconic's mentality, that quote is the exact same mentality that the team already has, and it seems like they've done enough soul searching to figure out that complacency and big egos were the problem. Now you'd hope that this is going to be a good, fresh start for a team that, again, you don't get to a grand final of a major without something going very, very right. If they can adapt their play style and their mentality, I'm sure they'll go far, but those are still some pretty big road bumps to get over first.
Iconic was throwing some shade. Thank you, Jesse. Jacob was like, nah, I'm not dealing with your puns this SI. Okay, fine. All right, well, we've talked at length about that. Let's talk about their opponent, OXG. Take a look. You know, there are a lot of stars on OXG, Jesse, without a doubt, but Newers has been shining particularly bright.
That he has?
Okay, did you? Yeah. Okay. Not as good as my Shade one.
I like Shade
but
better.
You got like the star thing?
I did.
You got it? Okay,
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure. But he has stepped up for them huge, correct?
He has. I mean, talk may be cheap, but tweets are $8 a month, and Newers got plenty of them. And even though he's a bit of a character online, he is an incredible fragger for this team. I think he's playing better than he ever has in his entire career. Obviously, just joined Oxygen about a year ago now. He's been with them his entire career inside of Tier 1 Siege, and he has been fantastic for the squad. We've got a Stage 1, 2, and 3 stats up in front of you right now. He has been a beast, specifically on entry. Look at those numbers, 19 and 10, 23-22, dipped a little bit, and then 22 and 12. This man has been incredible for Oxygen all year long. He is, I believe, 2 opening picks away to hit 198 through the year if you include the 2 majors, which stats are not in that graphic that you're looking at right now. He'll be the 11th player in total to hit 100 opening kills this event, and the first from North America. He's so important to be able to get that start for the team. Love the way that he's been able to play with them. You watched that game in SCS where they played against Astralis. He was the biggest problem for Astralis when they last met. He was doing a lot of these good pinch plays where he comes in from the back, finds a little opening, which he never should be getting in a million years, makes that space for Oxygen. So if he's doing more of that today, I'll tell you, it's going to be a tough task for the teams in this group.
If anybody wanted to find a role model for Spiff to idolize, it's this guy. Somebody who didn't play in Tier 1 or Tier 2 prior to jumping onto an NAL squad, and who came in super young, was hyped up as a prodigy. There had to be somebody to fill that void for Oxygen, and he's done exactly that. In a field of a whole bunch of other problems for OXG, especially in Stage 3, figuring some other things out, Newers has not been the problem. Newers has been the solution and part of the glue that's helped keep a team together, that when they were in Stage 3, they had so many different identity problems. We were wondering where everyone would fit in. He still very nearly had 100 kills in Stage 3, the same that he had in Stage 2, and he broke everyone's minds and gave them some kind of stability. It's just the kind of thing that you need people to be built around him, and so far he has delivered.
You know, Jacob, I know this is kind of old news, but for so long I thought of OXG and I would think Laxine. You know, he's one of my favorite players.
Sure.
But how do you think that they've been adjusting, and what do you think of their new addition, Sweater? I think there's a lot to be said there.
There's 2 different sides to that story. The first is the way that they started Stage 2, which was several losses straight. It was too many for them to even be considered in contention for the Yongshiping Major, because they were trying to do one simple thing: insert Sweater for Laxing. It didn't work out very well. At the very end of that stage, they realized, okay, we're going to pull things back, we'll try something different, and we'll put Vertical in that space instead. Not necessarily to do exactly what Laxing was doing 1-for-1, but we're going to give him more authority in that role and put Sweater on something where he's better utilized, and that's killing people, which is exactly what he did. They were on a huge win streak at the end of Stage 3, and then decided, we have something already worthwhile here, and we don't want to go into the player break from Stage 3 to SI without more game day reps. So what do? SCS Season 7, the exact same place where we saw Spiff play for his very first snaps and find Astralis playing in the same tournament, and he does the exact same thing. Oxygen win SCS Season 7 purely based on the ideology of moving Sweater into a more frag-heavy capacity and allow Vertical to do the things that he was doing from a flank perspective, and it's worked out so far very, very well, I would argue.
Yeah, we've certainly talked a lot about OXG, though, so let's hear right from them. We did a quick interview with them, so take a listen.
My name is Foxe. I play for OXG, and I'm our in-game leader. We're in Group C. We're going up against BDS, Lost One, Astralis, and Cyclops. You know, I think the most important team that I will enjoy playing against is probably BDS. I'm sure they want to, you know, just as much as play against us, since we've beat them the last time, but they also won a major, but we weren't at that major. So I think it'll be fun to get a chance to compete against them now. Preparation for this event has been very taxing, but I think that is fair considering the level of the event, you know, probably the most important event of the year. And I think it's just something that we've never really done on any other team. We've always like focused on ourselves, going into things, making sure we're all right, but now we're focusing on everything, you know, mentally, physically, against any other team that we go up against. This is a message to our opponents. Nothing that happens in this tournament is gonna matter unless you're the last team holding that trophy.
Okay, Foxy with the game voice on, right? Gravelly with the attitude. We love to see it.
He just woke up.
Well, you know what? We said that we were going to go with what I said.
He operates at gamer hours. What do you think?
I know, but we were like, okay, we'll play up the voice. You just, fine. Moving on.
It sounded good.
It did. It was definitely got that raspiness. He's ready to go, right? Okay, moving on. We digress. Okay, I do want to talk about this though. Okay, Jesse, OXG, they have been top 8 in the world arguably for years. Like I always feel like they're so close. It's just like at the tips of their fingers, but they've made some changes. How do you think they're going to do this, SI?
I hope they'll do well, and I think they're going to do better than people expect. You know, Fox at the end of that interview said, nothing matters unless you're the last team holding that trophy. Oxygen have never really been that team holding the trophy, and so maybe they don't look back at those previous results and think, yeah, you know, we were top 8, we were top 4, whatever we were back in other tournaments, but now it's when they really need to step it up, and I do like the core they currently have. Again, I think Noor is one of the best players in the entire game right now, especially coming out of North America. I think Fox has really been playing well with the new meta. Again, you take a look at those SCS results, using a lot of that Solus really, really well, a lot of new things in the game coming into this SI. I think that Oxygen have kind of their, their hand on the pulse there. They kind of seem to know what's going on. So I'm excited for Oxygen. It's going to be tough. There's a lot of great teams in this tournament when it comes to actually winning the whole thing. But when it comes to the North American teams here, when it comes to the squads, they're going to have the best shot at it. Oxygen are definitely going to be up there.
Okay, and we are working to get the map ban information up on your screen right now. I believe that is trickling in this very moment. There it is.
There we go.
All right, Jacob, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that both these teams, because they've faced each other so often, both in international play and in the NAL, have plenty of options that they can go to, and already I'm liking what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to reference that SCS game they played 7 weeks ago, because this ban phase looks very similar. We've got Clubhouse being banned again from Astralis as their perma-ban. They haven't touched that since the Charlotte finals against DZ. Oregon banned out again from Oxygen. It's a great map for Astralis. They don't want to see it. And then Astralis' second ban there, Chalet. That's what Oxygen picked in their last best of 3. It was a rough game from Astralis. And then I love this pick coming in from Oxygen. They pick Bank. That was Astralis' pick last time. But it went so poorly for Astralis that Oxygen say, yeah, let's run it back. Let's play another Bank. Border's going to come just before that. It was a map that Oxygen did ban last time. It's historically not been a super common map for Oxygen. They've got 2 plays on Border ever. A win and a loss coming back from stages 1 and 3. So we'll see how that goes.
I'd say there's at least an initial lean towards OXG just for how this ban phase has gone so far. Part of that is initial confidence in the way that Astralis are going to play with a new guy on the team and seeing exactly how they played last time they were in SCS. That was a 2-0 drubbing by OXG against Astralis. If you go back and watch that semifinal, it was rough to watch. And I think Astralis fans would much rather just think that's in their peripheral and they don't have to worry about it again. But we also head to Border to start with. This is a map that when Astralis first came into the NAL, they tried it a couple of times and they realized with success they would be able to translate wins on this map. They're 3-3 on it overall for the year, and for OXG, they've only played it twice themselves, and in a best of 3 format, there's only so many maps you can take out of the pool, so it feels like once we get to Bank, if OXG are able to survive the pressure that Astralis can absolutely put on a Border defense, then we may end up seeing a map 3 on the cards.
Okay, looking at these teams, I'm just getting a very, very serious environment right now. Really quickly, just one word, who's winning?
Oxygen.
Oxygen.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll see how that plays out. I'm going to be honest, though. I was a little disappointed because I talked to Des and Ace, and we were all supposed to wear our black crop tops today, and then they wore a matching outfit without me. And we had discussed this at length, so I'm a little salty about it.
You at least wore something gold around your neck.
You're right. The black crop top.
Maybe theirs got lost, at the airport.
It's fine, but Des and Ace, take it away. Black crop top next time.
Jackie, I'm wearing my black crop top. It's like underneath here. Tim, look, I'll show you as well.
It's not the time. Put it away.
It's always the time.
Not the time.
Okay, all right, maybe after the first match.
Not like this, Des.
Okay. All right.
We've been back one day.
I'll be good just this once. Either way, exciting game coming into it. That was so ridiculous, honestly. I could have gone for the, like, hair parting, but I thought I'd play up to the whole black crop top thing. Bless you, Jackie. You're adorable. Either way, this game, Astralis versus Auction, our second inter-regional kind of game of the day. We had Koi versus G2 to start things off. Now we get an all-NA showdown. An exciting one because these teams have followed a really interesting trajectory. Really good start to last year, finishing near the top of the table. For example, Astralis getting to the final of Charlotte, as we know. Both teams, though, had a really disappointing Stage 3.
There's so many interesting little comparisons and numbers that surround this game. I was having a look beforehand, and I was looking forward to this game because it's in, we like to see, you know, region versus region, but, you know, we've done the EU this morning, but for us, we don't get to cast these NA teams very
Not a lot, no.
So it's a great opportunity for us to be able to cast two of them going up against each other. Now, interestingly, AuxG won every single stage game. Stage 1, 2, and 3 in the NAL. However, they met one Song Landes, and that was in Charlotte, and guess who won? That's right, it would be Astralis that won in Charlotte, and they didn't just win by a little bit, Des. They won 14-4 across 2 maps. AuxG just did not even turn up to it, in fairness. It goes further, though, when you start looking at things like the maps. So AuxG, in Stage 3, they played 7 out of 9 maps. 7 out of 9 maps. No consistency, really, in their map choices through NAL. Astralis, they weren't much better, Des. They played 6 out of 9 maps. And when we look coming into the map choices that we've got here today, I've got to say, and it is based on very slim numbers, because they played so many maps, obviously they were playing many of them once. But OXG, they did lose Border, and they did lose Bank. No, they didn't play Bank. They lost Cafe. By contrast, Astralis, they won on Border. They won on Cafe. They didn't win on Bank. So it's going to be a real interesting one. I think Astralis have maybe got a slight lean based on the history, based on those historic results of Stage 3. It's very, very slim. They're playing these maps once, you know, I know that. But it's just interesting to me. OXG particularly, you know, you're not setting yourself up particularly well for the SI necessarily if you're going to play 7 out of 9 maps, because you've shown a little bit on everything. You've given people maybe a bit of an idea.
There's that, but then there's also a second piece as well to note. One thing I was really excited about coming into Border was the fact that we have the 2 best planters in NA in this game. Forest and Dream, 3rd and 4th globally for plants in 2022. Behind, I believe, who did I say it was? It was Breed and it was someone from LATAM that I've already completely forgotten. Either way, real objective-focused teams here on a map that is very rewarding to attackers. It just screams to me you're going to see a lot of plants going down between both teams in this game. Auction, of course, starting things off. Just give Dream the opportunity to prove that he's indeed the planter supreme. But what really impressed me most was Forest, actually, midway through last year, moved away from playing a more supportive role. He started out playing Hard Breach, Smoke, for example, then moved towards playing Flex the further the year got on. And even with that, he's still kept up to Dream with just 2 or 3 plants being behind. So look out for that. The Ying ban for me is the big one to lean towards that, though, because it's just saying, look, we've seen the ridiculousness of Ying and her contribution towards getting plants down, especially upstairs on this map. Let's get her away and off the board. And the rest really makes sense. The Nomad, if you're wondering about it, only a couple of stairways. You want to make good use of them, for example, to keep the enemy team guessing when they've got the top floor control. Just means really for Astralis here, they can afford on the defensive side to get a little more aggressive and try and aggress into Oxygen as they look for map control.
The comparisons can continue as well. Obviously, the analysts before the game, they picked up on Spiff particularly, coming in here as you know, a rookie player.
Yeah.
But you've also got Sweater, new to the roster at least, or reasonably new, joined in August, took over from Waxing. And when I say new, I mean in terms of they didn't qualify for Yonchping.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen
first lap.
Exactly. We haven't seen him on LAN with this roster. So you know, you've got the little head-to-head there potentially between Spiff and Sweater as well, and who can, you know, contribute most to the team in this environment, who settles quickest. You know, to these new conditions. And honestly, I think it sets us up for a fantastic opening game. You know, there's a lot to be said for teams. We saw a fantastic game before this between Soniqs and Liquid. You know, there's a lot to be said for those inter-regional matchups, but also I do like, you know, the occasions that we get teams that know each other well coming up against each other, and there you go, Sweater. He's going to take down Forest to begin with, and Forest is a player obviously marked out as somebody that Astralis really need to facilitate. He can put big numbers up, and if they can get him going, then yeah, yeah, you're in for a good day, but he's not going to get going in round 1 because he gets absolutely slammed by Sweater.
He does there, forced away from E-Stairs and runs straight into the waiting arms of Sweater, who had that little long angle just opened up basically to sit in a spot. One really interesting stat between Nuers and Forest, by the way. Forest, a player who started on support throughout the year, is only 1 kill off being on the same entry difference as Nuers. Nuers is sat on plus 32 across the whole of last year. Forest is on plus 31. So to be contesting for 2 different players on Oxygen, 1 for plants and 1 for entries, just goes to show just how good Forest actually might be here and just how much of an impact he can have on this game. For this first round at least though, that will not be felt. We'll see how they can progress in a 4 versus 5. Again, knowing that on border generally, attackers do reign supreme, Tim.
Generally, I mean, we've got an interesting site choice to begin with. We haven't touched on that yet. We have gone down to Ventilation and Workshop rather than up to Armory, so we are seeing one of the ground level sites to begin with. Usually we would see the top floor site being the primary. J9O's going to manage to get himself a kill shuttle as well, but Fox here gets in on the action. Dream's going to be planting this. You've already picked up on Dream as being one of the top planters that we've got, you know, potentially in the world at the minute, Des, and he comes in round 1 and slaps that diffuser down on the ground, gets it activated, and we found ourselves in a 2v2. We've got J9O and Iconic up against Fox and Vertical, and they're just now trying on the defense. They become the attack, trying to retake that site, and Iconic goes out the window, does not get away with it. Fox puts him down, but meanwhile, J9 manages to find Vertical inside. It's 1v1. J9O's on limited time. He's going to try and long arm this. Des, he might get away with it. Surely not.
Say, I thought for a second he's going to let him get away with that one as well. Has he got time? What's he doing? What's he doing? Oh, I think he thought he was still on the diffuser, that's why he's gone for the swing. But J9O has big brain the living hell out of that. Peels off, gets the kill, and gets the defuse. Beautiful play on the smoke.
I don't know what we've just seen, Des. That round has just been so back and forth. It's unbelievable. Dream goes in there, fantastic job of getting the diffuser down, and then it just all falls apart for OXG in the last couple of seconds there. J9O just able to maintain that composure absolutely beautifully to get that counter diffuse off. I jumped up and down. I was like, no, you should have stuck it. And then he still gets away with it and manages to get his kill. If that is a sign of what we are in for over the next 2 to 3 maps, then colour me excited.
I really feel for Foxy, by the way, because no matter how experienced you might be, bearing in mind he's played this game now for basically as long as it's existed, that's a pretty rare situation to be in when your health is low enough that you can't tank a couple of breaths of the smoke canister. He could handle 3, and on a full sprint through, took 2. So if you sat at home wondering, well, why didn't he just spray him if you knew he could get through the smoke and maybe get 1 shot off and win the round? It wasn't guaranteed that you were going to find the man sat on the diffuser diffusing it as you swing onto the window. So having to wrap round was the right idea. Again, without the knowledge that he was still on the diffuser or not, he had no choice but to go for the firefight. So a really difficult yet unique situation there for Foxy that sadly he just could not come out on top of. J9O doing all the work that was required. Let's see how things set up on this top floor though, Tim. This is the more popular site that we're used to seeing on this map. With no Ying on side though, you're not going to see any of the crazy hijinks that we're used to seeing involving a lot of smoke and a lot of candelas coming out.
Round 2 we are then. We're going to have the Soulless once again out on the hunt for the electronics, trying to just chase down those drones, remove some information, and just play it into the hands of the defenders, of course. Going to be probably sticking around underneath as well, just to try and, you know, get more and more established down there. It's a top floor site. You can try and deny that plant as well. A lot of destructible floor here in Armory, so it makes it a little bit easier. Soulless can whip out the old impact grenade while the diffuser is going down and have a large impact. So I think we'll see J9O probably sticking around downstairs.
I mean, he's had such a good start to the game. Why try and upset that? Forest taking a little bit of a blaster, a little bit of chip damage coming away, but he's the Docs. Should be able to see himself back up in no time here. I think it was Nuers that he exchanged a little bit of HP with on the way through there, but 60 seconds in. It's not been a slow start for the side of Oxygen, but they are still trying to work their way through here, get the site softened up. Smoke canisters already starting to come out here to keep them at bay that little bit longer. Iconic with 1 still left in pocket.
Shuttle just sticking around in Fountain for the time being. Obviously concerned about the potential rear-sided push coming in from the top of East Stairs, and would be right to be concerned because we've got 2 of OXG working in there. We've got the man on rappel as well coming down from the skylight. Foxy just going to be holding that angle through. Maybe a little bit of an unusual one, not somewhere that you might expect to check. Might well just get a bit of joy with that.
I think it's really smart. He was making use of the bus as well when we had the plant down on the last round. So clearly liking these slightly off angles, expecting to catch a couple of players out. Nothing wrong with being cheeky as long as you can capitalize it into a kill when the moment presents itself. We're down to that last 60 though, Tim, and it does feel like Oxygen have kind of ground to a halt here. We've still got players inside of Office. Vert's trying to start things moving forwards with a kill on towards Spiff, but there's still a couple more to clear away just yet. Great long angle coming out from Newers as well, as Vert collects yet another one, and suddenly it's looking very, very dicey for the side of Astralis. J9 4 kills in the last round. He's got to make it 9-2 if he's going to keep this one going. A little side swipe, but loses basically all of his HP in the process.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult from this point on, and it takes only 2 more steps until Newers manages to find the line and get his kill, and that's going to close the round out, and it's going to be OXG taking that one. So that levels us up at 1-1, and honestly, I am expecting this matchup, not just through this map, but through the rest of them, to remain very close. I expect these teams to be battling out, much like the first we've had, Des, and that is the beauty of these sort of same region matchups is, as I've said, the teams know each other very well, so you really don't expect too much of a run over too often. So I think it's going to be a par for the course, and we're going to see plenty more of that. We move into round 3, and it's going to be Bathroom and Tellers, the site of choice for Astralis.
You speak about this kind of same region familiarity, but not forgetting, of course, other results we've had today. M&M and Wolves. M&M stomped them 2-0, Tim. So we've had a real kind of duality of games where we had, for example, Koi versus G2. Did go all the way to 3 maps. M&M Wolves, absolute stomp. So I'm not 100% sure which way this one goes, but of course, we'll find out as the maps progress. Obviously, Bank is where it could all end. May not even get to see Cafe if we end up on a 2-0. And for those who maybe didn't know, just so you're aware, the point system, if you win 2-0, you get 4 points. If you win 2-1, you get 3 points. If you lose 2-1, you get 1 point. If you lose 2-0, you get no points. So you are rewarded for having stronger performances against your opposition. If you can beat them in 2 maps, all the more power to you.
Again, a top floor presence, no surprise from Astralis as the defenders. They're going to be looking to keep hold of Office. You can see why. They've got that hatch open. It gives them a lot of vertical superiority over site. They've also got the hatch open inside of Archives as well, so plenty of vertical options for them. You know, there is the possibility for OXG on the attack to just go in, you know, horizontally, work across the bottom floor and try and get themselves into site, but they need to make sure that they've got some safe spaces to be able to play into, because look at all the holes that have been opened up on the verticals. Astralis are going to give them absolutely nothing for free. My feeling towards this defense would be, OXG, you've got to go in and clear it from above.
I was going to say, with the Ossa on side, there's no reason why they couldn't either as well. You put down 2 of these shields, normally one facing onto the armor panel doorway. You keep that entire corridor completely open. You can chuck another one if you want to on the balcony and towards Archives to keep that angle controlled too, and suddenly you've basically cut the top floor into wonderful slices. But Dream here's got himself straight inside and is going for a plant. How on earth is this coming away without anyone being any of the wiser? Maybe they're still expecting a push on the upstairs, but guess what? They are absolutely wrong. The plant has gone down, and Astralis are going to be kicking themselves at this, Tim.
I've sat there talking about how they're probably going to have to clear that top floor, and somehow Astralis have let Dream just sneak in and put that diffuser down. And the problem is that OXG have just been able to retire quite far away, Des. They're not really, you know, having to stay particularly close to site, and the kills came easy. They could just hold the long-range angles, hold the crossfires, and just wait for Astralis to have to make a move, you know, because Dream got in there largely on his own. It wasn't like he had, you know, everybody in sight with him, and so sometimes you'll then get a scramble away from sight. You can pick up a kill or 2, you can start sort of leveling the playing field, but there was just no option of that for Astralis whatsoever. And I tell you what, if they want any more defensive rounds, they're going to have to buck up off the back of that. They cannot allow Dream to walk in and put that diffuser down, because as we've seen, given half an opportunity, he will do it.
I do want to give full credit to Oxygen though, to spot out, to drone out, 100% that opportunity and go, boys, this could actually work, let's go for it. And the thing is to do so quickly, not forgetting that Dream was upstairs on east stairs, dropping down that shield at the top in towards Office to give them that sight line, and then immediately hightailing it and going downstairs. It was just really well read by Oxygen. Great realization early in the round and adapting to suit as the round went by. And I'm with you, Astralis, you've really got to start booking up your ideas, because one thing I think coming into into this, Tim. I've spoken to a few teams. I've had a nice chat with like SSG, a couple of other teams from Europe who maybe scrimmed against these guys and just said, look, what are your expectations for this game? Who walks away the winner? I've had a real mixed bag between Astralis and Oxygen, but most have said they think Astralis will take it. Right now, Oxygen are looking like the far sharper team, but I do want to wait until we have the second half before really committing towards saying that Oxygen are definitely the stronger team or that Astralis are the stronger team.
Okay, into Armory we go then. We'll see if we get... Now, this is interesting. So I spoke very briefly, touched on operator bans earlier and how we were seeing an expanding operator pool, meaning that some of the more classical bans, such as your Thatchers, were making it into lineups because they weren't being banned out anymore because there's just too many options now. Which I think actually leaves us in quite a nice position because, you know, we don't want, you know, to know who the 4 bans are going to be coming in. You want teams to have to really think about it and make a sacrifice to ban one and leave another, for example. And that's the situation we're in, and we've got Mirror active on the board, and I haven't seen a half-wall Mirror play on the Armory wall for a long time, Des, and I love to see it. You're just not heading towards that West Breach at all. Instead, all the pressure is going in towards Office and trying to get in through there.
Bit of a reverse for Sweater, because last time around he was actually the one holding at the other end of this corridor and taking these fights against not Iconic, but I think it was Forest, sorry, at the time it was back in round 1. How the times have changed. A total switch over, but still got to deal with these mirror windows. The ace salvo that came out, I think, was misplaced by the looks of it. Just a little bit too far to the left and missed out the opportunity to get rid of that mirror window. Either that or they have very sorely dealt with this now, and it's not really a big concern. By the looks, maybe from below they can do a little bit of work. There's also the mute gemmer on the other side, so I'll say about what I said. I think it did go towards the left of the window and landed on the wall, but was just immediately disabled and shot off.
Yeah, I think that Astralis are just doing a great job at protecting. They're just doing a good job of protecting their utility now. Then Shuttle, he gets away with an absolute freebie. Oh, for a second I panicked then. I didn't think he was maybe going to find all of his shots that he needed to, but he certainly did. We've got more kills raining in for Astralis, leaving us now in a 4v2, and OxG find themselves very quickly on the back foot. But Newers is still alive. We know that he can find his kills, and there's a potential opportunity for him to find one onto Shuttle here. And at 2-3, you know, there's a real opportunity for OXG to be able to go on, push forward and take the round, but 45 seconds left to go. Newers, you're going to have to be the one to make a move.
Right now he's holding down that angle to get support, and to be fair, that's exactly what they've looked for. I think it was a good read from Shuttle. He knew he was going to get pushed from downstairs and made the move, but Newers was patient, just sat and waited and got the kill that he was looking for. They've got 30 seconds to go and still in a 2 versus 3. Big round if they pull this one back, but right now all odds are saying it's on Astralis.
Iconic. He's going to be holding an important position here, just near Sandwich and Office. He's just going to hold on to his line, and again, just playing for time. This is all Astralis have done on the defense. Perfectly done by Iconic. Manages to get his kill, but it doesn't matter that he's traded. Spiff is there for the retrade, and that is going to be Astralis taking the round. I like how they managed that last 45 seconds. Very patient, not overly pushing, not moving until they had to. J9 on the, you know, on the top of East Stairs, just wasn't pushed out of there. Sorry, it was Shuttle on the Solace at the top of East Stairs. Wasn't pushed out of there, wasted about 20-25 seconds. Newers just had to hold on and hold on and hold on until Foxy could move around to force him out of position. And that's something that Astralis did really well there.
So one thing I'll also give, it's the first time I've really seen Astralis make use of the Nomad ban. When they had the double push coming out, you had one Shuttle coming up from below. You had one that swung out, for example, on main hallway. It was the first time I've seen them really go aggressive and make use of the fact there's very few drones and also no lockdown with things like the Nomad on side. So making good use of it, getting aggressive, being unpredictable against Oxygen is the way that I think you may well find yourself a couple of rounds here. They are, of course, quite similar in playstyle overall, but having that ability to go aggressive and capture the team off guard is wonderful, and what I want to see more of coming out of Astralis on the defensive side. 2-2 then, things have been tied all up as we head into round 5. 2 more to go on the defensive half for Astralis before we have that fateful swap over to see what else can happen on the other side. Nothing massive really being changed in terms of lineups, but the one thing I'm looking at on the side of Oxygen right now is, as before, the number of frag grenades in back pocket. They've got 6, Tim. 6 of a possible 8 in the entire game, spread across the Nook, the Iana, and the Sledge. So clearly looking to go very explosive, and on the other side, with there being no ADSs, no magnets on side, no laser gates, nothing else to really help with it. That's potentially a lot of very, very dead utility and dead operators on the side of Astralis.
J9 just preventing any utility raining in there. I think he knows that there's a drone just outside of the door, seeing if he could get himself a little angle onto it, but he's going to be forced away. But looking instead to take the challenge elsewhere. He knows that pressure is mounting towards that front door, so he makes himself a little bit of a peak call there. A couple of shots out by the window, and it's just, again, making Newers think twice before trying to push in, before trying to get aggressive, before trying to hold a line of sight there. He knows that there's somebody playing in and around storage now, so he can't hold on there for too long. My concern here with this defence for Astralis is there's nobody above Des. All 5 are on the ground floor, and that could be a big problem.
Scurrying around like ants, just waiting to burst out of the anthill at this point, Tim. Still, as it stands, you're looking at those 4 C4s it's going to start getting ripped, no doubt, and thrown skyward with the help of the Pulse. And for Oxygen, it's a case of doing that dance of death and trying not to get caught out on the way through.
Not too much progress made from OXG here, just about getting themselves into the top floor now, but it's Fox here, really, that you're looking at. He's got the sledgehammer. He's the one that you need above to start opening these angles up. And at the minute, he's on the drones outside of ventilation window. Needs to get himself up and through sandwich, really, so they can think about a little bit of vertical.
Oh, great nade!
Potentially going to be looking to get themselves in to ventilation. They've got that area cleared out, but they really cannot do it until they've got that top floor control. Sweater, it's an absolute freebie as he creeps his way down metal stairs. They don't come much easier than that.
They do not. Forest struggling to have an impact in the game so far. We were bigging up so much, you know, 1 entry behind Newers across all of last year. Fantastic on the plant, only 2 or 3 behind Dream. Really struggled to make an impact so far in this half. But yet another kill going the way of Oxygen as down goes J90, our clutch hero from round 1, and really the only player having a big impact for this team so far. You know, you look at the kind of scale, the scoreboard, the kills down either team right now, you'd be thinking Oxygen should be far further ahead than they are. Well, here comes another plant, and Iconics trying to get his way in. Dream curses the sky as he knows he's had a plant stat denied away from him there.
Always frustrating as a sport player for those final kills to come in. Sometimes I've got all my hands up there. I've been heard to scream, "Don't kill him yet. Let me plan.
Let me get my stats.
I want my points."
Are you got like a whole spreadsheet where you just track how many plants you've got down across games?
Absolutely not, Des. Absolutely.
Must feel like something you'd do.
It is the sort of thing I'd do, to be fair, but I never start. The thing is, it's the sort of thing I'd do, but I hate incomplete data.
So from your first Siege game,
I didn't start. You know,
you never bothered back in 2017 to start.
So I can't do it now because the data would be incomplete.
Brilliant.
It'd make me itch. It'd be a problem. But really, there's a good example of what I was saying. Astralis played with all 5 on the ground floor. There wasn't too much verticality used, but there was a couple of good kills found. And what happened then to Astralis was they were just completely pinned inside a site. They were just sitting ducks. They were waiting for exactly that to happen. There was no way that they could impact on that plant attempt going down. And when they tried, every angle was covered. And that's why you need to hold on to that verticality for Ventilation Workshop. We're going to see it this time around. They're in Ventilation Workshop, and we've got a number of players upstairs. So I like this immediate response from Astralis. They've recognised what was wrong in the last round, and they're working to correct it, but they've got to keep hold of this top floor.
And this is the last chance to get it right as well, to bring up a 3-3 scoreline. And truthfully, if you're Astralis, you'll be delighted at a 3-3 defence half on border. Oxygen, though, they want that 4-2. Something that you'd maybe imagine would feel a little more expected. Sweater almost being completely shut down there. Does find J90, but I think he was double pushed because Spiff has also taken a good chunk of damage off that one as well. Unfortunate for the side of Astralis not to get a kill. They lose a life in the process and half of Spiff's.
Sometimes you've kind of got to take that risk, but it's just really not paid off for Astralis. They were obviously looking for the 3-3 half, but it just makes things a little bit more difficult for them now because they're trying to split defense, because they've got that vertical extension of trying to hold up above. It just means that they can really apply fewer players to that. So they've got to think about the manpower, they've got to think about how stretched they are, and they've got to think about potentially sending another body back to site that otherwise would have been able to stay on that top floor, which inevitably opens up angles, it opens up opportunities for the attackers, and it makes it more difficult for the ones who are stuck up there. Iconic is the one I am looking at on the mirror. This could be a beautiful throw. That's a real long on the Selma. Look at that. I love that. That's some accuracy. Really puts some muscle behind it.
So there was a yeet, more of a Kobe, I think. So well placed there at the very end just to get it straight in spot. Mirror window taken away, completely safe for the player as well. Great stuff. Now we move forward though, as Foxay holding up on towards this long angle that looks down towards East Stairwell. Is it stairwell? Stairwell. Stairs? Stairwell. That works too. Forrest has been...
You're right.
I said stairwell in a weird way, and I was
You're
like...
good.
Did I mean say stairs there, or did I mean stairwell? Stairwell? I don't have a clue what I was trying to say.
I mean, a stairwell would usually be like a square with stairs spiralling round the outside of it.
Is it a spiral?
Or back and forward, at least.
Hey, what is that? I mean, Sweater there has been put on his backside, but far from taken out. Forrest brings down Vert. It's looking a lot better all of a sudden for Astralis. Spiff down to a slither of HP, as in comes one more, and Foxay donks him on the head, butts him in the dirt too, but Iconic's found a second. Suddenly, it's looking all like it's all coming up Astralis. They're in a 3 versus 1, and maybe we are on course for that 3-3 half that we were looking for, Tim.
The big difference between last round and this is that Astralis have held that top floor, and they've made OXG do work up there. Nua's just missing an opportunity to take it to a 1v1 there. Will it present itself again? The yellow pin comes out. I think he knows. Surely he wins this fight. He knows there's somebody in waiting area, Des, but instead he goes to push sides. He thinks he's got an opportunity 1v1. He's nearly downed the man. This is very close. The nade will do the job, surely.
This is it?
No, it's just missed, and Forrest is able to find the kill from waiting area. And that is going to close out the round for Astralis. A 3-3 half, very close so far.
Back on the point about spiral staircases.
It got far too busy, and I was going to say, you know, we can worry about the finer points of staircases later.
Yeah, but like a spiral staircase, surely it's like circular rather than square.
Well,
I know what you're saying.
What I meant by spiral was that it just sort of goes around the outside of it. I think the point I'm making is you've got a staircase, which is just a straight A to B stairs from this level.
Stairwell that, yeah.
A stairwell, I'd say, is like usually a square sort of structure that runs up through the building and has stairs back and forwards in it, and then you've got your textbook spiral staircase like you'd find on Consulate that's actually a spiral.
Fine stairwell. What does Google tell me? A shaft in the building, and
yeah, like a shaft, like a square. Yeah. Shaft was the word I was looking for.
But it can also be like, you know, classic like high school sort of look where it goes up, then goes 180, then back.
Yeah, just back and forward, or maybe like round the outside of it for a slightly bigger one.
A stair shaft.
Yeah.
Impressive. Anyway, yeah, that all started because I tried to combine the two words together halfway through saying the word stairwell, which never really ends well.
Stairwell.
Stairwell ends well.
Well, let's get back.
Well, what do we have here?
Well, let's get back.
Honestly.
To round 7. Astralis versus OXG. It's been a complete even share of spoils through the first half. We found ourselves with nobody having any real advantage as OXG move on to the defense. I will just touch on round 6. Astralis, I like the adaptation. I picked up on it in round 5 that the defense really wasn't good enough for ventilation workshop. All 5 downstairs was asking for trouble, and it's exactly what they got. They moved players upstairs. They took the fight to OXG as the attackers and really made their lives difficult up there. So well played Astralis on that, and it levels things out for them. Let's see if OXG can do any better.
They've got to be doing better for sure. At 3-3, you know you've got to break the chain you've just seen in that first half of the 3-3 scoreline. It's got to be something different for either side, whether it's Astralis having excellent attacks or Oxygen being pretty... what's the word I'm looking for? Excellent will do. I think excellent's a fine word here. Pretty excellent on the defense. I had a word in mind that I wanted to use and I couldn't remember it for the life of me. I'll tell you what's happened. We're into the second cast of the day territory. So my brain is still halfway left in the break that we had.
Well, you're over 30 now as well, aren't you? So.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, we both are. We are like the old...
I've been there for a long time, you see.
You're used to it by this point.
You just adapt.
You've got some pills for it or something.
Vertical manages to take out Iconic. That's going to be the opening kill this time around, so a good start for the defenders. But Sweater gets removed by Forrest. Spiffing on the action as well. I've been impressed with Spiff so far. A few important kills, manages to get a second. That's going to be Nuas and Vertical taken down, leaving us in a 4v2.
I mean, 2 in 1 round so far as what's gotten going here, Tim. Otherwise, he was on the 2. But I did say earlier on, we were struggling to see on Astralis who was really going to step up. On the side of Oxygen, it is Vertical, sat at 8 and 4, obviously removed from the field in this round. Shuttle was kind of a partial casualty. In order for him to be able to kill Nuas, he was so focused on trying to bring down Shuttle that it let Spiff get in for free and collect the trade. Now he's back on his feet and the team are in a 4 versus 2. It's looking good for Astralis.
Certainly is. They're going to just hold their positions for the moment. I think they're just figuring everything out. An absolute freebie for Dream. He's living the dream there as he manages to pick up the man across the map. And that brings us back to a 2v3, very winnable until J90 takes him down in a late trade, leaving us now 1v3. And it is all up to FaZe. Certainly got the experience and the knowledge and the ability, but will he be able to put them all to bear to get this one done? Diffuser goes down, not easy, but FaZe gets his first of 3. He knows that there's another man inside of the bathroom area. He's going to have to drop here, and the problem that he's got is not the one in the map with him. It's the one that was outside, but I think they've actually moved back inside. Yeah, they're going to be rotate upstairs and get onto that hatch. Smart move from Astralis.
Smart as well. You might be wondering why it's got the bulletproof cam. It's because, of course, the Decabi's on side, got the hack in, was telling them exactly where FaZe was, but Spiff completes the 3K. And that's one of his stronger rounds that we've seen, of course, throughout this series, and looking good. Hopefully that's the kind of thing that warms him into things a little bit further.
Yeah, it's gone well for Astralis there on the first attack. Interesting to see the NAL teams not really favouring Armory as a top floor site. You know, much more play on the downstairs, the ventilation, the bathroom sites. Not too favoured up there on the top floor, but you know, maybe it'll be something that we see OXG lean towards if they're struggling to get the results. But for this one, it's going to be ventilation and workshop.
Indeed it is. It's going to be the Maestro as well for Dream. An operator that's kind of been out of sorts, out of the meta for the longest time. I think we had it in our series earlier on one of the clubhouse site defenses coming out of Blur. But outside of that, the Alder wants a very fearful gun, just ain't doing what it used to anymore, I think, since the recoil changes. Of course, most LMGs did get completely butchered in that recoil rework, probably for good reason as well, because they were quite oppressive. So we'll see exactly how much work is done by those bulletproof cameras. Evil Eyes. I've said that word for a long time, and just see exactly what they can feed across the team here and help them with this defense. Because normally this is where on the attacking side you'd see things like a Zofia brought along. Now, what both teams have run across the halves has been the Ash a number of times. Iconic going across to that now does give them an answer to deal with it, plus the potential nades in the back pocket of Spiff, assuming he gets in the right position. So it's not like they are out of answers, but there's also a shield or two to worry about on the other side, as well as Wamais to go through. So it may not be as simple a task to deal with those Evil Eyes as you might think.
Top 4 presence in place from OXG. I think there's at least 3 of their defenders up there on the top floor. Going to be immediately challenged, I think, as we saw Astralis heading towards CCTV, just shooting out the windows, maybe just giving themselves an option to be able to peek in. And we're going to have to see these OXG members just supporting each other, making sure that they don't... There's a lot of areas you can get pushed from here by the attackers. You can have them on sandwich window, you can have nades raining down from the dome above, you can have them pushing onto the breaches, through archives, through office window. There's an awful lot of places that can become a problem very, very quickly for the defenders.
The shuttle just took about 30 points of damage needlessly, dropping off the roof, I think. Keeping himself alive at least is a nice bonus to have. And in they come. Iconic sees one. Sweater just taken out without even so much of a second thought. Eradicated from inside a sandwich, and now it means Astralis have got this east side control of the map they needed.
Really feels like Astralis is starting to find a bit of momentum here on the attack. That said, though, FaZe manages to pop up with a little surprise for Forest and cuts him down. He's going to prevent him pushing into custom. Surely he doesn't know that the man's outside. He's going to have a little look. FaZe doesn't know how close he was, Des, but vertical, he was even closer. Manages to find himself a headshot onto Spiff, takes the rookie down, and that brings it back to a 3v3.
Jane, I know, just like unbothered, in my lane, flourishing.
Moisturised.
Don't care about these bullets flying over my head, just chilling. Watching the stairs. That's my job. Has now peeled himself away, so FaZe ignored someone around customs and supply, at least for the meantime. Astralis starting to get themselves set up for what could be an execute starting to roll through. But I think at this time they've now realized, yeah, FaZe needs to be gone. We cannot have him playing for free in customs and supply and looking to backstab us. They're in here looking for the man, whether they know exactly where he is. Steps out and goes for the spray. Now they sure do. That should mean pressure coming in from the window as well as inside the supply itself. So he's got to be really careful.
He's just going to hold on for as long as he can here. He's backed himself into a corner. He's playing his life, Des, but with 45 seconds left to go, it might not actually be a bad decision. We're going to have Newers cutting down Shuttle, and it's all going in OXG's direction at the minute. They're not going to have the manpower to deal with FaZe, but FaZe is not the problem right now. It's Newers. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be the round over. Beautiful triple from Newers to finish that off.
Clinical as well, just made it look easy there in the close. And what looked like it was going to be an Astralis round to pull them up to 5 and 3 instead brings things all square at 4 apiece. These two teams feeling very close at the minute, Tim, and it's hard to say who you can see walking away with it given how close it now is.
Going to be heading back down to Bathroom OXG on the defence here. We saw it back in round 7. It was the first attempt, and it was Astralis who came away with the win pretty convincingly as well. After Vertical opened things up with a kill onto Iconic, it certainly didn't put Astralis on the back foot, and OXG were just not able to take advantage of the man count in that round. We saw the diffuser go down. It was all down to FaZe to try and do something in the 1v3, but Astralis played it pretty well, got themselves onto the hatch, and that was pretty much the end of that one. So we'll see how this one plays out. I think really man count is the important thing for OXG here. They can't be losing men like they did last time around. Astralis had a very good top floor clearance, went in there, I think got 3 kills up on the top floor, and just made it very, very difficult for OXG to hold on.
Similar story again when they're rocking up here with 3 bulletproof cameras in the back pocket. Kind of thought we might see Astralis once again bring along the DKB here. I know it feels very focused to say, oh, they've got 3 bulletproof cameras. A DKB and a cam hack could be absolutely fantastic. Sure, it would. But no, not opting to bring it here. Instead, looking to make sure they have more nades on side with the introduction of the sledge. The Buck also on side alongside the Ossa. This just screams to me, Tim, it's all about the execute. We get some vertical control, we open up that single wall, in goes Shuttle just like Dream did, and we look to get that plant down. Got a man just lurking in and around Customs there, supported by one in waiting area as well. But it is the top floor, first of all, that Astralis are going to be looking to deal with. We can see there, they're stacking numbers up around CCTV. They've actually forced OXG back out of CCTV and break room, so they can look to at least get themselves into the map. And as the attackers on border, that's generally half of the process. That's half of the battle, is just getting yourself inside of the map. If you can do that bit, you go a long way towards potentially winning the round. Spiff going to trigger that proximity alarm there. We can see the attempt from underneath here in that triggered. We see the explosives come out, but it's not going to do as much damage as needed to put Spiff down. No, but still painful, right? 60 damage taken off means you're a couple of bullets from death here rather than the 3 or 4 that it might take for most of the defender guns. Just got to be mindful of that here. It's instant headshots, so your time is probably done. And also make sure you're not walking blind into yet another one of those Capcan traps. This is why those gadgets can be so frustrating. If you're not expecting them, not droning out certain areas, not checking every single doorway you step through, it will take lives, just like we saw in the G2 versus Koi fixture earlier on today.
Over halfway through the round, and that exchange is the only one that we've seen so far. Spiff taking half damage, but nothing else has really been achieved by Astralis. They're starting to push into the top floor now, but time could start to become a factor, as could lives, as Vertical manages to take Shuttle down with a nice headshot, and that stops a large part of that top floor push. But Forrest, he manages to get things restarted. He's looking to be the spark here, as Newers is forced away from Office, having to drop down the hatch back into sight. But with less than a minute left to go, this one hangs in the balance, Des.
I think Forrest has also gone into a Capcan, by the way, as he's down to 50 HP bang on 2. So 2 for 2 on those on the Capcan traps so far. Doing enough work to help Oxygen a little bit, but losing out Sweater here does mean it's still a 4 versus 3. So sure, we're seeing the health advantage on the side of Oxygen, but the numbers are with Astralis.
What an opportunity for Vertical. Does he know that there's another? If he just keeps gunning, he might just get him, yes! Goes around with a pistol, picks up a double, surely not a triple. No, he pulls away at the wrong time, Des. Doesn't manage to find his man. The flash is going to force him out, but this round, surely Vertical has done enough to get this one over the line. It's 2v2, it's 15 seconds left to go, and Astralis are going to have to rush.
This is it, again, that low health just not helping out at all here as they find one more. It's Vert and Fox. Vert gets the ace as well. What a round coming through, assisted, of course, massively by those Capcans that seem to keep on catching members of Astralis. But man, Oxygen pulling themselves ahead up to a 5-4, and Astralis, they call in the tactical timeout.
What a great game that we're having so far. We're getting treated to it all here. It's back and forth, it's close on the scoreboard. We've got an ace from Vertical. What more could we ask for?
I said assisted by the Capcans. They were his, so I guess he did do all the hard work, but it was still some prolific gunfights that drag him ahead. And I know Vert's had a rough couple of stages. I think stage 3 was one of the lower rated players that we saw over the whole stage in NA. But here, at least in the first game on the first map, making himself known, sat at 14-4 on the scoreboard.
That's it. Sometimes you've got to just write off those performances through the stage, and that's sometimes one of the most difficult things to do. Is to turn it around in that way. If I have a look at Vertical and his stats, as you say, he was bottom rated on the team. It was a 0.89 rating, only 57 kills across stage 3, and it was rough for him. There's no two ways about that. But the bounce back is certainly there, and that's what we want to see. That's what SI is all about.
Yep. Onwards and upwards performance. I mean, ultimately, I think we've seen from a few players at previous tournaments that maybe haven't had the strongest group stage. To be fair, Kanto's a wonderful example about Berlin. I used this reference earlier on. Didn't really have a particularly strong group or playoff stage at Berlin, but once they got to the grand final, well, a very different story unfolded, and we saw Lanto Brichetti back on full form, whereas Spoit did the opposite. Really good group stage, great playoffs, but kind of was sort of silent in the final. It's good they had Kanto to step up, but maybe for Vert, it's just saying, look, I care about these big games, these best of threes especially, when I can shine, when it's real, like top-level competition, that's where he can thrive. So be it. Tim, we've got that operator on side again. What the fans want to hear.
Aruna?
Yeah, what does she use, Tim?
Well, we'll have to see if the gadgets are deployed.
Ah, they've been deployed, mate, all three of them.
Well, we'll have to see if we can find any.
Oh, there's one right there, Tim.
There is one of them right there on the doorway, yeah.
Oh, what's it called, Tim?
Well, we've got another laser gate out there on Archive's door and window, so obviously very conscious on this Armory defense here of the potential for a rush in through in through Archive's door. Get that little cheese plant going down from the east stairs side. Sometimes you can just muscle your way in as attackers and get that done quickly, but with the castles and the laser gate stacking up, it's going to make that very difficult and likely not an option.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at the lineup they've got, Frostbats, Castle Barricades, Evil Eyes, Warden for any smokes that come through. They really want to stop any kind of air quotes cheese coming in from Astralis. So Oxygen very much equipped and ready to deal with it. Iconic though is going to find himself a freebie as Foxay strays into no man's land. Down goes Araruni.
Got to be using the intel that they've got available to them a little bit better than that. OXG, they don't have drones, but they do have cameras, the defaults. They've got the Evil Eyes. They've got a bulletproof, at least. They've got a couple of bulletproofs, and they can't be walking around the map completely unawares and into the line of sight quite so easily.
Absolutely not. Again to work now with the Flores as well, making sure anything they need to remove is chewed away. Laser gates have been peeled off, armor panels destroyed, bulletproofs destroyed. Just again, slowly chewing their way through the setup here. So for me, the fact that you're hearing these Flores drones being committed coming in towards the east side does suggest there's an Archives hit on the cards for the attackers. So Oxygen, got to be adapting to that. Got to be conscious of what's coming.
You just feel at the minute like this one's got overtime written all over it. Shuttle's going to move in and get himself a kill onto Sweater, and that is a serious advantage for Astralis now. 5 versus 2, they get into the stage where they can just push side and look for kills. Spiff, J90, get them locked down. That's going to close it out and bring us back to 5-5. We've at least got all 12.
When you can see it bounce between Vert getting an ace and just like slaloming Astralis and then getting a flawless in the next round, just goes to show how close the game has been. Up to 5-5. Who are you favouring, Tim? I'm kind of...
Honestly, I don't know.
I think I see I don't think you get like 2 aces like in the same half. You'll see Astralis probably win the next 2, I think.
I honestly don't know at this point in time. It feels like it's a toss of a coin. You know, both teams have had their moments. We've had flawless rounds come out of OXG. We've had aces. We've had it all really in this game so far, and hopefully it will continue. But I think back to the wall. I had to pick. I do still kind of like OXG for this. But can they lock down 2 rounds and get it in regulation? I think that's going to be a big ask.
Yeah, might be pushing it a little bit there. And then, of course, remembering, just as a reminder once again about the point system, a 2-0 is what you want. You get 4 points for that. Otherwise, it's only 3 points for the win if it goes to 2-1. And remembering, we've got Bank coming up next as well. Oxygen's map pick. This one is indeed Astralis's. Excited to see how the game transforms there before we maybe get into Cafe for our 3rd and final.
Here we go then, into the action phase. Round 11 is going to be ventilation and workshop. We've got that vertical presence once again. Very little going on downstairs, as we would expect. We've seen these extensions into CCTV, but Astralis have actually dealt with it very, very well previously. They've forced that player out, usually within 30 seconds to a minute, and they can start pushing across from that side of the map. It didn't really do them too much good last time around. We saw it in round 8. It was an OXG win, but Astralis, I'm sure, are going to probably start out in the same sort of position if they think the opportunity's there.
Sweater bounce all the way from playing like Ash and being one of the entries to the team, back towards being the smoke on the defences here as well, it's worth noting. Just getting himself slightly out of dodge here, stepping back in towards sight behind the safe cover of that shield. Not losing his life, but did take a chip on the way through.
Going to have the Roteros getting sent in from Forest as well. Astralis just operating a little bit slower than maybe they have in previous, just sort of softening up sight. We've seen a lot more of the battles going on around the map than specifically on site and getting the diffuser down. We saw Dream get it down a few times for OXG, but just the once for the side of Astralis, and the focus certainly does seem to be on getting those gunfights and cutting down the team members of OXG in and around the map. And here we go, Iconic finds himself a fight. He's going to take down Foxy. That's going to be an opener, and Vertical's going to follow shortly after. And this is not looking good for OXG right now, but Sweater, he's on the fight back, manages to find Forest, leaves us in a 4 versus 3.
He does, but how long can they hold on for here? Sure, that top floor's now been overtaken. There's still 90 seconds to play as well. So Astralis, buckets of time to work with here as in comes one. They find out the 1 kill on the way back, but there's still a second to actually make it. We're down to a 2 versus 2 when it felt like Astralis might be able to maintain a small numbers advantage. We have been proven oh so wrong.
2v2 it is with 1 minute 10 left to go, so Astralis have got plenty of time to work with here. They're going to start using that utility that they've got, the soft breachers, just to try and get a bit of verticality. Drones going out as well, but Dream on the Solis should be able to largely deal with those if they get themselves anywhere near into sight. And you feel like there's just a little bit of, I won't call it panic, but there's certainly urgency in the movement of Astralis here. They're looking to just relocate. They know that there's somebody at the bottom of metal, and there's the opportunity that they needed. And that is why they had the urgency on the relocate. But somehow he stopped the diffuser going down. Great play from Dream.
How on earth has he got away with that? There was about 0.3 of a second left on the clock, but he's got away with it. And now suddenly it's on the attackers to be the one that stepped forward. And J90 comes out big in round 11 to move Astralis forward to match point.
Boy, oh boy, this is getting close. We can... Here, there's a little bit of back and forth between the teams.
I think earlier on, by the way, we missed it because we were casting, but...
It's one of the best bits of the groups, I love it.
I'm pretty sure Benja, in round 1, when he managed to kill Cryin on the Caveira, like, screamed at him, just like, Cryin, you suck! And it's just like, I love it. I actually like, because we've got mics in there now as well, so you can hear them a lot better than we could before. Previously, you had to kind of like watch and try and understand what they were saying, mouth movements. We've actually got microphones in there now, which makes it so much better.
We're going to have a tactical timeout coming in from OXG, and no surprise, they need this round. If they don't get it, it's going to be map done, and Astralis taking the win. And I favoured OXG when it was at 5-5, but coming in after that last round, Astralis were pretty clinical, and that was fantastic from them. Able to go in and really dissect that defence. It was tough at the end. It was, you know, pretty close 2v2, but J90 getting the job done.
What is mad is Oxygen actually have more kills than Astralis as well. I think by like 7 or 8 in the difference between the two teams right now. But Astralis is still the ones pulling ahead in the lead, just showing that while they might not be the most lethal, they are still the ones walking away the winner in a lot of these situations. So let's see if that's every brief timeout that we just had is enough for Oxygen to pull this one back, or if Astralis will take their own map pick 7 and 5.
It's going to be Ventilation for our potential final round. Ventilation and Workshop. If we have a look at the defending history of this so far, round 8 and round 11 is where we saw it. OXG won round 8 as the defenders, Astralis won round 11 as the attackers. But as we said, it was pretty close, coming down to that 1v1 at the end. So it's understandable why OXG think that this could be the site for them. Just, you know, maybe a small tweak here or there. The thing is, in such a close round, you know, it can come down to 1 or 2 gunfights during the round. And if you just think, yeah, that'll probably go the other way this time, then maybe you think you get the round done. It's going to be, again, a top floor setup. The setup hasn't drastically changed from one round to the next for OXG. You know, very much the same sort of vertical holes. They haven't opened up the holes that they had in CCTV previously, not seeming to hold that quite as hard. They did start with a player in there previously and some vertical holes down in towards the bottom of metal stairs, but they haven't done that this time, and they're just going to play a little bit deeper in towards Armory and Archives, a bit more directly above the site.
And I think also with the Decavi coming in, it just screams to me no funny business on Astralis' side. They want to be trying to suppress Oxygen, stop themselves getting blindsided by any kind of nonsense coming out from Foxy or anyone else looking to get too cheeky out on the roam. They want to close this out here and now. They do not want this going through to overtime, because you just know that's when things are going to get pretty saucy. From what I understand, Astralis are the ones who start an attack in overtime if we do go there, to be fair. If Oxygen get there, it's a 3-3 split either side. You can't really give an advantage either way.
knows that he's been spotted out by the drone there. Forest, interestingly, going for the thermite this time around. They're looking to get that breach open, I think. We can hear the EMPs going off, and they're going to look to get themselves established by opening that wall. There we go. But at least one side wasn't cleared of electricity. Both of them weren't actually. They're going to have to send the drones in to see what's going on. There's one EMP remaining, but they missed the electrical. That's what's happened. But now, if they know where it is, it should be easily dealt with.
That's why Nuas really wanted to take it off the wall, I think, and then chuck it back at the bottom again. I mean,
well, they've got the mute jammer at the bottom, I think. So the problem that they've got is that they've got equipment at both extreme sides. So
they've lost it.
There you go. They can't clear both off. They were conscious of trying to disable the mute jammer as well. So I love that. That's really well played from OXG.
Just a simple bit of denial. It's only where you call a drone to come in from elsewhere, for example, but this is why Mute is still such a present operator, despite now being a 1-speed. It's just the value that gets tucked into being able to deny away information with 4 of those jammers on the field. It's unbelievable, because now they're having to peek in blind on towards Vert, who's sat behind half wall. Sure, you know where half wall is, you know roughly where a player is going to be sat behind it, but you are still playing just that, blind.
Exactly that, and it's interesting to note, of course, that Thatcher is on the board, not banned out, so, you know, potential, something that you can look at afterwards to think whether that was the choice. Nuas is going to take out Spiff with a Nitro. That's going to leave us in a 4v4, but with 35 seconds left to go, Astralis are really going to have to get a shift on.
This is exactly the problem. I'm actually wondering how much work they've got done on the downstairs. They were so focused on cracking the top stairs hold that they have very little information on the site itself. Maybe they've got enough here to do it. They've got the vertical angles being held, but now they've got to make it actually happen. 2 kills coming in for OXG, though. That's what they're looking for. Can they get away with the plant? No, they look the wrong way. Nuas with the shutdown. It's J9O left all alone, and Nuas goes massive to send us into overtime.
Big round from Nuas there to keep OXG in this one. Keep them fighting for those full 4 points that they'll be looking for. Of course, can't drop a map if that's what you want. And OXG certainly looking to come out with a strong start on Border. That's going to take us into round 13. And that was pretty much on the back of Nuas there. But we know that he's that sort of player that will pull out those numbers when you need them.
Foxy, the only one without the team background card, by the way. That feels
Skinner,
like,
no Skinner, Jay.
Feels like treason to the team, obviously. Why would you not? Alrighty, as said, Astralis starting the attacking side. It was their choice to start an attack here. It was Oxygen's choice to start attack when they were on the attacking half to begin with as well. So, as you'd imagine, coming into Border, both teams favouring that attacking pick. Now, as it stands for Astralis and Oxygen, we've seen 3-3 halves, so completely split down the middle. But for those of you who did listen during math class, you'll know that 3 cannot be divided by, between the two teams, have 1.5 rounds each. Someone has to walk away with the 2. It doesn't mean the series is over, but it does mean the loser cannot walk away with 4 points from the series. The max they'll be able to get is 3, and that will require a win on both Bank and on Cafe, which will follow shortly after this game.
Certainly not going to be easy for the losers of this one. It's going to be a big mental blow after the energy and effort that has been poured in by both teams throughout the 12 rounds so far. We've got interesting extensions going on that top floor. Just the Oryx looking to hold down CCTV. Just, I think, rotating out of there at the last second. But plenty of vertical holes opened up just above those windows and strategic points. No, still inside, still in there. Looking to hold on to CCTV. Just, again, verticality being a real key of this OXG defense. We saw Astralis once or twice try to sort of turtle on site and maybe not play as heavily on the top floor, but OXG have never really entertained that.
No, once more, there's always this battle around security, as we know, or CT, depending on what you want to call it, where defenders will want to hold it, attackers want to get you out of it, regardless of the site you're trying to push into, because the amount of control this room offers down the east corridor, on towards the south doorway, on towards the west doorways, even the vertical control downstairs into supply and customs, it is a lot of ground that is controlled by that one room. So you can understand exactly why you've got Sweaters Oryx, or previously was sat around there as well. Now slowly dialed their way back. We've got the bandits going down too to lock those walls up nice and tight. As Astralis are here, and they're bringing a very heavy hammer.
I love that from OXG, just that sort of mid-round adaptation. They've got the reinforcement in pocket and they think, yep, we've burnt enough time here, so now we move and we change our setup. So Astralis, they have to think on the fly. We can see the impact nade comes out, I think, and just takes the X-Kairos pellets off the wall. So OXG are going to hold on to that map control for just a little bit longer, but we are seconds away from some very important gunfights.
Foxy once again chewing people up there with more of those cap cans. This time Forest put down to a slither of HP. think it should have almost finished him off as well. 120 HP, how much damage it'll do with both of those two stacked up alongside each other. But for now, he stays alive with a slither. Hello? Hello,
You
Bert?
see him? You see him?
Hello, Bert? Oh my, that'll be in the clip, but definitely not on YouTube anytime soon. 2 kills by the way of Astralis, and that might be enough to really get this round going. Sure, they're low on HP, but it's a 4 versus 3, Tim.
Could be a really big start for Astralis here as they take an even stronger advantage. Spiff managing to take down Vertical. He's 10 and 8 now and having a great performance from the rookie, really stepping up to the plate when they've needed him. Foxy managing to take down J90, and it leaves us now with seconds left, 30 seconds to be precise for Astralis to get this job done. But with Newers down, it's essentially now a 1 versus 3. Diffuser going down. I think Foxy knows that there's a man in waiting, but there's nothing that he can do about it. The hard pings are coming, the information is there. What a beautiful peek, and he manages softball. Des, he might just do this.
Oh, the hatch, so he can't win this against Spiff unless he hasn't got a C4. He can't do anything about it. He's got to play the baiting game here. It's too easy for Spiff to bring it over to Astralis, and that is the problem, Tim, when you don't have that top floor control.
It is, and ultimately the damage had already been done to OXG, just didn't have the manpower. If only Foxy had one more player alongside him, somebody that could challenge that top floor at that point, then things start looking a lot different. But unfortunately for OXG, that wasn't the case. Astralis with a good round there, taking the opportunity to get the diffuser down. They'll kick themselves that it came to a 1v1 when they were in a 3v1. You know, it's not the sort of opportunity you want to be giving away, but regardless of that, by an inch or by a mile, they've got the round. They are 7-6 on the scoreboard now, and this is their opportunity to close out Border. Now, as you said, it was 3-3 in both halves, so no real advantage to attack or defense. But if we have a look at Armory for Astralis on the defense, they played it in round 2, OXG won. They played it in round 4, where they won. It's 50-50. Everything about this game has been 50-50.
But it has to break at some point. If not in this round, then the next one. Makes me excited to see how Bank goes, because obviously it's such a large map as well. You'll see more aggression out on the roam, for example, more attempts at really drawing that clock down to 0. Here on Border, though, I don't know. This map has always been one of those that, because it's so easy to open everything up, there's so many soft walls across that top floor, it is really hard to play as the defenders. That's why you so often see attackers being lauded as the ones that should be succeeding. In most cases, as we've seen here, it's been a 3-3 when attacking onto this map. We've got Dream back on the Ossa once again. Actually wielding it on the walk down to the building here, as well as Forest just not wanting to be, I don't know, they want to make sure there's no funny business coming out, and correct they are, because Forest here, I think, is already way past it, looking for a potential jump out of the officer's window here as well, stepping someone to, or daring someone to step forwards. If he knows someone's on the rappel, this could be a freebie.
I just can't quite see because of his hands. I don't know if the barricade has been pre-knocked or not. I can only imagine that it has been. Yeah, we've got the knocks down at the bottom there, so it is just a one-tap and straight through the window he goes, and he's just waiting for the information, Des. I think that's really the key. He's waiting for the sound, he's waiting for anything he can get. There we go. He's going to take his shots, but not really over-committing to it. But honestly, I can't say that I don't like that. You don't want to be giving your life away at that point.
No, exactly that. And as soon as they get control of waiting area, Oxygen, this is on the top floor, they'll be able to cut off his retreat away from that window. Yep. You've got a mirror window sat there. You've got electrification sat around with the Bandit. Do not be wasting that utility over trying to get a little bit cheeky in the early round. So I'm with you. Really good call to back away there after about 60 seconds.
Yeah, perfectly played from Forest. We're going to have Sweater just looking to aggress in towards Break. He's going to take the balcony for the time being. Again, needs to be careful because obviously an extension out into office by Astralis could leave him exposed. Still got Iconic out there in CCTV as well. Really spread defense here from Astralis, and you just feel like OXG, they are stalling out a little bit. They're not really pushing any of these players. We saw Forest drop back, and that's the last bit of ground that we've seen Astralis give up.
Once again, this whole long corridor to the middle of the map. Again, all the soft walls I keep on speaking about as well, just being used to cut everything completely in half. Sweater has got the side swipe on, but is really conscious about someone stepping in through this breach. And if he holds long enough, he may just be rewarded. There is still one man, Iconic, sat inside of CC itself as the C4 comes through. Down goes Vert. That's a great start to the round for Astralis.
That's absolutely perfect. I love what Forest has done in this round so far. Played it absolutely fantastically and gets himself what is essentially a free kill with the Nitro. Iconic Iconic manages to double down. I picked up on him in CCTV, and they've failed to clear him out, and they've paid the price. There's Sweater, gets taken down, but Foxy, he fights back, manages to find Shuttle 4v3. The Ursa has gone in. We know that Dream can get this diffuser down, but somehow Forest stops it with a double huge play. He's going to stay outside and make it a triple, and that is going to be map 1 going to Astralis.
And the man we spent the start of this game talking up, Forest, from support to flex to absolute clutch master in the last round, puts on a big show to take them through what has been a really dicey border, Tim. 8-6, it was back and forth for both teams. Not the cleanest of games, but a win is a win at the end of the day. And now we get to go into bank and see how things shape up.
Absolutely. I mean, there was plenty of kills from elsewhere as well. 12 kills for Forest. J9O got 12 as well. But ultimately, it comes down to, you know, at the beginning of the round, at the beginning of the map, I said, really, Forest is one of those players that you want to facilitate as a team. Just do what it takes to get him playing, get him finding kills, and it comes good at the end.
I just love how he spent so much time hovering around that window, like we said. And the thing is, obviously, he backed away when he felt risk, but read the situation, went back to the window, and completely decimated that attack. Beautiful stuff from Forest, great stuff from Astralis, but I get the sense this best of 3 is far from over. We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we come back, Bank awaits.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
welcome back to the 6 Invitational, where we are in Game 3 of Day 1. Tim here on Stream B, Astralis versus Oxygen. We've already seen Border taken 8-6 by Astralis. It was their map pick, which means Bank now awaits us. A map that we have seen many times, had a lot of fun on over in Europe. Tim, I'm hoping to see something very spicy from these two teams going into it.
I like Bank. I like Bank as a map. As you said, it's a very big map. It gives lots of opportunity for those roaming gun battles, lots of opportunity for extensions of sites. There's lots of different ways to do things. So especially when we're casting the NA teams, LATAM, APAC teams that we don't always see on Bank, we get something a little bit different usually.
Absolutely. And for those of you who missed it, we had a wonderful big play coming out of Forest at the very end of Border. A couple of big moments for Spiff, a couple of big moments for Newers. Had a real mixed bag Dream with a really interesting and sneaky plant coming in onto Bathroom Tellers. So we have seen a lot of these players stepping up and getting themselves involved in the game. But stepping away from Border, that can be quite a chaotic map at the best of times, Bank is where team cohesiveness on the roam and executes become even more important and critical to success. So I personally am really excited to see how this one shapes up. I don't know which side we'll see either team start on actually, so I'm sure Production / our observer, Sayano, the wonderful Sayano, will let me know which one that is, and we'll be able to talk about that a little bit more, Tim.
I get the feeling that Bank could be a bit of a struggle for OXG here, if I'm honest. I think Astralis might potentially run away with this a little bit now. And part of that reason, I want to look at the sort of, I mentioned it at the beginning of the game, the Spiff versus Sweater. I know they're not playing the same role necessarily, but they sort of, I look at them as the new player, the fifth man, if you will. What are they going to get out of these, newer players to the roster? And at the minute, I think that Spiff has just delivered a little bit more for Astralis there. I think he was up towards 10 or 11 kills. I think it was 11 kills by the end of the game, and he's just really contributed in some critical situations in that second half as Spiff. So if they can continue getting that same level of performance out of Spiff on Bank, I think it could be a little bit of a problem for OXG.
Some replays from that last map in case you are just tuning in and seeing what the hell's been going on over here on the B stream. Maybe even watching BDS versus CAG. I believe BDS were up 1-0 against Cyclops, Tim, and I think so far are also in the lead on their second map. Unsurprising.
BDS are very good.
They are going to be one of the favourites, I believe, coming in actually a second seed for the whole competition. So there is a lot of expectation that they will come out on top. But more about them another time. Again, this game ended up real close. As you can follow that score at the top of your screen, we had 3-3 halves coming through. We weren't sure if it would go all the way to 15 here at the end of overtime, but it did end 8-6 to Astralis.
There was some beautiful moments on both sides. As you said, for me, you picked up on it earlier. I think the key was that OXG, their best moments came around playing the objective. They were very nice plants, they were very nice sort of teamwork moments, whereas I feel like Astralis had the sort of bigger gunning moments at times. Like the situation with Forest. That
I feel they thrived in chaos better.
Yeah, more so than OXG,
Yeah,
who their best moments were organised, were great team play.
Yeah.
That was one of the big differences between the two teams for me.
One thing I realised probably more than anything was the number of times Fox and Iconic would come head-to-head in the middle of the map, and it would just be flail around and hope you hit the other player's head, it felt like at points, often with Fox coming out on the worst side of the two. But that's just how the drone rolls sometimes. Players will be ready to get into game very, very shortly, and when it is, we will let you know.
It's not going to be too long at all now. As I say, I think, for me, Astralis for that reason are going to thrive a little bit more on Bank. I think being able to adapt is important because of the size of the map. You can find yourself, facing very changeable conditions sometimes. You can start a push and it's not really working, but we've got plenty of opportunity to move around, to shift, to adapt. And I think just based on what we've seen, Astralis might just have the edge on that. I can tell you that we are going to be loading into the game any second now. The players are ready, the lobby is ready, our fly-through is ready, and so is the community poll that we've got. 63-37 in favour of OXG for Bank here, but I'm not too sure.
I mean, it is their map pick. We'll give that to them. Things can change very quickly. DKB, the first ban coming away, hinting more towards Oxygen wanting to get aggressive out on the roam. So last map, it was the Nomad ban that came through from Astralis. Those guys wanted to abuse that on their defensive side, only really managing to do so in 1 or 2 rounds. But the DKB here is for the exact same purpose. Just means the roamers have a little bit more peace and quiet to get about doing their business. Twitch also taken away with the small buff recently, Tim. 2 normal drones now and 2 shock drones. That's a hell of a lot of information being packed into one operator. So still quite strong and worth taking away. And given the kind of the 3 floor nature that you see on this map, so this also makes a lot of sense. Being able to see those drones up and down throughout the entire building can really make it difficult on such a large map for the attackers to really have any say on what's going on. The drones can't get through, they can't really do any work. Valkyrie, the last one, also taken away, so quite a lot of information being starved out in these bans here, Tim.
Yeah, very information focused. You know, that leaves us with operators like Thatcher, not too impactful on bank. You know, there are a couple of walls that you like to get open, particularly on that basement attack, but nothing too drastic that can't really be dealt with without the Thatcher. So I still don't think we see too much Thatcher play. But the Azami is available, the Mirror is available. We see Azami picked up immediately, and down in basement, it's actually a little bit of a surprise that we don't have the Mirror brought along. Obviously, you know, one of the popular locations for being in that red corridor, looking onto the potential plant spot, just to give that information, either the Mirror or the Pulse. You know, you play Pulse inside of gold bars, and he can, again, tell you if the plant is going down. The Nitros can be put onto site. We've got Goyo, we've got Capcan. Sometimes they just need that little bit of additional info to make sure they're hitting the right spot.
I'm just looking at that lineup from Astralis and just thinking, this just screams execute there. Okay, the Ying being taken away a little less so, but even with the potential smokes coming out from the Jackal, the Monty on side as well, I am expecting, I've only just realised actually a small change that we've had to the overlay there, Tim, in the droning phase. You can see for the attackers what drone they're watching at any given time. I've only just noticed that. Because often during the prep phase, we're so busy talking a bunch of crap that I don't look at the screen. But now I've just noticed you can see, okay, Forest is watching Shuttle's drone or is watching Iconic's drone. Nice little touch.
It's a nice addition.
If that's been there now for months, I'm going to feel so silly, but I'm pretty sure it has.
Pretty sure it has.
Why'd you do this to me?
Why not? Right. Round one.
Oh.
Kill one. Newers is going to take out a shuttle at the beginning of the round there, and I feel like maybe that's what OXG needed. I was going to say, coming in here, I want to see a bit more unpredictability, but predict that. J9O goes in and absolutely slams Foxer inside of open area there, but a second kill comes in to take down Iconic as well.
Oh my God, he gets a kill.
And it's just going backwards and forwards this. We find ourselves in a 2v2, Des, in less than a minute.
Can we stop, please, and slow this down? Like, we were getting ready for a really well-executed game, and a real cool setup with Smokes and Monty, but instead it's ended into absolute chaos between the two teams. Everything is burning, but this is fine. There are still Smokes in back pocket they can work with here for Forest. He might be the real bastion here that gives some semblance of control, but the thing I'm worried about is there are two C4s in the back pocket of Oxygen here. One for Sweater, one for Newers, which means even the Monty isn't safe.
Doing a good job of taking out those Goyo canisters, but there is bulletproof camera right ahead that you can see just feeding all that information in. That's what I talked about, having that information to support those nitro tossers, both of them with a nitro in hand. So you really need to start getting a move on with this Forest, really, to start burning out that utility, because there's no way you're going to get away with a simple plant here.
You know exactly what's coming. He's going to plant behind him. But guess what's coming? Whee! It's a C4, bam! A lot of damage to the Monty. Not yet dead, but there is still yet another one to come. Even if we didn't see the Vulcan canister doing much, there'll be another C4 coming over, but that one's short. That's a little bit of a slip up there, my friends. That really should have been a plant coming in here. They're trying to make it happen, but Spiff's taking a little bit of chip damage as well. Just can't quite line it up exactly. Forrest doing all he can to keep his plant protected, but Spiff, I feel, is looking for one of these kills before they try and make anything else happen. Now he's dead. It's a 1 versus 2, and I believe there's a lot of calamity getting ready to unfold here as the Monty has got to go nuts with this pistol.
OXG likely to walk away with this one, and I think there was just a little bit of a problem on the plant spot there. I think Spiff was just unable to keep himself in proper cover behind the Monty, and it just shows that perseverance really does pay off for OXG. Forrest is going to be forced right back out now. I don't think there's too much of an opportunity for him to get in through that little breach in the normal spot, and he's going to find himself coming face to face. There's no way these two join forces now. They're just going to keep on either side of that corridor, and so one way or another there's going to be an opportunity. There's going to be a crossfire, and it's just a matter of time, surely, until OXG close this out. Ultimately, it's Sweater who steps out and gets the kill, and for a moment there, you thought Astralis really had that. They got the 2 nitros burnt out, and you thought if Spiff can get in behind that shield here and get that diffuser down, that's round over.
Yeah.
But it was a fantastic angle. I think it was Sweater on the Goyo who found the angle from the door into sight just to prevent him. Just kept taking those chips, probably at his feet, at his leg, you know, just anything that was hanging out from the side of that shield to prevent him putting the diffuser down, and it was critical to the round.
I know hindsight is 2020, right, and it's super easy to say, but what we've seen some teams in Europe do before is actually get behind the server stack and open up that wall instead of trying to go through the doorway. Now, the walls were kind of like half open, but also not, so it was really sort of hard to make work. But I thought for a second we might see him try that. Took into the corner. You removed the angle of Sweater, who's playing at the end of the corridor, not goal bar side. But instead they had to try and force it through the door and just didn't find the Monty provided enough cover to stop Spiff being taken down. So one of those you look at and just say with a little bit of hindsight, maybe things play out slightly differently, but the end result is that Oxygen ultimately take the first round on their own map choice.
We're going to be heading up to top floor then. CEO for OXG to defend next of all. We've already got the setup down near elevators. The double wall has been reinforced off. That's going to prevent that long angle down to vending machine. But with the Hibana on side for Forest and with Spiff and Selmas in hand, I would expect to see that opened reasonably easily. And that'll cut off a lot of the site rotations. The interesting point to watch out for Astralis' attackers then is which side does the push come from. But look at this push, Des. We're about 15 seconds into the round. We've already got Iconic taking command of Square Skylight, but I don't think he knows that Sweater's underneath him, Des.
Or if he does, then at least he's got himself into a really commanding position that Sweater also doesn't expect. So it's going to be a who figures out the other one's there first. Sweater, I imagine, will have some support coming in from drones at some point. So if Sweater wants to make a move, it needs to be soon.
I don't think that Sweater knows that he's above him. There you go. That's the answer, because Sweater, Iconic has moved so fast. Sweater was watching for Iconic's movement. He was watching for the player coming in, but it had already happened.
I didn't even need to see Sweater's cam to know exactly what he said there. Why is he there? Why is he there? Classic ranked complaint. It's just one of those, like, how on earth has he got up there so quick without me knowing about it? But he has got away with it. Sweater goes down then, 5v4 for Astralis.
Great start taken by Iconic there. We're going to have the walls getting open, so that largely answers the question as to which side we expect this push to come from. It is going to be the Square Skylight, unless there is a mid-round switch over to the main lobby side, but I don't think that we'll see that now. Mewers manages to take down J9O. Iconic's underneath, just trying to work with the nades, I think, just trying to soften them up. Foxade just holding on to Marble Stairs. No, he's all the way down in basement. Actually, I thought he was in and around Archives, but no, not in a position to do that just yet. We're going to have Forest burning out yet more utility with the castle barricades going. Oh, he manages to take a nade off a nitro off the board as well, and that's actually fantastic. That's worked out brilliantly for Astralis.
I think they used the C4 to get the cover so he could step across and get rid of the Excaros that were onto the barricade, but two coming at once. Can he find both? Finds one and two! That's the kind of clean you're looking for. Sure, it's a bit of crossfire work from the whole team, but they absolutely slaughtered them on the push through the windows there.
Honestly thought that Astralis might put up a stronger performance on Bank to begin with, but right now we're seeing why OXG have picked up Bank as their map choice, because they're going very well on the defense. They're going to be heading to Staff and Open Area as their third choice site, and they could be in a position to just rinse and repeat after that. Currently 2-0, and not much that Astralis have been able to do so far. We've had, you know, a couple of good moments from them, particularly Iconic's moment there. Gets up, gets himself a great first kill onto Sweater, takes control of Square Skylight, but then just nothing more from there, really. There was just no pressure onto site whatsoever.
Now we get to go across to what very quickly became one of the most popular sites on this map in recent memory. It's going to be Staff and Open Area. Normally seeing the quadruple wall electrified or muted off. In this case, it should be electrified, as there is indeed no mute on side. And on the attacking side of things, I'm kind of surprised to see a Monty. From time to time, we have seen it used to come in through square and then work your way down through kitchen, kind of through the opening, and over in behind the counter to then try and make a plant happen. But it's just a little bit slow is always my worry. We've seen a lot of backstabs on this map from down blue stairs, for example. So we'll keep a close eye on that, because Forest should be the kind of tip of the spear here. Not the one to get kills, but the one to charge forward on their executes, because like I said earlier on at the start of the game, we've got two of the best planters here in the world in the form of Forest and Dream, third and fourth globally for the number of plants throughout 2022, so you know full well the objective focus is number one.
Iconic has once again come in aggressively, this time on the gridlock, so maybe not quite as quick as with the Iana, but is at the top of blue stairs and is starting to drone out that square area, looking to take some control, but they know that Vertical's inside of Archives now. There's a challenge potentially coming from Electrical, and that could be a bad time to move away from that angle. He might find himself just peeking into a line of sight here, but Astralis are not messing about, as they are rushing straight on in.
That's it. He's in a great spot and he can plant, but he needs cover for this as well as the issue. Dream a little bit too close to make anything happen here. Also doesn't want to expose himself, so backs away out of the smoke. And the Monty was in there more collecting information, it seems, than anything else. But down goes Shuttle. That's the Flores off the board. And on the trade, it's Newers on the Azami going down.
I'm not sure how much the smoke actually helped them there, Des, rather than hindered them. There was just a lot of confusion created by it. We saw Dream on the Kaid able to just basically run around free will, and it just gave the impression to Forrest that there was no way he was getting that diffuser down, and I think it just covered off a lot of the sort of angles and lines of sight that the other attackers were trying to use, so not sure that really worked out quite as intended, and it has certainly taken the foot off the gas for Astralis.
I think they've tried to do too much with not enough. They've gone for some smokes going down, they've got the wall being opened up, tried to really capitalize on chaos without realizing, okay, we don't have any control of squares, so we can't line up to play on these walls that we've opened up, for example, and it just means they have to undo the whole attack and sort of start again from zero. They've managed to at least find one back on their side, which is okay. It's a 4v3, the Monty is on side, for example, but they've got about 60 seconds to make this work still.
A little bit of a problem for OXG now is that two of their members have been pushed into a very tight area there. We find ourselves now in a 3v1 effectively with Vertical taken down and a Monty left on the board. It was surely a matter of time. It's going to be Spiff who manages to get that final kill onto Foxy, and Astralis, they managed to get themselves their first attack, taking that tertiary site, and it at least gets them started.
Okay, it's a starting point. It maybe wasn't the cleanest way that they wanted to go about doing it. We spoke about the Monty kind of being a bit of a messed up execute to begin with. A couple of questions will have to be asked of Vert as well. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do, where he was trying to position himself, but he just got caught completely blindsided there whilst he was trying to work his way across the top of those sort of screens in open area. Gets himself shut down, and it's a death that really didn't need to be happening. Down into the basement we go. I wonder if we'll see the Monty brought out once again. Last time around we had the Ying being hovered over. It did get picked away under attack of Repeat before the round got underway. But personally, I'd like to see it stick. Let's try something different here, because although the Monty is good and we've seen it can be valuable, it hasn't been the go-to that's working out for Astralis.
Yeah, it's not really got the job done yet.
It gets halfway there.
Yeah, given another chance, maybe it does, but it's not going to be another chance this round. Astralis then, it pretty much plays into what we saw on board there. As I said, Astralis, better in those situations where they have to adapt, where they have to think on their feet, and that was exactly that sort of situation. The initial execute didn't work, they had to back away from it and say, right, let's start again, how else do we do this? And they got the job done, so well played to them. This time we're going to have Dream getting really aggressive onto Dirt Tunnel there. He's just waiting with that shotgun for someone to come around the corner, but I don't think that's going to be the case this early into the round.
Alrighty, let's see how they can make do with the Jackal as well to hunt down those that are trying to do a little bit of danger around the map, but also that Ying is going to be the big focal point of this execute. With the Hibana on side plus the Buck as well, they've got enough to get all these hatches opened up. There are 5 in total that you can look at opening up for this site. With Hibana only having 18 pellets means you can only get 4 of them open. Ergo, you do need some hard breach pellets or hard breach gadgets on side if you do want to look at getting the rest of them opened up. For me though, again, it's about the Ying, it's about the smokes, it's about the Candelas, so keep an eye on where she heads to and where the execute begins from.
Last time around, J9O was able to get a kill on into open area. It was Foxy that was taken down, but this time it looks like not being quite as aggressive. The whole round has been a little bit more laid back. We've still had quite a few challenges, quite a few bits of back and forth, but just not quite as crazy as the first time we saw this back in round 1, where we had 6 players dead within the first minute, I think.
Absolutely. Tell you what, it's only day 1 and my voice is already like, yo, chill.
It's not done anything for...
I know, it's been months. Yeah, it's been a quiet one. Spiff, though, not having a quiet one. He was a little bit quiet to begin with on board, but really warmed into it towards the back end. I think what he saw 11 and 8 towards the end of things. So showing that it doesn't matter if you haven't played in T2 or T1 before, you can still perform at an event like the 6 Invitational. And what a first event that is to get to play at, Tim.
100%. It's a dream, isn't it? It really is. It's the platform. And the thing is, whilst we can say there's a bit of pressure on Spiff to perform, they need everybody firing on all cylinders. At the same time, you can look at it the other way and say, there's not too much pressure. How much expectation is there on a player to walk into SI and do the business online immediately? It does remove it a little bit. We're going to see the Candelas going in now. Sweater is just full white flashed, and there comes a perfect timed push from Spiff as he manages to get himself one. Walks on into sight as well. There is a second if he keeps going. Just through near the elevators, and he finds him. Great push from Spiff. He wants more, Des.
But the plant's still going down as well, and they've got the kill. kills to show as well. That's beautiful collaboration play coming out from the team. Sometimes with the Ying Candelas, you'll see him come running in, and the Ying is the one to be the spearhead, the one that drops in first, because of course she doesn't get full flash. But what I love is the timing, the way that it lined up there, was you had Spiff coming kind of flanking in from the side, must have dropped his, or gone down main stairs, sorry, cut his way across, got a freebie at the top of Garage, and then chased down the second as well. So even though he's playing something like the Jackal, not normally the go-to entry operator, has still behaved like an entry there, capitalizing off the back of those Candelas and just tearing Oxygen apart. Beautiful stuff from Spiff.
I feel like OXG could be facing a little bit of a problem here. Astralis have got themselves 2 now. An even split on this half for Astralis. I don't think they would actually mind too much. Getting onto the defense, they may well be confident that they can get themselves the 4 rounds. And it leaves Oxygen certainly on the back foot, considering they lost that first map on border. Astralis could be on for a repeat of the result that we saw between these two when they played in a best of 3 last, which was at the Charlotte Major, of course, and Astralis won 2-0 before going on to the final, ultimately to be defeated by Dark Zero, who won the tournament. But still, Astralis certainly looking to punish OXG in the same way here. But the one blessing in disguise for OXG is that it's a group phase, and at least they don't get knocked out if it does repeat itself.
Absolutely, and that's what is worth stressing as well. It's not about finishing first or even second throughout these groups.
It's getting through.
The lower down you finish, of course, the less chance you have. You know, I think it's only top 2 spots get a spot in the upper bracket. In fact, no, it's second and third get a spot in the upper bracket. The team that finishes first gets a bye in the first round of the upper bracket, with 4th place going straight into the lower bracket. So really, as long as you're finishing second, third upwards, you're okay. 4th is less than ideal. 5th, you're going home. That's the absolute worst case scenario to be in. And I think with this group and how it's shaping up already, again, BDS stomping their way through Cyclops at the moment, these two teams are definitely fighting for that 3rd to 2nd spot.
Just going to have the long angle opened up. Foxy is there ready with the impact nade. Tries to blast them off, but the line of sight is going to be open. It's not quite the damage done, but it does prevent any further attempt to take any charges off the wall. So it's just a matter of time until the Hibana opens up the longer line of sight. So the defenders of OXG need to be careful now about any rotates around the top of Marble Stairs, because they might find themselves in those long cross. Says J9O manages to get things opened up. We've got Sweater and Newers taken out here, and it is not looking good for OXG right now. Iconic with an iconic move as he drops in from the marble skyline, takes a man on his way, finds himself a second before being shut down, but sets Astralis up to take the round. Beautiful play from Iconic.
What I will give to Astralis is they're really good at, dare I say, creating chaos. Think about the number of times that we've got into a spot where things... Iconic. I tried to speak over it and just keep on focusing on what we're doing, but they make me laugh so much. I can't. It's the kind of chaos I embrace, Tim. You know me, I love it. But it also carries into the game as well, the style that we're seeing. When the bullets start flying, when the smokes start coming out, when walls start getting opened up, you've got 4 or 5 different things all going on at the same time. It's panic stations for Oxygen. You can't communicate. It just comes down to instinct and hoping to God that people have got the angles they tell you that they have got or they should be holding as part of the strat. But Astralis are doing a wonderful job of peeling back those layers and making Oxygen just look really disorganized in the face of what Astralis are bringing.
And I don't, want to necessarily continue this comparison sort of to death, but Spiff, top of the leaderboard, 7 kills. Sweater, down at the bottom, with, second bottom, with 2 kills. That may flip, that may change as time goes on into the next half when we see OXG on the attack. Maybe we'll see Sweater come to life. But the reason, like I say, that I keep picking up on these two is that they are the 5th man, really. They are the ones that have come in, and that are being sort of built into the roster. And so their performances are particularly important in many ways, and Spiff doing fantastic work here on Bank to lead Astralis to the position they're now in, which is 3-2 in the lead. And the fact that, if you remember, just before that round, when it was 2-2, I said Astralis are going to be pretty happy with this. If they can get another round on the attack, they're 3-2. I think Astralis will be fairly confident they can maybe take 4 on the defense. And the fact that they've won that next round and OXG have called the attack timeout immediately after that tells me that OXG maybe think that's the case as well, and they know they need to be coming out and getting at least one last successful defense.
Well, I like again how we've had this setup coming in from Astralis, dropping away the Monty, bringing along that Ying. Spiff has moved over to playing on the Thatcher, whereas Iconic, who was on the Thatcher before, is now playing on the Flores. So a couple of changes to who is playing what operator here in the team, but still very much a largely similar shape. Clearly being the Jackal in that previous round wasn't all that important, as it didn't really come across any roamers coming in from Oxygen. But I think you'll see the same once again. The Candelas come raining in through the hatches, and that's when the entries on the side of Astralis say, right, it's go time, boys. March and kill.
Holding on to open and staff has been something that Oxygen and OXG have tried to do a number of times. It's not really panned out for them so far, and they do have a little bit of a habit of losing a few players in there. We've got the Azami just trying to play from in behind those barricades, but more importantly, could potentially be Sweater on the Warden. Of course, Jane, I know, as you mentioned it, those Candelas and how damaging they can be, and so we've got that adaptation from OXG, but Sweater been a little bit quiet so far, and he's got a very important operator in his hands now.
He's got to be in the right spot as well to really capitalise. If the push comes in on the side of the map that you are not at, the rest of your team are just absolutely screwed without your backup. So that's what I'm being mindful of. Is Sweater, 1, you've got to hit your shots. 2, you've got to be in the right place when it all kicks off. And I'm just not convinced that that's going to go the way that they planned.
Sweater right now is not down in the basement, I don't believe. We've got 4 down there. Vertical, Dream, Foxy and Newers are all stationed down there. Oh, he's just out in garage. He was just off my top-down screen. So he's in reasonable position here, not necessarily to directly affect a planned attempt, but he's certainly not too far away.
I don't hate it because of where the hatch is fine.
It's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of hatches around him that are definitely going to get pulled into, involvement here. He can also make sure there's nothing sneaky going on up through garage itself. Of course, with no Nook on side here, not expecting to see any of that sneaky behavior that we are very used to seeing from some teams on this map. For now, at least, as well, it looks like Astralis are going to be focused on going direct to site in through server. Needs to make sure they're getting rid at the very least. Is that just being petty, do you reckon?
Look at this. The plant's already going down. Forrest isn't messing about. He's just going straight in there, looking to bait out utility. But there comes the shots from Sweater. That is what OXG needs from the Warden. A brilliant moment within the round for them. 30 seconds left to go. Diffuser needs to be collected. And Astralis, they might just need to regroup here, Des.
It can't surely be held back entirely by one person here. Going to try again. And there we go. Iconic comes in and makes magic happen. But it's 2 kills back for Oxygen. A 4v1. J9O left alive. All on his lonesome, and Oxygen with a much better closeout there. We said the Warden had to be in the right spot, and in the right spot he was.
Well, we had a 3-3 half on border, we had a 3-3 second half on border, and we've unsurprisingly had a 3-3 half on bank. Very little to separate these two teams at the minute. I feel like maybe Astralis are going to do slightly better on the defense. I feel like they've been more adaptable than OXG so far. I think that will play well for them, given that Bank has a big map, like you say. There's a number of options, and you have to be able to respond to them. But OXG did a very good job in that last round of doing exactly that. So, honestly, I say that I feel like Astralis have got a little edge. It's anybody's.
This is the thing, right?
It's absolutely anybody's.
It's always so back and forth. And I love how the difference in response here coming out from Astralis isn't to bring a Warden themselves. Instead, it's going to be the evil eyes of the Maestro. Very similar in functionality, doesn't get affected by flashes, can see through smoke, can direct that C4 coming out of shuttle. Am I quietly a bit nervous there's only one C4 on side? Yeah, normally you'd see 3 or 4 coming in on the downstairs here. They've got the smoke on side as well, and maybe, just maybe, Iconic on the Ella will have those Grismots coming into good use as well. Oxygen changing over in the last second here towards bringing along a Jackal for vertical. They want to deal with the usual chaos that we're used to seeing out of Astralis, so we've got a couple of players roaming out and about around the map.
Yeah, definitely going to have to deal with them as quickly as possible. Now, the hatch inside of open area has been reinforced, as has the small office. So the Maestro that's playing inside of there is just going to have to be very careful, Jane. I know he's scarpered straight down the marble stairs. I was going to say that was his point of exit, really, but he's taking it before any real fight comes his way. It's instead going to fall to Iconic up on the top floor. I think we may be seeing a little bit of a blue stairs hold from Forrest on the smoke as well, potentially. Which is always something that I like to see.
I love the blue. The blue stairs hold.
I love the blue stairs hold.
I can think of so many big moments on.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just one of those exciting holds. You know that the clash is coming at some point.
It's a lot of it's kind of like rolling the dice, because as the defender, you have to kind of guess, are they going to push me on the bottom side or push me on the top side? Because generally the teams leave them, they hang them out to dry and say, look, you're holding blue stairs alone. Your job is to draw utility and waste time. We're not going to risk more than one person for this. See you later. And then it's that guesswork of, are they going to push me on the top side or are they coming from the bottom? You've got to play that game and play that dance.
Certainly do, and I believe I'm right in saying that both of the roamers have been pushed back to side. Spiff and Iconic are back down there now, been dealt with very well by OXG. We're only a minute 20 into the round, they've been down there 20 seconds, so Astralis doing a very quick job of doing that, obviously supported by the Jackal of Vertical to move across. They're taking confident control here, so this is a good start to the attack from OXG. Confident map control, quickly gained, and they can now start opening hatches and making life difficult. The question is, will the Smoke of Forest commit fully to this blue stairs hold, or once this hatch gets opened, does he Scarper?
Do they have support here in Square as well? I could assume the answer is yes, but Forest surely is fancying his chances of popping his head out and getting a kill for free onto the Maverick. But sure enough, yes, Stream is sat there as well. That's the right call to have. He burns through yet another smoke canister. There is only one remaining, so not going to be using that for the plant denial either, Tim. Relying solely on the C4, a little bit risky. Another one comes out, and this maybe is where I'll back away at this point and say, yep, you know what, forget about it. We aren't going to try and hold to blue stairs anymore, as clearly they don't even want it.
I love this. Iconic has stayed inside a server as well. They're going to have to. Iconic stayed inside a server, and I just don't think that they were that comfortable pushing in, you know, to that amount of pressure. But Foxy is going to drop down, get a kill onto Shuttle. J9O goes big. Can he get another with the Alder? No, the kills all go in the favour of OXG, and all of a sudden, it's down to Iconic. It's 1 versus 3. The nade comes in, forces him to move, and Newers is just sat there waiting. Clamps his jaws shut, takes Iconic out of the round, and that is going to be OXG getting themselves their first attack.
What I love was that was just so clean and simple.
It was a really nice attack.
Like, there's no frills in that. There's no use of Candelas, for example. They just get 2 stacked up on the lobby hatch. They chuck a flash in to block out the Maestro. The rest of the team are convinced there's a focus coming in on server side because of the work from Maverick going in over there, and they simply drop in. Last player left alive gets an aid at his feet, forced into an open angle, and also taken down. So again, really smart and clean play by Oxygen. A very convincing first attack, and it's no doubt going to spell good things for the rest of this half. I hope I just have not jinxed them in saying that.
I mean, what I love there is I've said a few times that I feel Astralis have dealt with the chaos and they've adapted a little bit better. Great adaptation from OXG, just showing how closely matched these two teams are. They're trying to push into server. They've got Iconic there, they've got Forest there, and they think, you know what? This is too much of a risk. This is difficult. I think when you start going through that process of opening the hatch, you're sort of waiting for the reaction in server. You're waiting to see what happens. Are these players going to disappear? Are they going to take their opportunity to get back to site? Or are they going to hold on to this with their life? And the answer was clear from Forest and Iconic. They were going absolutely nowhere. So at that point, OXG just said, you know what? We've got lobby hatch open. Get down there. Let's find some kills. And that's really smart because they know that they've got 2 players in server and blue stairs that are going nowhere. So if they drop that en masse like they did, they're going to have a man advantage in those fights. And it paid off brilliantly for them. Love it from OXG.
Absolutely love it. Tim's loving it.
Loving it.
The new McDonald's spokesperson.
Deploying drone.
Right. Let's see what Astralis can do. They've got to come up with something different here as well. More aggression maybe might be the answer, but we've seen changes in the lineup coming out of Oxygen as well. Jackal dropped away. The Finker coming on side 2 with some Smokes in back pocket. Smokes really becoming quite a staple on this map as well. Not just coming through from a Monty or a Finker, but across other... across a Monty or a Ying, sorry, but also on things like the Finker, who, for those who missed it, did lose her nades.
Sweater just going to drop away from that challenge. Spiff getting very aggressive up to the stock window there, looking to hold on to top floor. His Archives and Tellers is the site. Again, you know, it's worth a discussion at some point. It's a little bit of an unusual site choice. Usually the mid-floor site would be staff and open. We saw the popularity rise there dramatically over the last 12 months. But no, it's going to be Archives and Tellers. And vertical is just as important. If you can get yourself into CEO particularly, the entirety of the floor can be ripped up and you can make it a nightmare for the defenders to try and keep themselves inside of sight. So for the time being, Spiff up there on the Frost, he's going to be trying to hold on to stock particularly. They've got the castle up there of Forest with him as well, and if anything, they're trying to use those vertical angles themselves, you know, to offer some denial. So this has to be dealt with by OXG, and Sweaty's not in a good spot right now.
He's also really, really low on HP, but still moving forwards. No, gets shot from above. Spiff has got the vertical control, hasn't been forced out of Logi, and this feels like a massive mistake to have ignored him up on the top floor. Sure, they bring Iconic down. It may only be a 3 versus 4, but it's already advantage to Astralis.
Great use of the vertical from Astralis. As I said, that really had to be, you know, the priority for OXG on the attack, going in and clearing that out, because you can't push into anywhere on the mid floor if you've got somebody in stock, for example. You're just asking for trouble, and trouble is exactly what they got. But vertical manages to answer back, finds one onto J90, leaves us now leveled up at 3 versus 3. But the big problem for OXG here is that there is only 25 seconds left on the clock, and they need to get themselves into a position to put this diffuser down on the ground, and they've still got Forest up above.
Still got some work to do for sure, and again, this is what you get for not really fully controlling that top floor. Still a lot of damage to come. The smoke start raining out. Dreams in, going in for a plant. Those main stairs may well be a good fighting point here as well, but Foxy finds Spiff. That's the kind of kill you wanted. Sprays wildly into the smoke, but misses his man. A couple of chip bullets do come through, but Forest here could not hold on. The strength of those smokes on this map, like we've already said a couple of times, really shining through. And Oxygen will have stolen themselves around here. A 3v4 becoming a 3 versus nothing almost.
That was so close. Dream really got away with one there. Forest sprayed him down and left him with about 5 HP, but he kept hold of that defuse button and got the plant down. Brilliant play from OXG. 2 attacking rounds on the bounce, and they are looking pretty good at the minute, taking themselves 5-3 into the lead, and they are cruising towards a map 3 potentially at the minute.
They are. Cafe awaits if we get through it, which would be our 6th unique map of the day, Tim. It would. Obviously, we've had 3
quite rare, really.
Yeah, we do normally see repetition of a couple of maps, you know, some that become more popular and definitely seen across teams, but across our first game of the day and this one here, it would have been 6 unique maps, which is always a nice thing to start the competition off on.
Certainly is.
What's then left to do? Chalet... What else haven't we seen? Chalet, Oregon. And...
Villa.
Sky.
Sorry, we did see Villa this morning.
Yeah, very first one.
We did.
I'd like to see a Sky.
I like a bit of Skyscraper. I think BDS might have played it earlier.
It's my favourite map. We were talking about favourite maps earlier. I don't know how I forgot about it, but Skyscraper is my favourite map at the minute. Chalet is second, though.
Chalet is mine, I think.
I do love them both.
I do like Chalet.
Is it because you like playing it in a rank stack, though, or because you like casting?
Bit of both, I think.
Bit of both?
Bit of both.
It's one of my favourites to play. I hate it when it gets banned out. I'm just like, there's, you know...
I don't understand why you'd ever ban Chalet.
No, me neither. I do really like it.
Yeah.
You know, my little guilty pleasure in ranks is Canal.
I had to grow to like Canal because I get it that often. I just seem to attract Canals, and I have actually grown to, yeah, it's grown on me a lot, this Canal. It's grown on me a lot.
It is a firm favourite. Iana Demon on that map, me. Or Hibana, play either or.
It's, you know, I can take it or leave it, but I certainly don't.
Need to play some more ranks. It's been a long time.
I've played quite a lot.
Wait, 160 games, did you say earlier?
Yeah, I think I'm above that now, yeah. I've played quite a lot this season.
I'd hate to see how many freshers played.
Oh, he puts in the numbers.
Even out here, he's got a whole setup in his hotel room.
Yeah, he puts in the numbers.
I brought a mouse mat, but I haven't come fully equipped. Like, he's got.
To be fair, I've got a full setup.
Yeah, I've got everything to play, just not the right. I've got a MacBook rather than a laptop, so I can't play.
Yeah, I've got a full setup. But yeah, I've played an awful lot. This is a lot of fun. A lot of fun at the minute. Got myself to Emerald.
You know what I'm always super excited about is seeing the reveal.
I love a reveal.
Is it 18th of Feb? They said it was down for.
It'll be one of the days when we're in the.
Is that the Saturday? I want to say it's the Saturday.
That's the Saturday. The finals on the 19th.
Indeed, yeah. I just love, especially the yearly reveals, because there's all the big stuff coming in that next.
So much in them. I love them.
Very excited to see what's going to be announced there. So make sure you get yourself tuned in for that in about 11 days' time.
Let's keep watching and see if we can get a reveal on who the winner of this map is. With 5-3 to OXG at the minute, they are on the attack, and Astralis really need to start putting these roamers to work. We've got the Oryx out there, Forest. He's going to be trying to just get a little bit slippery, get himself into the basement and try and get that movement up. But again, OXG are moving in and are taking sort of bits of control reasonably comfortably here. They've got themselves into square skylight. They want that top floor control so that they can get above the site, which is, of course, open and staff. and they're doing pretty well at it so far.
They are. So one thing I'll give to them is the thing from both teams, we've seen really good movement in the early rounds to get good control. It's been very much the same here now. East side control established, got one pushing in from ATMs as well. So very much letting to kind of looking to set up this, not crossfire, but a pincer push coming in from both sides. And now are even starting to look in towards getting admin opened up too. A small difference here, the rotation hole was reinforced off once the players have moved back through it. So Oxygen now need to bring resource over in the form of the ace to get that opened up. But it looks like it's going to be the go-to play and things should start being able to move forward, even joined out by the Impact EMP to keep things moving nice and smooth.
It's great progress so far from OXG, and they've just made life very, very uncomfortable for the defenders inside of sight. They're going to cut that right in half now with that angle that they've just gained from Archives. So the push is going to continue, and we can see now that the defenders, they're having to move out of sight. They're going through metal to marble and just trying to get any sort of angle that they can. We get one kill going in either direction. Dream manages to find Shuttle, but then he gets traded out, leaves us 4 versus 4. Spiff manages to find Sweater, and Astralis are fighting back. They're in a 4 versus 3. 40 seconds left to go though. Oxygen, they don't need to panic just yet.
Tim, they've already won a 3 versus 4. I have full confidence they can do it again. Just like this, down to a 3 versus 3. Plant is going down exactly the same as before, and it does feel like they're in quite a lot of control here. One gets put on his backside though, and they can't even finish off on the plant here as well. Vert, a really good call to pull off there and take the firefight, but it feels like once again, Oxygen are going to go big in a numbers deficit as they pull it down to a 3 versus 1. Once again, it would have been twice they pulled it off, but Spiff is the last one left standing. Now has to fight back into his team's own utility, but simply can't do it. Oxygen with 2 big clutch 3vx's.
Beautiful example there of how that defensive utility can be flipped on its head sometimes, and the attackers can use it against the defenders. The Kiba barricades coming in clutch for Vertical at the end there, just able to take that long-range peek with the Lion after getting the diffuser down, gets the job done, and OXG are flying on bank right now, and they are looking like they could be about to make a big withdrawal, Des, as they're looking to take us to map 3, taking a win along with them.
Oh boy, I'll take a third very happily, Tim, because actually, I won't lie, Border was a little bit of a cluster mess. It was back and forth between the two teams. It was very messy with all the long angles on Border. Bankers felt a lot more entertaining, seeing how the teams are set up for some really good executes and kept themselves marching on forwards. Going in towards Cafe, that requires a lot of team play. It's about timing, it's about the drone work. It's even more structured than what we've seen on Bang. So we've got from the chaos of Border through to kind of a mid-ground on Bank, and then it'll be a really structured game coming in on Cafe. So actually, give it to me. I'll take all 3 maps. I want to see how that boils down.
This could be it for Astralis. There are no more mistakes available for them on Bank. They're going to have to get it done. They're going to have to get it done here and now. They've gone downstairs. Interestingly, the mirror has been brought along this time. It's not something that we've seen consistently so far, but obviously it does offer great visualization of that plant spot. Interesting to see the teams not reinforcing the plant spot wall as well. Understandable. It means that it just can make it a little bit more difficult for the attackers to actually open the wall up. If they don't bring soft destruction like Ash or Zafir, you know, they've got to get in there and put a charge on the wall. It can be shot off. So really, that's going to come down to Vertical to get one of those Roteros in and maybe just open that up to allow Dream to get in there and start putting that diffuser down.
Absolutely. Well, I like with the Gridlock coming back out once again. We saw that out of Astralis on their attacking rounds as well. Iconic charging forward with that operator. More so to get into position ready to hold the longer angles, but we did see it become a part of the execute later on. Recently buffed as well to have 4, well, I'll say recently, it was a good 6 months ago now, but buffed to have the 4 tracks rather than the 3. The smokes, as I've said a few times now, have been ever present for both teams throughout their attacking halves, and it's the same thing coming out once again. Now, Iconic really digging in deep here as well, deploying 3 of those keeper barriers, all the ones in back pocket to hole up here in this bottom corner. And the one on the soft wall behind might look a little bit strange, but they don't want to commit any reinforces up towards that top floor hold as it is only temporary, so putting it on the wall just stops you being shot from the top of those stairs.
No information for Iconic there. He's just unaware of and perfectly lined up he was onto Sweater, but Sweater is able to continue controlling the top of square there, but they have to deal with Iconic. They cannot leave a player. We've seen at SI's past how devastating a player can be from that sort of location onto a server push. 1 minute 10 left to go, and they are limited on time to do something. What they can do, though, is just leave Sweater in position on Square Skylight. If they've got everything they need downstairs to be able to start getting a plant down. Ooh, but Sweater's down at the bottom of blue stairs. Who is watching Square?
I thought for a second then those X-Cars might be too far apart to not get off exactly what they need here. Now, they should be able to get rid of the mirror window at the very least, but there is still more work to do. It's good pressure coming in. I like that they've got the longer angle opened up on the single wall as well behind the server stack that gives them this angle straight through here towards the back of site. Now, out come the smokes. What can they do? As already the Iana is starting to march away forward. Nuaz has found 2, makes it 3. He's decimated from the top of the ramp, and it looks like Oxygen, especially Nuaz, have done enough here to get it over the finish line. A 4v2. Dream padding out those plant stats even further, and Spiff and Iconic can only look on as this is going to get stuck down. Nuaz makes it a 4, makes it a 5. An ace to win out the map for OXG. And we go through to map 3. Cafe awaits.
Too easy for OXG on the attack there. Astralis just unable to lock down any defense. Iconic had his flank opportunity, but he couldn't get onto the blue stairs area. Instead, he was forced down marble, funneled into the lines of sight that OXG were holding, and they closed that out beautifully. The third ace that we as a pair have seen today, Des, comes in for Nuaz. It just seems to be one after another right now, and I dare say we might be the only pair to cast all 6 maps as well.
I can't say what everyone else has done, but we'll have to find out.
But I think
I'd put
be on track for it.
We absolutely will. Well, let's go to a quick break. When we come back, the epic conclusion on Cafe awaits.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
few replays of that last game on Bank. In case you have missed it, we are now sat at 1 apiece. That's 2 full best of 3s for Tim and I so far today, and they have been very entertaining from start through to finish. Border, a little chaotic. Bank, incredibly exciting. Oxygen really putting on a show in the second half. And now, Tim, we get to see how Cafe is going to end the day for us and see who gets the 3 points and who gets the 1.
Honestly, I think it's going to be a great map. I'm really looking forward to it. You know, we've had a pretty close affair on Border. We've then had, it was a fairly one-sided affair on Bank with OXG getting onto the attack and just absolutely decimating at that point. Newers on 16-4 with a 90% cost.
It's shuttle for me. 0 and 5 on entry.
It's tough, it's tough.
I mean, being 1 and 8 is bad enough, but 0 and 5 on entry? I feel that deep inside. That hurts.
The thing is, that's half of the rounds. We had 10 rounds.
That's
so
it.
50% of the rounds, Astralis have played with a man down.
Yeah, and outside of that, you know, Spiff and Iconic 2-0 each as well. Did pretty well themselves. It's one of those. This is, of course, Border that you're looking at here. I think that's, in fact, no, it's wrong map.
No,
it's wrong map Icon. That is Banks. It was 7 and 3. Obviously, we had a much closer affair going through 8-6 on Border to Astralis, which means Cafe will again be the final battleground to see who walks away as the winner. Coffee shouldn't be on the desk.
Honestly, Des, it's as if you've never done this before.
I've never done this before. So again, Cafe last one. I like it because we've gone from really unstructured on Border where it's a little more chaotic to Bank where it's a big map but there are still a lot of executes and it starts to get more structure to Cafe where it's a really boxy type map and there is a lot of team play that's got to come together.
Yeah, absolutely that. And pretty much on Cafe at this point, you know what you're going to get. Like you say, there's not too much freedom in terms of the attacks, I don't think. You know, yeah, you look at Kitchen, maybe do you go vertical or do you go direct? That's about your choice. You know, top floor is what top floor is. And yeah, I think we're going to see a hard-fought affair on this one. We said that this match, which was going to be close coming in, obviously we're looking at 6th and 7th place in Stage 3 of NAL. There was very little to separate these two teams in that stage. The only really differentiating factor, you've got Oxygen, who've won all 3 stage games through the year, but then you've got the only best of 3 that they played, Astralis won. So, you know, for every point that you could make about one of these teams having an edge, there's a counterpoint that suggests it's the other.
It is one of the weaker maps coming in for Oxygen. Astralis definitely look a little more comfortable on this map when you look across the stats, but overall, it's still pretty square. You're looking back at Oxygen's history, they lost to Soniqs, they beat TSM, they then lost out to others at Majors, for example. So when you look at it over the space of the whole year, they've only actually played it twice in NAL stage. They played it back at SI22, but that was it. Whereas it's been a much more regular appearance for Astralis overall. So on what... Honestly, ignore everything I've just said because I was talking about the wrong map. I was talking about Cafe stats there. So I'll pull up that. On Cafe's side, Astralis, they have played this once. Now I'm also lying again. It's changed once more. I tell you what, my stats are being unreliable today. Astralis have beat TSM on this, and then they last played it at the Major where they won it twice. So they've played it across a couple of times. Oxygen have also played it quite a lot as well. 4 times across the year. Prior to that, it was back at SI, but they've done pretty well on that map overall too. Only losing to Oxygen there throughout the year.
That was quite funny to watch. I'm just chuckling to myself.
I'll tell you what annoys me.
I can see Des's spreadsheet, and he changed the map, and it brought up one result for Astralis. And literally, as he finished saying, they played this once, the spreadsheet just instantly updated and brought one more results through.
It's because Google Sheets has to process, and you have this thing in the top right corner.
It was
bar
brilliant.
that fills up to say, hey, I'm still processing, and I just didn't clock it. But hey, stats-based analysis is fun when the stats actually work.
Let's get these operator bands.
I love this. I love the Iana band, just to quickly jump on this one from Astralis. We've seen Iana a lot. The number of nades that have flown throughout this series, she's been ever-present alongside Nook sometimes, alongside Sledge sometimes. I think it's a really clever band coming out from Astralis to take that explosive power away, especially on a map when you think of things like Pixel. You can see shield stats up there, ADSs, bulletproof cameras. Just giving each team less nades is going to make things a little more ropey when it comes to trying to get through this utility. Unsurprisingly then, Astralis is starting off potentially with Sledge and Nook on the same side to make sure you have got those 4 nades in back pocket. Temporarily changed away. You do also have the Ash available there, so maybe saying 2 nades is going to be enough.
Oh, actually, going to be heading straight downstairs. I love to see this. We all know that I'm not the biggest fan of the top floor as a site. Tends to be sort of 50-50 at best for the defenders. Reading Kitchen quite often will have superior defensive statistics in terms of success rates. So we're going straight into Kitchen for OXG. The question is, will they hold vertically or not? If they're not going to hold vertically, then you would almost always expect to see somebody playing inside of VIP. trying to hold on to the Christmas tree area, as it's sometimes referred to, over at the back of the map there. Thank you very much, Sayana. You know, quite often, yep, you're going to have somebody trying to hold on to that area if they're not going to hold on vertically. If it's vertical, then that's more of a drop back position.
It is indeed. Now, we are very used to seeing 3-floor holds coming out for this site in particular. Attackers have to start up on the top floor, clear everything out, work their way down piece by piece, being mindful of every sneaky possible corner on which a defender could hold, of which there is indeed already one up here on this top floor. FaZe playing on the Valkyrie, looking to cause a little bit of hot bother. Now, whether or not he finds someone or is chased away by drones a little bit sooner, I imagine we'll find out in the next 30 seconds or so. But what I was going to say is Astralis, if only they knew just how close they really were to getting a freebie. Now they know, and this is where he could be in trouble. Supported out there by the Azami, though, that keeper barrier perfectly placed to give FaZe a safe point of retreat.
Great example of why you shoot out barricade rather than knocking them out. They're inside the side. Iconic's just gone in and got a double, and that is going to really mix up the defense of OXG now, because they've got to react, and they've got to react quickly. Shuttle manages to shut down Dream, and that leaves us in a 4 versus 2.
Oh boy, more chaos to start the map off. Just when I was saying, you know what, I'm really looking forward to Cafe. It's more composed, it's more team-based, more execute.
Yeah, let's run into
these guys are just like, oh, there's 3 of them off site. Let's just rush straight at site, because we had FaZe and Vert playing on the upstairs, for example. They're the only 2 left alive. So Astralis managed to get in, clear out every single site player, but now being very mindful of what else might be going on with FaZe and Vert having slowly worked their way back downstairs again. Right now, at least, they're still holding on the upstairs, though, and trying to burn through even more time. But Astralis want to play this by the book. It's a 4 versus 2 sure. They've already lost a couple of 4 versus 3s on bank. They do not want to have a repeat of that.
No, absolutely not. FaZe is going to try and work his way back down from the top floor. But Spiff, he's sat there waiting. There's going to be a free bit. There you go. Closes out the round. And that's going to be Astralis taking that first attack, and in real sort of rush fashion, really. Like you say, just taking that opportunity of, you know, there's nobody on site. Let's get in there. Let's get ourselves a couple of kills. Let's overwhelm them. And overwhelmed they were.
They were. Again, really good being a spot coming out from Astralis to identify there was that opportunity. In exactly the same way we commended Dream for this back on board, and when he saw a fantastic chance to just push straight in towards Bathroom Tellers and get the plant down when no one was on site. Similar story here, so both teams really good at capitalizing on the mistakes of the other and identifying where there was a weakness in the defense and exploiting that. Now we go towards mining, not normally the go-to priority site for most teams. You'll see them playing between bar and cocktail, reading room, and then also down in kitchen. So this being that off-site that not too many teams go to, interested to see what their take on the defense of it is.
Yeah, I think one of the difficulties sometimes can be the window directly into site. With a lot of the reworks and a lot of the newer maps, Villa's a very good example. I know it's not really new anymore, not by a long chalk, but Villa was one of the first maps that we had where there are no external windows directly into site. There's no external access where you can literally step through a barricade and be stood in sight. And I think, you know, that's something that we started to see a little bit more of. Obviously, Bar and Cocktail does have a couple of windows directly on that east side, but mining is another example of one where you've got a position where an attacker can stand on that window, you know, and just play directly in there.
Similar to Koi earlier today, we've got OXG rolling out with the big intel heavy lineup. Got the Valkyrie on side, the Mozzies, the Evil Eyes. They want to see everything that Astralis are doing once they start looking at pushing in towards the sites. And we've already spoken a couple of times about how difficult it can be to deal with those Evil Eyes scattered around, especially when supported by things like the Mine Magnets. Only difficulty really for OXG is that they aren't on side this time around. FaZe already looking to dance his way here around Lumber and wait for someone to appear at one of these 2 windows.
Ingo's Forest not messing about on the knock here, and it certainly looks like Astralis are wanting to play this with real speed and aggression, going in, seeking, searching, shut down by Dream as he steps around the corner, gets 1, gets 2, gets another. It's Neuers actually that gets the 3rd there. Dream with the double on the Alder, and it's all falling apart. But Astralis, they managed to steady the ship, Des. Somehow they're keeping the speed, they're keeping the aggression, and they're finding the kills. It's 2 versus 3.
They were walking into a real meat grinder there in pillars as well. One after the other dropping through and finding themselves taken down. I don't know if it's fully recoverable here. Sure, you've managed to pull something back. Okay, I say that. They've managed to pull it down to a 1v2. Can Shuttle do it? We spoke a bit about his entry work on the previous map, not being the best. what a shot! Domes him through the front of the train and is now in a 1 versus 1 against FaZe. I don't know if FaZe has full knowledge of exactly where he is on site here, but he's going to try and make this work. C4 coming in onto the wall, going to pull the trigger off. Off comes Shuttle, but he's looking the wrong way. I think he read it quite sensibly. He assumed he would be pulling that off and rotating around towards the door, but he doubles back and gets the shutdown. Another very close round, though. Nice stuff.
Yeah, well played from FaZe there. I like the attempt from Shuttle to get that diffuser down. It's something that I was going to call for. You know that FaZe is off site. You know that he's been up on that top floor because he got a kill from there. But ultimately, just not able to close that out. And it was down to the choice of leaving those walls soft that allowed FaZe to play the Nitro. And at that point, it's 50-50. Shuttle could have chose to look towards that breach. Maybe he gets the kill, maybe he gets the win. But ultimately, he thought that he was trying the big brain play of breaching on one side and moving through the door on the other, but FaZe was a step ahead of even that idea and came back on himself to get that final kill. So well played, OXG, leaving us 1-1 in the first 2 rounds, and I'm not going to say it yet, Des, but Fresh, this is a square on Fresh's bingo card, that's all I'm going to say.
This is a square that we want to see checked off as well, otherwise we can never finish playing bingo.
Day 1.
Day 1 would be nice.
Day 1 would be amazing.
I'll take that any day, though. We love the big full-length like series, whether it's a grand final or a best of 3. Take your pick.
It just would not surprise me. It would not surprise me at all for this last map. For it to continue as close as it has so far. 2 teams that are very evenly matched here, and a great matchup. It's been entertaining, nonetheless. So we're going to have a reading room defense this time around, reading and dining, and they're going to be holding on to top floor a little bit more so than maybe last time around. There was a couple up there on the top. This time there's 3. They're holding all the way out to New Hatch. Actually, Forest is in a position to potentially pick up, I think it's the Valkyrie. It is the Valkyrie of FaZe here playing underneath, and yes, he strays too far, and Forest slams him down and gets a beautiful opener for Astralis.
Now it's about keeping that advantage, though, because I cannot get away from how many times we've seen Astralis, twice on bank as well, lost themselves a numbers advantage. They've been in a 4 versus 3, they've thrown it away. They've managed to hold a 4 versus 2 here already. So things are looking at least better on that front here on Cafe, but now they've got to really push this on towards a potential round win. Nua's almost losing his life, gets swung out, and it's J9O with the final closeout, looking down to about half of his HP, as elsewhere it's Vert bringing down Shuttle.
Nua's really didn't have any business challenging that window after the first spray of damage, but there wasn't really too much of an option for him either. Loses his life, and that leaves us now in a 4 versus 3. OXG able to fight back a little bit at least, but
do they know?
It should be as easy as that for Iconic. He's got the symbol ahead of him. He knows that he's outside.
He's still scared,
needs to take the challenge. He certainly doesn't really want to take this challenge on, but it should have been a freebie, and it was. Iconic able to close him out, 4 versus 2.
It's kind of the play that you're not really a massive fan of when you know you're already down. Like, you jumping out that window, you know you are screwed. You know there's very little chance you get back inside the building. You know you're going to lose your life in a 1-for-1. When there's still 2 minutes on the clock, and you're already down to 4 versus 3, probably, 5 versus 3, not really the play to make, but still pulls it off, and Astralis will come down to a 4 versus 1. Looks like it's going to be an easy closeout. Dream bringing down 1 more, but still 3 more to go through.
Dream gets away with one there, really. The face just appeared on the upside down rappel, and really, if you're going to be looking in through the white window, you've got to be prepared for the fact that there might actually be somebody stood there. Now, Dream's going to find another with a beautiful kill from above on the shotgun, and showing a real sort of mastery of the site knowledge there, knowing where the players might be, but he's not going to be able to get down to affect this plant in time, and that is now a big problem. 1v2, diffuser down.
Yeah, the problem is with where it is as well. They can get outside the windows, as you've already seen, on that upside-down rappel. If he wants to get that kill, he has to throw himself out the window and then come back in through the bottom of White Stairs. It's just not going to happen. It's an easy swing out for J9O as well. Another closeout here, and things already looking pretty spicy on this map team. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, as you say there, for HG, you've got to ask a few questions about decisions like going out of the White Stairs window. Really, if you're going to do that, you've got to do it on an operator, for example, that's got impact nades, that can just blow out the garage door and get back inside of the map at least quickly. It may not have worked in that circumstance. Iconic was in and around that area anyway, but still, you can't really do it on the Jaeger. The Jaeger's not the one, because it's just going to take you so long to get back inside of the map. Now then, we head into round 4. It's 2-1 to Astralis, and these two are wailing on each other at the minute. OXG, they are going to take us back to reading and dining once again. I feel like, Astralis were pretty much in command of that round, so OXG are going to have to show us something, quite different this time.
They are. And this is what probably makes it a bit nervous as well, is that it's the attacking side for Astralis. Almost took my whole cable out with me there, Tim.
Don't do that, Des.
Not too far. You won't be able to hear me anymore.
I really panicked at that point.
What do you think I've done?
One of the moments, where your heart just goes... I didn't know, because I wasn't looking. I was looking at the screen in front of me, and your mic sort of cut out, and I thought you'd, disappeared. I didn't know if there was something you could have fallen through.
I just popped out of existence, did I?
I mean, you'd fallen through. You see these videos where somebody's on a bit... We're not on a stage, but where somebody's on a stage and they just disappear off the back of it through a curtain.
Backwards out of it. No,
I thought that you'd done something like leant on the curtain and gone through it or something.
I just stepped on my cable and was like, oh, that takes my headset with it, I guess.
I mean, that's nowhere near as exciting or funny as you...
No, it would have been funny if I tripped over it and then fell into something like the black curtain behind us. That would have been funny. Yeah. At least I'm not injured. That's the most important.
That is the most important part.
Right, well, Shuttle's got a really interesting pick coming in along here as well with the Sense. Now, we saw this picked up once earlier on by Koi. Leon brought it in one of their rounds. Didn't really see any impact from it. Here, what I really like about the Sense is the ability to cut off so many long lines of sight based on where you can get these in. Just like this, down towards Lumber is cut off. It gives a nice little safe angle straight the way through, but what I don't think he's aware of is there was a player tucked in towards the left who actually is now dropped away and is still looking for a way to get inside up on the rappel here into the building. Hasn't happened just yet, but on the very least, it's a couple of kills going back either way into a 4 versus 4, Tim.
Dream continuing to have a good game so far. Opening is up there with an entry kill onto Forest, taking the Finker down, of course, losing those universal health boosts as well for the rest of the attackers, so could be a big kill in the grand scheme of things. I'm not really sure what the plan was from Shuttle on the East Rappel. Obviously, he was being challenged, so yeah, I suppose putting the light screens in just does give you the opportunity to force that player out of that position, but, there was no real attempt to get inside of the map behind it. There was, there was nothing else there, so I don't really know how much value there was in that, but Iconic manages to find the kill onto Vertical, manages to get a second as well. Iconic's going well so far. He's had a couple of big moments, make that 3, and that's going to be Astralis 3-1 up and going well on the attack of Cafe.
That's our 4th ace of the day, Tim. They just keep on stacking up, rolling across so many different teams as well. The thing is, I think the light screens more than anything else, they were hoping to force players to drop through the hatch and away in the top floor. But the problem is, you saw it towards the end there as well. Vert was back inside a cocktail, re-holding that position even after the light screens had long timed out. So not maybe the best use there, I don't think, but Iconic was just on an absolute tear, destroying them one after the other. Is £300 too? What you're going to do? Absolutely nothing. You'll sit down and take that ace.
Kitchen is going to be the next site. We saw Kitchen back in round 1. It was an Astralis win. They haven't been back since. So OXG's back to the wall a little bit now. This could start to become problematic. If Astralis are able to get another confident win on this site, it leaves them 4-1. And OXG maybe starting to flail a little bit in terms of trying to keep up with Astralis. But, there is a real possibility for OXG to then turn it around when they get onto the attack.
I'm looking at the Amaru here and just thinking, not really the operator you want for this map unless you're looking at really quick access to the second or third floor.
Really, but if you're trying to go for a top floor clear,
exactly. I mean, straight away, it's got the Gyro cat and he's looking to get into the map nice and quick. So either they've seen something on drones here, or this is a bit of a blind risk for him to make use of this so quickly. It can get you up onto the roof nice and quick as well, as you can see him eyeing up. A quick pause here for drone work as well before choosing exactly where to go, and straight upstairs is going to be the answer. 20 seconds and inside the building.
His drone didn't see the man inside of Reading, I don't think, though. Reading door was barricaded, so I don't know how much knowledge there is of that, and the player has moved through to just monitor white stairs, and if the Amaru tries to come down there, Vertical's got an opportunity to potentially push up those white stairs, and he could well catch him out, but needs to be careful because somebody is now on the upside down rappel. I believe it's Shuttle that's there, just ready to try and cut off anybody who tries to take down Iconic on the Amaru.
Doing a lot of work here, at least through the top floor as well, so it was more that quick entry to clear out the 3rd floor and then start worrying about the 2nd, so as far as that's concerned, job is done. I guess fortunate for Auction, they had no one on the top floor. They would have been taken out for free here as Sweater collects his first kill of the entire map and does at least manage to get involved and start doing some work for his team. No sooner have I finished saying that though, and Jane, I know, has also found one back onto Nuas. Himself having a pretty poor game, only sat at 1 and 5.
This is it, Oxygen not really able to keep these man advantages that they sometimes sometimes get. Astralis doing a very good job of, you know, picking up the trades, picking up the kills, and just keeping themselves level and in the fight. Shuttle is going to get himself into the top floor now, decides enough is enough on the white stairs rappel, will move himself away and just look to maybe relocate down onto the bakery side of things.
Absolutely. Well, with this angle being opened up through the floor, it does give you a wonderful view of the double draw on the downstairs and stops the defenders easily rotating back from bar in towards site itself. So those on the outside now have got to be really careful. Sweater with a great bit of flank watch is going to find Iconic, who's looking to get a little bit cheeky, it feels, on the way through. I say flank watch. Mortar's catching him on his way through as he tried to step all the way forwards. Sweater makes a second in the round as well. So Tim, for someone that has had no impact so far, really starting to warm into this round and hopefully going to have a big impact with those 2 kills that he's found.
Yeah, it's been great so far. And it's at a time when OXG really need it. Yeah, absolutely that. You know, this is the round that they need to be winning. Spiff does manage to take down Vertical. 3 versus 3. Kills come in, 2 versus 2. As we see Sweater taken down as well. He got 2, but couldn't get any more. 35 seconds left to go. It's up to Shuttle and Spiff to get themselves inside of sight now. And they're up against Dream, who's been playing particularly well so far here on Cafe, so it's not going to be easy.
Spiff is low as well. Does he know about the man inside of Prep? I don't think he does. A little bit of a loose idea. They know exactly where he's coming from, but the last man out towards Freezer side means they've at least given Conceded some control away. But there's the side-by, drive-by swing that you want. Brings down 1. And Spiff, now left all alone, has got 15 seconds to work with. Oxygen have just got to play this nice and passive. Let him push onto you. Play towards the time that you need. And sure enough, there's 1. They get the second as well. Dream with both of those. Oxygen bring things up to 3 and 2.
Really well played from Foxy and Dream there. What they did was Foxy moved into Prep, and then Dream moved into Freezer. Both sort of separate little rooms, plenty of cover, but no way that you can come in from double door side and challenge both at the same time. You are going to get slammed from one side or the other, and it worked out beautifully for them. OXG able to close out round 5. They needed the win there. As I said, they couldn't allow the guarantee of the half advantage going to Astralis, so that was important. Astralis now in a position where they get one more bite at the cherry to take the advantage going forward.
I've always loved how you said that.
Bite of the cherry.
Bite of the cherry.
I knew that that's what you'd be picking up.
Because it's the bite part. Bite.
Sorry.
You know, whenever I say to a missus, right, because our missus speaks posh. She's Nick, she's not from Cambridge. Like she says, she's from the crap part of Cambridge. But she says like castle and bath and all these fancy words. And I always say to her, say it how I say it castle, say grass, say bath. And she always goes all like Geordie, she's like, castle? And I'm just like, that's not how you say it, it's castle. And she's like, castle?
Well, that's exactly how I feel about you trying to do my accent, Des.
That's not like I'm from Newcastle.
Well, no, not necessarily from Newcastle, but you're certainly not from where I am.
Blackburn. No, Burnley you're from, aren't you?
Good lord.
It all sounds the same. Begins with a B.
It really doesn't.
It's got burn in it.
It really doesn't. So
it does.
So good.
Look at this.
Oh, there we go. So close for Sweater. Really sort of growing into it. After that double kill in the last round, you can see he's just sort of feeling himself. He's like, right, confident, let's go. Let's get these opening kills. And OXG, I like to see that sometimes. Just bring that energy that you need the round. Go out and get it.
I feel for Sweater as well, because I know that he's so desperate to deliver, because replacing a name like Lax in a player that, you know, has been in the game for years now, as we've seen, has had some prolific rounds as well. It was a bit of a questionable choice when he was removed from Oxygen in the first place, but Sweater has somewhat struggled to really fill those shoes, I feel. I want him to have a really good tournament here as well and kind of silence the critics, show what he can deliver and really push Oxygen forward. Iconic's got to be careful here. I was going to say, you go forward too fast, you're walking straight into the back end of your own Flores drone. J90 pulls one down. Iconic losing half his HP as well as he walks through one of those Capcan traps. They've been so pesky today.
They always are. Obviously, we saw the update to the Capcan traps, which really brought them back into, I won't quite say into the meta necessarily, but certainly made them a lot more viable, where you can have more than one on a door or a window. You can stack them up 2, 3, and it can make them quite difficult to play against, quite oppressive at times. It just means that the attackers have got to do a lot more work on the droning, essentially. They've got to make sure that not only are they checking every corner, but they're checking every door frame, every window frame, and making sure that they're aware of everything that's ahead of them.
Yeah, which is good. I mean, another I thought there for a second that was the Capcan trap going off, but no, it was just a breach in charge. The player ran through a doorway as well. So more fortunate timing, I guess, because no one got hurt by it. I agree with you, though. A lot of it has been really sensible so far in terms of the drone work that's coming through, playing as a team. It's, again, what I was looking forward to coming into this map, to see more composure being put in behind the teams. But Spiff, Good start to him for this round as well. I believe that's a couple of kills he's netted for himself as we march on forwards in a 5 versus 3. Again, should be another big round coming out for Astralis. Now a 5 versus 2.
I would imagine so. It's a matter of time here. Could be on for a flawless as Forest manages to pick up Foxy. Newers manages to get something going with a headshot onto Iconic, but surely his time is numbered. He's cornered here. They know exactly where he is. They're pushing him from multiple angles. The fuser's going to be going down. He has no option but to try and peek. Shut down by Jin, I know. And that's going to be the round for Astralis. Finishing in a 4v1. It was certainly confident from them, and that gives them a successful first half. It's the first time that we've had a first half that wasn't 3-3 there.
It's very true. It has been even throughout pretty much the entire game, except for the end of last match with it ending 7-3. But complete halves, yeah, absolutely even 3-3 the whole way through. Now we get to see how Oxygen fare on their attack inside. And I said this earlier on the bans, a lot of information was taken away through the operators that were banned away. We also saw the Iana being taken out of it, which has been such a popular pick throughout the entire thing too. This really is where Astralis, with that Nomad, the Nomad ban, with the Iana ban coming in, should be able to kind of not so much abuse, but take advantage of a slightly weakened Oxygen here without that Iana coming into the lineup. Thing is, I fully expect Oxygen have got their own plans here. Let's see how they fare.
It's going to be Mining to kick us off, a site that we've already seen a couple of times, but this time it's going to be Astralis heading there to begin with on the defense. Top floor presence is not just going to be marginal, it's going to be heavy, I would call it. We've got castle barricades going up, we've got hatches being reinforced, and they are certainly going to want to keep a hold of Piano. We've got lines of sight opened up to top red through to bar as well, and they look like they're going to be throwing the kitchen sink at the top floor.
Throwing the kitchen sink and then some as well. Big time committal. I love this style of hold as well, normally accompanied by the Aruni laser gates to really lock down this Piano hold with those castle barricades. I remember actually a couple of teams in APAC struggled to break this about a year and a bit ago, not long after Aruni's release, where we had, there was a castle barricade on one of the windows, joined by a laser gate. Then on the double doorway going in towards Cigar Shot, there was another laser gate with another castle barricade. And it just made it really oppressive to get through, and you also threw ADSs in the mix. It was horrible. C4 ready out the waiting here as well from Iconic, who's hoping to catch out an unlucky soul, but so far Newers has avoided that fate.
That's the signal.
Oh, here we go.
The first, but we've got to get a 4D chess going on here. You open one, you wait, there's the second, the Nitro comes out, wrong direction, and there's going to be no joy for Iconic. Newers manages to take down Spiff as well, so it's a good start to the first attack for OXG. Vertical does take a little bit of damage, but does a lot more as he finds a headshot onto Forest, and that leaves us now in a 5 versus 3, and it really could be a day for the attackers on Cafe as Dream manages to take down Iconic. J9O manages to get something going at least, but still a 2 versus 4, and Astralis quickly on the back foot.
What I love is they're not even inside the building, Tim. They've sat on the roof, they've sat around windows. It's just been one of those kind of games, and he's looking completely the wrong way at this point as he gets pushed down onto, but somehow manages to slip away. J9O on the run here as well, being pincered in by a couple of players from Oxygen on red stairs. Unable to be finished off just yet, but he is down to about 5 HP.
Going to switch over to his pistol as well. Doesn't want to take the risk of reloading and finding himself in a fight that he just cannot win at that point. So there you go. Once he knows everything's calmed down, he takes his chance, reloads the MP5. Still can't find the kill though, as Newers steps around and demolishes him on the red stairs. Angle leaving Shuttle with it all to do. 1 versus 4. He knows that there's one up underneath the new hatch. Tries to take the challenge. Manages to find one. That's a beautiful kill onto Newers at the bottom of red stairs. Can he find a second? No, it's Dream that steps up with the trade. And that's going to be OXG taking their first attacking round. It's 4-3 and very little to separate these two teams.
And Astralis straight in with a tactical timeout call as well. Clearly already feeling they found something in that first round that simply wasn't to form the way they wanted it. And truthfully, I think I get it. I mentioned it in the middle of the round, but pretty much every kill that came through in those first 3 was from outside of the map. We saw a little bit of cheekiness from Iconic with the C4 coming out, but outside of that, just getting picked off for free. Probably a few words there about calming down a little bit. Let's breathe here. We haven't got to go hyper-aggressive. Let's chill. Let them start building up their attack, and we can look to backstab or side stab or even front stab as they start moving their way into the map itself, rather than trying to get kills whilst we're at a big disadvantage.
Tactical timeout going to come in for Astralis. They've decided, I think probably the manner of the round more than anything. You know, I don't think this is too much
it was too aggressive.
Yeah, I don't think this is too much about score or anything else. It was the manner of that round and how it was lost. You know, just deciding, look, we need to just take a step here. We need to just have that 30 seconds a minute and just have a chat, make sure, you know, that we've got our focus going forward on exactly how we're going to win these defenses, because one more round for OXG and this quickly starts to run away from you. You know, OXG then have got the attacking advantage, 2-0 up, and you start thinking they could well do this and take the majority of the points.
Absolutely. That reminder again, as we are on third map, winner takes 3 points, loser gets 1. If they'd managed to get themselves a 2-0, it would have been 4, with the loser walking away with none. So keep a close eye throughout the next few days. Whether it's a 2-1 or a 2-0 really does start to have a bearing the later we get into this, because those points do start to rack up. Not forgetting a couple of 2-0s, and well, you've basically got as many points as you get from getting 3-2-1. So it's exciting, Tim. Gives you a real chance and rewards you for being consistent, especially across enemy map picks.
I've said it a million times, and I'll say it a million more. I just love group phases. I absolutely love the chaos of it. I love, particularly when you get to like what will be, you know, the final day or two.
Yeah.
You know, quite often our group stages are 3 days. It's 5 days here at Invitational, which is even better. You know, when we get into day 4, day 5, and we're starting to do the maths, and we're like, right, they're going to go there, they're going to. I absolutely love it. I cannot get enough of it.
Although this is not at all me trying to slam the best of threes. I love best of threes. It's a really fun format to see teams' true level of performance. I do miss best of 1 groups, because that was peak chaos.
Just chaos, yeah, that's the thing.
Like, you knew you had 2 games that day at random orders. You had no idea what map it was going to be on, and it was just chaos.
I must say I've really enjoyed the best of 3s that we've had as well today.
They've been great series.
Yeah, we've had some great, not just the ones that we've cast. Obviously we watch as much of the other, we can't watch all of them because obviously this game's going on the other stream while we're on this one. But on particularly the off games, I sit and I watch both streams.
No way.
I watch the M&M game, I watch the Liquid game, and yeah, it's great. I just love taking as much of it in as I can, and we've had some great games, great performances in both directions so far. Some good 2-0s, some good 2-1s. Oh, wow.
That's a spicy 2-1. Cyclops, for those who missed it, we've only just seen it as well. They beat BDS 2-1. That's not expected, because BDS were coming in as a hot favourite.
I said to somebody this morning, we always get upsets on day 1. You know, you can come in with the best predictions in the world for SI, thinking, yep, these teams will do well, these teams will win, and there will always be, after day 1, surprises, and there'll always be things that you've got to rethink, and that is certainly one of them.
That's crazy. I need to go back and watch back some of that game later on for sure, as I really want to see how they've been able to dismantle them. Schalke went 39-21 across the whole series too. Just goes to show how crazy these groups can be. And as this game presses on, because we are indeed still casting this game and not just talking about other ones randomly in a podcast format, it's iconic as the first one to fall.
It's going to be OXG continuing the push across the top floor. Still not managing to get complete map control up there, so work yet to be done. Just finding themselves stalling out a little bit. You can see still a number of defenders ahead of them there. They're absolutely not going to be giving ground whatsoever. They're continuing to fight here. I like this from Astralis. They've decided that the line in the sand is there on the top floor, and they are not going to be pushed past it. They've still got somebody in freezer. That is a life position, essentially. You're not coming away from that. You're going to have to play it to the end. Somehow dodging that nade. Can he put a couple on ice? That's the question. Sweater manages to get a big double, though, and that's going to open things up for OXG with 30 seconds left to go.
They are absolutely destroying them in this round, and like that, Tim, they'll balance things back out at 4 apiece. It's a flawless round for Oxygen, and even after a timeout coming in for Astralis, it is not enough to stem the bleeding. Yes, it's only a 4-4, but 2 very dominant rounds from Oxygen makes you feel like this one will be going their way.
There's one place that it might be going, Des. We'll see.
Overtime.
Overtime. We'll see.
Going all the way.
We'll see over the next few rounds. But I'm honestly, joking aside, I'm not convinced that we're going to get there. You know, if this continues for much longer, Astralis are really not present in this game at the minute on defense. They're really struggling to get themselves into it. OXG are certainly in the ascendancy here, and this could continue. It wouldn't surprise me for OXG to take another couple of rounds. Astralis really sort of staying away from the popular sites at the minute. You know, back to mining again. It didn't work for them in round 7. We're going to give it another go. But you've got to be careful because you're limited on opportunity to give things a go at this point. You're 4-4, you're map 3. You know, once this map's done, it's done. You've lost your points effectively, so they've got to get this right.
They absolutely have. And I think really when you look how the series has gone, you think about how tight border was as Astralis' map pick that they eventually won 8-6 versus the 7-3 that we had out of Oxygen on Bank, a much more convincing victory. With a map like this one that feels it's the decider, it's more balanced between the two sides, it's not really too surprising that you are seeing Oxygen come out as a slightly stronger team, in my opinion. Whether or not they can finish it out and get it over the actual end goal, get that win, that 7-4, that 7-5, whatever it might be, remains to be seen. But by the looks of it, again, given those last 2 rounds, I do expect to see them have a real flourish towards the end. Going to have the Lion of Vertical up on the rappel of Piano. So looking to get in and get top floor control OXG here, something that they've done reasonably well so far. Took them a little bit of time last time. It was about 2 minutes 30 had gone in the round by the time that they were confidently in there. But the round win followed very quickly thereafter. There is somebody playing in the pixel spot, and that's going to be something that they need to force away. Just looking to peek around into bathroom as well. Maybe an opportunity for somebody to play onto that window just on white corridor, prevent that movement and just force J9O away. But for the time being, it looks like OXG are going to be playing directly into that position. It's interesting how it's been a little bit slower because we've had players explode inside the building across the last couple of rounds and make things happen very early on and very quickly at that. Here things have been a little more controlled and composed because it's all about the execute, Tim. I spoke about these two teams and how much they love a plant, and that's exactly what Dream is going for. Plant's going in, C4 from below though. Will it be enough? No! It's Forest on the crossfire to get rid of Dream. Plant stopped for now. All the utility, well not all, but a lot of it has been burnt through. Candelas are gone, Smoke's gone, so Oxygen are going to have to win this round real hard and dirty. Certainly our shuttle manages to lock himself in the corner, gets one, but then shut down by Sweater on the trade, and it is now a 4 versus 3. Still Astralis in the ascendancy within this round, and it may well be just the delayed impact of that tactical timeout. They weren't able to win the round directly following it, but they might just be able to lock this one out. 1 minute left to go. Iconic with vertical angles as well, just preparing, waiting for somebody to show their face at that window, and he'll rip them off the rappel if given half an opportunity. And it feels like OXG maybe just a little bit unsure how best to proceed. I feel like it's got into a window that they weren't expecting there as well. The other one was the one being watched out by the Valkyrie. In comes the EE1D, steps across onto that goo mine that everyone will have heard, and now they'll know. Razor Bloom's also being triggered as Vert is on the hunt here, trying to find his player on the upstairs. It is J9O all by himself now, locked inside of storage, but do they know that he's got himself in freezer? Because if so, he's dead as a dodo, Tim. He certainly is, but time is becoming a factor. 25 seconds left to go. They need to get this top floor control, and meanwhile, Forest manages to find Sweater elsewhere, so we're now down to a 3 versus 2. Fox here, super low health. Diffuser is not in hand, and this is not looking good for OXG. It could be the first successful defense for Astralis. The return to mining looks like it's going to pay off as Spiff manages to find one. 6 seconds left to go. It's all up to Vertical. He moves around. He gets cut down, and that's going to be the round for Astralis, and this is game on. 5-4 now. Bit of a sigh of relief as well for Astralis, I imagine, finally getting themselves started in the second half. And just as they maybe feel, okay, cool, now we can start building some momentum, Oxygen kill that dead, calling in their own tactical timeout as they want 45 seconds to address what went wrong there and what they've got to do to get things back on track. Not forgetting, of course, we've got like a couple more rounds then to go back through sites. They've already won and played and won previously, but that would basically guarantee us getting near to overtime as Astralis are only 1 round short. Another defense like that, and they're there. That will push Oxygen to take the tactical timeout. They pull the trigger on the pause and just see if they can inject a bit of pace back into this attack. They really didn't want that momentum broken. Obviously, from their perspective, it would have been best if they could have just continued rolling throughout that to get themselves locked out and done here on Cafe. But Astralis just showing that successful defense. We're going to have a reading room defense, I think it's going to be, that Astralis will follow up to. So they're going to be playing, you know, very similar style. It's going to be that mid floor. It's going to be the top floor hold. It's going to be a little bit more of the same. With a Vigil coming along as well. I haven't seen that picked out yet today. I thought we might even see it on Bankers. I think back to a couple of players over in EU. We've seen Benja do it. We've seen, I want to say Merc pulled off a massive 3K on a push out of Logistics on their last SI as well. But nope, here on Cafe, it's Forest bringing out the big guns and seeing what he can do. To be fair, actually, the K1A I don't think has been hit too hard by the recoil changes. I know when I saw the spray pattern, I was like, my God, that gun is dead. But then it was actually quite similar to a lot of others. It's no longer a laser beam, but still a really good gun when you look at how the recoil works. So hopefully Forest has a big round.
Here we go then. It's going to be reading room, and it's going to be a top floor defense from Astralis. We see a bit of utility now then. Interestingly, what have we got going on down in the basement? We've got somebody down, well, I say basement, it's the ground floor really, down in Bakery and Wedding, just roaming around. And it's going to be Forest on the Vigil, as you said, just trying to make himself difficult really. He needs to get out into the map, you know, keep himself off the drones and just force them to come and face check everything. If nothing else, Vigil's primary function is to burn as much time as possible. Just leave the attackers chasing shadows around. If he gets a kill or two along the way, then all the better.
Absolutely. Well, nothing really cheeky being picked off too early on. Still plenty of time for that Vigil to cause some mischief amongst the ranks of the OXG lineup. Looking at that, Flores also coming in for Nuas, just screams they want to be burning through some of the utility that may well impede them on the way there. The only real thing to be concerned about, to be honest with you, is going to be those Banshees and the bulletproof camera from the Aruni. Everything else is sort of whatever and just taken out in the natural flow of the round. Here on this top floor, though, that's where they've dug in, where they've really established themselves, and Oxygen must have read by now that there is some work to do to clear out those players.
Spiff still able to keep his position in Cocktail, just waiting for the push to come from that new hatch side, but there's not going to be anything ahead of him for the time being. OXG certainly no major rush to get in here and start dislodging these defenders. Nua's just having a little peek here and there, just gently, tentatively, just prodding at the defenses to see, you know, what information can be gained. I think, you know, there's maybe a little bit of lack of confidence of exactly what's going on ahead of them. I think we are a natural detonate there. Sweater going to take a little bit of damage, but not too much. That's absolutely fine, and it leaves Iconic, of course, with no nitro in pocket. There comes the first challenge, though. Nua's absolutely deleting Spiff out of the top floor and gets a second onto Shuttle.
Barely touched as well, down to about half HP at this stage, but nothing you're going to cry over too much if you knew as knowing you can land those headshots for free almost every single time. There's still a player chucked in though. I don't think they're even aware that he's here. Jane, I know, in a great spot, finds one, the swing comes in, but they can't complete. What scared the player away that was pushing in from behind them? Because really, that should have been a guaranteed trade coming in, but it simply didn't happen. The flash was enough as Nua steps in and collects yet another. On course for a 4K here if he can find the last man.
Shot. Going to be Iconic that manages to take down Sweater. He's going to continue fighting, trying to take back some control of the top floor at least, as many as he can get up there. But he's down to about 15-20 health now, so one bullet is likely to do the job. He really needs to pick his moments to attack. 35 seconds left to go. Nuas has diffuser in hand, opportunity to put that down on the ground. Hasn't taken it yet, and it's an interesting choice not to get that trigger pulled and get it put down, but Foxy will beat him to the punch. Find that final kill, take Iconic out, and OXG level things up 5-5, and we're at least going to see all 12 of Cafe.
Already a good catch there as well, coming in from a drone just to spot the players in storage. Immediate snap call, and Foxy knew the swing was there and he's ready for the taking. So after their timeout, Oxygen get one back. Both teams have now had their timeout, won the next round, and then kind of been paused after that. Where we go from here is anyone's guess, Tim, because for a couple of rounds, I really thought Oxygen were going to steam on towards a 7-4 win. Suddenly, I'm not so sure. It really could go either way.
Certainly could. Reading room, as you say, it will be once again Astralis just sort of doubling down and trying to make sure they can get it done this time, but there was just nothing really from them. No teeth up on the top floor. Nuas was able to just walk through them and take them down one at a time, and they can't allow that to happen this time around. Spiff found himself sort of stood in no man's land, really, in Cocktail, just waiting for that challenge to be made onto him. He just needs to be a little bit more careful about his positioning this time around. So we've got the Astralis setup nearly complete now as we head towards the action phase, and we're going to have Forest on the pulse. I like that. I do prefer the pulse to the Vigil, I will say. I think, you know, that information is very important, especially we've already said, you know, we've lost some information ops. So yeah, it's going to be a good chance for them to just have a bit of a better idea of what OXG are doing.
Yeah, I do like the information game they're playing with the Valkyrie and that in tandem together. We spoke a little bit about some of the information game being taken away, the mirror off the board, the Solace being taken away, the KB being removed as well. It has been a theme running throughout the bands that we've seen operator-wise across these three maps so far. We'll see exactly what impact they can have in this realm when you've got those things all on side. Do, of course, also have the IQ on the other side, though, and for good reason, because obviously spotting out those black eye cameras can be quite difficult at times. It's really fun when there's an IQ versus a Solis, as one of the two are running around basically doing the same job, and it's a question of who can do the most damage to the other with the information that they collect. IQ quite a niche pick overall, always picked in these kind of situations when there's things like, or maybe more used to be picked when there were things like yokais in the field. These days more specifically isolated towards targeting down the black eyes, but also very valuable for spotting out utility all through the map that needs to be removed.
Nice use of the Rotero drone there, just to take away a lot of that cocktail utility, which is going to really hamper the top floor hold from Astralis. Vertical looking to go in. He can see the prox alarm, so that's going to be his first target more than likely, because he knows he'll probably be challenged as and when he moves through there. But J9O has actually been forced away from Pixel, so that should just give a little bit of freedom for the IQ to get on in and start taking some control of Piano.
There we go. That's exactly why the IQ is valuable as well. Spotting out these gadgets on the way through, as long as the wee-woos, as Fresh would call them. Yeah, proximity alarm's the more official term, but wee-woos is the kind of sound that it would make.
It certainly does make that kind of sound. I think just picking up on the pulse underneath as well there, the IQ, but not able to make any direct impact. It's Neuers who has all the impact. Neuers will be cut down though, as Spiff manages to find a trade. Spiff doing a better job than last. I picked up how he was a little bit caught in no man's land, but not this time. Manages to get the kill, gets his revenge, and leaves us now 4 versus 4, just under a minute to go.
You're going to push down. Can Spiff find one here? No, it's a wonderful little crouch around the corner from Vert to bring down Spiff into a 4 versus 3, make it a 4 versus 2. Oxygen collecting momentum here as well. 2 more stand between them and match and series point as they look for those 3 points.
We've got the pulse underneath. Forest just playing for information, but there's not really too much of a direct vertical opportunity for him here. He does have Nitro in hand, but it just depends exactly where that play is made. Iconics all alone inside a site. He's trying to fight back. Forest does manage to find a vertical Nitro. Fantastically played, but he now also finds himself 1v3 and cut down by vertical, leaving Oxygen on the map and series point. 6-5. They will only get 1 opportunity.
Got to close it out here and now. The last thing you really want to be stepping into is overtime, I feel, just to make those 3 rounds. The difference between 3 points and 1. It does also mean equally for Astralis. They're feeling that pressure now as well. No opportunity for a timeout. You've got to figure it out here and now, boys, as we head down to that ground floor for Kitchen as our final site in regulation.
It's certainly the final in regulation. It could be the final. It could be the final on Cafe. It could not. We may well go to a few extra rounds, but it will all depend on the next 3 minutes and 45 seconds and just exactly how it plays out. Astralis have felt a little bit wobbly overall on the defense for me. You know, so far they have only had 1 defensive win. They need to find a second if they want to take this into overtime and try and take the lion's share of the points. I'm not sure that they can do it. I feel like I favour OXG at the minute. It's still reasonably close. You know, Astralis have got it in the locker, I guess. But just given what we've seen so far, OXG seem to have at least most of the answers to these attacks.
Absolutely. I mean, Forest here, I spoke in the last round about not needing an IQ to tackle the yokais. Exactly what Vert agrees with. Steps away from the IQ onto the line instead. Not a big deal because, of course, Yokai is no longer invisible, haven't been now for quite some time, but still being very impactful in the hands of players like Deepak. Here on this side, regardless of who plays it, we've seen, I think, old school Team Empire. Shepard, for example, tucking away some real cheeky ones, hiding them up in the rafters on this side or underneath the serving trays, and just pulling them out in the dying 10 seconds to be able to interrupt plants. Kendra, another player that was also quite prolific at that for quite some time in Europe. We'll see if Forest has a big impact with those, though, as we step through.
We're seeing the contrast of styles here. If you remember the first time that we saw OXG defend Kitchen, I said that you can sometimes play with the players above, or you can play on a horizontal with somebody inside a VIP, and that is very much what is happening from Astralis here. Iconic manages to get an opener, but it's going to be traded out fairly quickly, and we're going to see him taken down, leaving us in a 4 versus 4. Forest is still in position in VIP. A little bit of a risky spot for your Echo. It's maybe going to limit his opportunity to be able to use those Yokai drones late in the round, because it's a position that's generally going to be challenged, and just about gets his his kill. I was a little bit worried about the timing for Forest there. I thought he was just going to get caught in the animation, but no. Manages to take down Foxy, and that is advantage Astralis.
It was a great bit of work as well, because the whole time he was going for that jump out, we had Shuttle stood just to his side as well for anyone that might be pushing up from White Corridor, so he was there to be able to capitalize on their would-be aggression onto the jump out. Smart bit of team play coming out of Astralis. It didn't have to come into action, but still good seeing them have each other's back like that. Now we're in a spot, in comes one, and Spiff hits a wonderful shot to bring it down to a 2v4 for OXG, and it feels, Tim, like overtime is all but guaranteed unless we see an absolute miracle play coming out of Sweater and Dream.
It certainly seems like it's looming. Dream has played well so far on Cafe. So far 11 and 8, leading the way for his team in kills. So if you want anybody left at this point, it would be Dream. He's hitting his shots, but you can see now Astralis have just taken their foot off the gas a little bit. They're sitting back. They're happy to watch their angles. They know there's absolutely no need for them to push this. Sweater is able to recover that diffuser. He's actually going to relocate, maybe push round to Bakery, but you just feel like they're clutching at straws.
Just a little bit, yeah. Whatever they can pull together here would have to be absolutely miraculous. They've still got the Banshee to deal with on this pushing through the door. Now the question is, how aggressive do they get? Spiff, maybe a little bit over for a second as Dream finds one. They've done a good amount of damage, but can they convert it into a kill? Because unless they get rid of Spiff, he's just waiting to capitalize on that Banshee. There's another one waiting on the front door. Banshees might just prove to be the MVP in this round, Tim.
Dream moves away. He's going to rotate to try and support, maybe from Wedding, and that's another freebie. Sweater walks in and gets Spiff. We're in a 2v2, but only 15 seconds left to go. It's Sweater. It's Dream. They need to push in and get inside a site here. Sweater does have the diffuser, so he may have an opportunity to put it down on the ground, but it's all down to whether Dream can cover sufficiently to keep him safe. Now then, they're not in a position to plant just yet. Dream almost finds his man on the spray down. Sweater's planting. Shuttle's got to do something. He comes in, cut down, and somehow Dream manages to find those kills, and that is going to be OXG taking Cafe there and now. A 2 versus 4 Des turned around for the win.
Unbelievable. We've seen this happen so many times today as well in favor of OXG. They've been in 4v3s, 4v2s, and 3v4s or 2v4s and still come out the winner. So as well, Sweater straight in chat saying, lol, less typing, sit. One of those for him that they'll be absolutely delighted with that victory as well. Again, they take 3 points away from the NA Derby. What a series that's been, Tim.
I've thoroughly enjoyed it. As you say, Border started off a little bit chaotic. It was, you know, it was a little bit all over the place. But yeah, we've just gone from strength to strength as those maps have gone on. And then, you know, what a finish inside the 12 rounds. I honestly thought, you know, for all my money, that was going into overtime there. I thought that was going to be an extra 3 rounds if ever I saw it. But no, Dream, I mean, I said at the time, Dream, if you want anybody on Cafe with the performances that we'd seen, Dream was one of the players that you want left to try and clutch out that situation. Him and Sweater playing it beautifully.
What I love is we've had so many moments there as well across the whole team of OXG that have really shone. Yep. Whether it was the ace coming out of Ver earlier on, Dream in those plant-based situations, Nuas has been prolific throughout the whole thing. It was a really good team performance, and that is the key word. It's not down to one individual carrying them through a couple of maps. It's a team performance.
I like what I see from both teams. You know, there's areas for improvement. It's game one. There always is. But yeah, both enjoyable to watch. And I think, you know, they're going to provide us some more entertainment as the week goes on. And I'd expect to see one, if not both, in the playoffs at that point.
I agree. Again, on the basis that first to fourth place tends to go through, you will see them shine.
I'd be surprised for either of them.
The only real difficult thing now is others in their group is Lost One, BDS, and CAG. Lost One don't play. Today was their bye day. They'll play tomorrow. Cyclops was probably written off by many as the team that won't make it out. They'll be the ones getting knocked out, but they've just beat BDS 2-1.
Yes, they did.
So suddenly in this group, there is no clear leader like we've seen in Group A, where W7M won and got the 4 points against Elevate, for example. So I don't want to write CAG off. They've won what many would probably consider to be the hardest game in this group. A result against Lost One, a result against one of these two teams, and suddenly that 5th spot just opens up under every other team in the group.
Honestly, you know, I haven't done the maths directly on it, but I think you could be looking at a situation where top 4 going through, 2 wins might be enough.
It may well prove to be enough. Time will tell as we go into our next few days, but I hear that our desk is ready, so let's throw over to them now.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Our first NA showdown at SI, and it goes to OXG. And I was here working the desk with Demo and Ollie, and I didn't get to see the third map. So summarize for me.
It was about as back and forth as it was supposed to be. I think Border went to overtime, and that was a little bit more chaotic. And then we head to map 2, but that's a place where we already understand Oxygen are going to play considerably better. Their attacks look great. But then we get to Cafe, and that's a map neither team has really played before, and it has every reason to be extremely close because both teams have maybe played it a combined 5 times over the past year. Then they jump into it today. It goes 7-5. There's several lead changes in that bad boy. Fantastic game overall, I think, for both squads.
No, it was an awesome matchup. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. I mean, I think that it was a very fun game to watch. It was a back and forth game for sure. I think you do have to take a look at those defenses from Astralis in particular as maybe an area to work on, something to improve. They won 5 defensive rounds out of 17. That's less than a third in terms of percentages. And I get it, right? We played Bank, we played Border, we played some attacker side of maps, but still you'd like to get that a little bit higher, especially finishing on Cafe, them not being able to get more than just 1 round on defense through 12 rounds. Really struggling there from Astralis on that defensive side. It felt like they were kind of moving around a lot, getting a little scrappy there on those defenses. So who knows how they'll adapt on that as they continue going forward, but certainly something to work on.
Okay, and we just pulled up the map summary here from map 3, and we were chatting earlier, Jesse, you said the word scrappy, but OXG improved as this went on, Jacob. I mean, from what I saw the early rounds. I was like, oh, we're going back and forth. This is a dogfight.
No, they definitely did. Dream was a lockdown player several times. There were multiple occasions where you remember why he's the guy who stays on site. You remember why your anchor player needs to be somebody who is that that important, especially with an SMG. And that's exactly how Dream ended this one with 2 straight kills to ensure that this thing didn't turn into an absolute scrag fest in overtime like we had back in map 1. OXG decided to put the nail in the coffin early, and it means that we don't need to concern ourselves with additional rounds after the fact. And it's a thing where just because Dream has 13 kills and Foxy and Vert are down at the bottom of the scoreboard, that's not symbolizing that suddenly this entire map turned on its head or the roles were not where they were meant to be. That's just a result of the way that OXG play, and the Dream is somebody who absolutely can clutch up and lock down if need be, and he did here.
Yeah, tough kind of final map as well for Forrest. We saw him at the bottom of the scoreboard for his team on Astralis, and I think that's almost symbolized by that final round where he's jumping out of the bottom floor cafe as the Echo. Got the kill, sure, the play worked out, but it's like it's 4v4. It's still like these are the kind of desperation plays that it kind of felt like Astralis were maybe being backed into. Maybe they didn't feel like they had all that control that they would want to be having, so they're going for scrappy kind of aggressive plays like this. And it did work to their benefit a couple of times, especially like back on Border. However, I think again, just that consistency on defense wasn't really there for them today.
Border is always the kind of map where if you lose just 1 room, suddenly the entire complexion of the round changes, because that many people may be focusing on a room and providing angles into it, or whether you're trying to hold the choke down, and then you play a map like Cafe, considerably bigger, you can't play it the same way, yet it felt like Astralis was playing it the same way, and they're 2 completely different map styles or ecosystems overall. Nice idea, I think. Well, what happened with Echo that everyone decided they wanted to start roaming with him?
It's gone a little faster.
I wonder what change that was. And I think as a result, it's giving people a lot more reason to think they have agency. You have a really good gun with a 1.5. You're going to play like that. Same thing with Oryx. Same thing back when Alibi had a 1.5. It's that exact same kind of aggressive play style. Astralis loved playing into it, but OXG were far better at reading into it this game.
Okay, well, I do want to talk about Astralis a little bit. Okay, for the rookie's first game, thoughts?
Not bad from Spiff. I mean, it almost felt like how his time in SCS looked, right? Like, not bad.
Not bad, yeah.
Kills. He didn't have the crazy performance that, some rookies have had, but I think he played well, right? You're not going to put this loss on Spiff by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
Yeah.
There were times where it looked like Spiff may be the MVP for this whole game, right? He was up there at times, certainly in this series, but anytime you're the youngest player at an event coming in for your very first time as a rookie, it's going to be a ton of pressure on your shoulders. I think he sometimes maybe could have taken more of those opportunities. I think whilst they were kind of aggressive sometimes on defense, maybe if he found more of those flanks going through. This was a big thing, especially on Bank. It felt like oftentimes they were just sitting back. They weren't taking those chances when maybe they had to because it was such an attacker side of map against them. So, maybe there's some moments where he can step up a little bit more, but I don't think that you're going to criticize Spiff after this game. I think solid first showing from him. I'm excited to see how it grows.
Yeah, not bad at all for his debut. I do want to take it back to OXG and get back on their hype train here a little bit, but Jacob, we got to talk about the synergy between Sweater and Vertical for sure.
Far better, I guess. Again, defensively was not the problem. We were trying to figure out how they're going to flex on offense when they push toward a building, and it was exactly like it was advertised in SCS at the end of Stage 3. You give Vertical more of the responsibilities with characters like Lion, guys who take way more control of the mid-round, and it's exactly the way that Dream said they were attempting to draw things up when they made that switch in Stage 3. You allow Sweater to do what Sweater does. That's let's go kill, let's go lead into things, because his entire philosophy is be a homing missile and start off the round with a bang. If Vertical, for some reason at this point in his career, isn't able to keep up to the same standard that he had from a couple of years ago, you can use him in a much more effective capacity in the middle of the round, attempting to use more crowd control operators and ensure that flanks are far more shored up. It almost won them border. Let's be clear, the way that they made that kind of correction, this thing could have been over in 2 maps based on how they played their bank. It was fantastic to look at it that way. And I think if that kind of play continues, OXG should be in for a much easier ride. But I'll make this point about both Oxygen and Astralis. The fact that you started this entire series by playing an NAL opponent is probably the single best prep you could have had for when you go into the internationals later, because you've played each other so often and you had that one game in SCS against one another that went OXG's way. Yes, this series ended the same, but it does mean when you go to face the international opponents, you're going to have a little bit more of a base of understanding of where you're actually at, and then you get more game day reps over the next 4 days. Good for both teams, I think.
Yeah, and then continuing on the hype train for OXG, Newers, I mean, you brought him up in the pre-show.
Oh.
I know, great performance.
Yeah, you'll have to see Newers pop off, right? I said that he's playing the best siege of his career, and I think he continued that on this game. Was putting up some insane numbers throughout the matches overall, was definitely the highest rated player, had a ridiculous KD, almost hitting 2.0, if my numbers are correct here, for his stats, 42 and 23.
Wow.
A ridiculous stat line for him to come through. We've talked about him being the entry king, the one that really leads the charge for Auction. He continues to do that. It was Sweater more often than not, I believe, back on border. Was getting a lot of those opening picks, but as the series went on, I think Newers kind of refit back into that role, was getting a lot of those opening picks, really making things easy for Oxygen, especially on a lot of those attacking rounds.
The end of map 2? The ace?
Yes, the ace to finish it off.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. So much we could talk about there. But you know what? Let's check on Group C and see if we can get a little update on the standings.
This should be looking pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. Honestly.
Oh my God.
I'm still in shock by BDS. I'm not going to lie. I mean, like, I had a lot of fun talking about this matchup, but just real talk, like, BDS is, everyone's talking about that right now.
Okay, that definitely looks a little bit strange, because it should be Oxygen above BDS, technically. That should be what it is. However,
for your eyes, everyone.
For what it's worth, Cyclops with 3 points is already crazy enough, but I think the fact that this series also went to 3 maps and you only had one team capable of winning 3 points and Cyclops winning 3 means that every single point at this stage is going to matter. Cyclops proved that they're not a pushover that you can just farm points from in this group, and it means that if you don't, for some reason, end a series 2-0, like, every single point will come down to the wire and will matter in the end. Probably a lot more than people were expecting, given the fact that BDS lost.
Your thoughts on Group C?
I mean, I think it's a lot, like, it could not physically be closer, right? Like, with 2 games both going to 3 maps, that means that there's the widest possible spread on points. Even though CAG are on top right now, and even though Auction are on top right now, they cannot feel safe, right? Still plenty of more days to go through. Los One still have all 4 matches to play, so they're currently on 0, but they've got a lot more games to play compared to everybody else who still just have 3 games to go. And for the teams that lost today, right? Astralis, BDS, they are by no means out of it. The field is wide open for Group C still.
It's just day 1, everybody. So exciting for OXG versus Astralis there, but we got another matchup to talk about, M80 versus FaZe. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a flash to talk about all that.
I'm Nicholas Mortson, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Group D time. Whew. It has been a wild day so far. I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm with my two faves. Oh, I shouldn't say that.
Well, you said it now.
Well, we're your favorites now. Every other
I
analyst.
don't know about Jacob, but Jesse for sure. I'm kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. You're all my favorites. You're all my babies, and I love you all equally.
Jackie, you're my favorite too.
Moving on.
Jackie, the internet is forever, and you can't take things back.
Really?
Yeah.
So if I accidentally started talking and thought I wasn't live, will people see that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure people will see that.
Okay.
If enough people
I'm starting
saw
to get
that
nervous.
live, it means everyone saw
Was that on the internet?
I think so.
Okay, so moving on, we have a very interesting matchup today. I can't be serious, but we do have a big matchup, and I'm serious about it, Jesse, okay? We got the 8th seed versus the 11th seed, M80 versus Brazilian FaZe. Are we feeling hype for this one, Jacob? Give me some hype.
Hey, I'm hype about it, but I have to say it definitely is weird not seeing this team rep the set. Looking at them in a different jersey is something it's going to take a little bit of getting used to, because we've seen them under a different banner for a while, and they started this exact 5-stack under a completely different brand that we shouldn't talk about because technically they're not with them anymore.
Yeah,
but M80 is now on the scene. And
I like the green.
I like the green, but like the one green sleeve down one side, I thought was an interesting design choice.
I like it.
Okay, not Jacob critiquing fashion right now.
Oh my God, I'm staying out of
No,
this.
I'm not hating on your fashion.
You're wearing camo cargo pants, Jackie.
Staying out of it.
Okay.
You don't even have a box you can stuff off.
We're not.
I know,
We're not
right?
even. I really didn't mean for that to be mean, and then it came out and it was mean, and then I felt bad. Okay, moving on. You know what? Hi everybody watching at home. Let's get things started with M80. Roll it. Your fashion's really nice. I was kidding.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm going to start with Jacob because he just has impeccable fashion sense. He's undoubtedly the fashionista of the Siege world.
Thank you.
So, Jacob, I will start with you. Did I make up for it?
Yeah.
A mean comment earlier by accident?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, thank you, Jacob.
Thank you
okay,
for apologizing.
getting serious, looking back at the year for this team, Stage 3 was rough. I don't want to be mean. I'm being mean. I can't say nice things right now. Okay.
That's okay. I mean,
they fell off. Is that safe to say?
A little bit, but I think it's because in Stage 3 they maybe didn't take things nearly as seriously as they could. Kind of like we are with this desk, but that's okay because at the end of the day. Something to note with M80, when they started out the year, they had to basically build a Frankenstein's monster of a roster from a lot of different components. They decided to take some pieces from Challenger League that hadn't played in the NAL before. They went with some OXG pieces that played at the Invitational, and now they're here having gone to 2 majors, playoffs at 2 majors in fact, made some pretty decent runs, got a lot of people hyped, and then suddenly in Stage 3, everything hits a bit of a roadblock. It's not nearly as synergistic. There's definitely a case to be made for it because they had so busy of a year. Now they're going into a final stage. There's already a bit of burnout because you've traveled a lot. You've played a whole bunch of Siege at that point. And Stage 3 doesn't go the way that they look for. And as soon as they're not confirmed to go to the major, they're just like, well, I guess at this point, the rest of the stage doesn't matter nearly as much. Now we're getting to a point where they need to come back out of that slump. And I still think they're going to win this group.
You're a believer.
Don't take anything about
Jacob.
Stage 2 nearly as seriously as that.
I think that is baloney because
What?
M80, you can say that they don't care once it gets to the end of the stage, and I'll give you the DZ game, whatever, the final match of Stage 3. I'm going to ignore it. But I think the rest of that game, or the rest of that stage, you can still really point out some significant problems that we saw from M80 that they just weren't having great coordination through. They were the lowest plant team through the entirety of Stage 3. They planted 4 times, the whole stage. Bit of a problem. They also had a bit of disconnections coming through with Spirits on the Monty, oftentimes being a little bit disconnected from the team, wasn't seeming like he was really synced up with everybody. We saw a bit more inconsistencies from him and Gomez, who had a pretty rough stage. I'm not convinced that they've gone to Brazil. They've done their boot camp. They've been prepping that down there, but I'm not convinced that all of those problems are going to be solved. And I also think it's a tough group. I think their opponents today is going to be a tough matchup for them. I think a couple of their opponents down the road as well. I mean, right now we've got Dark Zero and Heroic playing right now. Dark Zero is gonna cause some problems, so I'm worried. And you saying that they're gonna come through with first seed, Jacob?
Definitely.
I don't know.
Okay, gentlemen. Okay. I was not expecting Jesse to get that fired up. Look
He usually does.
Jacob.
And the funny part is
right.
sometimes he will get this fired up and then we'll still be wrong after. So
You're right.
Not this time.
Okay, that's enough from you two for now. Let's see how M80 is feeling going into this SI and roll their interview, please. Calm down.
My name is Kino. I play for M80 and I play Hard Breach. I'm in Group D. The teams are Dark Zero, FaZe, Secret, and Heroic. I think this should be really straightforward. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get first and no team's gonna stand a chance against us. Our preparation has been really good. Last month we went to Brazil for a boot camp. It was really beneficial for us, scrimming in another country, learning new strats, learning different play style. And I'm sure it was beneficial for the other teams as well that scrimmed us. And we are ready for SI. We think we're capable of winning it all. The team I'm looking for to play the most is probably Dark Zero in our group. I have a rivalry with Troy, Canadian, and my boy Pambazoo for a while now, and I consider them close friends. I feel like it's always going to be a good game. Every time we play against them, it's always a good matchup, and our play styles clash together, so hope for a good one. Here's a message for Dark Zero, especially Troy, Canadian. Be glad that we're on your group, because that's the only way you're going to make playoffs.
Jesse got a little bit fired up there. So, Jacob, I want to give you time for a rebuttal.
Okay. Specifically about what he said or about what the interview
I guess whatever you want to say.
Well, here's the big thing.
Yes, because you're a believer in this team.
M80 for the past couple of majors that they've gone to have always demonstrated more of a maturity about them than I was expecting given all of their different backgrounds and where they came from. Now we're at a point where all of those different puzzle pieces are coming to a head, and I like the fact that Kino is not being nearly as rambunctious as he could be or sometimes what they're like on stage after they win. They're demonstrating a very calm energy, and they do still have the skills to back everything up. A guy guy by the name of DS Lucas was the highest rated M80 player of the year, and he's not somebody who plays on primary entry. Like, Yag is usually the one in the spotlight, sometimes whether it's Spirits or Gomez, depending on which one of them played Finka back when she was in the meta. That's somebody who you're always going to look at. But there's all these different puzzle pieces that they absolutely can use to go way further than they've ever gone before. They made quarters at Charlotte, semis in Berlin, and everyone thought they'd make grand finals in Jönköping if that exact same trend kept being a staircase in the right direction. They can still be that. But the only questions are, how many teams have adapted to the way that they play explosively on defense, and what are they going to do now that a very potent attacker that they used to play a whole bunch of doesn't see nearly as much meta play? There are questions about them, but if they play at their highest level, they're going to win this group. There's no way they won't.
Y'all ain't going to see eye to eye on this. I'm just laughing because Jesse's just sitting there like this.
Hey, a wise Astralis member once said, talk is cheap. We'll see today. We'll see today.
Okay, well, that is enough about M80. Let's pivot to their opponent, and here's a look at FaZe. Stunning. Have you guys seen that TikTok?
I'm not on TikTok.
I'm not really a TikTok guy, Jackie.
Yeah, sorry.
Are we still your favorite?
Neither of you are on TikTok?
No.
Okay, let's get back to this. I thought you would get stunning. Okay, moving on. So, Jesse, let's talk about this roster here. Something quite different. And I just looked at the camera and I was like, cameraman's gone.
He is.
Vidaking, though, is here.
He is.
Is he here to stay? And is he doing a great job?
Listen, Jackie, there's a lot of folks in the Big Brain Club Discord who've been hating on this roster move for a little while now because everybody loves Cameraman, and I do too, okay? He's a personality. He's a guy who has defined the FaZe Clan as a team for a long time now, but I think as a player, he was always a little weird. Usually, he was kind of an anchor on FaZe for their last couple of stages, but sometimes he's on the other side of the map. Usually, he's kind of a support flex on attack, but sometimes he's jumping into the map with Amaru. I think bringing in Vidaking will really transform this roster and unlock potential for the other players. Take a look at the ops right now that are on your screen. Vidaking, the one thing that should clearly stand out to everybody, he's a very traditional support player. He's playing that hard breach. Hibana, Ace, Thermite, 3 most popular operators from stage 3 on attack. He also runs a little bit of Capitao, which can be quite spicy. I'm hoping we see some of that today. But even on defense, right? Smoke, Mute, he can be that anchor. He can be that IGL. And they just released a video, I believe it was yesterday, on the FaZe Clan Twitter about how Vidaking coming in has taken a lot of pressure off Astro specifically from those IGL duties. Previously, Astro was talking a lot with this team. He was their primary IGL, but he didn't love the role. He felt like he was kind of limited by it. Now they've got a dedicated IGL. They've got a dedicated support player. It's going to allow Astro to pop off more. It's going to allow Souls to get off hard breach. It's going to allow everybody to kind of move more on that defensive side, get more into the roams. And so I think this roster move really makes sense, and I'm very excited to see how it goes for FaZe.
If you're bringing a rookie into the fray, you're doing one of two things with him. He's either going to be the next Prodigy Fragger who's going to kill everybody, or he's going to have some other kind of captaincy and take more charge of the field in some way, shape, or form, and that's exactly what Vidaking is intended to do. He played on the team back in the day. You remember these guys from one event we did from before, Escalina the Boo Boo? That team was one that was intended to be a T2 farm squad that was comprised of all of these guys that were going to be demon slayers at some point down the road in the lower tiers of Brazil. That's exactly what they became. They ran the table on Serie B. They were down there just below BR6, and then they get picked up by a team called Magic Squad at the very tail end. That's where GDN from W7M has now gone to. Right. Vidaking, for his own part, he's traditional hard support, but that does mean his role is very clearly defined. He may be able to play other operators, but he's come in specifically for his leadership to steer this FaZe Clan in a different direction. However, because we're doing this with all the rookies, you have to pose the same questions that you have about everybody else who's coming in for the first time, but it's different for a guy like Vidaking because he's coming into IGL. He's not just coming in to kill people like somebody like a Spiff or an Arcully. There is a role, like stylistic difference. Is he going to be able to live up to that pressure? That's the one question I want answered from this event. How does he do specifically?
Yeah, I mean, this is his Tier 1 tournament debut, so nerves, we can't eliminate that. You know, could happen. Sure. Or maybe he'll pop off. It's Siege. We never know, right? Jacob, I do want to talk about FaZe a little bit more. They were in the top 3 here at SI last year, I believe, and historically they do well in international tournaments. They're imbued with a new vigor when they're here. When I got to see them last year, I truly sensed that energy, right?
Yeah.
So, y'all know me and the energy. I mean, are they gonna bring it? Stop smiling at me.
Well, the problem...
But energy is important, and FaZe has it at international tournaments.
FaZe has it at international events. A lot of that came from cameraman because everybody was looking at him. Everyone looked at him to be a face.
Okay,
so it's not to say that that same level of energy will persist. It's not to say that it won't. We need to see the way that this team works around Vidaking's involvement. If he's going to be playing in a more hard support capacity, what does that leave Souls to do? Because he's the reason that they beat Damwon Kia to go to the finals of the major that they won in 2021. And now he has the fragging capacity, in spite of being the support player, to go and do even bigger things. What is he going to look like? Is Astro actually going to have less of the responsibility on him to push forward into the future and do what FaZe, or this new age FaZe Clan, needs them to do? It all revolves around Vidaking and the way everyone revolves around him. Think of it that way.
Okay, you're both bringing up a ton of interesting factors here, but let's see how FaZe is feeling and take a look inside their head. Let's watch this interview really fast.
Meu nome é Leonardo, eu jogo pela FaZe Clan. Minha função no time é intermediário. Bom, a gente está no grupo D, é um grupo de times muito agressivos, muito fortes. Bom, o time que eu quero enfrentar nesse campeonato é a COI, é um time que a gente enfrentou em Berlim, é a mesma equipe, só que diferentes orgs. Eu espero ter minha revanche contra eles. Bom, a minha expectativa para esse campeonato ela é muito boa. Eu acho que a gente fez uma mudança muito boa no time, trouxe um cara que tem muita calma, muita tranquilidade na partida, e ele vai trazer essa característica que a gente não tinha antes para o campeonato. Eu acho que a gente vai chegar muito forte para esse campeonato, sim. Bom, queria mandar uma mensagem para meus oponentes, para eles ficarem bem atentos aí com o nosso estilo de jogo. Eu acho que eles vão ficar muito surpresos com o que a gente vai trazer para esse campeonato e espero que eles tenham muita sorte para jogar contra a gente. É isso.
I'm loving the confidence from all these teams. Canadian was funny, though, earlier. I don't know if you saw his interview. He's just like, everyone play good Siege and have fun. He's safe out there or something like really calm. You know what, though? We talked about, we're not going down that road right now. Okay, we're talking about FaZe. The team's had a lot of ups and downs this year, but how are we feeling right now? Like, do they have what it takes to succeed here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they obviously had a bit of an earlier exit in Young Shipping than they would have wanted to, but people are forgetting that this team is a powerhouse. They're always at the top, and that defensive side is so good. Despite the fact they went out in quarterfinals, they still the second best defensive win rate of any team in the most recent major in Sweden, 65%. This team will give you no ground for free. They don't let up. They're not going to let you have anything. And with the maps coming in, Jacob, Oregon Chalet theme park? I mean, I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be fine.
I think I'm okay with it. The problem with this group, and these two teams in particular, they don't have map pools that line up at all. A map that one team likes is a map that another team literally tries to play as little as possible. So trying to find maps that were going to even get down to a decider point of view was going to be weird. Maybe it would be a club, maybe a border. And the fact that M80 and FaZe have gone for Oregon Chalet, these are maps that they specifically specialize in. I remember back when the old XSET roster was fantastic on Oregon, they 7-0'd the Soniqs at the beginning of the stage. Everyone thought they were the second coming of a new age in Rainbow Six. FaZe Clan going for Chalet, that's been a LATAM and Brazilian battleground for quite a while. Both of these seem like they play into both teams' individual strengths, but this also highlights just how important your own map pick is to win, because your pools are so divergent. If you don't win your own map, you're going to be struggling on the other one and then maybe lose this series before you even understand what happened. So you need to prioritize your map selection, and if it ends up going to decider, great, but just make sure you do your job before then and you're fine.
Okay, I want us to talk about predictions at length here. So usually I'm just like, shout it out at me. Jesse, who's winning?
I think
make an argument.
Well, I think
make it a long one.
I think it's going to be a FaZe Clan win.
Okay.
Jackie, I do. And I like M80, right? I think I've kind of talked down on them a bit on this desk, but I really do like M80. I've been hyping them up all year long. I'm just not sure about them coming into this event because we haven't seen them in so long. They've been down boot camping in Brazil. It's hard to know how that's really been going for them. And the last that we saw, there were real struggles. I think chalking up those struggles just to, wow, they didn't really care. They'd already been been to 2 majors. That's baloney. You can't really fall back on that. You can't rely on it. Some of their players like Spirits were really inconsistent throughout the entirety of the year, and you look back towards FaZe Clan, and again, I think the roster move makes sense. Jacob, you talked about how cameraman, you know, he's a loud guy, he talks a lot, he's kind of the voice of this team, and that's absolutely true. But they knew that when they got rid of him. They knew what the energy was going to be missing. I'm expecting them to be able to fill that role, no problem.
Big thing for me is not appreciating how little you actually like the NAL team on the stats, Jesse. I just have to point that out.
What do you mean? I love M80. I love M80.
You need to give them more hype. And here's the reason I'll give them hype. They win, they boot camped in Brazil.
Yeah.
And then they had a problem where Gomez needed to get his visa restructured on a very short time schedule. So what he had to do was leave Brazil to go to the East Coast and then come back. In order to do that, they had to shore up a lot of things and then practice through all of those problems. And then what does he do? Come back and then tell me
That's enough. You two stop arguing.
Is doing
We'll see how it plays out. We'll see how it plays out. Our teams are ready to go. But you know what, Jacob? We're going to go from one fashionable fellow to a duo that has exceptional style. Blue and Stokes. Hi.
Hello there, Jackie, and thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be back once again for the final matchup of the day here as we get prepared to jump into the first map now between M80, donning a new banner as well here, of course. Welcome M80 to the scene, and they're going to be going up against one of the titans of Latin America in FaZe Clan. Stokes, get your opening thoughts on this matchup.
Oh man, I think this is going to be an exciting one. I'm excited to see what M80 can do, the new rebranded X set, as well as what FaZe can possibly do with Vita King. And I mean, a lot of exciting games involving him with the T2 scene, you know, trying to just punch above his weight class, get up into T1, but it's finally happened. And what better roster to plug into than FaZe Clan? Really excited to see how they try and work this vehicle with a new engine installed. So gonna be pretty fun when it comes down to it, especially the map pool. I think that we got a good choice from, you know, the different kind of wines that we have here, especially since we got Oregon right into Chalet. I mean, two completely polar opposites to really test what we have on full display here.
Really good sampling, though, considering that these should be two very similar playstyles going up against each other. M80 is technically a North American team, of course, but as you heard the desk talk about, they are 3 out of 5 Latin American
There's some
players.
air quotes.
So yeah, there's like
air quotes.
Basically, use your own judgment to determine what team this region is from, essentially. Because while they qualified through the NAL and gained the majority of their points through there, of course, they do have quite a bit to call home for in the Latin American region. So they will definitely be representing that themselves a little bit, too. As we get into it, though, they're going to have to test themselves against some of the very best in the region in FaZe Clan. And even though, yes, they did make a roster change where M80 did not, it's a pretty perfect swap, as you've heard quite a few of us talk about now in FaZe Clan.
Yes, indeed. And already starting off with some strong bans here. I love this from FaZe Clan, already recognizing what M80's play style is. We're going to have to get used to that one, aren't we? As they're going to take the Monty. That's something that we usually see from Spirits. He really likes his shield plays, but that doesn't mean that he can't just take blitz. He's also kind of prone to that every once in a while. Really loves to try and throw off the defense with those shield plays, but going to be lacking one of those going into this game.
Zombie making sense here. Still seeing quite a bit of a Zombie play on most maps. She is a very useful operator, very much on a universal basis, and a very independent operator at that. If a very potent player is able to get a hold of her, she can become very dangerous. Oftentimes, she is first to be banned out. Cade, specifically for this map, has quite a few pain points where you can get those electric claws into positions where it is very difficult to deal with them. So it appears as though the team that banned him out does not want to deal with that, and they'll knock him out instead.
All right, so how are we going to start things off on Oregon here, folks? We got laundry supply for our defense down low, and it's looking fairly straightforward. A lot of delay here, as well as the warding coming in, just to make things a little bit easier for them if the full execute comes through from M80. They won't be thwarted by those potential smokes that they could have, but fortunately, obviously, we get to notice what's going to happen for M80. They could switch up a couple of different things for their operator lineup, but as of right now, that won't play too heavily into that situation, and more than likely just be the stuns coming through.
Got a couple players standing still, so we'll see what's going on with that in a second if there is anything going on.
It doesn't look like we've got a call for a rehost just yet.
Yeah, like I said, it seems like everything is on the up and up right now, so we haven't seen a rehost call, so we're just going to continue as normal until we are told otherwise. But as we take a look at this hold here from the FaZe Clan roster, it is going to be a fairly straightforward basement play from them. Just in terms of the utility being brought to the table as well, quite a bit to try and hold this back. Okay, yeah, so we did get that confirmed. We're just going to reset real quick. Had a feeling it was coming, just didn't want to make any assumptions, but we will do this very quickly, folks, as we didn't even start the first round, so it should be a pretty fast process of setting the lobby up once again.
Yeah, not too hard. The only thing that you need to know is that when we do go through with these rehosts, if a round was already active like this one was, that means that they have to repick all of the same operators and pick the same site. So that's really going to be the only thing going into this. So any information that was garnered from the offense or defense, definitely going to be benefiting them in any sort of the term. But it more than likely be benefiting the offense more than anything, just because having the, those drones roll in, figure out a couple ops, figure out a couple positions, just always going to probably lean their way just a tad bit more. But either way, we'll be back in momentarily to kick things off. FaZe wanted to go downstairs with their initial defense, so that means that M80 is going to have to go for the full Oregon clear.
M80, it's definitely going to be a game where they need to show up with a strong stance right from the beginning of it here. As you heard the analysis desk mention, M80's been on a bit of a disappointing run, obviously back when they were still being represented by XSET over the past few months. Stage 3 gave them a very unfortunate run. I think they finished off around 7th at the end of that stage, and then also earlier on in the year when you consider the fact that they had pretty high placements at both of the majors, that's not the way they wanted to end the year. We really haven't heard much from them since then other than the organization change, of course. But as we talked about on our previous matchup earlier today, there's a massive break, of course, between the last time we saw this team play and SI now, so they've really had almost like half a year to reinvent themselves, get themselves ready for this specific event, and in some extents, this specific map, which means that we could be looking at a very different M80 when we actually get into the action, which thankfully is happening right now.
Yeah, it's so strange for us because esports moves so quickly, right? It's like we blink and all of a sudden we're casting M80 again, but they haven't been seen in the public view for
October would have been their last game in the
so
NAL?
very long. So practically 4 or 5 months. Yeah. So just a ridiculous time period to be able to fix anything. You could start from scratch and have a solid team in 5 months, I'm telling you. So, when you're starting with a squad that is already pretty darn amazing, and then you're going to take those 5 months and try and grind it out, we could potentially see some, encrusted diamonds here from M80, but we'll have to see. FaZe Clan up to bat here with round 1. It's going to be a downstairs defense. Not going to be playing the single panel there for the freezer that we usually see around the bomb chassis, and more of an aggressive front initially here for FaZe Clan as they're looking for those drones.
Souls will be on top of that over here towards the yellow hall as he tries to watch out for the early clear that would come in from small tower, if there is going to be one, of course. As our Terror drones are going to pop in and find immediate effectiveness as Vitaking's deployable shield is going to be taken down. Still has that one ADS sitting forward, so he has some play potential here. The Volcan canister is going to be blown up. Flames will not spread over to the ADS, which means once again, we can still see a little bit of prowess strung out here from Vidaking. He wants to continue putting that presence down over towards the alternate construction hallway, but we'll have to eventually give it up here over the next few seconds, I would imagine.
Nicely placed pre-fires there from M80. Mostly Gomez, obviously, as he was taking that fight there from the shower hallway. That's going to open things up on this mid-floor and allow them to transition into these hatches. That's going to be under the job of the Habana. They still have Yaga here as well for the torch, but he's just kind of a secondary utility piece here. He's more of an aggressive piece. He can try and fight things out. An entry frag here, especially with this M4. Such a strong gun, and with that new extended barrel having 15% flat on your damage, whichever gun you can slap that thing on and it's usable, then, well, there's really no reason that you shouldn't. That's one of the really solid guns as well. Really get to see if he had it on there, but either way, just always a good backup option for your hard breach that can be a little bit more aggro with that 3-speed.
And the rest of M80 certainly taking their time with things in the opening half of the first round being played out here. FaZe, of course, responding in kind, playing their own passive game downstairs. They really have no reason to try and swing out and be aggressive against this M80 clear, especially with the emphasis they have on the first floor at the moment. Really on that one player going down towards construction to try and clear out some of the utility more than anything, rather than actually push the angle outright. You've seen that player now make the return over towards that area. It's going to be Diaz, of course, looking to make that play, but he still needs his teammates to help him out on the back stairs before he can really put the right foot forward here.
I mean, they're processing this extremely well. I will give them that, using their time to their full advantage and all of this utility. And you can see Yogg isn't wasting anything. He isn't just dumping stuns for no reason. Everything is measured and checked by M80, but DS will go down. It looks like FaZe might actually be in some hot water here, but no. They're going to be able to take down 2 M80 members, make it 3, as they were able to get the wrap on the site, get these hatches open, but FaZe has quickly made mincemeat of the entire team. It's down to Kino. Could be a flawless round here for FaZe, although Astro is down. Can Kino pick up anything here? Goes for the gunfight up against the Jaeger. Only some tidbits delivered, and it's going to be Souls to make it a flawless. Extremely well done from FaZe. Very patient in their delivery, and honestly, a very good timing when it came down to it on their execution of their game plan.
Absolutely the case. Unfortunately, for the M80 side of things, nothing really to throw FaZe Clan's defense off during the process of that execute there. There was no sort of secondary push or any sort of player that was trying to sneak in and throw off the defenses of FaZe Clan. And as a result of that one, FaZe Clan are able to adapt, synchronize their setup once they realize it is coming from the backstairs and construction route, and just shut it down in the exact default way you'd expect most teams to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm extremely happy with how M80 processed the map overall, right? Very quick to get their hatches open, very solid about clearing things out as a unit, as well as Gomez, you know, making sure nothing weird was going to go down around security / shower with that little gunfight that they had there in the doorway. That's always something that you want to do, because the one time that you don't check that properly or send a shot or do something, that's the time that you die. So just very, very solid gameplay there from Gomez. You can tell that they've been running over these maps these last couple of days. It's just second nature to him. He doesn't even have to think about it. But past that, M80 really started to fall apart once Diaz got in trouble, and that was the crux of the entire setup, because guess where he was, John? Outside in construction on the barrels. So that side angle that's worried about pillars and, you know, blue and that whole area over there, it was just dead and gone. They really can't do anything anymore. They have to try and fight from the stairwell as well as the hatches, and that's the worst place to be in Rainbow Six.
M80 out once again, this time with their scopes aimed at the second floor. This time, operator lineup has adjusted accordingly. Spirit's going to waste no time with the Gara hook, by the way. Probably pre-drone this to reconfirm that there is indeed no one playing around T2, T3. That'll be especially true when we have the reinforcement going into the attic double panel there. So there is not going to be much reason for hesitation on Spirit's utility to immediately take that control. And now the team start to line themselves up to swing in from not only the master side, but of course the attic side too, assuming they can get that open.
I'm absolutely flabbergasted that they have this open and no one's playing like smoke with a shotgun here or something. It looks like Astro wants to try and just get initially aggressive, and then I believe, yes indeed, they still have 3 panels, so he can slap a panel up on that thing whenever he wants to. The problem will be if he gets in too much trouble and dies. Then that panel's just open for free and you have some really big problems. Astro, please, please, I'm begging you, get away from this man. Diaz is dealing too much damage. He's gonna stun in, but are they even willing to go for the reinforcement panel now? He's had so much damage dealt to him. If he goes back and dies, that's 2 picks for M80.
Astro playing this very carefully to try to suss out if there is still aggressively lean positions from M80 ready to move in and take control of the games room, but so far has not been able to get that intel just yet. You are correct, though. Astro does not feel the confidence to go back in and reinforce the panel, and he has no one nearby that can appropriately rotate to do it for him. So that wall is going to stay open. That means that FaZe Clan will be down, and unfortunately, they've just made the execute one step quicker for M80, assuming they go that direction. Gomez with the read on Bullet, however, catches him rolling back through Yellow Hall and knocks him down.
Truly disgusting stuff. What a read there, as you said, but more than likely picked off just from that drone there. Yeah. Seemed like he was able to at least get around the building pretty well into that last little interaction there in Small Tower, huh? Seems like Astro wants to try and go fishing as well. He won't find much, though. Gomez, hook, line, and sinker. Has his own bass boat, I heard. Souls, he's going to be trying to hold it down inside of kids' dorms, but, I mean, it's looking like hot water in there as of right now. So many stun grenades starting to pour in, and Vidaking, he's worse for wear. He's dead and gone, and so are the other members of FaZe. M80 right their sins. After what we saw initially, it was a flawless round for round 1 for FaZe, and M80 fire back in round 2.
FaZe try to put their aggressive foot forward, end up giving far too many opening kill opportunities over to the M80 roster, and M80 grabs those at every single opportunity that is presented to them. 3 kills, I believe, just on entry before they even step foot into the general zone of the actual bomb site. And as a result of that, it is a very simplistic execute when push comes to shove, and they have to try and close down the round. 1-1 scoreline, dead heat so far between both of these teams. FaZe Clan now going to be fully testing their mettle as they go for the full rotation over here into meeting room before rotating back down into the basement, as it will be unlocked on the next round.
All right.
We'll actually have Solus for the first time for the 2 of us, at least, here as well.
Yeah, we will. I think we had Solus for a split moment on an earlier map that we didn't have her banned out, but she's been banned or played in every single map that we've casted here today, which, yeah, as you said, makes sense. I mean, the operator's absolutely crazy. What else could you possibly want in an op? Look at what she's doing right now. I don't need to explain this to you. She knows where everybody is, man. Look at her. She knows where Kino's drone is right now. That is absurd. Oh, my. But, yeah, you see it right there. You see why this operator is so, beneficial to the defense. Not only can you get rid of drones, you know where people are on their phones, you know any electronic the offense is using, and you have some pretty stellar guns. You have an SMG-11 secondary, a shotgun, or the P90, which is just a bullet spitter. Plus, with the new extended barrel attachment, giving 15% more damage to your gun, I mean, it isn't only headshots you're going to be able to kill with anymore.
Gomez once again leaping directly into T3 here with access to the Gara hook. Will waste no time taking that early control. Sets up a flank watch position for the time being as he waits for the rest of his teammates to set up the push in through the backside here. It does look like they may go for that direct play in through Big Tower. It's a very simplistic push for the attackers, but it's also a very dangerous one as you'll be attempting to take the site with absolute minimum of map control. You can see this. M80 will be fully confident in that, so they are going to be exploring their options over by Yellow and a few other spots on the map too.
I don't know how you feel about this, but this might be the most patient I have ever seen M80 in my life.
For sure.
Like, this is absolutely ridiculous. He's going to be able to... Oh, he didn't even down him. DSC alive. He proned immediately.
Gomez got Astro instead somewhere else.
What? That is so incredible from M80. Look at the way that they're just playing the entire map at once right now, John. They have the supporting angles outside, benefiting from the windows. You have Gomez down low trying to shut off the kitchen rotations. If anybody wants to try and rotate out or in, more than likely dead and gone. Finally, FaZe will get something of their own, though. But Diaz, he's looking the wrong way. He's looking towards tower side, but the man's coming down white. Might have another chance here to try and cut him off, but Souls looks to be trying to play things out for the remainder of this round closer to site.
Rest of FaZe continuing to try and patiently wait this one out, see if they can trap the members of M80, get them to walk into the wrong part of the map here, into their own setup, but so far that really hasn't been happening over the past 2 rounds. FaZe Clan overplays their hand, of course, on round number 2. This time, they peel it back a little bit too much and are allowing M80 just to make their own plays off of the back of that earlier entry. Thankfully, it hasn't gone too far to their own control. Still even, in fact, at the 4v4, and with just about a minute remaining, M80 is moving right along schedule here to try to put themselves into the site. Have to make sure, of course, they don't get tripped up on this transition back down to the first floor, as that's where they can lose that excess time they currently have.
Yes, indeed. A lot of things benefiting both squads right now. Obviously for M80, it's the fact that there is no longer an echo. They don't have to worry about those cams, potential stoppage from that. They do have to worry about some utility, but you have IQ for all of the pre-play stuff and more than likely oversight for the Nitro cell when that comes through. M80 looking for the stage plan here. A beautiful frag grenade. Nothing to stop it either. Bullet goes down. They don't have the proper paneling work here, but it doesn't matter. They've got enough of a crack in it to be able to support both the split angles here. They're going to fight it out, though. Souls will take down Spirits. That's a big issue with having that singular 2-piece hole there. It's super easy to pre-fire and try and get a kill, but when Kino's firing back off the case, it's going to make life pretty hard. Oh my, Cyber almost gets it done. It's going to be up to Vidiking to try and seal the deal up against Gomez, but Gomez will shut it down. M80 knows where he is, and they'll heat seek him. It's 2-1 in favor of NA.
Vidiking just 5 seconds away from ending that round on the timer as well. Could not stem the tide from M80 as they forced their way into another round 1 there. As you were talking about, only the single angle to look for the attack. It kind of works both ways, though, as the defenders don't really have a proper angle to fend off against that unless they push out into the open themselves. As we can see here, multiple members of FaZe trying to push, trying to directly contend against the push from backstage, but just could not win the gunfight. So M80 takes it and the lead along with it.
I mean, talk about using your X-Kairos to their maximum potential. I mean, Kino used those on everything and the kitchen sink inside of that round. That was truly incredible. Those were the last 2 X-Kairos in his gun, John, that he used just for that single little breach there, so they had the angle to oversight Kino. I mean, wow, incredible stuff. Obviously covering himself there a little bit because he was the one playing the Hibana, so he's just like, guys, please don't let me die. But still, I mean, what a way for them to break down that round and find success through a means that we don't normally see. You don't usually see Hibana getting used on big walls and stuff like that, just because teams are so worried about having those big breaches, but M80 just proved it right there. You don't need a massive hole to make these things work out.
FaZe Clan is going to be hoping that their prior successes, such as back on round number 1, will be echoed here as they go for the second run around of sites. No pause to be seen here, as they feel they've got what it takes, at least on this site, to keep rolling forward. Would not be surprised if we see one should M80 claim a 3rd round here, though, as then they'll be FaZe Clan going 1-1 on their basement hold as well, after being relatively close to losing it on the first play as well.
Fantastic stuff here from Gomez. All that pre-firing, he knows that more than likely Souls, but a FaZe member is wanting to play inside a small tower again. And sometimes you get lucky, man. Sometimes you send some shots in an area that you know is a little routine, and you'll just pick somebody off. So Always respect that when you do see it. Saw that from him earlier in the initial round there where he was pre-firing right to security off rip. Knew that somebody was more than likely going to be around there, and he chose right. Just didn't get the kill. Able to slip through the cracks and back down to the site in that situation for round 1. But here for round 4, M80 have been able to quickly get into the building, clear things out, and start looking forward to these hatches, which will once again be on Kino's shoulders.
All right, we're going to make the quick transition downstairs. A little bit of pre-fire on the way. So he's a bit worried of a swing, given the drones that are actively watching his descent right there. But he makes it not too much of an issue. Terror drone's going to start to be dumped in towards construction, just like we saw in round number 1 here as well, to get rid of the setup supporting Viking. Once again, he'll lose that deployable shield first off. The ADS is up next, and I don't believe we've got the Vulcan canisters sitting over on construction doorway this time, so that one will be replaced. Oh, it's just next to it. So he has a little bit more direct control over the explosion timing on this one now.
This is the beauty of Rainbow Six, is it's all about the micro adjustments. We're going to play the exact same op, but instead of putting it on the door, we're going to move it a meter to the left, and it'll work way better this time.
Makes sense too, because Viking already knows that, like, yeah, they're not going to like rush me or anything if they play it relatively similar. At most, we got like 1, 2 guys that are going to push this angle, so I should be able to get that pump off and at least delay them in the worst case that I go down.
Exactly, exactly. I know they're going to Rotero the drawer on top of all that stuff, or the door rather on top of all of that stuff, so just makes sense to move that off, make it a little bit more beneficial for you where they don't have control over blowing that up. Cyber's going to go down here. Kino eating him alive there with the Type 89. Going to get some more X-Gyros out, but those are immediately shot off. Either way, they know that Cyber's downed more than likely in that boiler position. So what does M80 do now with 40 seconds remaining?
Gomez balls in his court to some extent here as he's got the backstairs push under his control. Self-drones in, reconfirms the down position of Cyber. They know he's not getting revived. They also know where Souls is going to be playing from now too, but still, he swings out, gets away with one. Gomez gets the trade-off and finally finishes off the other down player from FaZe as well here. Bullet just barely survives with a sliver of HP as he now gets the trade back onto Spirits. Viking needs to get himself into this fight too as they're now in a deficit. 2v3 coming down to the final 15 seconds, but more importantly, Case is temporarily down. The patience from Gomez though, second to none here as he shuts down one more alongside Diaz to win the round.
Not a single person overplaying their hand. I mean, yes, obviously M80 still had some deaths, but they're just losing gunfights. That happens.
Yeah, and it's like it's a basement fire.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. Dude, there's no better way to put it than a basement fire. That's basically what Oregon is when it comes to executing. It's a straight up hell in a handbasket basement fire. That's all it is. And yeah, M80 playing that out perfectly. You saw once again the patience from Gomez there. He just steps up to the single panel instead of pushing all the way down Freezer Hall or trying to push things through E-Box. He takes the perfect angle right there on the panel and lets FaZe Clan be their own demise. They're playing so very well in positions like that as of right now, and this is all due to the fact of what they were able to do with these last 4 months. This is all that grind time coming to fruition right here in front of our eyes.
Specifically for Gomez right now, as he is lights out at the moment at 8-1. Next highest teammate is going to be Diaz at 3-1 as well, so he's been a huge proponent here to the success of M80 so far. Just last round, I believe, getting at least 3 out of 5 of the kills on the entry. There's some beautiful work coming in from him. We haven't even really needed to see the rest of these players step up yet, so when the pressure gets put on by FaZe, that's when we're really going to get the test of the other 4.
Yeah, I mean, so far from M80, I mean, the real reason we're not seeing as many kills from them is it's just been proper pressure and FaZe like slowly working their way back to site, and then Gomez kills all of them on rotation. Yep. That's what we're seeing, and he's more than likely going to continue to do that. I guarantee you that silhouette out by the bus is him, 100% once again, just sitting there waiting for someone to try and rotate through white. And what do you know? He's over at bus again. This is his domain. If you guys want to know his address, it's Small Tower, White, Oregon.
What part of Oregon?
You said, oh, well, that's actually pretty hard, John.
Yeah, it's a pretty big address.
Fun thing, this is actually not in Oregon. I'm just kidding.
All right, well, let's take a peek here at M80's initial push once again. The Garhook has come back out one more time for Spirits, at least the 3rd time we've seen them using it just to get immediate Tier 3 access. And of course, now follow it through specifically for this take with the 2 can openers to be able to open up attic access as well. Immediate 2-layered push right there, and only about a minute use in order to make that happen as well. Very clean usage of the utility here from Spirits, and it's all very synchronized as well, so he can just swing himself right back up to T3 when it's all completed to prevent any nasty flank business that FaZe may try to deploy against him.
Yeah, FaZe are not nearly as aggressive in their strategy when it comes to the overarching storyline here for round 5. No panel open. Real nothing. Minus Cyber down here roaming with Solus. We do have Valkyrie down here as well on a second glance, so Bullet will be around, but Astro surely won't be as Gomez once again strikes true. 911, somebody call the doctor, because oh my, M80 is surely on the case. Souls trying to fight back inside of the attic, but not able to accomplish all that. Muzz, Viking is going to go down. Souls will be able to trade out, at least for Spirits. It's a 2 versus 3, as M80's quickly making work around 5.
Bullet held up for those crucial few extra seconds here while M80 was positioning themselves, I believe, for a plan. It should be over those next few seconds here. Now as they rotate back up, immediately we see the effectiveness of that extra time because of the nade. Yaga just immediately shuts down Bullet. Soul is going to sneak off one as he finally puts down Gomez inside of this round. Nice little play on the smart glasses there to quickly counter out the flash that's sent his way, but he's still only working with it. You can see it there on the bottom right side. Just a tiny bit of HP here for Souls. 1 bullet and he is down for the count, so you can completely rationalize why he is playing this so slowly, so carefully to try and just find those instant headshot picks against both Yaga and Diaz. It's going to be a tough ask, though, given that both these players have now been able to successfully escape outside of the plant area. And it is nigh impossible now for Souls to pull this off.
It's just so rude from Yogg. He could have at least been nice and played White Stairs, but he wasn't. He went all the way down low, and not only that, but he's got the DMR, so he can just open the floor whenever he wants to. This is sick. Disgusting stuff from Yogg. Diaz more than likely going to be the one to deliver, but Yogg, he didn't even go for the verticality through the floor. Instead, he just re-challenged White Stairs, which obviously works as well. The case just a little bit too far out from that corner. Could have just caught his hand there with the defusal device in hand. M80 quickly taking it to FaZe Clan here. 4-1 currently, and man, oh man, would I love to hear Jesse and Jacob yelling at each other right now.
It's also 4 rounds in a row from M82. FaZe Clan's only round 1 was the very first round when they initially played Basement. Speaking of which, they're going to go back to it now for round number 6, but ever since then, M80 has taken full control of this entire map so far here, and is not really showing us any signs that they're going to be giving it up for either this last round or the first few of the next half.
No, the key thing right now for FaZe is they're not playing to win, they're playing to not lose. They're playing to survive. Everything that M80 has been doing has been straight up dissection. I mean, to FaZe, if you're looking at it from their lens, right? Think about this. Every single time that they go on roam, they just magically cross a window and somebody's dead. Like that, and that's just been a continual thing over and over again until we get to executes, where M80 have been also abusing FaZe Clan. Perfect example, that last round where they basically scooped out the entire defense from their own site and then planted, and we're like, okay, now you're allowed back in. You know, they're just getting away with so much right now, and FaZe is just simply playing to survive. I really want to see them try and get some confidence back in and of themselves, and maybe this basement setup will be just that key.
FaZe is also playing, at least in my opinion, a very, very default version of the defense here on Oregon, which, to be fair, is not like the huge black mark on their play here. It's Oregon after all, so you're going to be somewhat limited there, but
this is
talk more about this in a minute, as yeah, there is a little bit of a difference this time being played out by FaZe Clan. You have Souls deployed over towards the classroom. Cyber was playing top stairs, and he had support for it too. Well, eat my words. FaZe definitely shaking things up for this round. I know we had Cyber playing around there too, but obviously he's the one that's got caught, so no longer going to be an issue there as he's immediately taken down, and we are locked to a 4v4 before we're even past the minute mark.
I honestly like this from FaZe, especially...
Well, it goes back to my prior criticism, right, where they're playing way too predictably on this defensive side. They needed to shake things up. Arguably, it's coming in a little late in the half, but at least they're showing us something now.
Absolutely, man. I think the key thing with that, I'm sure that a few of the people at home like, Souls, go back to site, man. What the hell are you doing? Listen, you force people to drone you in this game, okay? Even though you do. Like,
yeah, even though the play there doesn't give us any immediate effectiveness towards FaZe Clan, in my opinion, it's probably causing M80 to like double, triple check things now, and that's causing a very slight amount of slowdown, which may be exactly what FaZe need to just barely win this round, which is really all they're looking for right now, as you said previously.
Yeah, well, and the key thing is that M80 is working from the big tower side, so if they didn't check lobby and all that, which I believe they did, I think he's back downstairs, but I mean, if they didn't drone things out properly for Classroom there, then he just easily slips in through split, and which goes back to my point, right, which was force them to drone you. If you know that you can safely get out of a location and it's not too far away from where you need to be, why not play it? And it's working out right now for FaZe as they're going to get their second kill. They delayed some solid time here, but that doesn't mean that M80 can't make it out of the thick of it. That second frag grenade is not going to land on too much, but fortunately enough, they still have Yogg that has one in his pocket.
M80 still making actually very good time in the situation, irregardless of the issues they faced earlier on in the round here. Down to a 3v4, so So I think they realize they need to be a tad more aggressive here to try to steal a kill away, and a kill they will find. Yaga is able to take down Astra, re-equalizing the situation down to a 3 versus 3. Diaz and at least one other member here in construction wants to play things out and swing against Viking, but now they've split up. Just one player trying to play this angle, so it will be a much more measured approach. Really just going to be a default push from M80 here as they're out of options. Need to try and go for the hatch play in order to make this execute work.
Yep, you can see the conversation going on from them because of the smokes that Viking has, trying to bait those out down low. It looks like they might have some trouble over there once again here. They've actually rotated everybody. Nobody's going to come in from the construction side, so this is going to allow Viking to use that smoke for other things. He might be able to prevent here. Bullet, lots of damage on the hill. It's not going to kill anybody. Games, or rather Gomez, is going to start putting down the bomb. We still have FaZe Clan with a few members up here, though. Gomez trying to work his way back around the case. He stopped that plant, but fortunately enough, now he has DS and the wings to be able to watch for him. All of the LMG ammo being utilized, and DS gets it done. It was so very close. On the cusp was FaZe Clan from taking away another round from M80, but they can't get it. 5-1 in favor of the new org.
Impressive stuff from M80 here after we see their first half played out in quite a while. We talked about this at the beginning of the game. It's been months since we've really had an official, especially on international play from M80, and that was leaving a huge question mark in play with regards to how well they were going to be able to perform here against one of the best that LATAM has to offer. Apparently we've got the answer now, and M80 is more than ready for the challenge and is potentially looking to surprise the rest of the folks at home as well here with a shutdown against FaZe Clan.
I think they shocked FaZe right there because that was a Brazilian special I've ever seen one. FaZe immediately putting everybody on every access point. You got somebody in lobby, somebody in big tower, just all those different areas that they know that M80 is going to try and abuse initially. Somebody is waiting there for them, but M80 quickly dispatch everybody, take full control, and somehow still win out the round, even though FaZe had proper utility to deal with the situation. Masterful stuff from them here inside of this Oregon match. I mean, this is truly incredible. They look like a completely different team.
We'll see if they can keep things going just as strongly on the defensive side as well. FaZe Clan maybe going to get a little bit more play potential as a result of going over to this attacking side. A few repicks coming in for them as well. Very, very big on the intel game. FaZe Clan will be, for the first round of the attacking side, a Lion and a Dokkaebi being added to the equation here. In fact, one of those line charges might be coming off very soon. Haven't even talked about the fact that Finka is also in play here too. Personally, I'm expecting a very hot type of play, but oh no, they might have to call it off now. Viking going down. Did they still have the confidence to make it happen? Now only having the Lion charge. Well, so far the answer is yes. Diaz goes 1 for 1 on the alt construction tunnel. Souls still has the confidence to move right through with the case in hand. This is a dangerous next step or two, though. If he moves forward in the wrong way, he's immediately going down, and they will not be able to plant until they take out pretty much the large majority of the remaining defense.
Yeah, the confidence left him as soon as you said the word confidence. He kind of just stopped dead. Ironic tracks. Ironically enough for FaZe. Now they're trying to battle back, but this is what M80 wants. This is exactly what they want. They want you to stand still so that they can constantly beat you into submission. FaZe Clan, though, they're at least able to stay in the ballpark. It's a 2 versus 4, and a lot of time still on the clock. Cyber still has an EE1D as well, and Souls has a lot of hard breach, but guys, we have got to stop walking into these angles. Oh my goodness, FaZe.
It's even more unfortunate, too, watching what just happened with Cyber at the end of the round there. They bring so many intel ops into play on this round. They bring the Lion, they bring the Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi gets picked like 10 seconds into the round. The Lion charge, it gets them into that initial construction tunnel, but they go 1 for 1. And then we see what happens there with Cyber, where he gets some intel to push a player, then suddenly that player pulls a Houdini, peeks the corner, like, all right, where has he gone? Oh, and I'm dead from a completely separate angle. Like, that's just super frustrating as a FaZe player to go through that round. And now you're on map point as well. It's just not a great situation, mentally speaking, that FaZe is in right now.
I can tell you from like the coach perspective for FaZe that they're probably not very, very happy right now.
This is very frustrating.
So much time left on the clock, John, and your choice is, oh, let me swing into multiple angles on the breach. Why? What, like that? You shouldn't be doing that. It's just, it's way too aggressive for the situation that they're in, and there's no chance for or potential for them to really do anything team play wise with that. It was just, you know, a very emotional swing there. You could see it. They were trying to fight and grasp for any inch of dirt that they could get, and M80 was just not having it. It's like we said at the beginning of that interaction there. This is what M80 wants from you. They want you to stand there in an area that they know you're there, so the whole squad can show up and gun you down.
This is the pick from M80 themselves. This is somewhat expected for them to win this map, of course. They felt the confidence to go to this one in the first place. But to this degree, that's where we're pushing the argument just a little bit too far, at least in my opinion. FaZe has the next pick coming up after this. And if you can see it there on the top right, it is going to be played on Chalet. So that'll be FaZe's last chance to try and rebound this against M80. Otherwise, we could be looking at another 2-0 shutdown in their favor if they continue to perform in this fashion on FaZe's own map pick.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, Jesse's Discord might be giving him a lot of grief in this upcoming week. I mean, because Vita King is just not working out as of right now. I really hope we can see a bounce back here, but 1-6. And not only that, but also 1-6 for Bullet and Cyber as well. Something is not right. That's what's happening, straight up. Like, you need to at least have some level of coordination here to be able to assist each other, and it just doesn't seem like they're really all on the same page. Not that it's not happening, right? Not that he's not trying to coordinate things, but whatever it is, it's definitely not coming to fruition.
Drone has snuck in, gotten that initial peek, of course, onto the bunks room. We'll be able to establish the fact that we do have that top-down angle to play against as well when they go for that type of play. So FaZe will now be wary of that when they are ready to finally make their execute forward. Moving into walk-in just to make sure there is no lurking pieces of utility to be wary of. They won't find anything there. And the same can be said for the large majority of the rest of the first half, the second floor that FaZe is now in the process of clearing out the trophy. And of course the Arsenal side, undefended currently by M80, so FaZe will take up those initial positions.
Smorcell almost down, and oh man,
the impact trick.
A trick as old as the dirt that I'm standing on, John. The impacts off of the ceiling fan in the classroom. I literally did that like a month ago too, and I could feel myself aging actively. I was like, I learned this when I was like 19 years old. So just pretty funny that, you know, no matter what you know, even from years and years ago, it's still relevant even inside a professional match at the highest degree. Spirits of all people is gonna be the one popping open the side door and taking down Cyber from small tower. FaZe not showing any respect to the potential roam game of M80, and they are punished for it.
That was an attempt, I believe, to push alongside Spirit's zone play. Trying to go for 2 for 2 here, but player Big Window just loses the confidence to go for it, and especially so after Cyber had already been dropped. No need to take an additional risk there. Both the stuns, I believe, going out here from the lifeline. Not really fishing out too much, but a peek is finally made. Spirits will claim a second target on this round, though this time via Nitro Cell. As he eliminates Souls, and overall, FaZe Clan taking a lot of additional damage from that Nitro. Astro down low, but now Astro as well as Vita King have finally turned the tables a little bit against M80, and it brought it back down to a 3v3. 30 seconds to go, though, and they're only just now approaching the very edge of the site. So how exactly are they going to be able to move in and take full control?
Well, looks like it's going to go down in games. This will be Vita King's first successful plan if he gets it. And it indeed will be. Astral will take down Kino. Bullet with a nice frag as well. It's going to be up to Yaga to clutch things up. Knows that there's potential for one on the rotation, but an easy kill for him onto Astro opens things up as well here. He knows that they more than likely have to be playing around the games area. Saw the barrel there. Nice adjustment here from, I believe, Bullet moving around the other space. Some shots, but he's not going to hit the critical headshot needed to try and hit that flick onto Trophy there. FaZe will finally be able to pick up a round after what seems like ages.
Had the right read on the situation, just unfortunately couldn't secure that second kill, which would have lined him up for the outright clutch. Nicely done from FaZe, slowing it down, especially after they picked up those 2 trade kills. Super analyzing the situation there, relying heavily on the drone game to finally find those weak points from M80 where they could get those 2 initial picks and then slowly but surely work the site. Great overwatch for the plan as well. Very much the same thing, finding that blind spot where M80 wouldn't be able to appropriately push out without risking their own players. FaZe Clan are able to get the plant from that, they get the man advantage from that, and then it's just a matter of whittling down the rest of the count from there. Very nicely played from FaZe to at least stabilize things a little bit, but the problem with the scoreboard still sits in front of them. They need 4 more of those just to take us to OT.
Yeah, when you're looking at it on a microscopic level, yeah, it's stable, but then you kind of zoom out the lens there, and it's like, well, how stable is 6-2?
Like, about as stable as a hammer against carbon fiber.
Yeah, that's not very stable. About as stable as your phone battery when it gets pierced. M80, I mean, they're literally just a hair away from taking this victory, and this is the big issue when you get into a situation like this, is it doesn't even have to be M80 winning the round, it just has to be FaZe messing it up. And, you know, so far, M80 has been that much better in a majority of these rounds, so pretty hot water for FaZe at the current moment. Not a chair that I exactly would want to be in myself, but fortunately enough, that's why we get to talk about the game, isn't it, John?
Indeed, indeed. So we have FaZe Clan on the board yet again, making their initial play for Garage and some other portions of the first floor here. This is going to be the tertiary site now from M80, so it could be some more good news to the FaZe Clan fans at home here, as this theoretically should be the weakest site for M80 here. Going to be locking it down very quickly, though, as you can see, even electrified doorways there, making it a little bit more difficult for the members of FaZe Clan to try and breach through the split door and get themselves into meeting itself.
I mean, technically speaking, if Cyber aims as the Yana clone, isn't he just wasting his time because you move slower? You can't shoot back anyway, so, you know.
Yeah, true. maybe he's like preparing for when he has a teammate behind him and they're trying to bait it or something.
No, I'm just giving him
just a reflex, probably more than anything.
Honestly, it's probably just that natural cadence of the map. That's what it always.
Like, oh wait, I'm not a real person right now. Give me a second.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if you loaded me into Old House right now, my brain would automatically take over. I'd just start T-hunting immediately.
I forgot I'm a life-size drone currently.
Well, at least FaZe Clan will have access to the lobby, which is quite comical because it is indeed the only place that they're waiting right now. Gonna get the split door open here and see if they can potentially get Diaz dislodged from this other portion of the split hall. And they're looking to go for a plant in this area. This is something quite common that we've started to see more and more when it comes to this bomb site. People really like to break open either this panel or the obvious one being stage. We see a kitchen plant every once in a while, but those are our two mainstays.
So FaZe Clan has the angle deployed to try and put that plant down, but they I don't believe are anywhere near the confidence level necessary here to go for the outright push. They still have yet to deal with the bandit on the inside. Astro tries to make a leap after chucking the nade to fend off the support from Kitchen. It does not work. Kino and Diaz pick up 2 more alongside that as well. Bullet and Vitaking are all that remains by the double doors. Vitaking tries to push in through the double, but there's an immediate cross established by Gomez inside of Kitchen, leaving just Bullet in play here with a 1v4 and the final round of the match potentially sitting in front of him here. This is looking like the bitter end of map number 1 here, but we'll still stick with him to see what he can give us inside of what is now a 1v3, having claimed his opening kill of the duel here. Door is even locked as he tries to go back over towards security from a rotate through. Kitchen trying to play the Hail Mary by going for the other site. He doesn't even really have a good way to get case control back either. As you can see, it's sitting in the corner. There should be someone with Overwatch on that case pretty much immediately. Should be Gomez if he's playing the same position as he was when he got the last kill. And indeed, it's actually, I believe, Diaz over there now. As you can see, his health pool getting shrunk down. It's a sliver of what it was a second ago here, but Bullet not really getting anything, not getting the peaks he needs from M80. Now down to just a sliver of HP, 10 seconds as well. Diaz finally finishes things off, and that's going to be M80 giving us a shutdown on their map pick here to start the series off.
It is the first map, but Souls 12 kills, the rest of the team 12 kills total, John. That doesn't cut it. It just straight up doesn't. You're never going to win a game like that. And especially with Vita King at the helm now, I mean, this just goes back to what the overarching strategy is. We got to put people in more beneficial spaces, you know, try and get something done as a team. I think the biggest thing that you used, the key phrase you used during this entire game was the fact that they were defaulting quite often, and I have to agree with that wholeheartedly. We saw a lot of default play from FaZe, something that me and my friends would do in ranked games as clears, you know what I mean? And not saying that that's not something that, you know, obviously doesn't.
It is Oregon after all.
Yeah, right? Like, there's only so many ways to, you know, slice a pie. That's how it is, right? But either way, we expect more out of this roster. Hopefully we get it here on Chalet, but we'll have to see. We're going to toss you to a quick break real quick, and we'll be back to see the conclusion of this game.
Yes.
I'm Nicholas Mortson, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
ladies and gentlemen, to the 6 Invitational. We're coming back into you, getting ready for map number 2 between M80 and FaZe Clan. If you just missed it, it was quite the surprise as M80 was able to shut down FaZe Clan here on Oregon 7-2 when everything was said and done here. And you're seeing the quick replays right now here, building up to that very final scoreline where FaZe Clan just could not hit the ground running with a very basic style of play here on Oregon.
Yeah, it was a highlight reel for M80, able to showcase what the newfound squad is able to do with their new org, and it's been honestly quite interesting to have them here. So much time under their belt with this squad now. That nice little break that we had past the last time that we saw them, which was like October. Yep. So I mean, coming back and playing this well up against especially FaZe Clan that has that new IGL in there and is trying to prove themselves that they're not just cameraman, they can do this. But I mean, as of right now, it's not looking like the case. It looks like M80's really taking it to them, but luckily enough, we still have another map to be able to show and see what could potentially happen. Maybe it's just a bad start for FaZe. Maybe something dire is actually happening. I mean, it's all in the cards. Unfortunately enough, again, we still have a little left in the tank to be able to see what's going on.
Yep, absolutely the case. We go from a very well-known, very played out to some extent map over on Oregon, now moving over into Chalet, which is a very complex map in comparison, at least in my opinion, to Oregon there. So definitely going to test the full metal of M80 compared to FaZe Clan, of course, who has that much longer history of playing onto those types. Here's the stats once again for those of you who did miss it. And you can see, as Stokes was mentioning, very much just a highlight reel for M80. Everyone, including Spirits, down at the bottom there, having their moments that I can remember over the course of the game. Unfortunately, the same, just not able to be said here for FaZe. And there was also some other Latin American teams that were struggling in a very similar fashion earlier on today. Liquid, a good example of that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that their situation a little bit different than this one, I would say. Yeah. Like Liquid, it's really got to be really difficult for them coming in off of what they just experienced in November. So I'm kind of giving them a little bit of a benefit of the doubt to start things off, but that'll quickly get swept under the rug here in days 2 and 3. So come back to me on that one.
Okay, gotcha. Well, for FaZe here, they are looking to come back swinging on this second map here, quickly recentering themselves once more. This is the early premiere of Vitaking joining onto this roster as we saw him hop into it just a few days prior, coming up from the Tier 2 Latin American scene. Was really a menace throughout most of the 2022 season as well. You go to this guy's Wikipedia page, it is like second, first for like a whole year inside of that T2 Latin American scene. So a very good pickup in my opinion. And also, as we talked about during the pregame there, matches the role for cameraman in the swap there pretty much perfectly. So no real big changes, in my opinion, needing to be made for FaZe Clan to make this role swap or make this player swap work. Just slotting him in here and continuing to dish out the business as usual. Unfortunately, that business has been hard to deal, it seems, inside of this series so far. So let's find out if they can rebound on our second map of Chalet.
Well, let's see if FaZe can find some revenge here in map 2. And as you know it, John, revenge, a dish best served cold. And that's why we're headed to Chalet here. Some snow-capped mountains around a beautiful Chalet. And we're going to, well, have some gunfights in. Why not? I mean, it's a nice place, but some people got to rebuild these walls. What are we paying these Rainbow Six construction workers for? Ying and Knock going to be the initial bans here. I'm really, really liking the Knock ban here. This is something that we see abused time and time again by the offensive perspective, and we're going to continue to see it throughout this entire LAN. I mean, she's just such a damn good operator in every sense of the term. Her utility is amazing. Her secondary utility is amazing. You got some pretty solid guns on top of that. But across the board, you can tell that they're really trying to slow down some more aggressive tendencies from both sides of the coin. The Nook, the Ying, the Warden, the Azami, trying to make it to where they can't play around some of the more pivotal positions that you could with those kunais. So it's going to be pretty up in the air as to how this is going to go. Obviously, Chalet, pretty offensive favored, but that doesn't mean that FaZe can't get some things done here.
Sola's going to be left in, of course, so we will immediately see her could be picked up once again by FaZe. Same player also going to be taking up that mantle, at least for round number 1. Could potentially see that change later on in the matchup, of course, but that's not necessarily a thing that tends to happen with FaZe, so I'd say it's unlikely. Cyber will be on it for now in that very important intel dishing role, as well as just a very independent operator because of the intel she can gather for herself. It's a basement setup from the FaZe Clan rosters. They get the defensive start this time, and immediately going to go for the snowmobile hold. Quite a bit of an extension, though. Still going to be played up all the way to the second floor, it would appear. At least the reinforcements you're getting right now. But once again, we will get a better picture of this once everything has calmed down for this roster. And we have M80's choices also locked in. Speaking of which, Spirits, they're bringing out the Capital, bringing a lot more execute utility to the fold this time alongside a pretty natural roster aside from that.
hilarious if they switch out the glass and then bring in the Capitao. But, you know, like, you didn't start with that with like the throw-off strat, you know? Oh, hey, you don't really know what's going to happen here. But, I mean, hey, if it works for them, it works for us. And Capitao definitely a really solid operator, especially nowadays. He's got the secondary hard breach, has a pretty solid LMG. Also the para, if you guys haven't tried it with the extended barrel, please do. Not only because the gun sounds amazing, one of my favorite gun sounds in the whole game, but I mean, that thing can smoke some people nowadays with that extended barrel. It's pretty awesome. So a lot of damage actually happening here to DS. He's going to pre-fire back, and fortunately enough for M80, he will stay alive because past his life, his utility is worth so much more, and that is truly saying something because DS is quite the player.
We're continuing to try and see what can be found on Solus here near the entrances, especially the very heavily played out ones. Won't be able to find much here by the side steps over by Blue here, so he's going to find a safe spot to chill for at least a few moments. Some late reinforcements coming out as well, since we have them in the tank, and FaZe Clan's not going to feel pressured as of yet. M80's certainly taking their time with things after we saw Diaz take that earlier damage, and there's reason behind that too. M80 has a lot to clear out here, and FaZe is not necessarily giving us the expected position, so that is leading into a lot more drone time needing to be deployed for M80 also.
Mm-hmm. The good news is that Chalet is not that big of a map. So really the processing speed, as long as you got like 45 seconds left, you're still very, very solid. And I mean, Gomez is going to make it a lot easier on him than 45 seconds, isn't he? Especially when he's got Yaga in the wings as well. He'll take down Bullet. And FaZe's entire roam strategy is out the window, John. They didn't even step up to the plate. They just died.
Coordination really on point there from M82, more so that the initial fragger there doesn't stay in the situation too long, get picked off by the other one hiding out in bar, even proactively checks the blue rotate as well, make sure to back away from that one. So just M80 playing this so patiently right now, and so smart when they go for these types of executes, so it's making it very, very difficult for FaZe Clan to fight back against that, as we saw back on the previous map, and of course, inside of that first gunfight there a few seconds prior.
Well, once again, M80 doing their best to make sure that they expose all of FaZe at once. Astro, you can't go for it. M80 has too many bodies up. It's a 5-man squad right now. They've got every single hatch battened down. You are not escaping this hellhole that is the basement at the current moment. Some smokes in, but Kino's found a nice little patch that he's able to plant. Yago get a kill, and Vita King, I'm sorry, my friend. I think that this is a debut that's going straight to DVD. Flawless round there from M80.
And you can't really fault FaZe for not trying inside of that one as well. We talked about how that was a bit of an issue on Oregon, where they were playing a very default style, so it was very easy for M80 to read into that. We get very much the exact opposite of that from the first round here. And again, they try to bring these aggressive plays into the fold. They try to execute these trap setups like what we were seeing back over inside of bar there, and just none of it works. M80 reads it once again and shuts it down outright.
Dude, it's like M80's like Winston. It's like they're like a silverback gorilla with like ultimate intelligence. It's so incredible, dude. Like, actually, how do you fight this? You really can't. They're
very tough,
right? It seems like, you know, if we're playing chess, it seems like they're 3 matches.
It's like we said towards the tail end of the last map too. It's not only tough, it's frustrating to play against. Yes. Like that one round we saw FaZe trying to execute into basement and just constantly not even making the wrong choices, but just being off by like 2 to 3 seconds, missing a ping because a player rotated too quickly, and then they get picked off from a separate angle, things like that, where it's just like, come on guys, like what are we doing here? Just makes it seem like the team is not in sync when they're actually really in sync. They're just a little bit behind the equation right now. They're just that much further behind it, unfortunately.
Well, here's the problem. What you're seeing right now is the difference between a couple of months and a year with the same team, and not only that, but a nice break for said team. M80, I guarantee you, the entire time that they were working with this unit was all about having that collective voice. That's what you need in a team. You need everybody firing on all cylinders, having something to say, and talking about things successfully, talking about the important things, talking about that drone game, how you guys want to operate around somebody's positioning inside a library, stuff like that. You don't need all of the other air. Cut it out. As long as you're able to coordinate on that level, you're going to find a crap load of success, and that's what we've seen out of M80. Everything that they do it together. I mean, this is one of the rare occasions where we've randomly seen somebody die from M80, and there's nothing that's happened across the map.
So that's going to continue to be the case here as FaZe now with the advantage. No real reason for them to try and play things out hyper aggressively here, wanting to try and take it much more slowly. You can see the rest of M80 as well, really waiting for their first opportunity to try and swing back in here with all the utility they've built up, of course, behind the play on the blitz. And not only aside from that, but what Kino could potentially deploy towards as well with those bolts of the crossbow. but nothing that seems actionable, it would appear here for M80. Still having plenty of time, though. That's not going to be any major concern. Here we go. Now they finally have the confidence to swing back in. Not going to have any resistance this hold inside of Library as well. Spirit just takes it for free here. And alongside that, the rest of his teammates will also move in, start to begin the process of swinging downstairs now.
Impressive. Vidiking is standing tall up here at the current moment, but given the circumstances of the time, could make some sense. Could get a late little flank in here, but M80 so far has been really, really successful with their info game, especially through Oregon, so might not be the biggest beneficiary there for FaZe. Might end up losing some more bodies just because of this interaction. It's going to be the Blitz to try and propel themselves forward on the top floor, and with plenty of time, I mean, it's not going to be that big of a deal for them to try and clear this out. Astro's already dead. I think they know where Vidiking is. There's a Blitz bearing down on him, but actually no drone here. Not able to know where Vidiking is just because of the way Spirits was moving. It was really just his natural body language that I was kind of playing off of there. But that actually means that Vidiking has slipped through the cracks. This is a huge play for, oh no. Oh, John, I feel so bad for this man.
The crack has been sealed right up.
He is trying his damnedest to do something for this team, but every single time, it's just off by a pixel.
It's like the message we were saying earlier towards the beginning of this round. FaZe Clan, even though the scoreline doesn't necessarily show it, isn't dropping this game like a rock. It's just so unfortunate because they're being dealt such an unfortunate hand so many times in a row here, and it's just compounding on itself time after time again here to make it look like this very one-sided game at the moment here. Souls, with a nice Nitro Cell, though, brings a bit of heat back into the round, specifically for FaZe. And important to note, the time's almost up. 20 seconds remain here now for the 3 remaining players on M80 to try and work their way into it. The Blitz play comes out, but however, the Vulcan survives it regardless. Bullet finally goes down, but there's way too much defensive setup still standing on the inside of the site there. They traded out without too much of an issue. And finally, we'll see them get back onto the board here as well.
All right, so 3 rounds now for FaZe inside of these 2 maps, with that one included. But, I mean, honestly, that's good news. Although Vidiking did not hit the crucial shots that he wanted to on the Lion outside, he still made it to where M80 had to respect his positioning, and he delayed so much time because of that. And that's really where the crux of the issue came for M80. They weren't able to process the last pieces of the puzzle they needed to on site. They had to try and hop 2, and that's where the wheels came off the wagon. Not really able to get too much done in that regard. FaZe finally able to get one over on them. It's just taken a little while. Now, how do they recoup? What do they do now? They've got a successful round. They're going to send it towards Kitchen, but this is where we could see M80 benefit quite a bit. They're bringing a lot of soft destruction here. They're going to bring that Capital back in. I mean, it's looking like they want to take fights across the board.
FaZe Clan need to split up as well in order to play out this site appropriately, and that's been where things have gone really awry for FaZe Clan. Grouping up, playing as a team, they've been able to hold on and in a lot of situations push the round very close to an endpoint that could potentially end in their favor regardless of if it actually did or not. But when they have to split up, that's seemingly when M80 has been able to take really just full control of quite a few of these rounds here, and has led into quite a few one-sided affairs as a result of that. Let's see if it's going to be the same thing again, if M80 can capitalize and catch some of these roaming members of FaZe bright and early, just like we saw back in round number 1.
All right, well, round 3 here for Spirits and the rest of M80. FaZe waiting inside of the beautiful building. To try and hop 2 too quickly here. They've been so successful today with their drone game and their cadence, their pacing. It's been honestly beautiful to see. You know, it's something that we always kind of knocked them for just a little bit. It wasn't something massive that was always in their way, but they did have a tendency to be extremely aggressive when it came to a lot of different situations, and it seemed that they've dialed that down a lot more for disciplined aggression, which I personally am a huge fan of. If your team can operate on the same page in an aggressive manner, I mean, man, you can knock some lights out, and that's what we're seeing from M80. They've got that level of not only patience with each other, but coordination. It's that team conversation like we were talking about earlier. Everybody just knowing what is coming up next, what people are thinking, and if they don't, they're willing to spark up a conversation and get things going to try and push themselves forward in the round.
Continuing to wait and see what the first real big move is going to be here from M80. First half of the round has been largely used for intel gathering purposes and set up for their next big move here. As you can see, drones continuing to swing through the majority of the upstairs setup. Spotting out Vidiking there is going to force a reposition from him. It's not going to give it up entirely, but he doesn't end up backing away towards the staircase here as he has minimal support from this position, so cannot really fight this out on his own. He'll end up backing up closer to the site. That will lead into M80 taking a considerable amount of the second floor fully for themselves now.
Now, I will say this, FaZe has done a bang-up job of not giving up any bodies this time around. This has been the key thing for M80. They've been able to find those ISO plays and take out an important operator that usually leads to a second or a third kill. But so far, so good from FaZe Clan. If they can keep this going, this means that this could also be a successful round from them. Remember, this is also a 3-map win streak that FaZe are on for Chalet. This would be the 4th if they're able to pick it up here.
Cyber has some intel to play off of there from the scan. Work himself back over towards the basement main stairs now and try to rotate back up top over Snowmobile. But he's waiting for the right time to deploy towards it here. M80 still needs to make their swing back downstairs. Cyber ready to make the move and start establishing these crosses. Now finds one and also snipes out Astro, but 2 more found on top of that from the members of FaZe here. 1 kill has been picked up by the attackers, and Gomez finds a second one. Diaz from the outside swing stops the terror from Cyber as well. So M80 back in control after that's been dealt with. Bullet, the only one remaining with the upstairs position to play off of here now inside of the 1v3. Gonna try to lurk over for a top-down position against the plant, but just won't be able to find it. A little too late to the party. It's not working its way. We're gonna be way off the mark. Won't affect Bullet in any conceivable way. As of a surprise winning for him right at the bottom of these stairs too. Just can't get the angle there. There we go. We'll make it work, just a little dirty. Those bars getting in the way far too often, bringing it down to a 1v2 at least, but time very quickly also evaporating here for Bullet to actually make this clutch palatable. He's got about 10 seconds left to get onto the case here, and it's not looking like he has the real urgency needed to make this play happen. So, in 3 seconds, the round will be going over to M80 by default. A valiant attempt from Bullet, had to make a play eventually, but this time just not going to pan out.
I mean, I do not know how many different ways I can say how impressed I am with M80. With just the cadence, their patience, their ability to strategize and keep themselves alive in the round. I mean, look at this here, guys. FaZe Clan are ahead for the majority of this round, but yet M80 are still able to work it out in the last moment. And not only that, it's through successful angle holding, which is something that we don't see all that often from M80, at least in their past, right? But this time around, we're seeing it especially a lot from Gomez. He is constantly dominating these crosses, these important pieces and rotations that are coming out from FaZe Clan, whether it be Oregon on, you know, some of the small tower stuff that was going on around White Stairs, or for FaZe now with some of these bigger rotations that they're having through Fireplace and, you know, the lower area as well as the balcony. It's just shut down constantly from M80, and it's really interesting that they've been able to kind of build themselves up to this point where it isn't just utter panic when it comes down to those moments like, oh, we have to get something done. They're willing to push themselves down to the absolute finite moment where the round will end and try and get a win. So far, so good from them. I'm, again, extremely impressed, and I don't know how else I can possibly put it.
Did he get it?
I don't think he did.
Oh, he got it.
He finally did.
He got it. It took him like 10
I was sitting here delaying because I was like, what else are we going to talk about? Yeah, Astro finally got his Electroclaw down, so that's good. And also, hopefully this basement round is somewhat successful. They really need a big boon here.
Let's see if they can find it. Like we saw before, M80 has already run away with one of these maps back over on Oregon, looking to achieve a second in a row against one of the best and greatest Latin America themselves has to offer. Great pre-fire from Cyber coming up the rappel. Yaga won't even know what hit him there, going down for the count. Good news is down in a very neutral area, so should be able to be revived, but obviously going to be much worse for wear on the HP side of things, and no Finka this time.
So worried there for just a split second. I thought Gomez was just gonna full-on send it into sight there. That would have definitely thrown a spanner in the mix, but that'll be enough as he takes down Bullet. Almost gets another one on Cyber. He's going to pre-fire, tosses a nitro cell. Almost shoots it out of the sky, but it will at least deal some damage to Kino. Gonna be able to get back downstairs and successfully back into sight as well. Yeah, I was surprised too. Nobody on the trench door there for M80s. It seems like they're trying to process the main Fireplace hall as of right now. Had some people over next to the Ego balcony. We also have Vidiking in a more forward position here for the wine cellar reinforcement.
It took a really long time to get Yaga back into the fight as well there, so definitely had to try and rotate someone out of a position. They were probably preoccupied as well, so making things a little bit awkward on the attack. Once again, that's big props. I believe it was Cyber that found that opening spray. Cyber Astro picking that up for themselves. Pretty sure it was Cyber since he had to go for the long-range play on that one. Trying to nearly shut out Yaga at the beginning of this round here. However, Team seems to be somewhat ready to make their play for at least the trench door, but those Toxic Babes are going to stem the tide for a few extra seconds here. Spirits has a slight cross on the rotate to try and catch that smoke, but as you can see here, having a swing between the angles, looks like they're going to call a bit of an audible here, move their own players around it, at least specifically try to move Spirits into a new position here and make this work a little bit better for the rest of M80.
They're trying to find out where exactly this Electro Claw is. They made some other holes, making it pretty difficult for Kino to try and pop this. If y'all saw it before, he actually ended up putting that on the soft breach just close to the hatch. Due to the Exothermic's hitbox, it'll blow it up anyways, and that's exactly what's about to happen here again. Kaboom! There you go, hatch is open. Even though it was Electro Claw, you can still work your way around it. Pretty magical stuff. And you know what else is magical? The fairy dust that's been sprinkled over M80. It's got to be Miracle Grow, John. These guys are firing on all cylinders. Cyber, wake up, Samurai. We have a city to burn. He's going to be able to get 2. A little bit more would be great, please, if you can, Cyber. FaZe is counting on it. It's 2 left for M80 and very low on the clock. They've got some hot pings on the drop coming, but Cyber's not prepared for the smoke and the dash in from the main stairs. Kino's going to put the plant down. Vidaking has no way to shut this down. A beautiful shot, but Kino's going to be able to get this plant. It's down to the 1 versus 1. Lock him in.
Oh, he's made it upstairs.
Time for some rust, baby. Back in the day. Let's get it. Onto the stairwell we go. Quick shots back and forth, but it's going to be a trade. Something you seldom see in Siege. The 1 versus 1 after the post plant, and they both want that gunfight so bad. But since the case is down, it's M80's round.
M80 keeping the focus on the objective this time. And even though both teams were very evenly matched in the fragging game, which has been a rare occurrence so far in this series, FaZe Clan maybe starting to heat things up a little bit here. M80 still with the extra focus on the OBJ. He's able to get that plant down. And as a result of the trade, since, well, no one's left alive to be able to get the counter defuse off, by default, it goes to the attackers.
Oh, man. Always just a single move away from victory as FaZe. Every single time. I feel for them. My heart goes out. Because Cyber, he makes the play. He does. He kills everybody trying to execute into the site. But just simply stepping up, trying to kill the player inside of the closet was the one misstep. And he gets gunned down by Kino on the main stairs, allowing him to quickly transition into that plant. And, you know, it's really hard fought. You know, like, it's not like it's exactly a thing where it's like, oh, you know, that's a huge critical blunder from me. He more than likely didn't exactly know what was going to be going on around those main stairs, but it's just those little moments like that where it's like, instead of, you know, occupying this, you know, not the stairs, but rather the closet drop and swing the stairs, that might be a successful round from them. But since he chose the other route, things just don't work out. And it's always just those little moments, it seems like, for FaZe that have really been biting them in the rear so far for this best of 3.
The tack has been used, of course, for FaZe, so no opportunity to potentially try and use it in the second half if issues pop up there as well. M80 also, of course, going to be beneficial to this pause time. We'll be able to use it to see what has potentially been going wrong inside of the mid-rounds for themselves, getting that input from their own coach to see what potentially improve on, as it hasn't necessarily been perfect for them here on this map. Definitely a little bit more of a rocky road to victory compared to what we were seeing on Oregon, but to be fair, they're still getting the job done without too much of an issue here. That's 3-1. Quite a few repicks showing up for them as well on this round. All 3 of them being locked in now. The Dokkaebi in play. The Ace is swapped over from another player, I believe. And then, of course, the all but expected Yana there on Gomez.
All right, well, the good news is that, well, at least Cyber is now at the helm for FaZe in the frag department. The bad news is nobody else is really pulling all that much weight. Souls is still here, 3-3, and we'll continue to see how this goes for the rest of the game, but it's starting to once again look like a one-man army, and that's not what we want out of this FaZe squad. M80 firing on all cylinders and looking to get even more done as Astro gets gunned down inside of the main kitchen hallway. Gomez already right inside, now. And why not? He's got somebody to refrag him right behind him. Just keep rolling. There's nobody here to stop him. Might as well walk up to the site and just try and get in some fights here. And actually, him stopping is going to be the thing that kills him. Him stopping in the hallway is going to allow Souls to rotate down that stairwell. The timings were perfect for him to just slip past. But since he stops, well, you see the shoes on the other foot. They're going to be able to refrag that situation. And M80 now into the 4 versus 4.
That'll even us back out here. Now things will probably quiet down for the next minute or so. M80 trying to figure out what their next appropriate move is going to be. As of a few seconds prior, quite a few of them more than likely kind of winding up the follow through Gomez if he did find success on the entry there. But now they need to fall back upon plan B, which is going to involve quite a few players repositioning. You can see Kino working his way up to Ego here to try and work himself in through the office doorway. Other teammates setting up for similar positions to try and take just overall second floor control. Another kill is not going to hurt the situation either. Kino with some good timing there on the peak versus Souls, now getting revenge explanation for the downing of Gomez earlier in the round.
Very surprised that they're going so aggressive here because M80 has been so good at capitalizing on those swings, but Soul's feeling himself. It's just not happening like it was when it came to Oregon, where we saw him taking out M80 player after M80 player. This time it's going to be the trade back and forth here for him. Vita King's going to be able to tag some people up with the ump. Definitely not the greatest gun in the game, but it can get the job done, especially if you can get those headshots. And have some Selma charges going out. It's going to burn up all of the utility here, and eventually they'll open things up for Library. A hatch also down low, and what a beautiful angle there from Cyber to take down Spirits.
Fighting King with the lineup here. The glass as well to obscure the vision, and it works. Downs Kino. A second player comes in, lands the slaughter on M80 right now as Vita King is prepared for all challengers. His teammates down below, however, not the same, and we are locked into yet another 1v1 to settle this round. Will M80 keep their lead strong at 4-1? Or is Vita King now coming as the new pickup, saving FaZe yet again to bring it much closer to a 2v3? The play is in, however, the backup from Diaz is very smart, gets a second chance at this duel, is able to trade out some of the damage. That big hitbox, though, making it difficult for him as he tries to lean back in. Vita King has all the advanced intel, all the advanced reflex to try and win this one out. Going over to the super shorty as well to try and close it down on this, and he'll get the job done with the hip fire. FaZe Clan closes out another and keeps us close at 3-2.
Oh my, it just feels like for FaZe, it's like pulling teeth. Every single time they get around, they have to go down to the absolute wire, and somebody has to fight out one of the most hotly contested 1v1s in order to win out a situation. But they still get the job done, and that's the key factor here. M80 up 3-2, still have the choice, or they still have the ability, rather, to make this a 4-2 split here, but that's something that we're kind of accustomed to on Chalet. We usually see the offense take control of things, so really, we're looking to see what happens once we switch sides. Once that happens, a whole slew of crazy things could go on.
All right, we're going to go into a short tech here, folks. Give us just a moment. We'll fix whatever the issue is and get ourselves back into the game as quickly as possible. FaZe on a little bit of a comeback run on their own map pick, however, is able to swing things into a much more palatable position. More importantly, like you said, able to just make it a bare-knuckle brawl for quite a few of these sites to bring it down to a 1v1, a 1v2, or something similar to that, where only then do they finally take the outright control and win the round.
Which, I mean, hats off to them for being able to fight M80 down to the wire as well, because that's what it's going to take for a lot of these teams with the style that M80 is providing here. I'm excited to see what happens over the next couple of days. We get some different looks at M80, right? Because right now all we have is FaZe Clan, which isn't a bad thing, obviously, but I love to get other rosters in front of squads that we haven't seen for some time so that we can really, you know, dissect them, figure out exactly what makes them tick, because every team coordinates things just a little bit differently. So always makes for some good fun, especially around this time of year. I mean, this time of the year last year, we were all on the train of TSM. We're like, hey, they have some potential here in this group stage. This could be pretty interesting. And then all of a sudden, you got a Bolo hammer lifter.
Yep, very much the case. However, things have changed up very much since then.
Indeed. Bolo's retired. That's the first one.
And I mean, everyone except one member of that championship roster did not even make it to this event as well. Geo on the Soniqs is now the only 2022 SI champion that has a chance to go for the repeat.
And what a squad to do it with as well. I mean, like, if you wanted to have the ability to try and go back and back, or back to back, like we saw from Pingu and Penta/G2 back in the day, then I don't know if there's a better squad to really ask for. I mean, that is a bang up roster. There's not a single person in that roster I look at and I go like, oh, you're kind of expendable. Like, no, it just doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist.
All right, guys, we are back in the game now. Appreciate your patience on that. Just had a quick technical issue to sort through. We have been able to successfully do that, I do believe, and we are now live once again with the matchup here. M80 still in front of the charge, but just barely. And this is going to be a huge fall from grace in comparison to what we got back on our first map, of course, on Oregon, where they were able to take full control. They didn't really seem to sweat that much along the way. This time, FaZe Clan is matching their pace and has kept things a lot more even here at 3-2. Very good possibility for a 3-3 if FaZe can hold on for one more round.
Yeah, I mean, this is the map that we're expecting to FaZe Clan to do something on, and so far they've actually been showing up, which is awesome. But you know, the key thing is that they're on a 3-map win streak when it comes to Chalet. So I mean, really, this is where you would expect them to take it to M80, but they're still neck and neck. I'm excited to see how the rest of this round goes here. Round 6 is going to be the last one for the half, and we're locked in. And not only that, Sean, but we've got Glass back in the mix, and only one pair of smoke grenades, minus Gomez. Gomez didn't get to see that one yet, as we do have the sense in. So on second thought, a couple more smokes, as well as a lot more abusable paths now open to Spirits.
This will still move very, very slowly here for the first few seconds. No one leaping in to try and steal immediate control. That has not been the type of play we've been getting out of M80 so far at this event, and just obviously inside of this game. Much more calculated, much more drone-oriented attack style has shown up for M80 so far here, and it's working out in huge dividends if the Oregon is any evidence to that. And we're seeing it once more as you pan between at least 2 to 3 different players, all of them on drones right now, all of them trying to suss out the intel about who may be roaming out and about from FaZe Clan, if anyone at all, of course. And then that will determine the appropriate path for M80 to move forward with. Taking quite a while to build up that confidence, however, Spirits has now finally started to move himself in over towards the library. He's not alone. I think at least one other teammate has grouped up with him here, but they've got some clearing to do over towards the office and bedroom side of things. And it's going to take quite some time to flush those players down, given they've got pretty minimal player presence here. That's going to start to increase, though, with Kino using at least one of the breaching charges to be able to get access to the office.
Yeah, you got to look at Glass like the beautiful bride. She can't be seen before the proper time, right? So looks like we'll at least get him in the building, able to set up some semblance of a strategy with Glass, which is something that we don't get to say all that often, and very excited to see how this goes. No smokes down initially here. Spirits is still just going to be standing in the angle, because why not? You might as well be doing something with the gun, right? So see if he can try and pick up anything here. Oh, they're gonna put the smoke in through the drone hole. This is so smart. This is gonna cut right in the middle of kitchen, I do believe. And yep, right across the back here at the back end of that table. Another smoke out just for double duty, and that's gonna be the big issue there. No one really able to cover the nitro cell, and not only that, but he's already shot his Glass now. They know that these smokes are hostile. Another frag out here, and they're gonna have to try and re-smoke things to be able to put this plant down.
Well, a second attempt to yield results, that's the big question now. Second nade is not going to make the mark against Souls like we saw the first one do. Souls able to strike as a result of that one here. Diaz finally getting at least one trade against the hold so far from FaZe Clan against Astro. Just the castle going down, though, so no huge picks being found as of yet. And it's going to get even worse. Souls feels free to swing back out. He claims yet another kill here against Spirits, leaving it all on Diaz and Yaga now.
I mean, yeah, it was an interesting strategy, but just not very solid. I think the key thing is that they just didn't trust the panel smoke enough, and they wanted another smoke there that he could plant inside of. But that's the key thing. How the heck are you supposed to defend somebody from throwing a nitro cell in there if the only person that can see is Glass, right? So they're not really able to play in through the smoke in a way that's exactly beneficial to them, minus just the Glass being able to see things. And even past that, the frag grenades that they had on Glass actually played in against them, because he ended up breaking one of the screens and opening up the angle to kitchen anyways, even though the light screen was already down. So just not exactly the greatest of strategies from M80 there, but I respect the try.
So close to denying the nitro cell, which could have had the round go out in a completely different way there. So very, very close still to victory for M80, but they've been countered once again in a split-second move from FaZe Clan. Some great stuff coming out there, specifically from Souls, to stop that plant from being successful, and then following it through as well with a very tough-to-stop kitchen defense. M80, of course, now takes the mantle of the defensive side. We finished up the first half, and they've lost their edge to a bit of an extent here. FaZe Clan now evening it back up into a 3-3 scoreline, looking to take it all the way to a third map, but we have to go that full distance. Of course, we'll be on theme park if we do end up there. Time to see, though, if M80 has a bit more defensive prowess to stretch out on the second map to still potentially claim that outright 2-0 victory.
Well, I can tell you that FaZe has them on satellite. We're bringing in Dokubi as well as Lion. You are not escaping FaZe Clan when it comes down to it. So it looks like M80 is going to have to see if they can knock some home runs out of the park here. Some successful gunfights would definitely benefit them in their near future, but what's that near future really building up to be? Are we going to have some roaming strategy? Spirits is going to break open some soft paneling upstairs, going to open up some other avenues for his players to move around, and don't exactly think that he's going to be one of the players rather, sticking around on this top floor, but I could eat my words. I mean, those smoke grenades find so many different uses. They are one of the best utilities in the whole game. As long as you're using them in the round, that's really all you need to be doing. So could potentially see him delaying some things at the top of the stairwell, maybe things around library. It's just hard to tell whenever those positions can switch up. But the position for FaZe is pretty well known. They're going to be starting things off on the small garage here, blowing open Snowmobile and doing what is usually everybody's first task when it comes to this basement defense.
Chaos continuing to look for opportunities to catch the members of FaZe Clan on the initial push, but they're going to be losing that opportunity in just a moment. Out comes the Micro Smokes, blocking off both the access points, but Diaz ready for the challenge. Kano as well, able to support, I believe, from main stairs position. Cyber and one other member of FaZe down for the count already. Souls and Astro now trading it right back. Spirits has also been down. Looks like he'll be retrieved by Yaga, so we'll keep the numbers even at 3v3, but FaZe now with the way inside of the site. They just need the confidence to swing in for the outright plant, as Gomez is also going to start working on his own flank. You can see him creeping up towards the window there. Souls needs to stay close enough to the wall to avoid being found out by this one. The phone calls out as well, as that will give away the flank. Souls will be aware of the player upstairs by the window, waiting for the swing by the stairs. The timing's not on for him though. He'll get caught out instead by Gomez once he makes the descent back down to the bottom of those steps. Bullet trades it back, keeps it even, down to 2 now for both teams, as Astro also looking to assist and pinch off the remaining players on M80, trying to play things out from the inside of the blue hall.
Well, there's a bulletproof in here, but where the hell is it? Who's getting seen? It looks like it's going to be the hot mark outside. Spirits will get gunned down. Yaga still has a lot of HP and some pretty solid potential to win this round. Almost has that shot. He's so close to hitting Bullet right here as he's dancing back and forth inside of blue, but they don't have the case either. They have to try and go for this fight. It's actually in on the green trash can right there, and that's why they're so worried about it. It's going to be the spam in from FaZe, and finally M80 will give up the goods. It's going to be the first offensive round going the way of FaZe Clan.
Like the opener from FaZe, they don't allow for any trickery to be deployed that time from M80. They keep it all focused on just a direct 1v1 gunfight basically the entire time by playing it almost entirely from the snowmobile garage side of things. M80 feels they can counter that now, so they're going to go right back into it, but we'll have to see here as FaZe Clan brought a lot of heat right to the face of M80, and they had no choice really but to back up and respect it that time.
I mean, really, I think it was the doubling over from FaZe Clan. You know, they have that initial entry, but M80 quickly thwarts all their game plans. The case is down in sight. You have a myriad of different issues going on for FaZe, but they're still willing and able to take it to M80, and that's where they start finding their success, getting some really, really big kills on some crucial players around the site. And not only that, but making it to where M80 only has a very, very small portion of the map. The only saving grace for them on that bottom floor was the blue hallway, and it was occupied by 2 people, which they were also able to quickly deal with later on into the round. So honestly, very well done from FaZe there. Also a little tidbit note, if you guys didn't see it, Vidaking for just a second there was flashing Grim, but Grim might be potentially the worst offensive operator in the game right now, so he's not going to play him.
So no Grim being deployed this time around. Like Stokes said, just not finding a whole lot of use for him in quite a few avenues. So it's going to be a very rare pick when he does pop up.
I was going to be mean. I'm not going to be mean.
Away from that, we do have Solus at least. This talked plenty about her earlier on in the broadcast. And we're going to be continuing to talk about her quite a bit throughout the rest of this event. More than likely, Spirits will be picking that up. It's already on the hunt for any intel that may be presented as FaZe tries to line up their initial execute.
Yes, indeed. Solus, a pretty hot topic when it comes to Rainbow